Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? If you're at work, what is happening? To all my students out there, high school teachers, high school coaches, cops, beauty drivers, BART conductors, and, of course, those overnight dancers. Hopefully you had a great Monday night. You had a double dip. You had Panthers and Saints and Steelers and Browns. Some wacky football last night. We'll get back into the 49ers. We got Baldy coming up. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, and, of course, the Xfinity Mobile text line. We're going to do a lot today. We're going to talk about the game Sunday with the Niners and the Rams. There's a lot of things that came out yesterday. We'll hear from Shanahan about some of the injuries. We'll get more in-depth about Brandon Ayuk, some quarterback talk. Shasky, what is happening? A long day for us yesterday. Long day. Well, longer for you.
Yeah, I had a long day. I should probably start this off now. I want to give a shout out to some kids yesterday.
Okay.
We play this game. It's called the Ichiro game. Now, normally on a regular dirt diamond, you could stick on the plate because home plate is fixed. You could stick 5 bats, right? This is a little game that we like to play to end practice. And it's like bowling. You get 3 throws from the pitcher's mound to knock down the barrels. Well, it was so windy yesterday up in Daly City at Westmore that we could only have 1 bat that could stand up. Connor, Jay, going to give you guys love. You hit the bat. And then Emerson hit the bat. And I believe somebody else. I promised all these kids that I would call them out by name. Who was the other kid? And, of course, I can't. I pull in a Bonte.
Got the kids' names.
But, B, we play the games to have fun.
Right.
So I jam home. And I walk and I go, all right, let's see. What's going on? What's going on in fantasy? Let's see what's going on. And I'm watching Deshaun Watson last night. And I want to get into TJ Watt in a second. But I'm watching Deshaun Watson, and I go, God, he doesn't look like the player from a couple years ago. He can't hit a slant to save his life.
It's not good right now for him, and we'll get into him. By the way, shout out to Sterling and Lubman. Sterling in for Spadoni. We got Lubman back behind the board. And shout out to Daniel Connolly. If we're going to give a shout-out early, Daniel Connolly came up to the Olympic Club yesterday at around 4 o'clock and gave me some golf tips. We went out there and drove it on the first tee, went out there on the putty green. I drove one about 120 yards. It was like a pop-up. But I got the driver on the ball.
Long drive competition, you versus Michelle.
Oh, my gosh. I'd smoke Michelle. Give me a muff.
I don't know. She hits it pretty straight.
Yeah, she probably does. But my putty was really, really good. I feel good with my touch. Good with my touch. Learning how to read a green or whatnot. So I ran into everybody at the Olympic Club. They had their immediate day for the Lakeside course, which is beautiful. I know you were out there.
It was a great
lot
time.
of people out there. So it was good to see some people as they were done with their rounds. I was coming in to do my thing there at about 4 o'clock. So anyway, shout out to Daniel Connolly for spending some time with me yesterday. His father, Mr. Connolly, got to meet him.
Great guy.
He's going out to Rome for the Ryder Cup.
I know. He's got a very thick brogue, but I'm telling you, that man is OG.
He is OG. He's a good dude.
Great guy.
But, all right, let's talk about the Steelers
restaurateur as well.
Yeah.
Bar owner.
Let's talk about Deshaun Watson, because that's a quarterback that a lot of Niner fans, including you and I, wanted back in 2017. Mm-hmm. When the trade went down for Matthew Stafford, we all thought, boy, is Deshaun Watson available? And I believe he was available. And nobody has this on record. I don't know if it's true. I'm just going with my gut here. My gut tells me that the Niners were in on Deshaun Watson. When you give up that package for Trey Lance, that tells me you were in for big stakes. You were ready to pull a blockbuster. But they probably got intel on what was going on with Deshaun Watson. And Deshaun Watson had to miss that season. He was suspended for another season. And he got the fully guaranteed money from the Cleveland Browns. Last year, he was awful when he came back. Awful, just terrible. So far through 2 weeks, meh. Last night, look, the Steelers do have a good defense. I think their defense will be good. C.J. Watt and Highsmith are legit pass rushers, and they got after Watson. But something is off with him. Something is off. And, he didn't look as athletic as he looked in Houston. His ball placement's not there. He was very inaccurate on deep balls.
His whole pocket feel.
I don't know. Maybe it's karma for what he's gone through or what he's done as a human being. I don't know.
Well,
But, boy, that contract is not looking good right now.
In baseball, we talk a lot about, like, the Brady Andersons, right? Guys will have one great year, and then they regress back. It's actually more common than you think. Like, Mike Yastrzemski had a monster year, and now he's kind of regressed a little. And he's a good player, but he's not a great player. He's not a real all-star. I mean, there are hundreds of baseball players that this happens to. I don't know how much this happens in football at the quarterback position, but it sure feels like when I look at Russell Wilson and when I look at Deshaun Watson, I look at two players that clearly are not the same players that they were just a couple of years ago. Whether it's pocket feel, whether it's accuracy, whether it's just moving the sticks consistently, right? Evading the rush. Like neither guy, I'm talking about Russ and Deshaun, is like runner quarterback. Right. They're like scramble quarterback guy. But they also used to just make more plays consistently in structure. And I feel like both guys can't do that anymore.
Yeah, no, they can't. They can't. And now they don't have Nick Chubb. They have a really good defense, but Nick Chubb, unfortunately, our prayers go up to him. It was a gruesome injury. When it happened, I was like, yeah, that's bad. I did not watch the replays, did not want to see the replays, didn't want to see the screenshots, didn't want to have anything to do with that. He's going to be out for the rest of the season. So now what does Cleveland do? Because I was thinking about the Niners-Cleveland game, and early on I was like, boy, that's going to be a tough game in Cleveland, Ohio. That defense and the dog pound. Now, no Nick Chubb. Watson looks like Watson doesn't strike fear to me anymore like he used to.
No.
Watson used to be a menace on the football field.
He was. And they also lost two corners yesterday.
They lost two corners. They already lost the right tackle with Jack Conklin, I should say, at right tackle. So they got this big boy at right tackle, fourth-round pick out of Ohio State, who's like 6'8", 375.
I've seen him.
That's not good for them.
No.
Speed rushers will get around him easily.
And I don't fear Amari Cooper in that fashion.
No.
He's a solid player, but he doesn't strike. Like, Tyreek Hill strikes fear in me.
No.
On any play, he can go to the house. I just don't get that same feeling. Not that Amari's not productive. He is productive. He made a couple of nice catches, but he's just not that caliber of wide receiver.
Yeah, Amari Cooper's not a number one.
No.
He's not a number. He wasn't even number one with the Raiders. Crabtree was that guy.
You think so?
Oh, I know so. I went to a lot of those games. Crabtree was that. Derek Carr trusted Crabtree, I believe, a lot more than Amari Cooper.
I'll take your word for that.
Amari Cooper sometimes used to walk off the field with 2 catches, 18 yards. And I'm thinking, how is he that good walking off the field with 2 catches, 18 yards? Well, he's got the little quiet demeanor. Doesn't like to demand the ball. Has the same type of body language. I don't know, man. Cleveland's going to regress. It looks like Baltimore's division to run with because, like, on the other side, let's face it, Kenny Pickett's not that guy. Kenny Pickett is... Oh, my gosh.
Well,
he's just, yuck.
I think this brings up a greater conversation. Like, I think you look at Pittsburgh, right? Kenny Pickett, we'll talk about him for a second, the quarterback. But like Najee, I would have bet a lot of money that Najee would be a good player in the NFL. I don't know if he'd be like on Nick Chubb caliber, but I thought he'd be a good player. He's not a good player.
Well, I think he's a good player. I don't think they have a good scheme. Because he made some plays on the zone yesterday. He made some plays on the zone yesterday. One little handoff around the left side where he just used pure speed and he stiff arms a guy. The other time he gets stuffed to the left, he reverses field, gains about 20 yards. Look, him and Jalen Ward. Ward looks like the better running back right now for that system, but he can't block. Najee needs some blockers.
Yes.
Your running back is only as good as your offensive line. That offensive line is very suspect in Pittsburgh. So I would take Najee Harris in a heartbeat with the 49ers. Are you kidding me?
Well, I think it would look a lot better.
There's a good player in there.
There's a good player in there. Well, I don't think he's been very good for Pittsburgh in terms of what we expected. I thought his ceiling would be much higher.
Well, that's what happens when you have mediocre quarterback play.
Well, I would also go to the coordinator. So I was reading a stat last night that came across my timeline. Every single team in the NFL has multiple 400-yard games of all-purpose offense, right? We're talking about just from scrimmage on offense. Every single team in the NFL.
Except for the Cleveland Browns.
No, they have 400 yards of...
I thought they had to have 400 yards
since
in a long time.
2021. I'm talking about since 2021. Right. The only team with 0 was the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, see?
Matt Canada, the offensive coordinator.
There you go.
That's crazy.
So I put that... See,
that's crazy.
I don't think Najee's weak. I think Najee's a very good player. I think Najee Harris could be a top 10 running back in this league. I think he's got good head, okay hands, but as a running back, I think he could be really good. That offensive system stinks.
Thank God for George Pickens.
That offense is stuck in 1995 or something.
Well, that I agree with.
Right.
Now, the Deshaun Watson thing, talking about guaranteed money, I guess...
By the way, it makes you think, how did Najee Harris go back-to-back years with 1,000 yards?
Well, 3.9,
3.8. I get it.
64 yards in the old system. 64 yards a game is 1,000 yards.
But look at the all-purpose yards. 1,647 in 2021 with some upside there. Last year, the production goes down because you go through Mitchell Trubisky, you go through Mason Rudolph, you go through Kenny Pickett. That's a running back's nightmare. When you have bad quarterbacks like that, I'm sorry, I can't go on Najee like that.
Well, I mean, but you saw a guy who was with Cincinnati last year, Ford, who ran for 100 yards last night after Chubb, and anyone could have had him. Like
Cleveland.
What?
With Cleveland.
With Cleveland. So, but like my point being is that like I love running backs, elites. I would have traded a lot for a Nick Chubb type player. I love Nick Chubb. He goes down, and it felt like Cleveland's run game didn't skip a beat, right? And we'll see over a long period of time. I mean, I believe it's going to be hard to replace the production of Nick Chubb week in, week out.
Right.
For one game, it worked out for them. But getting back to the quarterbacks, $230 million they owe Deshaun Watson moving forward. I mean, the Russ contract has been getting laughed at. He is owed, Russ, $70 million less than Deshaun Watson. Joe Burrow is owed $220 million. Okay, and Burrow has not been good the first couple of weeks.
Well, Burrow's got this calf injury, and
it's affecting him.
Jamar Chase said it again, where he's like, "I want Joe Burrow to sit out some games. We don't need him early in the season. We need him for later in the season." Well, Joe Burrow might not play, but next Monday night against the LA Rams. And if Joe Burrow doesn't play, you know who their backup is?
No,
Jake Browning
from Washington.
Jake Browning from Washington. That is your backup quarterback in Cincinnati.
I haven't.
And
that's
I wonder,
a name I haven't heard.
And so with that cap, I was listening to Sean King. I forgot where I heard this from yesterday.
I would have named 150 quarterbacks before I came to Jake
Browning. Well, you know who used to be their backup since everybody made a big deal about it. Brandon Allen was Joe Burrow's backup, which makes him good. That's who your backup was in Cincinnati. It shows you how much they cared about Brandon Allen.
Brown. How old is Jake Brown?
I don't know.
I gotta look that up.
I don't know.
I have not heard that name in forever.
Well, that's the backup quarterback. But you think about Joe Burrow, and I was listening to some quarterbacks yesterday talk about the drive leg.
Yeah.
His right leg, the drive leg. That's where he has a calf injury. That calf could be an Achilles at some point. It looks like it's hanging out by a thread. No. But, yeah, I know, on fantasy football purposes. But just for the player.
Yeah.
I watch Cincinnati. They're one of the marquee teams in this league right now. They're a fun team with all those weapons that they have in T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, and, of course, Boyd in the slot. But he can't drive on that right leg, which is why they're not taking deep shots. And when they are taking some deep shots, he's 0 for 11 in downfield passing, 15 yards or more. So Joe Burrow's really struggling right now.
He's compromised.
He is compromised. But when you look at the quarterback play, Deshaun last night was, Derek Carr may have been the best quarterback on Monday Night Football last night.
He didn't look great.
He didn't look great, but Bryce Young is throwing for 4.2 yards in the tipped. But they have no weapons.
I was just going to say, there's two things, right? I think quarterback play is down in general, and I know we can have a conversation about that in a second. I do think quarterback play is down in general. But I look at the 49ers roster, we're night and day compared to some of these other. I feel like when I'm watching the Panthers, do they have less weapons than the 2017 Niners?
Adam Thielen's their number one. Now, DJ Shark didn't play last night. I think he's okay.
He's okay. He had the one breakout year his rookie year.
Miles Sanders okay at running back. He's not bad. Out of Penn State. He looked good in the AFC Championship game. He ran all over the Niners.
I don't love Frank Reich either.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't like his play
calling. It felt
calling.
very retread.
Yeah, it was. And they should have probably just kept Steve Wilkes.
I just, to be full disclosure, that division bores the hell out of me and has for many years.
I kind of like that division.
New Orleans.
I do like Atlanta.
Tampa. I know you do. I don't.
Right? I
know you do. I don't. It bores the hell out of me.
They're a tough team.
That feels like I'm watching the JV version of the NFL.
Well, Tampa Bay, you're not in on Baker Mayfield throwing to Mike Evans. They're 2-0. They play the Eagles next Monday night.
Oh, great.
Aren't you rooting for the Bucs to beat the Eagles? I root for anybody to beat the Eagles.
No, that I agree with. But
I'll root for the Seahawks to beat the Eagles. That's how bad. That's how much I hate the Eagles right now.
It doesn't feel like a remedial division a little.
It just feels like a down division.
Yeah,
it feels like a division in transition.
I feel like they've been in, and they've had teams pop up, and like Cam Newton had a great year, and Atlanta had a great year, and Tom Brady had a great year. Like it's had different winners step up and be very, very good. It's a boring division to me.
Shark did play last night. Did he play last night? I don't remember him playing last night. I thought he was out.
I didn't see him.
If he was in, he was no factor. Jeez, but no, Derek Carr was the best quarterback on the field. Yes, Monday Night Football, and that's bad when you're Deshaun Watson. Now, how much reps does Deshaun Watson need? I don't know, man. I don't know if he's ever going to be the same.
Last year at the end, and I thought I gave him a grace period to reacclimate himself to the NFL. I don't know, man. His whole aura feels off.
So you brought up quarterback plays down in general, and I feel like we over and underrate quarterbacks week to week. We say this guy's a great guy. Like Joe Burrow is a perfect example for me.
Okay, what do you mean?
He's been hailed as a great quarterback for over a year and a half now. A year and a half without winning a playoff game.
Wait a minute.
Not Joe Burrow, excuse me, Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert,
okay.
Excuse me. Justin Herbert, not Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow's fine. I put him in that upper echelon of quarterbacks.
Yeah. Well, here's what
Justin Herbert is the guy where I'm like, he's a great litmus test for Is he great or is he good? And everybody's like, oh, he's one of the best. Like 2 years ago, there was people in this market, professionals.
Well, that's absurd.
Saying that they would rather have Herbert than Patrick Mahomes. I watched Mike Tannenbaum last year.
That's ridiculous.
Last year, Mike Tannenbaum, which is why he's not a GM anymore. But, I'll take Herbert over Mahomes any day of the week. And this is live on ESPN. I'm thinking to myself, all right, what am I missing? What am I missing? Justin Herbert's a great talent. Well, he has great potential.
Well, did you watch him against the Niners last year on that primetime game? Because I thought when I'm watching him, I go, oh, this guy can play. Their coaching is horrific.
Yeah.
I mean, he's throwing to guys. Well, also, they were very injured in that game.
They were.
He's throwing to a bunch of guys that no one's ever heard of. I mean, you're not even acquiring them in fantasy, at least last year when he played the Niners. I personally think, as you talk about coaching when it comes to the Pittsburgh Steelers, I think Brandon Staley is horrific.
Yeah, I do too.
I mean, he cuts his teeth on the defensive side of the ball. They can't stop a nosebleed.
Well, they brought in Kellen Moore, who's supposed to be this hotshot offensive coordinator from the Dallas Cowboys. I never thought anything of him.
No, me neither.
I always say, is he overhyped because he's a Cowboy? Like all of a sudden, Kellen Moore is his hotshot offensive coordinator who could be a head coach. Stop. He's Jason Garrett 2.0.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he seems to be. So, but when we talk about greatness and bad quarterbacks,
you think he's been anointed prematurely?
Oh, I've been saying that all offseason. And, having him in fantasy, watching him even more so. And I'm like, okay, does he drive the ball down the field? He can, but he does a lot of little 5-yard stick routes, 5-yard comebacks, 5-yard slants. Now, I also don't think the wide receivers that they constructed around him benefits him. They already have Mike Williams and Keenan Allen. They go draft Quentin Johnson from TCU, who seems like it's pretty redundant to what you already have.
Big possession receiver.
Big possession receiver like Mike Williams. It's just a matter of time for Mike Williams goes down with an injury. Brandon Staley and Kellen Moore, I'm watching some of the Titans game. They're running Mike Williams on reverses. I'm like, Barry, you don't know your personnel. I don't know. But we anoint these quarterbacks. And so that's why I think when we talk about great ones, like Mahomes is clearly great.
Anyone knocking the greatness of Mahomes needs to be tested.
But outside of that, who could you really call great?
Well, and this is where I would go with this, and I want to continue this conversation. When you lose Brady, and now Rodgers is out, and then Drew Brees, who hasn't been a great quarterback in the last few years, but because of his resume, we bestow that upon him, it does feel like there's a vacuum. And then you add in, Russ takes a huge step back. I look up, I'm like, that's 4 quarterbacks that have been in the top 10 that are no longer there.
Right. We'll go back. I'm going to revisit 2013 because I think, there's this big misnomer that there's like 10 to 12 great quarterbacks every single year. And I'm saying to myself,
probably more 7 to 8.
Yeah, sometimes
and even that
4 to 5.
Might be a little
extreme. Like Stafford, considered great by a lot of people. He's got a great arm, but is he a great player?
To me, he's in that 8 to 12 zone. On days when he's great, he's in that top 8. When he's not, he drops down.
All right, what's coming up on the game sponsored by Chilton Auto Body? More quarterback talk here on The Roast.
to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, the last segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Brian Baldinger joins us every single Tuesday. He'll join us at 7:30, talking about the Niners and Rams and where the Niners could go from here. And, of course, Matt Barrows, Matty B. He'll join us at 8:30 from The Athletic with the latest on Shanahan, the injuries, of course. Brandon Ayuk, what's up with him? Diameter Lenore got checked for a concussion. He got checked again last night. Did he clear it? Aubrey Thomas apparently had a knee injury. I wonder if that had something to do with Isaiah Oliver replacing him in the second half. I didn't see it the way he was walking around the sideline. He was ready to play. There was one point, I think Lenore got hurt, or was it Charvarius Ward? One of them got up slow, and Aubrey Thomas had his helmet, and he was ready to go. So I don't know how serious that knee injury was, but Isaiah Oliver played really well in that second half for the 49ers. Welcome to the Niners here. So 888-957-9570 is the phone number for when to react to that as we're talking quarterbacks here on the Morning Roast. What's up, Shasky?
Real quick on the cornerback play, our buddy Jack Hammer NFL, the 49er cornerbacks against Puka Nacua yesterday, which would be Sunday. Charvarius Ward, 5 targets, 4 receptions, 50 yards. Diamanor Lenore, 5 targets, 3 receptions, 36 yards. Aubrey Thomas, 3 targets, 3 receptions, 16 yards. Isaiah Oliver, 2, 2, and 16. My point that Puka was having his way with every guy who was trying to guard him.
No doubt. Now, it looks like the Niners went to a lot of zone in that first half. Sometimes it looked like man to me in real time, but they did go to a lot of zone.
A lot of
and they
cushion,
ate that up.
It felt like.
Oh, they would give way too much cushion. I don't know if Puka Nacua is a burner yet. I'm not sure if he's a burner.
Pretty physical.
But he is physical.
He's pretty physical.
Tough, and he has no problem going over the middle of the field. And you know, your boy didn't even start him last week because it's like, all right, this is a fluke. This is
yeah, you want to see it.
Yeah, you want to see it. And I'm like, oh, yeah, he's in the lineup for here on out, especially with Christian Watson out with the hamstring injury. But he was a problem for the 49ers. But they went to the more blitzing scheme at times and heated up Matthew Stafford. And when you heat up Matthew Stafford, he starts to throw some to the other team. That's just who he is. That's why I never considered Stafford great. He's probably going to make the Pro Football Hall of Fame because of all the stats and all the accolades.
And the Super Bowl.
He won a Super Bowl.
And,
look. I know. He won a Super Bowl.
And he had a. I mean, you were making a big case for Matt Stafford, and if we're being honest, come on, what's the guy for the Atlanta? Matt Ryan. You were making a case for Matt Ryan, and I don't love Matt Ryan, but I also acknowledge that he's been a good player for a long time. Not great, but good player. The one thing that Matt Ryan doesn't have that Stafford does have is a fourth quarter and championship game comeback and a Super Bowl fourth quarter comeback and a Super Bowl ring.
Right.
So, I don't love Stafford either. I think he's a very good player. I don't think he's a great player or a perfect player by any means.
He'll be in Canton, though.
Yeah, I think he will.
He'll be in Canton. How about that?
I mean, I look at someone like Phillip Rivers, for example, who was really good for a long time. I never thought he was one of the top 5 players in the league. Just a good player, but he was always hovering around that 6, 7, 8 slot for the entirety of his career. And I look at someone like Matt Stafford, and I got him probably more 8 to 12, depending on how he plays on any given day. Because I feel like these are very static. They're not locked in cement when it comes to these rankings.
Right.
But there are times in that first half where you look at him and you're like, oh, he does have a lot of arm talent.
He's got
Stafford.
He's got arms, no doubt about that. He's got an arm. He can make all the throws on the football field. At one point, Matt Ryan could do it. At one point, Phillip Rivers could do it. At one point, Drew Brees could do it. And what I'm doing is I'm looking at 2013 because Lutman and you right before the show was talking about, man, it feels like there used to be a lot more great quarterbacks.
I would say
there should be like 10 to 12 great quarterbacks. So I pulled up 2013, right? We're 10 years away from that.
Okay.
And it feels like a lot of people thought, man, that was the prime. Like that era from 2010 to maybe 2018 was like the golden age of quarterback play, right?
Because you had Aaron Rodgers in his prime, you had Peyton Manning, you had Tom Brady, you had Drew Brees. All those guys felt like they were in their prime and had been in the league for, half to a whole decade.
Right. So I'll pull up 2014 since Rodgers didn't play much in 2013. He played 9 games in 2013. 2014,
what do we
top 5 quarterbacks in terms of yards, passing yards. Drew Brees, Ben Roethlisberger, Andrew Luck, Peyton Manning, Matt Ryan, Eli Manning, Aaron Rodgers, Phillip Rivers, Matthew Stafford, Tom Brady.
It's pretty good.
Did you get
pretty good?
Did you get the Ryan Tannehill, Joe Flacco, Jay Cutler, Tony Romo, Russell Wilson, Andy Dalton, Colin Kaepernick, Brian Hoyer, Derek Carr, Alex Smith.
Where was Russ at that point? He was only a couple years in. Where was he?
He was 15th.
Okay.
In passing yards. He threw for 34.75 that year.
Yeah.
34.75, 20 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. I believe Seattle won a Super Bowl that year.
Well,
right?
so what makes now very different from back then, listen to all those people you cited. It's a lot of Super Bowl rings spread out. Even though Brady got so many of them, like you referenced Big Ben, Eli, Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers, Peyton Manning. I mean, it's 5 guys with rings. Right. I look at it right now, and I look at the top quarterback play. Like, Mahomes has rings.
Right.
Who else?
Right. I think it's Mahomes, and it's everybody else.
So where's Purdy then? Because when I'm looking at this, I'm going to myself, I don't think Purdy's in that top 5, but I definitely don't think he's 15.
No, so
that's what I'm saying. Like, he's closer inside that top 10 than people want to give him credit for.
But here's the deal. This is what I'm gathering from all this. There's Mahomes and everybody else. Right?
Okay.
Mahomes is number 1, clearly.
Yes.
Josh Allen, is he somewhere in that top 5?
I mean, he looks so good on Sunday.
Right. Carved up the Raiders.
But he oscillates because he can be a turnover machine, but he's a great player.
Do you even need I guess what I'm getting at right now? I guess what I'm getting at is, do you even need a top 5 quarterback this season? That's what I'm saying. To win a Super Bowl.
I don't think you do.
I don't think you do.
And look at the rosters. Like, if we're talking about both of these things baked in, the quarterback play with the rosters, there are some bad rosters being propped up by some good quarterback play.
Right.
Like, Cincinnati has a good roster. They're not on the level of the Niners. It's Burrow that really, elevates them. If Burrow misses a couple weeks, we really think they can right the ship and win all those games?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. But I'm looking at rosters. When I think about rosters, who has the best roster around them? Brock Purdy's in that conversation.
I think Dak's, the Cowboys and the Eagles have pretty good rosters.
So I was going to go Dak, Jalen Hurts.
Could I nominate?
Tua Tagovailoa. That Miami roster's pretty stacked.
100%.
That Miami roster looks really good.
You know who looks good to me last night, and I don't view them this way? That defense for New Orleans, I think, is good.
Yeah, they were good last year.
I don't think they're great, but I think they're really good.
They were good last year. Marshawn Lattimore,
they're good.
Honey Badger, Davis in the middle.
They'll get Kamara back offensively.
I know, and they lost Jamal Williams yesterday.
I don't love Derek Carr, but I don't think I could sleep on the Saints.
I like Chris Olave.
Oh, he was a very good player in college, and he's translated to the league.
No, him and Garrett Wilson. Him and Garrett Wilson were studs at Ohio State. He knows how to get open.
Could you imagine throwing to those two?
I know. You know what? And the way they used Taysom Hill yesterday, wasn't bad. I'm not the biggest Taysom Hill fan, but they used him at running back once Jamal Williams left with a hamstring injury. I wasn't mad at that.
No,
he played with a physical demeanor. And
Dennis Allen,
yeah, I know. When it comes down to
him
it,
serious.
Yeah, I know.
Like, in your heart of hearts, Dennis Allen is going to outcoach Kyle Shanahan?
Yeah, I don't think so.
There's no way.
I don't think so. But you know what? He brought that team in last year.
That's true.
And they gave the Niners all they could handle.
It was closer than I wanted to admit. And they tagged Jimmy G.
Hey, look, they got away. The Niners got away with some phantom calls. The offensive pass interference on Olave, you remember that? Where they got the ball deep down the field. There's a couple calls in that game where the Niners benefited from. That was a very close game. So the Saints will be around. And they're probably going to get a home game if they win that division, right? NFC North, you get an automatic home game for winning the division. It's not easy going to the Superdome in the playoffs and playing down there against that defense. So, but looking at, I'm just looking at these teams, and I'm looking at these quarterbacks. I don't think you need a top 5 quarterback this year to win a Super Bowl.
I agree.
I don't think that's the case last year. I don't think that's the case next year. But this year, looking at these rosters, like Jordan Love right now is balling. If
they can win 10 games.
Back, Aaron Jones has to get back. Christian Watson has to play.
Yes.
Once they get those 2 guys back, they have a defense that could slow you down.
I'm with you.
They could be I'm not saying a Super Bowl team, but they could be a problem.
Look, I don't think Jared Goff is out here commanding the huddle at the line of scrimmage and he's the guy who's going to throw for 400 yards in every playoff game and beat you. But be real, he did go to a Super Bowl, and he feels the most comfortable he's been since that first year with McVay.
Yeah.
Detroit feels formidable. They could win 1 or 2 playoff games.
With that defense.
No, I'm with you.
I don't like that defense.
But to your point, no one views him as a top 5 quarterback.
By the way, we didn't even bring up Lamar Jackson. Told you, Lamar Jackson. A lot of people were. Baldy was down on the Ravens, and I was wondering why. So far, they're 2-0. They looked the part.
He made a couple of throws in that game. Like, you got to recognize.
Lamar's back.
No, he made a couple. He's a guy, to me, he's in that the top tier of quarterback play.
No doubt.
Because of the pressure he puts on a defense.
All right, what's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, more football talk here in the roast. Line them up, 888-957-9232. 888-957-9570. We'll get to Monday Night Football. We'll recap some more of the Niners and Rams and start to turn the page to the New York Giants on Thursday Night Football. I guess the second home game of the season, because technically SoFi Stadium, week 2, that was a home game.
and Shasky.
Ooh.
A little too short?
The ghetto. Talking about the ghetto. The ghetto.
So good.
The segment sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Speaking of ghetto, that's where I saw that word. Because some people like to use that word.
For what?
Jason Fatlock, I like to call him. Jason Whitlock, who is like coming at prime time and everything.
Why is he coming at prime?
I saw this tweet randomly. I don't even follow Whitlock. I muted him a long time ago. But somehow his tweet popped. Oh, that's why, because it's like the For You tweets and the people you follow. You know, on Twitter, it's like whatever, X. It's like For You. And for some reason, this tweet was for me. And Jason Fatlock was out there talking about this Colorado State game just seems ghetto. It's just real ghetto right now. It's like, what? What do you mean? No, it's chippy. It's spicy. It's a little out of control. But what makes you use the word ghetto? Like, he's the worst. I actually met him at the NABJ in 2014 in Boston, and nobody rocked with the guy. Nobody. It was so they had this big sports task force meeting. All these up-and-coming journalists, and Mark Spears is on the panel, Gary Washburn, and the who's who, right? All the top black journalists, right? And Whitlock just walks in there late, first of all. It was like 20 minutes into it. He just kind of strolls in there. And he has this little fedora on, and he, like, scans the room. It's such an arrogant, condescending
waiting
way.
for someone to notice him,
acknowledge him, like, and he's just looking. And like, I remember I was standing in the back, and I kind of nodded my head, and he just kind of looked at me. And I was like, dang. And then I remember, I'm not going to say a name, but they were like pissed. I was like, this guy does not represent us. This guy does nothing for us. I don't even know why this guy showed up. And I was like, wow.
That's powerful.
And then, it was powerful. And then you see the way his career plays out.
Yeah.
And
Well, that's what I was going to say to you is like someone like him, he exists only online.
Yeah. That's it.
In a very small vacuum. And so I just don't. I have zero emotion one way or the other.
I'm not fat shaming. I don't mean to say that about Jason Whitlock, but he's a very disrespectful human being. Very disrespectful. I remember Fort Ball one time. I was like, hey, go to the Jason Barrows Summit, man. You can go meet Jason Whitlock. I said, I want nothing to do with Jason Whitlock.
Well,
Did you not read the Deadspin story?
Yeah. Well, you have your personal reasons, and I think that, to each their own.
I just don't think he's a good role model for young journalists. Whether you're black, white, Chinese, I don't care what race or ethnicity. That's not a guy you should follow. That's not the model you should follow.
He seems very inconsistent in a lot of his thoughts.
Yeah.
And to me, whenever somebody like placates just to a small crowd on Twitter to get the thumbs up likes, I always look at them like, you're just disingenuous.
Yeah.
And I view someone like him as disingenuous.
Yeah.
Same way I view Portnoy, where I look like you do things strictly for the clout online.
Right.
You seem very generically fake.
Right, exactly.
And I view them very similar, even though there could not be more different in terms of how they go about their business. Like, I was actually talking about this the other day. There's a lot of people that are, under the CC, content creators, which I hate that term.
Right.
But, like, if you swear just to swear, it loses all of its impact, right? And I think that part of the gimmick of, the whole Barstooly thing is we can swear. Great. Is there any substance behind it?
Right.
Are you actually funny?
Right.
Are you actually entertaining?
Right.
Are you actually informative? And for me, they aren't.
No, they're
but to
not.
each their own. If others find it interesting, well, clearly
doubt.
they have their own little market.
No doubt. So I don't mean to fat shame him. I shouldn't do that, but I just don't. I don't think highly of the guy at all, and I think his peers don't think highly of him as well. As he's going from job to job to job to job to job.
There's a reason.
There's a reason for that. But we're talking about quarterbacks, and when you look at the league, and we watched bad quarterback play last night. Now Bryce Young, he's a rookie. He gets a pass.
He's young.
He's raw. He's young. You see their little talent there. He's got to get some weapons. All right, TBD on Bryce Young. Derek Carr, we kind of know who he is.
Yeah.
He's got a good team around him. Derek Carr, they won again, division games are different. Going into Carolina, it was going to be a little battle. They got it done.
I think he can win them enough games to make the playoffs in that division.
Watson,
he looks like a lost cause right now.
Oh, man.
Honestly, if we're being real, probably looks like the worst contract in sports.
Oof. Right now it does.
I mean,
I got no rebuttal for that.
Like DeGrom signed a 5-year, 170, 175, hasn't pitched at all.
Right.
They owe him $229 million going forward.
I know. At least DeGrom early in the season, you saw okay, he's still DeGrom, but you knew the injury was waiting to happen. It was done. Watson, I don't know if he could get back what he had in Houston. I don't know if it's mental. I don't know if it's the lack of weapons, the offensive system. Is this Stefanski? I have no idea.
Plus the stigma of just having him on your team.
I know. It's not good.
I mean, because I'll be real, there are a lot of people when Watson's name gets brought up, we get very, I would say, intense texts, which are not wrong. I understand people's point of view. It's very difficult to talk about these things. Our own law system couldn't find a way to clean this up properly. And so us talking about it is very difficult because we're kind of guessing and there was settlements and things like that. And
all we're trying to do is talk about the quarterback.
But even that, there is a stigma for that fan base.
I know there's a stigma. There is, no doubt. Jimmy Haslam, the owner. Kenny Pickett's just not good.
I don't think he's very good at all.
He doesn't throw the ball away. He doesn't see it. I mean, he tried to give the Cleveland Browns a couple interceptions. George Pickens was about to lose his mind on the sideline. I said, this guy can't give me the ball. This guy can't deliver anything.
As we go right back to Brock, there's always like the draft compensation. One guy's Mr. Irrelevant. One guy's a first rounder. They're in the same draft. They could not be more apart in terms of how they process information.
Right.
All right. And I'm looking at bang for buck as we talk about quarterback play. No doubt about it. The worst contract in sports to me is Deshaun Watson.
Nah.
Maybe the best in sports might be Brock Purdy.
Oh, it is. He's not even making $1 million this year.
I mean,
he's running 2-minute drills with no timeouts, going 75 yards. He's not even making $8 million this year. This guy has to shop at Kohl's right now. He can't even shop at Neiman Marcus. He can't go to Saks Fifth Avenue. He can't go to the top of the top. He can't wear Gucci right now.
Well.
I mean,
we'll get to his Toyota commercials that are coming out right now. But like the Tampa Bay Rays would drool over the value you're getting from Brock Purdy.
You don't think Billy Beane is over there saying, "Wow, look at John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan"? I've never done that.
It's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. So this year, our poll question for today, YouTube poll question. Shout out to YouTube. Of course, powered by First NorCal Credit Union and Twitch. This year, this season alone, do you need a top 5 quarterback, a quote-unquote top 5 quarterback to win the Super Bowl? Right now, 59% say no, 41% says yes.
Are we just saying any team, or are we saying the Niners?
Any team. Any team. Do you need a top 5 quarterback? Now, some teams do need a top 5 quarterback. Like Kansas City, they need Mahomes.
Yes, absolutely. But because they're paying him so much.
But I believe this season is an outlier in terms of, it would not surprise me if a quote-unquote non-top 5 quarterback was to win a Super Bowl. Because I think a lot of people don't consider Brock Purdy a top 5 quarterback.
Well, like Eli Manning is a great example. When he won at least one, you could say at least one, they did not have a top 5 team. They snuck into the playoffs. Now, by the end of the year, they were humming, right?
They had a good team. They had a really good defense.
A good team. Good. There were some great teams around at that time.
But no, Hakeem Nicks, Mario Manningham, Victor Cruz.
You went Hakeem Nicks
Hakeem Nicks is good for that.
He was solid.
Dude, Hakeem killed Green Bay in that divisional round game.
If I was going wide receivers of the 2010s, I'm not going Hakeem Nicks in the first 25 names.
Oh, yeah, the first Plaxico run. Plaxico in 07.
They're very good.
Right. Hakeem Nicks was good in that Super Bowl run. He was a beast.
I'm not denying that.
He was a beast. I wanted him to be a Niner out of North Carolina.
Were the Baltimore Ravens a top 5 team that year when they beat the Niners?
I don't think they were a top 5 team.
They were just outside of it.
They were just outside of it.
But they went on a great run.
They were outside of it.
It does feel like right now we might be having something like that. And maybe you look up and Mahomes wins another one because he's so great.
This is where I thought you were going to go with those New York Giants teams. Was Eli Manning even a top 5 quarterback during those Super Bowl years?
No, well, that's what I meant by like the quarterback.
I don't even think, quote-unquote, in terms of quarterback rankings, I don't think Eli was top 5 because you had Brady, you had Rodgers, you had Big Ben, you had Phillip Rivers, you had Drew Brees. That's just 5.
Yes.
And then if you want to throw Matt Stafford, Matt Ryan into the mix, sure, go ahead, do that. Phillip, I said Phillip Rivers. And then later on, Andrew Luck, who came in, was blazing. So he was good. He's coaching at Palo Alto now. Good story by Alex Simon.
Maybe he should coach Stanford? We'll save that for 4 down territory. I've got
Stafford. Wow.
How do you lose to Sac State?
That's embarrassing.
You know what that reminded me of?
And the former coach.
When they lost to UC Davis.
Oh, I remember that.
And Buddy Tevens, or was it Walt Harris? It was one of the two.
Walt Harris. Walt Harris.
The white Walt Harris, not
White
the one who played for the 49ers.
Yeah. Or the Chicago Bears.
Remember there were talks when they were like 1-11? Like, should they literally drop
the program?
Yes.
Yeah. And then Harbaugh came to save the day. That was a terrible losing to Sacramento State. Good luck in Japan. Laura Wakefield, that's our dear friend. She works down there at Stafford, Wash House, Washington Eagle. Laura Wakefield, good luck trying to get people to come to the game this year. Maybe I'll take Big James for Family Day Just to do you a solid, Laura.
I'll be real, though, that is a fun experience.
It's
a Stanford
great
game
experience.
is a fun experience.
It's a great experience. It's a nice stadium. It's perfect for that.
You can
for that
sit
team.
anywhere you want.
Well, especially this year. They're looking to give away some tickets. People still may not go for the free. Do I want to drive down to Paula Hotel and park? I don't know.
Now,
well, you're going to be able to get good parking. Traffic won't be that bad. You'll be able to get in and out.
You know what's going to happen? 3, 2, 1. We're going to get a Jordan Watkins text to both of us about how Stanford's really not that bad.
Jordan Watkins, J-Dub, you know it's bad. It's bad for you, boy. It's bad down at the farm. But is this the year? Is this his year? 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. And basically what we're getting at is Brock Purdy a top 5 quarterback right now? No. I'm okay with saying that.
I think he's in that 5 to 12 range right now.
That's crazy, right?
I do. I don't think that's an egregious thing to say. But look at quarterback play around the league.
If Brock Purdy's the 12th best quarterback,
you can win a Super Bowl. Yes.
I agree with that.
Yes.
I agree. I think this is the year.
Yes.
You can win a Super Bowl
I think he's
with
better
a
than
quarterback
12.
who's just outside the top 5.
We haven't seen any stinkers, right? So I am allowing, like, he's going to have a stinker at some point. We have seen a guy play, to me, somewhere in that, 5 to 12 range. I don't know, but he's been really great. He's been really good. If yesterday, and I think he's probably going to have a game where he turns the ball over multiple times. Every quarterback does in the history of the game. Every quarterback's got that multi-turnover game. It's just, it happens, all right, for whatever reason. His play has been so consistent. And if that is a bad game,
yeah,
man, we got a good player on our hands. We got a good player on our hands.
Hey, Shasky, as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC West San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Don't forget, you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch stream, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. We got Sterling Bennett on the board. We got Sam Lubin back here producing Chasky and Bonds here on the roast on a Tuesday morning. And we're talking about quarterbacks and whether or not you need a top 5 quarterback to win a Super Bowl this year. Again, I was blown away by some of the rhetoric after the win against the Rams.
What part?
The part that, oh my gosh, they did not look good. Oh my gosh, Brock Purdy missed 2 deep throws, 3 deep throws. Oh my gosh, you're not going to win. I walked out of that game thinking, okay, the quarterback was solid. Mm-hmm. Defense made adjustments. Bosa started applying pressure. Like I was listening to Dan Dibley yesterday talking about, well, Bosa didn't do anything. It's like, did you watch the second half? Did you not watch Bosa push the pocket and beat double teams and get closer and closer and closer to Matthew Stafford? 97 was in that backfield a lot in the third and fourth quarter. Fred Warner, Isaiah Oliver, they made their adjustments. But at no point did I think, boy, Brock Purdy's killing this football team. I agreed with every read and every throw he made. So far this season, if you want to talk about Patrick Peterson undercut George Kittle, okay, 1 0 throw at the most. Jimmy Garoppolo had 5 0 throws a game.
And 50 dropbacks, 60 dropbacks.
60 dropbacks, 1 0 throw.
Well, and I think when we talk about quarterback play, I'm dead serious. Whose brain, outside of Mahomes, is better than his? Forget arm and the size and being able to take hits in the pocket and all these things that, you're going to have to showcase that over a long period of time. But like brain, because if we all agree that I think brain is the most important aspect to quarterback play for Kyle Shanahan. Do you see the field? Do you process? Right. Whose brain are you taking? How many brains in the league at quarterback are you taking over Brock?
I like Mahomes' brain.
Of course.
I like Tua Tagovailoa's brain. I really like Joe Burrow's brain.
Okay.
I kind of like Jared Goff's brain, even though he threw a pick 6. But Jared Goff has he processes well.
He does.
He's taking that Detroit team to another level.
He just had an interception, but he had the longest streak of throws without an interception up to that point.
Jalen Hurts.
Yeah,
I love his brain. He's a smart customer.
Yeah.
He's a very smart player.
I agree.
Trevor Lawrence.
I love Trevor.
Trevor Lawrence,
but even he
threw up a dud on Sunday.
He has refinement to be had. Yeah, exactly.
He threw up a dud. So those are just some of the brains there. Russell Wilson, you want to say he has a brain, but it's not translating. I don't know if it's coaching. I don't know if it's personnel. I don't know what the heck is going on in Denver, Colorado. But he don't look right.
He's a guy that right now just doesn't trust what he sees at all.
Did you say Matthew Stafford has a good brain? I do. I thought he read the game very well.
I
in the
do,
first
but I
half.
also think at times he has irrational confidence, which overrides common sense.
Right.
If that makes sense, I could fit this in here, or he just gets very careless. However you want to break that down. Bosa on the back down play, Bosa's bringing pressure, the one that Fred Warner knocked down, and he's just got to get rid of it quickly. So is that being irrational? Is that just getting rid of the ball? Is that trying not to get hit?
Right.
There's many elements that get baked into why you throw a ball.
All right, so Swizzy81 spent $5 on YouTube. Swizzy81.
Thank you.
So thank you for the $5, and I guess I got to read this. Glock 13 with the extended clip. Hit multiple targets. #bars. $5 well spent.
Oh.
Glock 13 with the multiple clip. With the extended clip.
Look,
hit multiple targets.
You got to protect the ball, and you got to get the ball to your playmakers. I think we kind of overthink quarterbacking at sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes. Like you got to be able to hit the guy on the 40-yard in route. Like no, just get it out to the playmakers so they make plays and win the game, and limit the amount of negative plays for your offense. The guy does that.
How do we eliminate the negative thoughts from the fan base? Just the last 24, 48 hours. It's almost as if, oh man, we only beat the Rams 30-23. That's not good enough. I don't know where this stuff comes from.
Is there an NFL AP poll that we need to
Right. Did they drop into BCS standings? The BCS is back in the NFL. What are we doing here? It's a divisional game. Divisional games are different. Mm-hmm. The Rams are better than we all thought. And when they get Cooper Kupp, they're going to be a problem. Brock Purdy played fine. If that's Brock Purdy at his worst, think about that. Brock Purdy had a solid game. We gave him a B. Some people gave him an A-. Some people gave him a C. Whatever. He still dropped 30 points against the LA Rams. He still dropped 30 against a divisional opponent that just beat up on Seattle.
Doesn't it feel like the Brock Purdy narrative? It reminds me a lot of the Golden State Warriors. And I'm not. It's not a like-for-like comparison. But when I hear other people talk about Draymond or Klay Thompson, what do they always preface things with? Well, I don't think Klay would be a number one on another team.
Right.
Well, I don't think Draymond would be as good as he is on another team. Well, it doesn't really matter. He's on this team.
Right. Yeah, right? I don't like.
I feel like we do the same thing with Brock Purdy. It's like, well, no way he could do that with the Carolina Panthers.
Right.
Well, the Carolina Panthers aren't asking him to do it. The 49ers are asking Brock Purdy to play quarterback for them.
Feels on the Chicago Bears. Oh my God, it'd be a struggle. Yeah, I guarantee you, if you put Mahomes on the Chicago Bears, he'd struggle a little bit too.
I think he'd struggle.
I mean, come on.
To some degree, yes.
Come on. I don't.
It would look better, but how much better, I don't know.
So I
do you get where I'm going with that?
I understand
because when I hear people talk about Draymond Green, it's always and I look to some degree. I understand the point of view and I agree with it. Where it's like, hey, would Draymond look the same if he was currently on the San Antonio Spurs?
Probably not.
No, he wouldn't.
He probably has to do something different.
But part of team building, and this is what I love about building a team, is you need to get guys that fit your system, that fit into what you're doing. And sometimes when you draft someone, like I look at Joe Montana, I don't think Joe Montana would look the same had he been drafted by the Arizona Cardinals. Well, I think at the time were the St. Louis Cardinals. No, he would look different.
Right.
Boy, he was perfect for the San Francisco 49ers.
This is another thing that kind of bugs me, though. And I know where Deshaun Watson's at right now.
Uh-huh.
It's Xfinity Mobile text line 415. If you guys are giving Brock Purdy a B, I hope you gave Deshaun Watson an F- last night. We said Deshaun Watson was awful. He's not a good quarterback right now. For all the bleep you talking about, we should have drafted again. I'm sorry, with all the drama the guy has had in his career, the way he still plays it, I'm so glad we did not draft him. Well, did you feel like that before all the shenanigans went down a couple years ago? Let's not react to new information and say, oh, I'm so glad we didn't draft him. Because I guarantee you didn't feel like that after 2017 and 18. I guarantee you didn't feel like that after 2019. I guarantee you to feel like that in the offseason of 2021. So I don't want to hear that. 199. Still radio. Same exact conversation every day. Actually, it's a little different. But selective hearing, I guess. Selective listening. I see you spend $2. I'll read it, Shasky. I don't care.
In the words of Jay-Z, do you listen to music or do you just skim through it?
I think they just skimmed through it.
Here's my favorite 650 text that I've seen thus far. Rated BP13. I kind of like that.
PP13.
I kind of like that.
I like that.
Yeah.
I really like that.
I do like that.
I kind of like that.
Let's go to Sonny at Fairfield real quick before we hit the break. Sonny, what's happening?
Sonny.
You're on a roast.
Hey, man, everybody's talking about Brock Purdy. He's not doing this. He's not doing that. You know what he is doing is winning football games.
Thank you.
And, eventually what happens is we have that conversation. Not comparing Purdy to anybody by any means yet, but you know how everybody says, well, who led who? Was it Belichick or Brady who made the Patriots great? Well, I think we're just an example here where we know that Shanahan is what makes the 49ers great. No matter what Brock Purdy does, I think we all know that this is all Shanahan, and Brock Purdy's just doing his job.
There you go. He is just doing his job, and that's what's coming up on the game, sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein, Brian Baldinger, 7:30. Brock Purdy's just doing his job. Is he doing a good enough job to get the Niners to the promised land? They're 2-0 so far, and he hasn't lost a regular season game. So he's doing his job pretty damn well. If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein, because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-888-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
How do you want it? How do you want it? Do you want a little Debo? You want a little Ayuk? You want a little Kittle? Want some McCaffrey? How do you want it, defenses? Bosa. Warner. Hargrave. How about Mook Dog?
Hell yeah.
Javon Kinlaw. How about Mook Dog? He told you, Matt Mayoko, he was really a freak, though. And you go see.
You watched quarterbacks last night. And we all watched them.
It was bad.
Right. No, it was. It was bad. And we've watched over the weekend. We've watched for years. Of the 4 guys you saw last night, any of them operating the 49er offense better than Brock Purdy?
No.
Like
Derek Carr may have an argument, but they haven't done much with the Saints yet. They struggled in a couple Ks, but they're 2-0.
I mean, Carr's got nice arm, you know. Is he as rhythmic in terms of the processing as Brock?
He's a little robotic.
Right?
He's a little robotic.
Feels like he's got to see it before he can throw it open.
Right.
Like, I look at Deshaun Watson, and believe me, I fantasized about having...
Hold on, real quick. Let me stop you. Young Carr, before the injury, was just ripping it. Young Carr, before he broke that fibula in 2016, dude was a slinger. He would throw it. He would take all shots. I was like, okay, this is a guy you could build around. The injury took a little bit from him, but I'm starting to see glimpses of it, like the deep shot late in the game to make it 20-9 and put the game away.
Yes.
That was a ballsy play by Derek Carr.
I agree, but I just want Niner fans to, use your eyes. This offense has been so good. This offense has been fluid and humming, and okay, you got a Dallas game where it didn't look great. That's an elite defense. I think we would all agree. Top 2 in the league.
Yeah.
And I look at what Brock Purdy's done with this offense, and they just boom, 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 boom. And you look up and they move the ball.
Yep.
They're constantly in scoring position. When they go 3 and out, it's like, whoa.
It's a shocker.
What happened here? When they punt, you feel like, what happened here?
No, this is a good team. This is a good, well-balanced offense. 30 points a game so far. They've outscored their opponents 60-30, doubled up, and really they left money on the board. They've left money on the table here in the first 2 weeks of the season. Pittsburgh, they just shut the playbook down. They didn't have to do anything. McCaffrey breaks off the 65-yard run. It's 27-7. It's like, all right, let's just get ready for the flight home and get some rest. Shut down the playbook. Last week, okay, you scrap for 30 points. Mm-hmm. But you're 30 against a divisional opponent. That's a big milestone for the 49ers who averaged 30 points a game in the first 2 weeks of the season. By the way, Dominic just spent $10 on the super chat on YouTube. Shout out to Dominic. Could you imagine if Pickett or any other quarterback was 10-0? Everyone would be going wild.
That's a good point.
Great show. Keep doing what you do, guys.
It's a great point.
Brock's undefeated.
Well,
Brock's undefeated.
What a lot of, if you ever even a little bit tried to criticize Jimmy Garoppolo, what was the number one thing that you would hear back as
he wins games? He's a winner. He's a winner. But Brock does it by taking more chances. Brock does it by not turning the ball over.
Protecting it more, yes.
I mean,
protecting
would you
his
rather
body
have
more?
His body, and not throwing the no throws.
It feels like, and again, I'm going straight off the field, that the guy has more of a calming presence in that huddle and at the line. Mm-hmm. It really feels like Brock is in there. Did you see him yelling at Debo? I was watching the game back, and he's yelling at Debo on where to line up, and I'm saying to myself, God, man, that's command right there.
Well, he's a captain for a reason, right? He's got the C on his chest for a reason. The players voted for him. He's won their respect. By the way, I see this text here. You're so right, 925. We will get into it at some point today. Xfinity mobile text line. Warriors training camp starts October 3rd. Less than 2 weeks. Just saying. Trust me. We are well aware of what's going on with the Golden State Warriors.
There was a photo. I don't even know who that person was that posted it.
Travis Walton.
Who is that?
I think he's Draymond's agent, I believe. Okay. One of his confidants from
so
Michigan
State. I didn't know who it was. Yeah. But it's with a shirtless Chris Paul.
Yeah.
And I showed it to my wife. She says, it's the best he's ever looked.
Chris Paul and Draymond Green working out together. Dwight Howard will be meeting with the Warriors at some point this week. Let's get crazy,
Wait,
folks.
D. Howe?
D. Howard. Remember Dwight Howard last year wanted to be a Warrior.
He
wanted to be a Warrior last year.
This is the Xfinity text line's greatest wish. How many texts have come through 95.7 The Game in the last 5 years asking about Dwight Howard?
I think his mental's already a good spot. His dad wanted to come on the show and make a case for Dwight Howard being a Golden State Warrior. Well, he went down to Taiwan, humbled himself. Where's his body at? Where's his mentals at? I'm not, listen.
I want to talk
They
about
took
that.
a chance on JaVale McGee. And a lot of people said that JaVale McGee, really? The guy from
He
Shaq
was
to
good
Fool?
for the Warriors.
And he was really good for the Warriors.
Yeah.
And he only played 9 minutes a game. He averaged 9 minutes a game for the Warriors.
If DeAndre Jordan could be on the bench for the Denver Nuggets, clapping it up for Nikola Jokic, why can't Dwight Howard give me a couple of spot minutes in the regular season?
Hey, I'm not mad at it.
I'm not either.
So just don't shoot no threes. Don't think you're a three-point shooter. But you know what? Let's get crazy.
Could you imagine him and Kuminga on the road together?
Oh, my God. Imagine the second unit. Kuminga, Sarge, Dwight Howard, CP3, mixed in with Clay.
It's the all-personality team.
Oh, my gosh. No, trust me. 925, Xfinity Mobile text line.
I'm kind of...
We are well aware. We're trying to get there. We're trying to get the morning roast at Chase Center from Media Day. We're having some back and forth with the boss man because we're not getting any guests. I just need to be there.
Well,
I need to be there to fill it.
the boss yesterday, he, was out of the office.
Yes, he was. Was that good for him? Was his mentals good being out of the office?
Yeah, he's too hard on himself on the golf course, though.
I
Matt.
believe
Getting very frustrated. He was hitting bombs. He hit some nukes. He did.
Did you outplay him?
We played fine. We played fine yesterday. Here's the thing. It's very difficult to putt on that lake course right now. It is like putting on ice. We played at the Olympic Club for the
degrees
media
are
day.
fast, huh?
Fast is an understatement. They were lightning. Lightning.
Hey.
Usually I'm a very good putter. Like that's one of the areas of my game. Short game is one of the areas of my game that really translate. Yesterday, I did not have a one putt at all day.
Wow.
I was 2-putting and 3-putting everything.
Wow.
I mean, I hit a beautiful drive and then a perfect 8-iron on whatever that was, 10, 11 downhill. This ball came flying at a high 8-iron, drove it in. It bounced on the front of the green, rolled all the way to the back, flew off.
Right.
And I ended up 3-putting after that. Wow. I mean, it should have been a birdie putt.
I was over there putting down Lombard.
That's so sweet.
And I could tell the greens were fast. I was just tapping it.
Yeah. Oh, no, we call that just breathing on it.
Yeah, just breathing on it. Daniel Connolly, shout out to him, man. He gave me some nice tips. I got the bug, man. I love it. Was fun to just bring out the shrink size, pull it out the truck, put on the cleats. Made me feel some type of way.
I know we've got Baldy, who's a great personality, coming up in 5 minutes.
You think Baldy golfs? He doesn't golf.
No, but I'd love to have him in my foursome for the stories. And I ran into your boy Jason Dumas yesterday.
He was out there. He was
looking
out
like
there.
Tiger Woods. He had the full TW fit.
He may be part of the Olympic Club very, very soon. I'm actually going to take him to the City Club tomorrow. Maybe we all go there. I told him to take him to the hot tub, the sauna, and whatnot.
I've got a big game, big championship game tomorrow, or playoff, and then championship afterwards, hopefully, if we make it. Knock on wood, for the O Club tomorrow.
Right. There you go.
Softball team.
What time?
6:50 at Jackson.
All right. Wednesday night.
Yeah, you will not be there. I know you.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
They're just having baby Chaz. Yeah. It's family time.
She would enjoy it, though.
She would. I know she would.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll bring her out there one of these days. Right now, we got a potty train and all this stuff.
Yeah.
It's a lot right now. It's a lot. I'm losing hair just thinking about it. Seriously. Stressed out.
Well, at least you have hair to lose.
Right. Trust me, though. We're not talking parades, 408. We're not talking about Super Bowls. It's week 2. It's week 3.
This year is our year.
I think it's our year, but I'm not going there.
Well, it feels like the NFL, if we're just being real, the NFL right now, as you survey the landscape, and things can change dramatically. We know this. Injuries. Who saw Chubb going down the way he did?
So now all of a sudden that game looks even more winnable against Cleveland.
But right now, it feels like it's Philly. It feels like it's Dallas. Maybe you put New Orleans. Maybe you put Detroit.
Maybe
Seattle. Again, maybe Seattle.
It's the Niners,
maybe
Eagles,
the Rams.
Right.
But it does not feel as formidable as the AFC.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Not with this roster. Not with this coach. And Eric Armstead said this in the first week of training camp. We all sat in that press room. I think Sterling was in there as well. And Sam Lubman, we sat next to each other. Armstead looked at the camera. And somebody asked him about the expectations. He said, look, man, there's 6 to 8 teams with a legit shot to win a Super Bowl. We feel like we're one of those 6 to 8 teams. So that's how the Niners are looking at it. And again, we'll say this every single week in the back of our minds, whether it's Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy, Deebo Samuel, the entire organization, you and I, Shasky, we all know this season is coming down to January. Are they going to end up in Las Vegas? Are they going to end up playing for a Super Bowl? Are they going to end up winning a Super Bowl? That's what the season's about, but we're enjoying the journey. And right now, this Week 2 journey, beating the Rams, coming back in the way they did, running that 2-minute drill before halftime, I thought it was beautiful.
I can't wait to talk to Baldy and ask him a question about Nick Bosa. I know he put out a video about Nick Bosa.
Yep.
A lot of people were, hitting me up and saying, hey, TJ Watt is dominating right now and has X amount of sacks. Why doesn't Bosa have any? And I watched the Baldy video, and it's like, well, he may not have any sacks, but from Baldy's point of view, and a guy who studies the film and has played offensive line in the NFL, he's like, no, he still has that impact, even though he doesn't have the sack numbers.
The second half, right in front of me, Shasky, I'm at SoFi Stadium. I'm saying 97 is getting closer and closer and closer. Forced a holding penalty. Probably could have been called, or the Rams offensive line could have been called for a few more holds. Bosa was coming, and he's beating doubles. He's getting closer and closer, getting his legs back to him. The sacks will come. They will come in bunches. The pressures are there. His impact is there. He's helping out other guys. So I'm not freaking out about Bosa. But that's the thing. You see the sack numbers, you're like, okay, this guy doesn't have any sacks. He's not any good. That's not fair.
No, that's not fair. On the other end of the spectrum, you got to acknowledge TJ Watt is incredible.
He's a baller.
He is incredible.
He's a baller. He took advantage.
You told me something walking in today that I was shocked about him as the all-time.
Yeah, he's the all-time sack leader of Pittsburgh Steelers history. This is a franchise that had Mean Joe Green, Jack Lambert, Greg Lloyd, Kevin Green, James Harrison, Joey Porter. I'm missing some guys. LC Greenwood. I'm missing some dudes.
That honestly, my jaw's dropped. No, but you have to acknowledge that in the 70s they didn't record. I believe it was 78 or 79 was when they started to record the actual sacks. Because Deacon Jones claims he got 25 sacks in a season.
Somebody tweeted at me, though. They were like, hey, man, Mean Joe Green had like 78 and a half, and LC Greenwood had 77 and a half. Just the fact that he's the all-time leader of Pittsburgh Steelers history.
Well, because there's the unofficial sacks, and then there's this is the same thing with the Niners, right? There's the unofficial, there's the official, but the fact that he's even on that short list, he's 27.
I know. 28 years old.
28, okay. 20. He's 28.
He's a monster.
Does he look like he's slowing down?
No, he's getting better. Is what's happening. All right, let's get to Shark.
God,
Let's get to our man, Baldy. Our main man, Brian Baldinger, back on the morning roast. He joins us every single Tuesday, 7:30. We look forward to it every single week, and he's the best in the business when it comes to breaking down the film, calling the games. He was out in Jacksonville, calling Chiefs-Jaguars in a defensive battle, which was very unexpected, but give the Chiefs credit for slowing down Trevor Lawrence and that Jaguars offense. Baldy, good morning to you. Niners approved to 2-0. And before we even get into Brock Purdy, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, and all the good things happening with the 49ers right now, I do want to ask you, because I was down at SoFi Stadium, and it felt like it was 80 to 85% Niner fans down there. They really took it over. I called it the unofficial official home opener for the 49ers. They were selling Niners gear outside of SoFi Stadium. I do want to ask you this, Baldy. When you played, whether it was with the Cowboys, the Eagles, did you notice, did Niner fans travel like this back in the 80s when they were in dirt? They were in the midst of that dynastic run with Joe Montana and Dwight Clark and Jerry Rice. I don't remember Niner fans traveling like this. Do you remember Niner fans traveling like this when you played against them at home, whenever you played against them, Baldy?
No, I don't. And I remember when I was in Indianapolis, we opened up with the 49ers in Indianapolis one year. Like, I don't know, maybe 1990 or something like that. Anyways, we got beat by the Niners that day. I remember Jerry Rice catching a 5-yard, shallow cross from Joe and went the distance to the house. I don't remember any 49er fans in the building. But I was in Pittsburgh last week, and, once the Steelers got run out of the gym there, it was all 49er fans.
Wow.
And then I've seen SoFi Stadium packed with 49er fans. I don't know how many are traveling and how many actually live in Los Angeles now. It's hard to gauge. But they are. It's a home game. It's a home game when they play at SoFi right now. It just is, and it seems like it's the trend now. It's like they want to be known for that.
Right.
They want to be known as a team that travels better than any other team. And they might very well be doing that right now.
Well, I saw a lot of 97 jerseys on television that they were showing, and that's Nick Bosa. And we were talking about TJ Watt and how amazing he is. And I think a lot of Niner fans were down on Nick Bosa because he doesn't have a sack. He doesn't have any sack numbers. And you posted a really nice video that you can go to your social media page and check it out. What did you think Nick Bosa did in this game?
Well, I thought he impacted the game. I mean, you force 2 holding calls, you get a couple tackle for losses. The game comes down to a 4th down play, makes the play on 4th down. He's making an impact. I think that, they're not a blitz team. They're just a front 4 team. I mean, every once in a while, Fred Warner will, add to the mix. They're not a team that zone pressures or attacks from one side. They're basically a front 4 team with Drake Jackson and Bosa and Armstead and Hargrave right now, and they get after you with 4. And so if they want to chip you and double you and slide to you, he's going to get all that, which he's used to. It's no big deal. But I saw him making some good plays out there. You got to remember now, he missed all of the offseason, all of training camp. This is his preseason right now. I expect him, against the Giants this week. And I don't know if Andrew Thomas is going, but their tackles aren't very good. And it's a short week. I would expect to see those numbers start to pick up real soon.
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast, presented by our proud partner, Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Baldy, when I walked out that stadium, I thought, boy, the Niners have a quarterback here. I thought Brock Purdy was solid. He made all the right reads. I thought his drive right before halftime, 75 yards, no timeout, was absolutely beautiful. It was surgical to tie that football game and flip the momentum of that football game. But then I walk out the stadium and you get on Twitter and you start getting texts. Oh, he missed the deep throws. He missed the deep throws. Oh, my God, he missed the deep throws. Should we be concerned with Brock Purdy missing a couple deep shots here? I get it. He's got to hit those. Those are layups. But it's week 2, and they score 30. I'm not pressed about Brock Purdy missing a couple deep passes. What would you tell Niner fans who are concerned about Purdy missing those deep throws?
Well, I could go a couple different directions, Bonte, on it. Yes, he missed the Debo. He missed Ayuk on deep shots, no doubt. I also made up for him with some great throws, too, some great deep throws. One was interference in the end zone, which would have been a touchdown if Debo wasn't interfered with. But, I remember talking to Troy Aikman just about quarterback play, and he said that the last thing to come for a quarterback is the touch on the deep ball. You can hit all the intermediate stuff like he does, like routinely. You can hit all the short stuff and the perimeter game stuff, and he puts it on a tee for all those guys. And I think Troy's right. I think the last thing to come is the touch on a deep ball. You don't want to underthrow it, because then those plays tend to be picked off. So you want to overthrow it if you have to. And it's just tough to gauge. And here's the why it's tough to gauge. Because nobody goes full speed in practice. Nobody. Nobody's pulling hamstrings out there in practice. If the ball is sailing on Brandon Ayuk in practice, he's just going to let it sail. He's not going to go get it. Nobody goes 100%. They might go 90 or 85, but in the game, they're going 100. And so you just don't get to see the speed of the game from practice to the game. You just don't. And so it's something that it takes time. It takes time to develop, and you don't get a lot of chances. They took 4 deep shots. They connected on 2, while 1 was pass interference, and they missed 2. But everything else in between was just gold. And his reads and the way that he goes through his progressions, I mean, he's really, really good. He hasn't made a mistake yet. Hadn't put the ball on the carpet. Hadn't thrown a pass that could be intercepted. I'll take mistake-free football with a couple missed deep shots any day of the week.
I'm with you.
I thought he had a couple of really nice high-level plays. The 3rd and 7 on the first drive to Ayuk over the middle is just pinpoint accurate. And then in the 2-minute drive with no timeouts, he hits Juwan Jennings, little subtle movement to the left, and then a layered touch throw over the linebacker. I mean, there's a lot to love about this guy.
All those things, Joe. I mean, you're spot on. I can see all those plays you just mentioned in my head. But he seems to have a really good connection with Ayuk already. He just does. I mean, throwing the ball with anticipation. The ball's out of his hands before Ayuk's coming out of his breaks. Ayuk is their best receiver because he's their best route runner. I mean, Debo can just run you over and he can truck you. He can do a lot of physical things. Right. But as far as just a complete receiver where you're running these routes, you're turning quarterbacks' hips, you're coming out of your breaks just so smooth. He's their best target, and it just looks like right now that Brock has just a great touch with him on it.
Baldy, who does Christian McCaffrey remind you of? You've seen a lot of great running backs. You played with a lot of great running backs. He may be. We've seen Roger Craig out here, Frank Gore, you name it, Ricky Waters. Christian McCaffrey may be as good as all those guys I just mentioned.
Well, I guess I could throw names out at you, but why? Like, he's McCaffrey. I played with 2 Hall of Fame running backs in Tony Dorsett and Eric Dickerson.
Right.
He doesn't remind me of either one of those guys.
Right.
Because, honestly, he catches the ball better than either one of those guys do. But, we've just seen him go like these ridiculous long runs 2 weeks in a row. Now, they're well-blocked. They're well-blocked plays. But he still has unbelievable patience. He still has to make people miss. They can't block everybody. He's still either low-hurdling a guy or he's spinning on contact on a guy. But back-to-back weeks, we've seen 50-plus yard runs from him. And so those plays are just, they're just special. He's just a special player. And I don't know that he needs a comp, to be honest with you. I think at some point down the road, people are going to try and say, does it remind you of McCaffrey?
Right.
Kind of reminds me of McCaffrey. That might be 2 years from now. It might be 5 years. It might be 10 years from now. But, I think people are going to try to compare other people to McCaffrey because he's kind of creating his own model right now.
Well, doesn't a guy like that, too, and I'm looking around the league, Derrick Henry, what he does for Tennessee, what some of these great backs do for their teams, what Nick Chubb was doing for the Cleveland Browns, our condolences go out to Nick Chubb, our prayers go out to him when he suffered a gruesome knee injury, but there's no doubt he changed that Cleveland offense, and what McCaffrey's done for this Niners offense. Running backs do matter, Baldy. It kind of ticks me off when I hear, well, running backs don't matter. You can just plug and play anybody in the system. No, I believe you need a home run hitter to loosen up that box. And what McCaffrey's done in his 49er system, there's no doubt that running backs matter. Do you kind of cringe when you hear that conversation week in and week out, year in and year out?
Well, you saw that graphic last night with Nick Chubb, and you saw, Jamal Charles had a year where in a career, it was shortened. But, he averaged over 5.4 yards a carry, and you saw the great Bo. He's in that company. 5 straight years in a row, Nick Chubb averaged over 5 yards a carry. Jim Brown never did that. Eric Dickerson never did that. He averaged over 5 yards a carry every year. And, the longest run in Cleveland Brown history is Nick Chubb of 91 yards against the Falcons. He's just an amazing player. And I always feel like, we're minus Aaron Rodgers right now. You're seeing Joe Burrow, really banged up. We'll see where we can go. We can't play this game with backup quarterbacks. We need great quarterbacks, but we need great running backs.
Yeah.
We're a league and a fan base that's built around stars. And it could be because you play fantasy, and that's great. There's a great place for fantasy in this business. But we need our star players on the field. Those are the players our eyes tell us they're special. And when you lose a Nick Chubb like that last night, it hurts. It really hurts. Look, Jerome Ford played great, but he's not going to be Nick Chubb.
No.
And so we need our stars on the field for as long as we possibly can keep them on the field.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And a guy who was banged up last year, Debo, he looked great in this game. And I'm looking at the combination between him and McCaffrey. Does anyone have a weaponry like that? I know we have great duos. I know we have a great wide receiver and a running back. But 2 all-purpose players like that. They could do pretty much anything in both the run and pass game.
Well, they're very interchangeable. If you look at Atlanta, Bijan is that guy right now. He's really special. And if they get Cordero Patterson back anytime soon, they've got a lot of interchangeable parts. But I go back to, honestly, your basketball team right there, Golden State. They came out with the name of just positionless basketball, and it's almost been adopted into football, where it is positionless. Tight ends are now flexed. They're all over the place. You're seeing running backs line up a receiver that run routes like wide receivers. It's just cross-training all these guys where you go, okay, let's put Bijan in the slot and we'll put Tyler Algier or, at running back. Or we'll put Debo at running back. We'll put McCaffrey out there. So when you break the huddle, if you huddle, that might just completely go away here real soon. You're not really sure, how to match up when you break the huddle. What personnel do you put on the field to match up with it, and then where are they going to line up? And so it does create it creates some confusion for the defense right now.
What's going on with George Kittle right now? I know we love it when he catches the ball and runs over somebody, and I saw some really nice blocks in this one. He only had a couple of catches. Is he staying in to help block against a guy like Aaron Donald, or is he being used as a decoy? Are they just not throwing to him? Well, what are you seeing that's going on with George Kittle right now?
I think that, they're just finding the open receiver right now. And it's not that George isn't open. These things happen really quick. They come in bunches. He was off to a slow start last year. And then, Purdy came in and, he caught 7 touchdown passes in the second half of the season. They're going to come in bunches. Plays are going to break down. He's going to go beyond the X's and O's the way Kelsey does, the way Waller does, and he's going to get his share. But right now, the offense is clicking, period. And so you can't say, well, not everybody is going to get the action, especially if McCaffrey's playing as good as he is and Ayuk is. And so there are going to be games where it might be this week against the Giants, where they say, Wink Martindale says on Thursday night, this Ayuk, man, we're going to double this guy. He's not going to beat us. So something else might open up, or McCaffrey's not going to beat us. I mean, he's going to try to take something away, and it could very well open up things for Kittle.
We'll get to the New York Giants in just a second, Baldy, but I want to ask you about the offensive line. And, we love to talk offensive line on the Morning Roast. I've watched one of your videos with Trent Williams and how the Niners are running left behind Big Banks and Big Williams. Can they run right behind Burford and McKivitz? Because if they can do that, it feels like going to make this offense complete. What do you think about running to the right side of the offensive line? Because we all know they can run behind Big Trent and Big Aaron Banks.
Well, they run right, but they always end up behind Trent, and they cut back because he's just blocking 1 or 2 guys or just creating a lane, and so the cutback is there and you take it. I mean, you're going to go to where the daylight is, and Trent creates daylight. I mean, Zeke Elliott used to say in Dallas that every run ended up behind Zach Martin, and for good reason. And I feel like that's the same case with Trent. And it's not a knock on McKivitz or Burford or anybody else. I mean, you play as one. He's just that good, and he's just that dominant. And it's interesting because the offense is different than almost every other offense out there. Mm-hmm. Credit Kyle. Mm-hmm. But I don't believe Trent can be as good in another offense as he is in this offense, just because of how wide open it is and how they stretch the defense. Like, he just excels in this, toss crack, he's getting out and pulling. Like, it plays to all of his strengths. And that's a credit, because you don't ever hear anybody talking about offensive line playing within a particular scheme that accents all of his skills.
That's really interesting. What was the big difference in the first half to the second half for the 49er defense? Because it felt like in the first half, McVay and Nakua and Stafford were slinging it all over the field. They were still getting yards in the second half. What did the defense, in particular, Steve Wilks, do to change things up?
I don't think he really did anything. I think they just played a lot better.
Gotcha.
I mean, the Rams blocked really well up front. I mean, this Steve Avila at left guard, Alaric Jackson, they blocked up their twist stunts. They cracked some holes in the run game, and really it's just about getting off blocks and defeating blocks. I mean, I don't think they did anything different. I don't think they came in at halftime and schemed anything different. I think they just played a whole lot better in the second half and put a lot more pressure on Stafford in the second half they did the first half.
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Russell on 85.7 The Game. Maybe this question is a bit premature, something we'll revisit around Thanksgiving, but so far through 2 weeks, I feel like Shanahan has gotten better in situational football. He's actually been a little bit more of a gambler. We saw the opening drive against Pittsburgh. He goes for it on 4th and 2, 4th and 3. They get the first down to George Kittle. You see him go for it at the end of halftime there. 1 second left. Hey, Brock Purdy, go sneak it for a touchdown. Have you seen Shanahan improve from last year to this year? And if you have, in what areas have you seen him improve in?
Well, I mean, he's got a second year with this quarterback who's just special. So, he's got Brock Purdy, and if you have a guy that you can really trust, whether it's short yardage or going for it on 4th down, whatever, I mean, it's all quarterback-based. And so he's got a quarterback that I don't think he started 17 games yet, but, he's not even close to it. So, I mean, he's got a quarterback that he can win with right now, that actually does what he asked him to do, and he does it almost effortless. So I think that's part of it. But let's face it, Bonte. For Kyle Shanahan is only going to be evaluated in the postseason.
No doubt.
You could be the number one offensive football this year, And they might very well be. But he's only going to get evaluated. It's just because of his track record in Atlanta, Super Bowls, championship games, he's only going to get evaluated. Until he wins a Super Bowl, people are always going to say, but. They're going to say, Kyle Shanahan, but. That's what they're going to say. And it's probably not fair, but that's just the way it goes.
What'd you notice from the secondary? Is this something that can get exposed in the NFC in terms of spreading them out, throwing the ball? Because Nakua was fantastic. I thought Tutu was fantastic. Stafford was really good at times. Like, I know there's only a handful of teams. Should we be worried about the secondary in terms of the pass game?
I don't think so because they're not giving up the big play. I mean, look, Nakua can run, 27-yard stop routes.
Right.
And Stafford completely trusts the kid. The ball's out of his. He trusts him as much as he trusts Cooper Kupp already. Like, I don't know how that happened, but the chemistry is there.
He's a stud.
And so the 49ers are his own team. So Nakua has a great feel for the zone, where to sit down, where to stop. Stafford sees it. They're seeing it the same way. Tutu has got excellent speed, but they're not getting the ball's not being thrown over their heads right now. Right. And so that's what gives me faith that Travarius has been outstanding. All right? And anybody they're playing on the other side has been good. But I think that I don't think there's any cause for concern. You could all those catches to Nakua, 15 receptions, whatever it was, they're all underneath and they're all getting tackled immediately. Not like they're missing tackles. They're not. I mean, Greenlaw and Fred don't miss. So, I mean, they get their, they hit their bullseyes, man. Like every chance they get.
Fred Warner with a big second half, finished with 11 tackles, a big sack. He's playing at a DPOY level. TJ Watt has something to say about that. We saw it last night on Monday Night Football. He is so good. But looking at the New York Giants, though, Baldy, blown out 40-0 week 1 against the Cowboys. Down 20-0. At one point in the season, they're outscored 60-0. But they rally to beat the Arizona Cardinals. And we know the Cardinals are not going to be very good this year. But the Giants outscored 31-8 in the second half here. They're probably going to be without Saquon Barkley, with the ankle injury. What type of team is this right now? What type of defense are we seeing? You mentioned their offensive line having some holes there, which benefits the Niners' defensive line. What type of team are we going to see Thursday night at Levi Stadium from the East Coast?
Well, they played a rookie guard who never played before. They had a backup left tackle for a Pro Bowl left tackle. And they said at halftime, enough. Wink Martindale cussed out his defense and said, we're so much better than this, and I'm challenging you to shut this team down. I mean, just put it on them. And then the first play of the third quarter, Brian Dable said, enough of this. And they went straight down the field to Jalen Hyatt, who can fly. And so don't misjudge this kid's speed. He's so smooth, he glides, but he runs right by you. And he ran right by the Arizona Cardinals for, 70 yards. And so they got right back in the game. And, and then Daniel Jones, you have to account for him. He's a very good runner, whether he's scrambling or running. Ran for a 14-yard touchdown on the board. But he's a very good runner. As much as talented as Saquon is, this kid, Eric Gray out of Oklahoma, he's a good back.
Okay.
He's a really good back. I saw him in preseason. He'll be up this week. Brett Breida. You know what kind of speed Breida has. I mean, that's what you're going to see. You can't sleep on what the Giants did in the second half against Arizona. They put up 31 points in the second half. Like, anybody that does that should get your attention.
Daniel Jones reminds me a lot of Alex Smith. I think his arm might be a little better than Alex Smith's, but just like the play type and body type, I don't know. Maybe I'm reaching too much there. Thursday football. Well, did you play any Thanksgiving games back in the day?
He's a Cowboy.
Yeah, I know. So,
on Thanksgiving.
What's your thoughts on Thursday football? Because, I mean, with Ayuk's shoulder or collarbone or whatever that injury is, with Saquon, I mean, he was probably going to miss this weekend anyway. It feels like a quick turnaround.
It is, but I mean, like Bonte said, I played in Dallas, so we always played on Thanksgiving, and Landry, who was our coach back then, had a great system. You prepared yourself to play 2 games in 4 days. And it's about treatment. It's about healing up. It's about mental reps. It's about a lot of different things. I mean, at least they don't have to travel. They get their home opener. The Giants got a short week, after being on the road. So this is a tough turnaround for the Giants, a lot tougher than the 49ers. And so, but that's just what you get a mini bye. You come off that with 10 days of rest, and so you prepare yourself to win 2 games in 4 days. And the guys who are banged up, you make those evaluations for the long term, since this is so early in the season. You probably, if they're nicked pretty good, you probably sit them and you go to the next guy up and get ready for the long haul.
You brought up, before we let you go, Baldy, I want to know where you're going to be at this weekend. You know I love that stuff, wherever you're going to be, whether it's college or pro. But Kayvon Thibodeau, first-round pick out of Oregon. Dexter Lawrence, on paper, Dexter Lawrence, one of the best D tackles in football. And they traded for Isaiah Simmons, which I thought was a sneaky deal for the New York Giants, taking him from Arizona, paired with Wink Martindale, who you mentioned, who's a very good defensive coordinator, long-time Ravens defensive coordinator. Is this defense going to be the Niners' stiffest challenge to start this season? We thought Pittsburgh would be, and they ran right through Pittsburgh. Where's this Giants defense at right now? You talked about them limiting Arizona to eight points, but the fact that they were down 20-0, what's going on with that Giants defense? What should we look for?
Well, the strength of the defense is really their front, with Big Cat Williams and Dexter Lawrence and the Bobby Okereke, who, came in via free agency as a middle linebacker. They're starting 2 rookie corners. Trey Hawkins is a free agent. He's a starting corner.
Right.
You put 2 rookie corners out there, you're going to get tested out there. And so, but they held up pretty good in the second half. But I have not seen very much from Kayvon in the first 2 games, to be honest with you. He's been disappointing to me. I'm sure he's been disappointing to Giant fans. It doesn't mean that he's going to sleepwalk, through the season. He's got to get better. He's got to recognize things quicker. His eyes aren't right yet, but he's got great suddenness and great quickness. I like to see him play with more power than he has. But they've got a lot of different ways they can get to the quarterback. Wink Martindale is the king of creating free hitters to the quarterback. He's excellent at doing it, at breaking down your protections. That's what he spends most of his week doing, breaking down Kyle Shanahan's protections. So I would be, I'd be looking out for that this week.
It sounds like it's going to be a fist fight at Levi's Thursday night. All rivalry. New York Giants and the Niners have some classic playoff games in the past, classic regular season games as well. Baldy, where are you going to be at this weekend? We always love to know. You've had 2 great games to start, Pittsburgh and the Niners, and, of course, Kansas City, Jacksonville. Where's week 3 leading Baldy to?
Probably have the Disappointment Bowl going on this week up in the Great White North, where the 0-2 Chargers and 0-2 Vikings are getting it on. The loser of that game is so deep in the crypt, I don't know that anybody at 0-3 in this league can come out of it. But one of those teams is going to be in the crypt. So that alone should make it exciting, because I don't think anybody expected the Chargers and Vikings to be 0-2 at this point.
It's going to be a lot of fireworks in that game. I think offense is going to be – that
in the
scoreboard's going to
post-game
get lit
presser
up.
for Brandon Staley?
Oh, boy, yeah. Not good.
Joe, it's mounting because they do things defensively that just –
He can't get a stop, Baldy. He's a defensive guy who has good personnel, and he can't get a stop.
Great personnel. They got some studs out there.
No, they got beat by Tyreek in the first week, and last week they got beat on some 2 deep shots. And they got 7 guys guarding grass and 2 receivers running right behind them. It's just it's a head scratcher right now.
All right, Baldy. We'll talk to you next week. Safe travels up to Minnesota, man. Go visit that beautiful stadium up there, man. That U.S. Bank Stadium's nice.
We just call it the bank. I'm looking forward, and we all love going to the bank.
We love going to the bank.
Sometimes it's for deposit, and sometimes it's to go watch some football. So I'm excited.
But for us, it's overdrafted that account there, man. Because we're broke working in radio, man. Baldy.
I need a cashier's check.
Baldy, take care, man. Safe travels.
Okay, guys.
All right, man. Brian Baldinger will react to him in the 8 o'clock hour.
Sandwich.
No doubt about that. From Baldy to the injury report.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurt.
Gosh, what a
Brought to you by Boxer & Person, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, 2 star players could be absent for Thursday night showdown between the Niners and the Giants. Barkley's ankle showed an ordinary ankle sprain, according to Adam Schefter of ESPN. That is expected to sideline him for at least 3 weeks. So no Saquon at Levi's. How about Brendan Ayuk?
I just have an ordinary ankle sprain. Keep going.
It's just ordinary. For the Niners, Brendan Ayuk is questionable as he continues to nurse an injury to his left shoulder he sustained in the first quarter of Sunday. What happened on the first drive? Only thing Kyle Shanahan had to say about Ayuk was that it was too early to have all the answers to the injuries yet. We'll break down Ayuk's injury. We'll play some Shanahan sound on the other side. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Guzzard, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm. Shout out to Hillary and the crew up there, Justin as well.
Yeah.
Helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking. No compromises. 888-957-9570. Your phone calls will play some sound from Shady's conference call yesterday and get you ready for the New York Giants and the 49ers on Thursday. Quick turnaround for the Niners. Oh, baby, what is happening on a Tuesday morning? Short week for the Niners. They play Thursday against the Giants, so good morning to everybody getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're stuck in traffic, hopefully you're listening to us and having a good time. Hopefully we're informing you and you're learning something about the 49ers. Baldy was great. We may replay that at 9:20. A lot of information there from Brian Baldinger, of course, our NFL expert, Odyssey NFL insider. Of course, he knows the league inside and out. Good morning to everybody out there getting ready for school. All the students getting dropped off right now. All the teachers, coaches, and, of course, the overnight dancers. You know, I got to shout out you guys. On Monday night, double dip. And we're talking quarterbacks in the first hour and a half. Matt Barrows going to join us at 8:30. Good morning, Sterling Bennett, running the board, doing a great job. Sam Lubman. He's Lubman, man. The hair's just flowing with Lubman right now. He's in his element. He's in his own. I think he likes football more than baseball right now. He said nothing about the Giants in 5 days to me. I cannot believe it.
What is there to say about the Giants?
That
big game in Arizona tonight. And that concludes our Giants talk.
I will be playing video games. Shout out to my Albuquerque Thunderbirds. I'll have the Giants on a small screen.
Ronnie Bell is walking across the street. And any Giant player you want is on the other side of the street. Who gets noticed first?
Ronnie Bell.
I think Logan Webb gets noticed before Ronnie Bell.
We had baseball practice yesterday, and it's beautiful in Daly City yesterday because we had our practice up at Westmore, and I gave the children an assignment. I said, you're allowed to watch YouTube. You can tell your parents, blame me, but whenever you're allowed to, because you know everyone's got different rules in their house, I'm like, I want you to look up one player. We started with Tony Gwynn.
Oh, my gosh.
You like that?
I do like that.
I was trying to make the point that players come in all shapes and sizes.
Yeah.
Great ones.
Great
and
ones.
so I want them to look it up. And then for the young guys, I told them, find me, this is like the 10U, find me any baseball player and come in with some information about them. I always love asking a bunch of 13-year-olds, like, tell me what you know about Tony Gwynn. Does anyone even know who that is? And it's like, yeah, I think he was good. I'm like, thanks. He played for the Padres. It's like, that's good. That's a start. Lets us know how old we are.
Yeah, but it also lets me know that, you led me down here. We're getting right back into the 49ers.
We will get back in.
But Tony Gwynn batted .370 in 1987. All right? He had 680 plate appearances. He had 218 hits. He struck out 35 times. The most he's ever struck out was when he was 28 years old in 1988. He batted .313, struck out 40 times. It's the most he's ever struck out in the season.
Yeah. Just for people to know, J.D. Davis is on pace for like 170.
Right. 1997, he batted .372. He struck out 28 times and had 220 hits. .351, 1984. Struck out 23 times, 213 hits.
What was it? Okay, 94 was what? He batted .394?
He was gonna bat 400. He struck out 19 times in 475 plate appearances.
Number 19, striking out 19.
I think Yaz struck out 19 times last week.
Well, no, he's batting 400
I'm
since
sorry.
my rant.
That's a bad
That's
joke.
what someone texted me.
Joke. Insert other Giant.
Yeah, I love when a Giants fan, something I say doesn't age exactly the way they want it. They're like, he's killing the ball. What playoff team is dying to have Mike Yastrzemski start for them every day? Come on.
I saw Doc Peterson clap back at a lot of people saying, I guess they were body shaming him or saying that he's not in the best shape. Or I don't know. Maybe it's affected the way he drives the ball. I don't know. He threw whatever. Moving on. I'm not even going to get into them. YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It just does us no good to be negative about the Giants. Just let it play out. Maybe they make a run to make the playoffs.
Well, here's my viewing guide. Watch Corbin Carroll tonight.
Is Kyle Harrison pitching today?
He's younger than Kyle Harrison, and I think he's the same age as Luis Matos.
Oh, my gosh.
Giants starting pitcher tonight is TBD. If that isn't your 2023 Giants in a nutshell right now. No, it's not Kyle Harrison. It's TBD.
Could you imagine Kyle Shanahan? We were mad at Kyle Shanahan for not naming a backup quarterback. And the Giants will not name on the day of the game who their starter is going to be. That's how, come on.
Remember 2021 when
Giants
Trey...
media is soft. Let's just call it what it is. We're so soft. Soft serve ice cream. Parfait.
Hank Schulman tried to dunk on me on Twitter, got a lot of likes and a lot of retweets. What do you talk about pillars in the organization? So-and-so's a pillar. Ramos is a pillar. Matos is a pillar. Luciano's is a pillar. Winston Hunt's a pillar. We've never even seen Winston Hunt. You ready to tell me Kyle Harrison? I don't want to disrespect his family. They're local. De La Salle. I'm rooting for the kid.
He's promising.
He's gotten a raw deal this year.
Yes.
All of a sudden, he goes 3 straight starts with 60 pitches thrown. Then all of a sudden, you're ask him to go 90, 99. Is he stretched out or not? What are we doing here? So I don't know who's a pillar in this organization. I swear to God.
Quietly,
in 2 weeks.
Camilo Duvall is struggling.
He is struggling. Now, that was a non-safe situation.
I know,
but he is struggling.
And I love Camilo, but the last month hasn't been great.
It hasn't been pretty.
No.
I wonder if it's all the inactivity, all the games he didn't pitch.
Yeah.
Did he lose something there?
Yeah.
Did he lose? I have no idea. But you know what, Greg Johnson? Do you want to take back that article you had with Susan Slusser? Talk about, nothing's changing. Kapler and Farhan are coming back. It's more so Farhan for me. I want Farhan. I'm convinced myself. I want Farhan out of here. I want him fired. I swear to God, I want him out.
How does a Warrior photo with Chris Paul and Draymond Green get more buzz than anything a Giants player has done on a field
I have no
all
idea.
year?
No idea.
And maybe I'm being a little hyperbolic there.
No, it is. Because Warrior fans know, you know what? They're about championships.
Operation Larry
O'Brien.
Yeah.
The 49ers, Operation Lombardi. The Giants, Operation Platooning. Operation Pinch Hit.
I saw more outrage over Eli Mitchell not getting a touch than anything the Giants have done. I'm just telling I do this for a living every day. I wake up. I love
the spreadsheet is a pillar, according to Drew. Now that is good stuff right there.
Where was I yesterday? Coaching baseball. I'm on a diamond almost, multiple times. I'll be on a diamond Wednesday. I'll be on a diamond Thursday. Okay. 3 days at minimum a week. I wake up looking for positive ways to talk about the Giants.
Yeah, I can't find them.
And I struggle.
Our boss man says, if you guys got nothing to say good about the Giants, don't do it. People don't want to hear the negative. But you know what, man? What made us? What made the roast is by us keeping it a buck.
Yes.
And hold these organizations accountable.
Yes.
That's why the Warriors respect us. The Niners respect us. We hold these teams accountable.
And it's our job.
They might not love us. They might not love us at times, but they understand. Ray Marinder knows what time it is. The Corey Russ knows what time it is.
I mean, you and I were at an event, and I've been at a couple different events recently, which I'm very grateful for, but an event where there's a lot of people, a lot of locals. Did anyone ask us about the Giants?
No.
Other than to laugh.
No, to laugh, yeah. They all asked us about Chris Paul, asked us about the Warriors,
and
Brock Purdy and the 49ers. Not one person. Full of Frisco legends, Sunset legends, Eagleside legends, Lakeview legends.
There were some Walnut Creek legends.
Bay Area legends. I'll just say that. Bay Area legends out there at FightNet for the Olympic Club Foundation. I don't think I got one question about the Giants. Not one. And apparently they're in the middle of a pennant race.
It's not a pennant. No, it's one of the last wild card spots.
Giants fans on Twitter will tell me, we're in the wild card hunt. Why are you complaining? Are we really? Sure doesn't feel like it. You lost 3 or 4 in Colorado. It was laughable the way you lost Friday night. You got swept in the doubleheader. Didn't even cross stripling. Put him back on the Phantom IL. I don't want to see him again.
He took Harrison's spot. Harrison went back down to AAA.
Right, I know.
It's just...
And he got lit up Saturday. Lit up.
Well,
I don't ever want to see him again!
Here's the part that frustrates me, is that when the Warriors didn't want to play, whether it's Kuminga or James Wiseman or whatever, I was like, all right, well, look, the sand's coming out of the hourglass because there are some legends on the Warriors who absolutely have earned the benefit of the doubt to try to grasp the last embers of a burned out dynasty. I'll nod my head. It's appropriate. When we're talking about Steph Curry's, going for a 5th, okay. You know what? You want to shortchange James Wiseman and not give him a long runway? I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
I understand.
Okay. When I look at the 49ers, you got Bosa. You got Fred Warner. You have Christian McCaffrey and Debo and Trent Williams. You have all-time type players. And I'm not saying that flippantly. 75 years of Niner football.
Yeah.
These are all-time players that are going to end up on the all-time 49er roster. I'd say, 3 guys at minimum are going to have their name up in that Ring of Honor? Yeah. Kittle, Debo probably, and Bosa, maybe Warner, I get not waiting for Trey Lance to develop or player X to develop. I get it. we're really losing sleep because Mike Yastrzemski needs to get ABs out in the field. We're really losing sleep because we got to see what
Slater.
Austin Slater's got in the outfield. You're not going to give Matos some run. Ross Stripling's got to get a start before Harrison. Now I know there's more nuance to it than that.
Like Patrick Bailey's bat.
Well, they had Sable in the lineup the other day, and I'm like, why? And we got to play the numbers. No, if you want to win games, defense is your best way of winning games. You have 100 errors as a team.
I know.
You lead baseball in errors. Why would you have a guy who's deficient behind the plate? Like, it doesn't make sense to me.
Nothing with the Giants makes
sense. So that's my point. Like, you of all the teams should be in developmental mode in the Bay Area.
You know how many people? You don't know. Actually, I'll take that back. At the Olympic Club Foundation, and we're getting right back to the Niners. We got some Shanahan stuff for the conference call. We got Matt Barrows at 8:30. Last take on the Giants. Now that I think about it, the Olympic Club Foundation, there are people thinking like, why do they spend money on, Haneker? Why are they playing Mania? What is the plan? What is the process? And a lot of people said, I've only got 2 games this year. I can't spend a dime on the Giants. Now, I know before the season I said I wouldn't spend a dime on the Giants. But there's actually a lot of Giants fans who have not spent a dime on them this season because of the way they've done things, the way they've handled their business. There's no connection whatsoever.
There's no connection. People want to support. This is like one of the things I always say, like, we kind of rip door-to-door salesmen. Right. People love shopping. They hate to be sold on something. Right. They'll buy in on stuff they like, right? I've got a wife. You got a significant other. Newsflash. My significant other loves buying stuff.
Right.
As do I. She's not alone in this.
And it just spent some money for baby chances to go to the game on Thursday with some new Niner gear.
Boxes show up all the time.
All the time.
All the time for quality things that she has an emotional attachment to.
Right.
Or something that she wants to see as premium. When we don't feel emotional connection or we don't think that there's value in the purchase, we just don't buy. We don't buy. Am I wrong?
No, we don't.
I think the consumer is much more discerning than I think that these organizations give them credit for.
I've lost connection with this organization. I have. To get me back, I think you got to start with making a move for Farhad Zaidi. I don't rock with him. I don't rock with this style of baseball. I don't rock with this spreadsheet. I don't rock with this philosophy.
Well, this is a great text from the 510. This formula is the same formula that got the A's going to Las Vegas.
Wow.
I know it's deeper than that. But you're not far off.
Listen to this, 415, Xfinity Mobile text line. I feel compelled to text. I never do, but keep talking about dismissing the Giants. It's funny. I feel the same way. We've lost connection with this team. I'm very eager to see what the crowds look like during the last homestand.
And this is what people say to me. Well, you're not a real fan. Wait, time out. Okay, I watch this team every night. All right, a lot of people do, right? They tune in for 2 hours. Don't tell me I don't like this team if I'm devoting 2 hours of my time to watching this team. Because I do love the team. I may not have a connection with certain players, and I don't understand what the overall philosophy is. Look, Haneger's contract's going to run out. Joe Shasky's a lifetime deal.
Right.
All right, I am a lifetime Giant fan. And just because I'm unhappy with the way the business is being run doesn't mean I'm not going to sit down on my couch and devote time to them.
Right.
It's part of my religion.
It's in our DNA.
Exactly.
How about Sam Lubman? Sam Lubman is the biggest Giants fan. I thought you were. I thought there were some other people that I held in high regard when it came to the Giants. Sam Lubman, by far, is the biggest Giants fan I've ever known.
Yeah.
He goes to every single game.
Yeah.
He's out on everything. And to see him tweet out and rip Larry Barrett, the organization, the way he did, and Giants fans come at him saying, you're not a real Giants fan if you believe like that. Lubman is the realest Giants fan I know. And he's out on him. And I see people coming at him saying, well, you're not a real Giants fan. Why can we criticize the Warriors who have won championships? Why do we criticize John Lynch and Shanahan who have gotten close to the mountaintop and given us some of the best football we've seen in the 49ers organization in years? But we can't hold the Giants accountable? That's why we don't talk Giants, because when we do hold the Giants accountable, it's the other Giant fan, the self-righteous Giant fan. Oh, you guys are just negative. They're in the playoff hunt. You got to believe. And
I'm not a bobblehead. I'm not just going to nod my head because they're wearing my linen, my jersey.
Giants for life. Y'all still don't know how building a baseball team works. Well, it's 5 years in. What are we building here?
A team that's a fringe wild card team with a $180 million payroll.
Right, $183 million payroll.
And this brings me to another point. The Giants are closer to the Red Sox than they want to admit out loud. The Red Sox won a World Series, and the very next year fired Dave Dombrowski, and they were 11 games over 500 at the time.
Yep.
Now, they brought in a different GM, and that guy, whatever he was good or not, they fired him. You know why? Boston has a calibration of, we have 4 championships since the turn of the century. We are one of the most successful franchises financially on and off the field. We do not accept being this mediocre.
Nope.
Why do Giants fans accept mediocrity?
I don't know. 925. Shooting mobile text line. I normally go to 15 to 20 Giants home games a year. This year, 0. I'm out. I've got a lot of friends who said that. I'm out. So, Giants for life, you can feel like that. If this is the way to build a team, how long do I have to wait for Farhan to build a team? 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, 8 years?
Well, the Orioles completely gutted everything, and they hired their guy around the same time as Farhan. And I think there's merit to, if you get a top 3 or 4 pick, now you could get a Joey Bart. You could just simply whiff. But I look at what they've done without that $180 million payroll, and then Giants always want to throw in my face like, hey, there's nobility in being competitive while rebuilding. No, get the best players you possibly can, and sometimes tanking isn't the worst thing because Gunnar Henderson, Jackson, and Rushley.
Jackson Holiday,
Rushley,
Cowser, they've got some dudes.
It's much easier to draft guys at the top of the draft than it is in the middle rounds.
But you know what the Orioles also didn't do? They did also give guys like Minaya and Stripling player options for $15 million. They also didn't saddle themselves with Mitch Haniger for a few years.
True.
And I don't even like talking bad about Mitch Haniger because he's a local guy. I'm sure his family listens from time to time. I don't like doing that. I don't. But it is what it is.
The Dodgers have won the West 10 out of 11 years. That is your number one rival. And you could say, Joe, they've only won the one Mickey Mouse championship. You're right. Giants ain't won squat since 2014.
Nothing.
Okay?
Nothing.
Last I checked, their parade, even though COVID, they had one more recently than you.
Right.
They have run the West 10 out of 11 years.
It's not even just...
It really sucks to say that.
I know we keep saying we're going back to Niners. Listen. Farhan Zaidi and Larry Bear said some things before the season that really got me fired up, which is why I'm so down on Farhan. He basically blamed the politics and the logistics of the city on why he can't attain free agents or why he can't attract free agents. He basically blamed the city. Well, I can't really do things. I'm kind of handcuffed here. We got to go a more local route. You imagine Brian Sabian using that excuse?
No.
You imagine John Lynch using that excuse?
No.
You imagine Bob Myers using that excuse?
No.
Yeah, guys like David West come on.
Chicago's a very dangerous city from the outside looking in, and they seem to land free agents.
The Cubs get players, and White Sox get players.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get it either.
I think it's an excuse.
And Larry Bear, what he said about the light bulb going off, and he used the 2 players who have been awful this year, Ross Stripling and Sean Minaya. That's why you get me feeling like this, like, oh, so you're smarter than us. You're telling us we're dumb. We need to get on board with your plan. No, I'm not getting on board with this plan. I'm out on the plan. I'm out on it. Out. I'm not out on Shanahan, and I'm not out on him, what he said about Elijah Mitchell. Now, a lot of people talked about Christian McCaffrey lessening his workload through the first 2 weeks of the season. Short turnaround week.
You see what happened to Nick Chubb last night?
Yeah, no doubt.
Look, it's unavoidable.
It is.
It's unavoidable. Like, that kind of injury, like, come on, man. That could have happened. You heard Baldy, 5 years of 5 yards or more per carry for Nick Chubb, and that happens to the poor guy last night. Mm-hmm. It sucks. But I do think that there is something about keeping McCaffrey on a pitch count so that his body is a little bit fresher come December, January, and February.
And here's what Shanahan had to say about rotating Elijah Mitchell into the running back room.
We definitely got to get Elijah in there more and do better with our rotation than we did yesterday. That wasn't the plan going in. It just ended up that way, and I got to make sure that doesn't happen.
All right. So I expect to see Elijah Mitchell this week. Although we saw Debo carry the ball 5 times, I expect to see a fresh Elijah Mitchell, a fresh TDP, and a fresh Jordan Mason. What about Brock Purdy missing the deep balls? What does Shanahan have to say about that after watching the tape?
Missed them, similar to what I said last night. No, they were pretty clear, and I thought 2 of them were harder than the other. I do think Brock had a hell of a game. It's really the only thing that I feel like we can say negative about his game is those 3 misses, which are always big ones, especially when they're down the field because it's usually points, but he played a pretty good game.
All right, that's Shanahan.
I thought he played a pretty good game, too.
Yeah, I agree with the coach there. What about him? Somebody asked him, I don't know who it was who asked him this question, But they asked Kyle Shanahan how he got better as a coach in the offseason. How to throw a curveball like Kyle. Here's what he had to say.
See what to add, see what fits in. Spend a lot of the offseason trying to study personnel to add in the draft or personnel to add in free agency. Those are the biggest parts, as a coach that you try to do to make your team better is to try to help out and see who you can add to it to make it better. Sometimes those are real tough decisions that we all spend a lot of time working on. And then my biggest thing is trying to relax a little bit more in the off season because I've learned how long of a grind the season is and how long it goes and how much you got to get up for each week. And I really try to get mentally stronger with books and some self-help type things. So when you go into the season, you're ready to go.
I wonder what he's reading.
Self-help.
I'm more of an audio podcast, audio book guy than I am a reader.
I like the paperback. Just not like flip those pages. Spelling that paperback book.
It's funny as Shanahan says it. You know what I would recommend to him? I'm dead serious on this, and I recommend to anyone. One of the good things, everyone wants to tell me what San Francisco doesn't do well, and trust me, there's a lot that the city doesn't do well. Mm-hmm. The one thing that they've nailed, for me, in my opinion, is closing down the Great Highway. I walk down there, me, the wife, and the dogs once a week now. There's something about the ocean air hitting you in the face that is extremely refreshing. They say, I don't know who, but they say people who live near the ocean live longer. And it's healthier. You add 5 years in your life if you get that ocean air in your life once a month.
Well, I'll say sometimes I don't like when the Great Highway's closed because that's the way I go to.
I understand
and his parents' house said it's easier. And I'm like, I got to drive through the park. I got to go through 43rd Avenue or I got to go through 19th Avenue. But I get it. It is cool for the community to just walk down Great Highway, get some of that air. By the way, the sand is coming. I mean, it's going to be on 45th Avenue soon. You know what I'm saying?
That's been a problem. It's built on sand.
Right. I mean, the Great Highway sometimes is a grind trying to get through.
Getting off the El Taravel, and then you look down at the tracks, and there's just sand coming through everywhere. All the tracks.
No doubt. All right. Living through the ocean.
But I would say to Shanahan, as you get stressed out, bud, you just go to Half Moon Bay, and breathe the air. Go to Ocean Beach.
Shanahan's a beach guy?
I mean, he's got the whole like flat bill kind of
Surfer
O'Neal
dude.
surfer Billabong kind of look.
I would love to get Shanahan out here. Shanahan, what do you do? Do you relax at the beach? What self-help book are you reading?
Can I have you? I think the guy needs to smoke a little weed every now and then.
I think he may smoke a little weed.
He might.
He's been smiling a lot more lately.
You think he's a gummy guy?
A little edible. Shanahan off of edibles, listening to Lil Wayne.
Scrolling through Twitter, seeing some of the ridiculous takes.
What does Shanahan think about Deion Sanders' pregame locker room speeches? What do you think of Shanahan's postgame speeches? Let's talk to Matt Barrows. He's coming up here from The Athletic to talk about the Niners and getting ready for Week 3 against the New York Giants. Thursday Night Football, the official home opener against the New York Giants at Levi Stadium, 5:15 kick. We'll talk to Matty B coming up, and that's sponsored by Ashley Furniture Home Stores. I know you. Go ahead, spit it.
It's going down tonight. There was like 17 remixes to this.
Right.
What's going down tonight? An opener? Corbin Carroll hitting a bomb?
What's going on tonight in the Hill household?
What are you doing?
A little Madden football.
Oh.
May play a little golf. May hit the driving range at some point today. I got the itch with golf.
I would like to get the boss in here at some point to ask him about his experience out at the lake course.
Yeah, lake course is nice.
It's beautiful.
Really nice.
Yesterday was one of those rare days in San Francisco.
It's just beautiful, huh?
You could see from the first hole at the lake course at Olympic Club, you could see the Golden Gate Bridge, Suzhou Tower, you could see Harding Park,
right,
San Francisco Golf Club, and Lake Merced. You know how rare that is?
Yeah, that is very rare. What'd you think of my golf etiquette? When I putted, I was like,
you were a little loud.
I was a little loud?
A little loud.
Yeah.
But honestly, I get kind of loud on the golf course, so I'm not mad at that.
I was like, give it to me. Give it to me.
When I hit a putt, I want everyone to know.
Man. See me try to talk that ball into the hole?
You could say whatever you want, and people can disagree. I think one of the hardest things in sports that no one ever talks about, okay? It's not just hitting a baseball. It's not hitting a three or something like that, or trying to tackle somebody. Waiting for a group to clear the green as you have a 3-wood in your hand, and you wait, and maybe you can get there 1 out of 5, 6, 7, 8 times. But that one time you wait for the group to clear the green, you finally go up there and you're thinking, and what do? You top the ball. I'm telling you, it's one of the hardest things in sports.
Well, you hear Deion Sanders, and we got Matt Barrows on the line here real quick. But Deion, Shannon Sharp asked him what's the hardest thing to do, or he had to do in sports. He goes, hitting a baseball.
Yeah, I tend to agree with him.
He was like, hitting a baseball is the hardest thing I've ever had to do. It's like, look at Deion Sanders. By the way, Pro Football Hall of Fame is proud to announce 173 modern-era nominees for the Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2024. Will this be the year? Patrick Willis gets inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame? We shall wait. In the meantime, let's get to Matt Barrows of The Athletic doing a hell of a job, pardon me, covering the 49ers here. And Isaiah Oliver, his latest piece about Isaiah Oliver, and that's somebody we highlighted yesterday. So, Matty B, good morning. Great work there. And Isaiah Oliver, now I noticed that Ambry Thomas was on the injury report. Shanahan brought up his knee injury. Was that the reason why Oliver got a crack in the second half? Or did Steve Wilkes make an adjustment saying, I need to go to a more physical nickelback? And Isaiah Oliver, what was the deal there?
Yeah, I think it was the first one. I mean, back in week 1, they started out the game with Diamador Lenore at nickel cornerback and Ambry Thomas on the outside. Then they made a switch at halftime. And it seemed like that was going to be the plan for this game as well, the Rams game. But Thomas got hurt early on, which meant that Lenore had to, go back out to the outside. And they sent Oliver in, and I think he just got better and better as the game went on. And I don't know the psychology of him, but I just think that he got more and more confident. And the more confident he got, the faster he played. He was just reacting, and he basically turned into the guy that they thought that they were getting when they signed him in free agency back in March. And that was sort of a big question mark, sort of a late kind of hiccup to this roster when Shanahan mid-August said, "Oh no, Isaiah Oliver has not wrapped up that his starting nickel spot. We're still looking at various configurations." And we were like, I don't know, two weeks from the start of the regular season, and they were still kind of experimenting with different configurations. So it kind of threw everybody for a loop. I asked Oliver on Sunday after the game, what he thought it was that was preventing him from really seizing the job,
right.
And he said, "I don't know. He's trying to figure it out himself." But like I said, the bottom line is that he was playing up to the speed of the defense and to a speed that he perhaps wasn't reaching prior to that point.
Yeah, and secondary clearly needed that bolster, so it was really nice to see. First half, I think the most alarming thing for 49er fans, it wasn't pass rush or even secondary. It was like, oh my gosh, Ayuk's on the ground multiple times, and it looks like he's writhing in pain. What exactly is the injury right now for Brandon Ayuk, and where do you think he's at in terms of playing in 48 hours?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that, and we're going to find that out later today. Shanahan talked to the media like he always does on Monday, but he talked earlier, and the players had the day off, so the full kind of medical update that he usually gives on Monday was not available. It's just a messed up week. The fact that Ayuk kept coming back into the game suggests that there was no fracture or anything like that. He was definitely checked out in the medical tent. So I think the question is, it seems like an injury that if this game were on a Sunday, he'd be able to play. With the Thursday start, it makes it questionable. And they did an estimated practice report yesterday. They didn't practice, but they still have to file a report, and they estimated that he wouldn't have practiced. So it's a big question mark, and I think Ronnie Bell goes into that spot if Ayuk isn't there. And we all saw what he could do in the preseason. He hasn't been targeted yet in the regular season,
right.
So it'll be a case of next guy having to step up. I mean, I really think that they like what Ronnie Bell is made of, and he seems like a guy that could rise to the occasion on national television. But it kind of makes it a bit of an interesting storyline going into this game.
Yeah, it could mean more George Kittle in this game. I know George Kittle's been a little quiet in the past game, but that's due to the plethora of options the 49ers have on offense, no doubt about that. Shanahan, there's an interesting question. We'll get to Brock Purdy. Matt Barrows here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 Game. Matt Barrows of The Athletic. We'll get to Brock Purdy in a second here, but there was an interesting question posed to Shanahan yesterday during that conference call. Somebody asked Shanahan, how's he gotten better as a coach? And I think so far this year, I've seen Shanahan in certain situations be a little more aggressive. And in the first half Sunday against the Rams, first drive against the Pittsburgh Steelers, going forward on fourth down, the 57-yard field goal attempt for Jake Moody to have the gall to go for that field goal attempt, and Jake Moody making it the second longest field goal in franchise history. What have you seen from Shanahan that has made him better from the season ago? Or is it too premature to even go to go that route, Matt?
Well, I just think that the situation of the Rams game kind of prompted the more aggressive moves there. I mean, he was watching the Rams go up and down the field and not get stopped. And he knew that Matt Stafford, he's a big Matt Stafford fan, obviously, and Stafford was playing at the top of his game. I mean, this is coming out of the Seahawks game. It was, basically, for the Rams, that was basically one full game. The second half of the Seahawks and the first half of the 49ers, they were on a roll. They were in a rhythm. So I think that Shanahan saw that, and he knew that the Rams had won the toss to begin the game and were going to get the ball back to begin the third quarter, and he realized, okay, we've got to get all the points that we can because this Rams offense is unstoppable at this point. So I think that accounts for the more aggressive move at the end of the first half and very much a non-Shanahan move. Because you're right, his usual play there is to be a little bit more conservative at the end of a first half. I just think he realized, okay, points are going to be at a premium. And now, of course, the defense did make the necessary adjustments, and you got to give credit to Steve Wilks for dialing up all the right things there. The question is, okay, why weren't you doing that at the beginning of the game? If you knew Stafford was in just in an elite rhythm, why give the cushion that you were giving to these Rams receivers, which disappeared in the second half? But that seems like an adjustment you could have made even earlier than that.
Surveying the landscape of the NFL after seeing all of the performances, feels like quarterback play in general is down. Feels like the rosters aren't as great league-wide in comparison to the Niners. Boy, this feels like it's up for grabs this year, doesn't it? I know it's early and things can change, but man, they feel like they've got as good of a shot as they ever had to really get that number one seed in the NFC and to get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, the AFC has been, the conference that's teeming with talent the last few years, and you're right. I think it's those AFC teams that are wobbly. The Bills, the Jets obviously just suffered a huge blow right as the season began. The Chiefs have been a bit wobbly, especially without Kelsey in Week 1. But the three top NFC teams that you expected to be the three top teams, the 49ers, the Cowboys, and the Eagles, they all look really good. And Week 5 is going to be very interesting. I still think that the Eagles are the team to beat. I think Jalen Hurts is, setting himself up for an MVP-like season. Mm-hmm. So, as far as winning the Super Bowl might be easier than it's been in years past, but I think reaching the Super Bowl might be just as tough as it's always been.
No doubt. Matt Barrows here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. After scanning the internet, and I'm sure you've seen a lot of people talk about Brock Purdy's overthrows or Nick Bosa's lack of sacks. Who aren't we talking about that had a solid performance Sunday against the LA Rams? Because I got a couple candidates as well. Isaiah Oliver was highlighted. But who is somebody you saw that nobody's talking about this and, oh, wow, this guy stepped up against the Rams?
Yeah, Juwan Jennings would be my pick on offense. He was just a menace as a blocker, like he always is. But you see those long running plays, and it's always due to a wide receiver making big blocks somewhere. Obviously, the one in Week 1 involved Ayuk and Ray McCloud. The long McCaffrey run, the 51-yarder down the left side, involved Kittle and Juwan Jennings, just making great around the line of scrimmage blocks. And that's the difference with Juwan Jennings. He's not the guy making the block on the 185-pound cornerback deep down the field. He's making blocks at the line of scrimmage, on linebackers and defensive ends and stuff like that. So he was good. He had a big, back shoulder catch, and I give Brock Purdy credit for those. He had the back shoulder throw to Ayuk for a touchdown in Pittsburgh. He had the one down the sideline, 31 yards for Juwan Jennings. He's putting it in the right spot. He's trusting those guys to outmuscle the DB for those balls, and when it involves Juwan Jennings, you can pretty much rely on him outmuscling that guy. So I thought that he had a great game in a very kind of Juwan Jennings-like setting where he's getting physical with those Rams defensive backs.
Was there anything up with Eric Armstead? I was at the game, Matt, and I noticed him running off the field. It seemed like he was compromised with something. Maybe he was fatigued. I have no idea. Eric Armstead, how was he feeling after the game? Any concerns there with him?
I didn't talk to Eric Armstead. I don't know. I mean, I thought that Armstead might have been the best defensive lineman in the Pittsburgh game. Mm-hmm. And then none of the defensive linemen really stood out in the Rams game. Obviously, Bosa was starting to hit home at the end there, but I know everybody is wondering what happened to this elite defensive line. I don't think anything happened. I just think that the Rams were not holding on to the ball at all. I mean, Stafford was dropping back, planting that foot, and firing. He knew exactly where he was going with the ball. It was very simple for him. So I don't know if the Steelers' steel curtain defense of the late 70s would have gotten there. It just wasn't enough time for any human being to really disrupt the quarterback. And then once the coverages tightened up, once the blitzes started happening, that's when Stafford started to get rattled and wasn't as comfortable. So I just don't. I don't think anything really happened to that defensive line. It's the same line in Pittsburgh. It's just a different offense, a different quarterback. You're going from 35-year-old Matt Stafford, right. or you're going from second-year player Kenny Pickett to 35-year-old Matt Stafford. I think that accounts for the big difference in the two games.
All right, quick turnaround for you, quick turnaround for everybody. Thursday Night Football against the New York Giants, who are desperate. They had to rally, fight tooth and nail with the Arizona Cardinals, rally and outscore them 31-8 in the second half. Matt Barrows will continue to read your work. Good stuff with the Isaiah Oliver article. We gave him a game ball yesterday because I thought he was that good in the second half. Matt, good stuff as always. Thanks for the time.
Anytime, guys. Talk to you soon.
Thanks,
Matt. Matt Barrows from The Athletic here on the Morning Roast.
What do you think happened there? They signed this guy from Atlanta. He's got experience.
Yeah.
You clearly have a need because of Williams leaving the team at slot corner. Mm-hmm. What do you think happened along the timeline?
In terms of just him struggling in training camp?
Yeah.
I think you're trying to learn a new system.
Yeah.
You're in a different spot.
Yeah, that's true.
You're playing in a different spot. The schemes are probably different. You're trying to win over your teammates. Maybe you're putting too much pressure on yourself. Ambry Thomas and Diamond Lenore and Charvarius Ward, they have experience in the system, so they're probably ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
And then you get Steve Wilson, new defensive coordinator, and you're like, boy, I'm struggling against this offense. Maybe Shanahan's offense had him confused. I have no idea. But you heard Fred Warner Sunday night said you could see the confidence grow and grow and grow. And that was a coming out party for him to win over his teammates. So, look, he's a physical guy. Maybe he's not as good in space. Maybe it gets quick twitch wide receivers. He's going to struggle. Like when they play Seattle, Jackson Smith and Jigba. Is he going to play a lot in that game? This seemed like more of a physical football game against the LA Rams.
Yeah.
And so maybe that wasn't a game for Ambry Thomas. It was more of a game for Isaiah Oliver. But it was good to see what they saw in him in the offseason. He tackles well. He can blitz. He's physical. And heck, he's got good ball skills and come up with that deflection. When Kyron Williams dropped that pass and be right there.
A lot of DBs dropped that ball.
A lot of them. And the Rams would have gone up and scored and took the lead in that football game. So maybe it was just it's tough, man. You're moving coast. So I would attribute it to that.
No,
because we didn't know a lot about Isaiah Oliver.
No, and I know we were kind of talking about like, hey, we're putting too much stock into preseason and all that, and it's just like, also some guys just aren't maybe playing at their best or optimal.
Right.
Like even though preseason might not matter, maybe they just haven't performed to that point. We've seen this with the quarterback position. It takes 2 years to learn the system. We say that for certain offenses.
Right.
You're right on the defensive scheme. Like there is a little something to be said for that.
And look, man, he balled out. He played well in that second half. And, we see it all the time in preseason. I was listening to Joe Buck. I happened to catch a little bit of the Pat McAfee show when I got home. They were talking about something I wanted to hear from Joe Buck. And they were talking about Pittsburgh and Kenny Pickett. And Joe Buck was like, look, man, we have to stop overreacting to preseason football. We have to stop doing it. Kenny Pickett looked like he was about to take the next step.
Bonte, they had it cut up on YouTube, all of his drives from preseason, and I watched that leading into the Niner game, and I was like, wow, he's a lot better than I thought. Because last year I thought he stunk.
Right.
I thought he was overrated. Okay, he made a couple plays, like whatever, And then I'm looking at those preseason cut-ups again, the highlights, and I'm saying to myself, damn, he looks hella good. Yeah. And they looked like they were going to be a factor on offense.
Right.
I'm not saying they were going to be in the Miami category, but I didn't think they were bottom third.
Right. And
now, if you had to bet, I'd say bottom third.
Right. So if anything, we just can't overrate preseason football. I think we are all guilty of it.
Yeah.
We overrate practice. I mean, we got the infamous video. We don't need to talk about it, but we walked off the field thinking Trey Lance was the next, I don't know, Dante Culpepper / Donovan McNabb / Warren Moon.
But this sport is different than the others because you practice 5 times to the one game.
Right.
The other sports, like basketball, especially the NBA level, they don't practice like they used to. We know baseball very, very rarely practices. So you look at this one sport, practice is very important component.
We don't overrate spring training, right?
No.
NBA preseason, we barely even watch. Although the 2-man game between Wiseman and Kuminga in that different game, I was like, oh,
And to your point, that ended up not being
exactly.
anything.
Yes. We overrated it.
Was Kuminga in that photo?
With who?
With Draymond and CP3.
Nah, was he?
No, I'm just
asking. I don't think so.
Who was in that photo? I didn't recognize any of the other faces.
Let me see here. By the way, Pro Football Hall of Fame. Is this the year for P. Willie?
I mean, how many people were put on that list?
173.
Just 173?
No, there was no Kuminga.
Okay, so who's in that? Okay, real quick, there's a photo. Who posted the photo?
Travis Walton, who is, I think he's not Draymond's agent. Obviously, that's clutch, but he's one of his personal business partners. He's been with them for day one. He's always at the Warriors games. Former Michigan State Spartan. But there's Draymond and Chris Paul.
Okay.
Chris Paul looks like he's in great shape.
Yeah, shirt off.
Draymond Green.
When you have your shirt off, you're feeling confident.
No doubt.
And someone's taking a photo?
And someone's taking a photo.
Yeah, you're feeling very confident.
I don't like taking photos with my shirt off. I just don't feel comfortable.
The only person who would be taking a photo with his shirt off is me into the mirror to judge how fat I am.
Exactly. I just, I don't got no abs, man.
No.
I'm working on the 1-pack over here.
Well, I mean, mine's more of a roll.
It's a couple of jelly rolls. So Travis Walton is his trainer. He's been with him for so long, former Michigan State Hooper. So that was Travis Walton showing that, hey, Draymond is in that gym.
I love that Dre and CP3 are together because there's a lot of talk about how they didn't care for each other.
Yes.
So now we're best friends.
Hey, I can't wait for the season, man. I can't wait for the season. I can't wait for hoops. I know we're in the midst of football. We're just starting, and the NFL's got me going. But damn it, the Warriors are coming back. Sterling Bennett, you're going to be working a lot of nights, baby. Get ready to run those Warrior games. Get ready.
Yesterday, we were obviously out at the lake course. I was telling you about that. And I'm going to tie this into the Warriors. Did you know that the boss is just like Steph Curry?
In terms of what?
We went to Hot Dog Bill's, which is the famous spot to get the hot dog burger at the turn, if you will, after the 11th or 12th hole. There's a little shack there. And my guy was fixing up hot dogs, which are burgers. It's ground beef, but it's shaped like a hot dog. And the boss is on the soda diet. And he says, I can't have the bun. I can't have this. I'm going to cheat a little because I got to taste it. And he goes, can I get a couple of pickles and put it in a bowl? The guy goes, it's exactly how Steph Curry gets it when he comes out here.
Wow.
So the boss is just like Steph Curry.
Wow.
So I want to do like Us Weekly. You ever see like in Safeway when you're waiting in line?
Yeah, those magazines.
They're
tabloids.
just like us.
It's just like us.
Matt Hegan ordering his hot dog bills the same way that Steph Curry does.
There you go. Manuel Rodriguez, Shashker, you're a hot dog guy. We know he's a sausage guy. He's a hot dog guy.
Okay, full disclosure. I put down 2.
Yeah, of course you did.
Hot dogs yesterday.
I stayed away.
The burgers.
Even in the cocktail hour.
The burger dogs.
Even the cocktail hour.
Did they have burger dogs?
No, but they had like the little strips.
Oh,
little
yeah.
strips.
Yeah, they're pretty big.
I had one. And that was that.
Pretty fire.
I wanted the whole plate. You know, when they come around, you don't want to be that guy. Like, you take one off the plate. Like, I always want to take 3. So just give me 3.
Well, I've been going to Costco a lot lately, and that Costco sampling is off the hook.
Gosh.
I don't care what anyone says. And yes, it's me and like 1,700 other ladies just standing there waiting. And I have my toothpick ready to go with my little tiny cup. Is there anything better than that?
No, it's not. We've got
Do
a Costco.
not shop at Costco hungry. You will come home with a 17-pound jug of peanut butter.
We're going to Costco today, right after work. Nice little Costco.
If you can get out of there for under $5, you're doing good.
I've spent $500 every trip.
By the way, also there's always stuff I get. So I got a lantern.
Right.
I didn't need a lantern.
No, you just got it.
But we justified it by, hey, if the river cabin, if the power goes out, we might need a lantern. So let's get a lantern.
Yeah, no, we stay away. I was like, no, they got the water flosses. You know, the water floss is right there when you walk in.
Yes.
I was like, Ed, babe, let's get a water floss. She goes, we have one. I was like, we do? How come we don't use it? Don't know. But we've had one for a year. I had no idea.
Costco has high-quality stuff.
They've got everything.
High quality.
I bought my last TV there.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Put it right in the bedroom, 70 inches. Boom.
When I went out into the parking lot on Saturday, my guy was assembling one of those like scooter things.
Yep.
And I was like, man, Costco's wild. That parking lot, by the way, slow down, everyone.
Oh, it's dangerous.
Just everyone take a deep breath.
It's dangerous.
The one on El Camino, you know which one I'm talking about.
Oh, you go to that one. I go to the one by the airport. That one's better.
Oh, I got to go check that out.
That one's better. I didn't even know it existed.
I didn't either.
We ran into it on an accident. Because, you know, Anna likes to, miss a couple stops here and there. And,
Don't blame her. Why are you doing that?
Just sad.
The only negative of Costco.
All right, go ahead.
Can you guys get some more boxes? That's the only negative I have on Costco. It's like, get your own box. It's like, really? I get it. I know it's a warehouse, big box store. I understand there's some perks, but come on. Don't skimp on the boxes.
Hey, man, everything ain't going to be perfect, right?
Well, I mean, Amazon's got 8 billion boxes all around the world, and you can't get a couple boxes at South City Costco?
I'm sick of the Amazon boxes. I can't stand
Amazon boxes. It's the tape
boxes.
for me. The tape drives me nuts.
It's just got to take them to the recycling bin. The recycling bin is a little bit of a walk for me. I'm tired of it. By the way, Baldy replay. We're going to replay Brian Baldinger 9:20 in case you all missed it. The 7 o'clock hour. Brian Baldinger replay 9:20. Overreactions to week 2 coming up in about 3 minutes as we talk about Costco. South City Costco is great. The one by the airport is greater.
My dad did not know that he's texting me right now. I did not know the airport had a Costco.
Yeah, I didn't
He's been
either.
working there for 30 years.
It's like 2 minutes away from the airport. Seriously, it's in the cut. It's so cutty, and it's great. And I love how if you do buy the pizza, because we bought Baby Chaz a slice of pizza, because she loves pizza.
Prices have never changed.
They've never changed. And the process, now you just order it on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
And you get it. It's
next
perfect.
level.
It is next level.
It really is.
By the way, I didn't tell you guys this. Chase Your Kid's going to join the show.
Oh.
It may happen on Thursday. It may happen next week.
Okay.
But J Kidd is going to join the show.
Let's go. One of my favorite players of all time. I wear number 5 because of Jason Kidd.
The Kidd program.
And Joe DiMaggio.
Kidd basketball. J Kidd. Our boy Mondo.
Yeah.
With Team Kidd.
Yeah.
He's going to join us. either Thursday or next week.
My niece has played for his program for, what, 4 or 5 years now?
There you go. He said he's got 10 to 20 minutes.
Oh,
however long
10 to 20?
Yeah.
I kind of want to break down that Cal win over Duke back in the day.
I do
Dead
like
serious.
that. I do like that. I do like that. Remember that Sports Illustrated
One
cover?
of the greatest games of when he went around the back twice.
You know where that game was at? It was in Chicago.
Really?
They played in Chicago.
Well, the next year they lost to some random Green Bay team.
Oh, Wisconsin Green Bay.
I was like, I cannot believe.
There's a number 5 seed, I believe. They lost. That game was played in Utah.
Him and Sharif never crossed over?
No.
God.
Lamont Murray.
Was it Monty Buckley?
Monty Buckley.
Randy
Duck. Yep.
Who was the big man? Grigsby?
Al Grigsby.
He was there for like
6 years. Yeah, he had the back injuries. Yeah.
Look at us.
No, they beat Duke. That was Bobby Hurley's last game as a Duke Blue Devil.
Ben Braun?
No, he played for Todd Bozeman.
Okay.
Ben Braun was after Todd Bozeman.
Gotcha.
And Ben Braun led Tony Gonzalez and Randy Duck.
There you go.
And
Tony
Ed Gray.
G.
Remember
Tony G
Ed
was
Gray?
sick.
Ed Gray had like a
Ed
40-point
Gray?
game.
I
And
do
then he
remember
broke
Ed
his
Gray.
leg. But they went to the Sweet 16. They
Cal
beat Tim
Sports.
Thomas. They beat Tim Thomas in Villanova.
Yeah.
That game was
Timmy
played.
T.
That game was played
Great Nick.
at Wake Forest Arena. I remember the parquet floor and Demon Deacon. I got a sickness.
You do.
And then they played North Carolina in the Carrier Dome. And Rodney Magruder, I'll never forget
Rodney
this.
Magruder.
Cal was up.
Rodney.
They were up 7 or 9. And they were running Carolina. Jameson and Vince Carter. And Rodney Magruder, for some reason, on a 3-0-1, wanted to go showtime on us and go around the back. He throws it out of bounds. Carolina comes back and wins the game. Justin LeBall was on that team for Cal.
So, only you and I have this kind of knowledge, my friend.
Yeah.
It's the sickness that we have.
It is.
You know who else is a sick individual? Is this Elon Musk. Did you see what he's trying to do with Twitter?
Oh, my gosh. What now?
Well, it's X or whatever the heck it's called.
I call it Twitter.
He's basically tweeted out yesterday or X'd out yesterday, whatever the heck we're calling it now, that you have to pay for it. Are you in or out on that?
Wait, I'm already paying for TweetDeck because I need a TweetDeck for everything that I do. And I had to pay $8 a month, so I just paid the yearly subscription. What now? You got to pay for it. Just regular Twitter you have to pay for?
Apparently.
Because he's losing money.
Well, of course he's losing money. He lost money the second he bought that. It's been underwater since day one.
Oh, my God.
So you're not going to pay for it? I think Twitter has been the most disproportionate to reality social media platform.
I'm with you.
Instagram is more real than Twitter, and Instagram is one of the fakest things of all time.
So are we all going to Threads?
No, we're not going anywhere. Your boy here is going to stick to what he knows. YouTube.
I think we're going outside at this point. Who cares about social media?
By the way, you guys got to pull this. I'll go ahead and look for 11. Damian Lillard's talking again.
Because he's mad he's not traded to the Heat yet.
Damian Lillard's talking. Love it. Go ahead, pull it up. Type in Damian Lillard, Warriors. Damian Lillard and Warriors. That's all you got to type in. And we'll get to that after the Baldinger replay. Or if you do find it beforehand, we'll play the snippet. All right, save it for after Baldy. Save it. Tease it for Baldy, after Baldy. Damian Lillard, pop it off again. Pop it off. Unbelievable.
Is it, though?
Not really. He's on some podcasts with like 4 dudes. They were dropping in-bombs. It's like, damn, where's Dave at? Is he in the trap house doing a podcast? Who are these dudes?
You got to evolve. You know, it's the thing I say about Kevin Garnett. Kevin, you don't have to prove how gangster you are. Right. You've been a millionaire since you were 17 years old. You have been the 1% of the 1% of the 1%. I get it. Your upbringing was very difficult, but you've got to evolve a little, my guy. That's all.
Unbelievable. All right. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in AC1, San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch streams. Sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. It's time for our overreactions
I'm ready for
week number 2. Overreactions for week 2. We got the prime time music. Prime time. Let's start with this. Your player of the week. Week 2 of the NFL. Who is your player of the week, Shasky?
It's Lamar Jackson. I mean, you look up, they lose Dobbs for another injury for the year, and you're saying to yourself, like, there's no way they're going to be a drop-back passing team.
J.K. Dobbins.
Excuse me. They're going to be a drop-back passing team. It's all you heard about all offseason. All this guy does is win. I know we want to critique his game, and he's not refined as a passer, yet every time they're in the red zone, I'm seeing him drop dimes for touchdowns, and he's just an absolute stud winner. I'm telling you, you're going to look up, he's going to win that division.
Yeah.
And look at their personnel. It's not that great.
It's not great.
It's really not that great. They lost Beckham in that game. It doesn't look that good. And all Lamar does is win. Stop telling me what he isn't. What he is a winning player.
All right, I'm going to go with Geno Smith in Seattle. A lot of people picked the Lions to win that game. They beat the Lions 37-31 in overtime. Geno Smith, 32 of 41, 328 yards, 2 touchdowns. And Sterling, do you have the soundbite? Do you have the Geno Smith soundbite? Pull it up for me in a second. But Geno Smith rallying the Seattle Seahawks. Seattle's playing some good football, man. DK Metcalf, 6 catches, 75 yards. Tyler Lockett, who I thought was washed, 8 catches, 59 yards. Seattle gets a big win in Detroit, and Geno Smith produces the greatest soundbite again for the second straight week. Remember week 1 against Aaron Donald? Oh, my God! Well,
it's a 10-yard penalty. I'm talking to America here. Excuse me.
And that was Geno Smith talking to the ref, and the ref tells him, I'm talking to America here. It's like the referees don't even respect Geno. Yeah. Put some respect on Geno's name.
All right, Coach of the Week. I'm going to give you my Coach of the Week. Are you ready for it?
I'm ready for it. You guys want to get a little bit of Sterling in here.
Oh, I didn't know they were going because I heard we got to hurry this up.
All right, we got to hurry it up.
Yeah, really quick. I'm going to go. My player of the week is Brian Robinson for 87 rush yards, 2 touchdowns, couple receptions for 42 yards. That was worth 29 fantasy points. And fellas, he got every single one of them on my bench. Shout out Brian Robinson, man. Great stuff. I still won in that league, though, so it was
Washington Commanders. There you go. Sterling Bennett, what you got?
It's got to be Raheem Mostert, right? 18 carries, 121 yards, almost 7 yards a pop, and 2 big tutties against the Patriots in prime time. Come on.
Bennett. You know
he's leading the Dolphins.
I'm glad he said that because that brings me to my Coach of the Week. Ooh. And this week, is Mike McDaniels. When you wear joggers and you head into New England and take out Belichick, and you got Belichick so salty he's screaming at officials. My guy Mike McDaniels has stepped right into Miami and been the best coach since Don Shula.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, he has. Well,
Cam Cameron?
Dave Wanstead? You better put some respect on Dave Wanstead's name. All right, my Coach of the Week this week, Ron Rivera. I think he got his 100th win as head coach of the NFL, and they were down 21-3.
Okay.
Logan Thomas got rocked in the end zone by Raheem Jackson for the Denver Broncos. They rally all the way back. They win 35-33. The Commanders are 2-0. Eric Bieniemy's got this offense humming, and they host a big-time game. It's the biggest game for the Commanders in years on Sunday against the Buffalo Bills. It is must-watch television. My Coach of the Week, Ron Rivera. What you got, Love it, Sterling?
I'm going to give it to Todd Bowles. Everyone had the Bucs dead in the water after Tom Brady left last year, and then they go to Baker Mayfield, however you want to say his name. I called him Faker Mayfield last week. He's got him 2-0 and looking pretty good. So shout out to you, Todd. Doing well.
How about Sean McDermott? You lose against the Jets in primetime Monday Night Football with a non-Aaron Rodgers Jets-led team. You come out, you beat the Jimmy G-led Raiders, and just take it to Las Vegas almost every single play.
All right, team of the week for week 2. Overreactions. Week 2, who's your team of the week, Shasky?
It's the Tennessee Titans. Every single week I look up and I go to myself, this guy coaching this team, Mike Vrabel, I don't know what it is about him. He always wins. Yeah. And I'm like, Tannehill, how is Tannehill still quarterbacking in 2023? He's so mediocre. And then Derrick Henry scoring touchdowns again. They've got a nice little defensive front. Right. That was a big coaching mismatch against the Chargers.
That was.
The wise guys were on that one.
They were. I took Tennessee in my pick 'em. I took them in some bets, money line parlays. I don't believe in the Chargers
Tennessee
whatsoever.
Titans.
The Tennessee Titans. By the way, they went to turf at the stadium. Looks atrocious. It doesn't fit. Just like Carolina last night. It doesn't fit the field. All right, my team of the week, the Atlanta Falcons are 2-0. Rallying from the Green Bay Packers, scoring 13 in the fourth quarter to overcome the Packers and Jordan Love. And Bijan Robinson is a beast. 19 carries, 124 yards. Drake London, 6 for 67, and a tug. Desmond Ridder, we'll find out how good he is. They go to Detroit this week, but my week 2 team of the week, Arthur Smith, the Atlanta Falcons. Man, I'm feeling the Dirty Birds right now. What you got, Lovin?
Yeah, my team of the week, I'm going to give it to the Rams. DeMarco Farr said it last week. These guys are rejuvenated this year, and even in the loss, I think they kind of showed it. Rams, gosh. They could be a team to watch this year.
Capri Sun and fruit snacks, love it. Unbelievable. Moral victories and big things.
Of course.
Unbelievable.
No wonder you were on Farhan's train so long.
Jeez, Sam. We're picking winners over here. The Washington Commanders now 2-0. Sam Howell looks like he might be something. I don't know what that is, but Commanders 2-0 beat the Cardinals last week. Come from a behind win against Mr. Unlimited Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
Commanders Commanders are rocking.
Unlimited. Hey, how about the Commanders getting a lot of...
That's my account. Do not talk about my account.
I'm leaving that alone.
Because you know where it's going.
Yeah, no doubt. Laughing stock of the week. Laughing stock of the week. Who you got?
It's Russell Wilson and Sean Payton. I cannot stand Sean Payton. When you blow a lead of that magnitude and you lose again, Russ is 4-14 in his last 18 games.
Wow.
Let me say that out loud. 4-14.
Not good.
In his last 18.
Not good.
But Sean Payton's going to change everything. Wow. I love watching the Broncos suffer. I mean, they're so bad, the Broncos, they made the Raiders look good in week 1.
They did make the Raiders look good. And the Raiders did not look good in week 2. My laughing stock of the week is the LA Chargers. You go to Tennessee, you're up 11-0. You're controlling the football game. And for some reason, you can't get it stopped. You heard from Baldy. You got 7 guys guarding grass on a 2-man route, and they're still beating it deep. Treylon Burks, 70-yard catch. I mean, you lost to Ryan Tannehill in overtime. Derrick Henry, 25 carries, 80 yards, only 3.2 a carry. But that backup, Tajay Spears, is not bad. He's got some speed. Laughing stock of the week for me is the Chargers, especially after what Brandon Staley said in the postgame. Before the season, we're going to carry that Jacksonville game with us all season long. We're going to endure that pain, and we're going to use it to our advantage. After week 2, there's no carryover from Jacksonville. What are you talking about? We're not thinking about Jacksonville. Chargers are cooked. Going up to Minnesota. I'm looking at an 0-3 Chargers team coming up here. Lubman and Sterling, what you guys got?
I'm going to give it to Bill Belichick. Bro, you're the winningest coach of the modern era, and you get your socks out of the lost and found bin, it looks like. You guys see the socks that he was wearing on the sideline Sunday night when he took the challenge flag
Hilarious.
out? Like the most rattiest tube socks ever. Come on, man, be better.
And he cuts the middle of the sweatshirt because his neck is so fat.
Yep.
I can relate.
What you got, Sterling?
I think it's pretty easy. How do you blow a 20-0 lead after halftime and give up 31 straight points? Arizona Cardinals, you're supposed to suck, but what are you doing?
That is a good point there. All right, we're going to skip game of the week. We're going to skip that. Overreaction of the week before we hit the break. What's your overreaction of the week?
My overreaction of the week. Even though they lost this game, I'm telling you, LaFleur is a good coach.
Yeah.
I did not think that. LaFleur could coach it up. I don't think that highly of Jordan Love, though. Bonte, he's impressing me.
Yeah.
I think Aaron Rodgers held LaFleur back. That's my overreaction of this week.
I like that.
I like his offense.
This is my overreaction. The Miami Dolphins will be in the AFC Championship game. They're going to advance to the AFC Championship game. I believe in this team.
Wow.
They may even host the game.
Wow.
I like right now, they're my number 1 team in the AFC. Baltimore's right behind them. Kansas City's not looking good so hot so far.
Something's off with their wide receivers.
Something's off.
They need some personnel. Mike Evans being 2-0 does not help them.
No, it does not. It does not. But Budda Baker, apparently somebody's trying to trade for him in Philadelphia because they need a safety. I'm a little worried about Budda Baker ended up in Philadelphia.
Yeah, he's a hard hitter.
Real quick, Lubman and Sterling. Real quick, overreaction of the week.
Yeah, my overreaction, I know we're just talking about the Chiefs, but you know what? After seeing the rest of the AFC West, I'm ready to crown them. Kansas City Chiefs, 2023 AFC West champs. Give them the hat and t-shirt right now.
I mean, we've known that since 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Titans are going to win the AFC South and unseat the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Wow.
Is it Jaguars? Jaguars.
I say both.
Jaguars?
Jaguars. Anyway, Baldy replay coming up here on the Morning Roast. Baldy replay coming up right now. Then we'll get to Damian Lillard and what he had to say about the Golden State Warriors. Why is he chirping? Why? That's what's coming up. Presented by Chilton Auto Body.
Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
It's been a really smooth Tuesday here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Hopefully everybody is enjoying the show. Feeling good about the 49ers at 2-0. Feeling really good about them. Cowboys 2-0. Eagles 2-0. Saints 2-0. Bucks 2-0. Who else do we have at 2-0? We have the... Who? Oh, yeah, the Washington Commanders. Duh. The Commanders are 2-0.
Cowboys, Eagles, Bucks, Dolphins.
They're at 2-0 as well. I feel like we're missing a team. Oh, Baltimore Ravens.
Yep. Saints?
No, Titans 1-1. They lost to the Saints. Saints are 2-0.
Yes.
Saints are 2-0.
Yes.
Chargers 0-2. Raiders 1-1. Broncos 1-1. Chiefs. Actually, Broncos 0-2. Chiefs 1-1. Sean Payton, man. And hey, you know who Denver plays this week? The Miami Dolphins. For their home opener. As Guru would say, I think I'm liquidating all assets on the Miami Dolphins. They just tease it. 6.5. Laying 6.5.
Phillips might be my favorite linebacker no one talks about.
He's really good. Who's that Van Winkle guy?
Do you know that he was the number one high school recruit at his position coming out?
Where'd he go to high school?
Well, no, he went to UCLA, and then he had a car accident, but he was the number one high school recruit coming out. I didn't know that.
Wow.
And then he had this really bad accident. He almost retired from football.
Wow. That's insane.
Yeah. He has a really cool backstory. Oh, cool. He has a very interesting backstory.
Vic Fangio, defensive coordinator.
Oh, Lord Vic is back.
Lord Vic is all the way back. And defense is humming.
He's better as a coordinator.
Yeah, he is. He is. As a coach.
I love Lord Vic.
You know who's not good as a coordinator? Vance Joseph.
Well,
that's why I'm going to take the Dolphins. Vance Joseph, I found out, played quarterback in Colorado. He was a backup, but he was on that Colorado Buffalo National Championship team in the early 90s. Him as a defensive coordinator, he got torched by B&B on Sunday. You love Sean Payton struggling.
I love it.
Love it.
All summer, what did I tell you?
Yeah, you did. No, I'm with you, man. Sean Payton, he thinks he knows everything.
Oh, he thinks he's the smartest, most intelligent person of all time. Just ask him.
Yep, no doubt about that.
He's very good, but, come on.
No doubt. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, as well as the Xfinity Mobile text line. Go ahead.
I power rank him number one in terms of ego in the NFL currently. Of anyone.
Really?
Oh, Jerry
number
Jones,
one?
step aside. No one loves Sean Payton more than Sean Payton himself. And he's made a lot of comments.
Yeah, he has. And he's going to have to wear it. By the way, why did the Broncos go to all whites at home? They never do that. I
told you I'm out on Sean Payton.
We got to get Benjamin Albright out to talk about things going on in Denver. Their play calling is atrocious. Jerry Jeudy, I mean, even on a 2-point conversion, Judy's coming across the field. Russell Wilson just was stuck on one guy.
When you give Mike McGlinchey $50 million in free agency, that tells me you don't know football. 50?
Guaranteed.
50 on day one.
Have the Niners missed Mike McGlinchey? There's really been no drop-off, right?
I mean, maybe just for the Twitter, still photos of him getting pancaked.
Oh, getting tossed.
Dude, the Michael Parsons, it just lives in my head rent-free.
They kept doing it. Somehow, some way, they found a Notre Dame practice video of him getting dominated. Remember that? Sterling knows what I'm talking about.
No.
Niners Twitter. Go ahead, Sterling. Get in here.
By Sheldon Day, former teammate as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Sheldon Day. Pucking him at Notre Dame in South Bend into practice.
Send me that.
You've seen it. You've seen it. There's a full montage of Mike McGlinchey getting...
Poor Mike.
Poor Mike.
Hey, he's $50 million richer.
He's got $50 million. By the way, I know somebody who went on a date with him. Didn't last long. I was like, yeah, I'm out on him.
The date didn't last long? The relationship didn't last long?
The date was just not good.
More or less than 11 minutes.
I think it was...
Where's my guy in Richmond?
Marcus in Richmond.
Oh, Marcus. Not going to lie, that's stuck with me.
Hey, there's a lot of people who've texted me and said, I sort of watched the clock, which is kind of bad.
Preserving themselves for the 2-minute warning. I got to make sure that I'm fresh at the end of the regular season. For that playoff push.
Oh, man. Would he approve of Brock Purdy's 2-minute drill? No timeouts?
I'm going to load manage these first 8 minutes so that I can finish strong.
We had Brian Baldinger on the show this morning at 7:30 in case you missed it. Here is the replay. We started off the conversation by asking him if he had ever seen 49er fans travel like they have been the last few seasons. Here's what he had to say.
No, I don't. And I remember when I was in Indianapolis, we opened up with the 49ers in Indianapolis one year, like, I don't know, maybe 1990 or something like that. Anyways, we got beat by the Niners that day. I remember Jerry Rice catching a 5-yard, shallow cross from Joe and went the distance to the house. I don't remember any 49er fans in the building. But I was in Pittsburgh last week, and, once the Steelers got run out of the gym there, it was all 49er fans.
Wow.
And then I've seen SoFi Stadium packed with 49er fans. I don't know how many are traveling and how many actually live in Los Angeles now. It's hard to gauge, but they are. It's a home game. It's a home game when they play at SoFi right now. It just is, and it seems like it's the trend now. It's like they want to be known for that.
Right.
They want to be known as a team that travels better than any other team, and they might very well be doing that right now.
Well, I saw a lot of 97 jerseys on television that they were showing, and that's Nick Bosa. And we were talking about TJ Watt and how amazing he is. And I think a lot of Niner fans were down on Nick Bosa because he doesn't have a sack. He doesn't have any sack numbers. And you posted a really nice video that you can go to your social media page and check it out. What did you think Nick Bosa did in this game?
Well, I thought he impacted the game. I mean, you force 2 holding calls. You get a couple tackle for losses. The game comes down to a 4th down play. He makes the play on 4th down. He's making an impact. I think that, they're not a blitz team. They're just a front 4 team. I mean, every once in a while, Fred Warner will, add to the mix. They're not a team that zone pressures or attacks from one side. They're basically a front 4 team with Drake Jackson and Bosa and Armstead and Hargrave right now. And they get after you with 4. And so if they want to chip you and double you and slide to you, he's going to get all that, which he's used to. It's no big deal. But I saw him making some good plays out there. You got to remember now, he missed all of the offseason, all of training camp. This is his preseason right now. I expect him, against the Giants this week. And I don't know if Andrew Thomas is going, but their tackles aren't very good. And it's a short week. I would expect to see those numbers start to pick up real soon.
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast, presented by our proud partner, Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Baldy, when I walked out that stadium, I thought, boy, the Niners have a quarterback here. I thought Brock Purdy was solid. He made all the right reads. I thought his drive right before halftime, 75 yards, no timeout, was absolutely beautiful. It was surgical to tie that football game and flip the momentum of that football game. But then I walk out the stadium, and you get on Twitter, and you start getting texts, oh, he missed the deep throws. He missed the deep throws. Oh, my God, he missed the deep throws. Should we be concerned with Brock Purdy missing a couple deep shots here? I get it. He's got to hit those. Those are layups. But it's week 2, and they score 30. I'm not pressed about Brock Purdy missing a couple deep passes. What would you tell Niner fans who are concerned about Purdy missing those deep throws?
Well, I could go a couple different directions, Bonte, on it. Yes, he missed a Debo. He missed Ayuk on deep shots, no doubt. I also made up for him with some great throws, too, some great deep throws. One was interference in the end zone, which would have been a touchdown if Debo wasn't interfered with. But I remember talking to Troy Aikman just about quarterback play, and he said that the last thing to come for a quarterback is the touch on the deep ball. That's you can hit all the intermediate stuff like he does, routinely. You can hit all the short stuff in the perimeter game stuff, and he puts it on a tee for all those guys. And I think Troy's right. I think the last thing to come is the touch on a deep ball. You don't want to underthrow it, because then those plays tend to be picked off. So you want to overthrow it if you have to. And it's just tough to gauge. And here's the why it's tough to gauge. Because nobody goes full speed in practice. Nobody. Nobody's pulling hamstrings out there in practice. If the ball is sailing on Brandon Ayuk in practice, he's just going to let it sail. He's not going to go get it. Nobody goes 100%. They might go 90 or 85, but in the game, they're going 100. And so you just don't get to see the speed of the game from practice to the game. You just don't. And so it's something that it takes time. It takes time to develop, and you don't get a lot of chances. They took 4 deep shots. They connected on 2, while 1 was pass interference, and he missed 2. But everything else in between was just gold. And his reads and the way that he goes through his progressions, I mean, he's really good. He hasn't made a mistake yet. Hadn't put the ball on the carpet. Hadn't thrown a pass that could be intercepted. I'll take mistake-free football with a couple of missed deep shots any day of the week.
I'm with you.
I thought he had a couple of really nice high-level plays. The 3rd and 7 on the first drive to Ayuk over the middle is just pinpoint accurate. And then in the 2-minute drive with no timeouts, he hits Juwan Jennings, little subtle movement to the left, and then a layered touch throw over the linebacker. I mean, there's a lot to love about this guy.
All those things, Joe. I mean, you're spot on. I mean, I could see all those plays you just mentioned, like, in my head. But he seems to have a really good connection with Ayuk already. Like, he just does. I mean, throwing the ball with anticipation. The ball's out of his hands before Ayuk's coming out of his breaks. Like, Ayuk is their best receiver because he's their best route runner. I mean, Debo can just run you over, and he can truck you. He can do a lot of physical things.
Right.
But as far as just a complete receiver where you're running these routes, you're turning quarterbacks' hips, you're coming out of your breaks just so smooth. Like, he's their best target, and it just looks like right now that Brock has just a great touch with him on it.
Baldy, who does Christian McCaffrey remind you of? You've seen a lot of great running backs. You played with a lot of great running backs. He may be. We've seen Roger Craig out here, Frank Gore, you name it, Ricky Waters. Christian McCaffrey may be as good as all those guys I just mentioned.
Well, I guess I could throw names out at you, but why? Like, he's McCaffrey. You know, I mean, I played with 2 Hall of Fame running backs in Tony Dorsett and Eric Dickerson.
Right.
He doesn't remind me of either one of those guys.
Right.
Because, honestly, he catches the ball better than either one of those guys do. But, we just seen him go like these ridiculous long runs 2 weeks in a row. Now, they're well-blocked. They're well-blocked plays. But he still has unbelievable patience. He still has to make people miss. They can't block everybody. He's still either low hurdling a guy or he's spinning on contact on a guy. But back-to-back weeks, we've seen 50-plus yard runs from him. And so those plays are just, they're just special. He's just a special player. And I don't know that he needs a comp, to be honest with you. I think at some point down the road, people are going to try and say, does he remind you of McCaffrey?
Right.
Kind of reminds me of McCaffrey. That might be 2 years from now. It might be 5 years. It might be 10 years from now. But, I think people are going to try to compare other people to McCaffrey because he's kind of creating his own model right now.
Well, doesn't a guy like that, too, and I'm looking around the league, Derrick Henry, what he does for Tennessee, what some of these great backs do for their teams, what Nick Chubb was doing for the Cleveland Browns, our condolences go out to Nick Chubb, our prayers go out to him when he suffered a gruesome knee injury, but there's no doubt he changed that Cleveland offense, and what McCaffrey's done for this Niners offense. Running backs do matter, Baldy. It kind of ticks me off when I hear, well, running backs don't matter. You could just plug and play anybody in the system. No, I believe you need a home run hitter to loosen up that box. And what McCaffrey's done in his 49er system, there's no doubt that running backs matter. Do you kind of cringe when you hear that conversation week in and week out, year in and year out?
Well, you saw that graphic last night with Nick Chubb, and you saw, Jamal Charles had a year where in a career, it was shortened. But, he averaged over 5.4 yards a carry, and you saw the great Bo. Like, he's in that company. I mean, 5 straight years in a row, Nick Chubb averaged over 5 yards a carry. Jim Brown never did that. I mean, Eric Dickerson never did that. He averaged over 5 yards a carry every year. And, the longest run in Cleveland Brown history is Nick Chubb of 91 yards against the Falcons. I mean, he's just an amazing player. And I always feel like, we're minus Aaron Rodgers right now. You're seeing Joe Burrow, really banged up. We'll see where we can go. We can't play this game with backup quarterbacks. We need great quarterbacks, but we need great running backs.
Yeah.
I mean, we're a league and a fan base that's built around stars. And it could be because you play fantasy, and that's great. There's a great place for fantasy in this business. But we need our star players on the field. Those are the players our eyes tell us they're special. And when you lose a Nick Chubb like that last night, it hurts. It really hurts. I mean, look, Jerome Ford played great, but he's not going to be Nick Chubb.
No.
And so we need our stars on the field for as long as we possibly can keep them on the field.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And a guy who was banged up last year, Debo, he looked great in this game. And I'm looking at the combination between him and McCaffrey. Does anyone have a weaponry like that? Like, I know we have great duos. I know we have a great wide receiver and a running back. But, 2 all-purpose players like that. I mean, they could do pretty much anything in both the run and pass game.
Well, they're very interchangeable. I mean, if you look at Atlanta, Bijan is that guy right now. He's really special. And if they get Cordero Patterson back anytime soon, they've got a lot of interchangeable parts. But I go back to, honestly, your basketball team right there, Golden State. I mean, they came out with the name of just positionless basketball. And it's almost been adopted into football, where it is positionless. Tight ends are now flexed. They're all over the place. You're seeing running backs line up a receiver that run routes like wide receivers. Like it's just cross-training all these guys where you go, okay, let's put Bijan in the slot and we'll put Tyler Algier or, at running back. Or we'll put Debo at running back. We'll put McCaffrey out there. So when you break the huddle, if you huddle, that might just completely go away here real soon. You're not really sure how to match up when you break the huddle. Like what personnel do you put on the field to match up with it, and then where are they going to line up? And so it does create, it creates some confusion for the defense right now.
What's going on with George Kittle right now? I know we love it when he catches the ball and runs over somebody, and I saw some really nice blocks in this one. He only had a couple of catches. Is he staying in to help block against a guy like Aaron Donald, or is he being used as a decoy? Are they just not throwing to him? Well, what are you seeing that's going on with George Kittle right now?
I think that, they're just finding the open receiver right now. And it's not that George isn't open. These things happen really quick. They come in bunches. He was off to a slow start last year. And then, Purdy came in and, he caught 7 touchdown passes in the second half of the season. They're going to come in bunches. The plays are going to break down. He's going to go beyond the X's and O's the way Kelsey does, the way Waller does, and he's going to get his share. But right now, the offense is clicking, period. And so you can't say, well, not everybody is going to get the action, especially if McCaffrey's playing as good as he is and Ayuk is. And so there are going to be games where it might be this week against the Giants, where they say, Wink Martindale says on Thursday night, this Ayuk, man, we're going to double this guy. He's not going to beat us. So something else might open up, or McCaffrey's not going to beat us. I mean, he's going to try to take something away, and it could very well open up things for Kittle.
We'll get to the New York Giants in just a second, Baldy, but I want to ask you about the offensive line. And, we love to talk offensive line on the Morning Roast. I've watched one of your videos with Trent Williams and how the Niners are running left behind Big Banks and Big Williams. Can they run right behind Burford and McKivitz? Because if they can do that, it feels like going to make this offense complete. What do you think about running to the right side of the offensive line? Because we all know they can run behind Big Trent and Big Aaron Banks.
Well, they run right, but they always end up behind Trent. And they cut back because he's just blocking one or two guys or just creating a lane, and so the cutback is there and you take it. I mean, you're going to go to where the daylight is, and Trent creates daylight. I mean, Zeke Elliott used to say in Dallas that every run ended up behind Zach Martin, and for good reason. And I feel like that's the same case with Trent. And it's not a knock on McKivitz or Burford or anybody else. I mean, you play as one. He's just that good, and he's just that dominant. And it's interesting because the offense is different than almost every other offense out there. Mm-hmm. Credit Kyle. Mm-hmm. But I don't believe Trent can be as good in another offense as he is in this offense, just because of how wide open it is and how they stretch the defense. Like, he just excels in this, toss crack, he's getting out and pulling. Like, it plays to all of his strengths. And that's a credit, because you don't ever hear anybody talking about offensive line playing within a particular scheme that accents all of his skills.
That's really interesting. What was the big difference in the first half to the second half for the 49er defense? Because it felt like in the first half, McVay and Nakua and Stafford were slinging it all over the field. They were still getting yards in the second half. What did the defense in particular, Steve Wilks, do to change things up?
I don't think he really did anything. I think they just played a lot better. Gotcha. I mean, the Rams blocked really well up front. I mean, this Steve Avila at left guard, Alaric Jackson, they blocked up their twist stunts. They cracked some holes in the run game, and really it's just about getting off blocks and defeating blocks. I mean, I don't think they did anything different. I don't think they came in at halftime and schemed anything different. I think they just played a whole lot better in the second half and put a lot more pressure on Stafford in the second half than they did the first half.
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Russell on 95.7 The Game. Maybe this question is a bit premature, something we'll revisit. around Thanksgiving, but so far through 2 weeks, I feel like Shanahan has gotten better in situational football. He's actually been a little bit more of a gambler. We saw the opening drive against Pittsburgh. He goes for it on 4th and 2, 4th and 3. They get the first down to George Kittle. You see him go for it at the end of halftime there. 1 second left. Hey, Brock Purdy, go sneak it for a touchdown. Have you seen Shanahan improve from last year to this year? And if you have, in what areas have you seen him improve in?
Well, I mean, he's got a second year with this quarterback who's just special. So, he's got Brock Purdy, and if you have a guy that you can really trust, whether it's short yardage or going for it on 4th down, whatever, I mean, it's all quarterback-based. And so he's got a quarterback that I don't think he started 17 games yet, but, he's not even close to it. So, I mean, he's got a quarterback that he can win with right now, that actually does what he asked him to do, and he does it almost effortless. So I think that's part of it. But let's face it, Bonte. For Kyle Shanahan is only going to be evaluated in the postseason.
Yeah, no doubt.
You could be the number one offensive football this year, and they might very well be. But he's only going to get evaluated. It's just because of his track record in Atlanta, Super Bowls, championship games. He's only going to get evaluated. Until he wins a Super Bowl, people are always going to say, but. They're going to say, Kyle Shanahan, but. That's what they're going to say. And it's probably not fair, but that's just the way it goes.
What'd you notice from the secondary? Is this something that can get exposed in the NFC in terms of spreading them out, throwing the ball? Because Nakua was fantastic. I thought Tutu was fantastic. Stafford was really good at times. I know there's only a handful of teams. Should we be worried about the secondary in terms of the pass game?
I don't think so, because they're not giving up the big play. I mean, look, Nakua can run, 27-yard stop routes.
Right.
And Stafford completely trusts the kid. The ball's out of his. He trusts him as much as he trusts Cooper Kupp already. Mm-hmm. I don't know how that happened, but the chemistry is there.
He's a stud.
And so the 49ers are his own team. So Nakua has a great feel for the zone, where to sit down, where to stop. Stafford sees it. They're seeing it the same way. Tutu has got excellent speed, but they're not getting the ball's not being thrown over their heads right now. Right. And so that's what gives me faith that Travarius has been outstanding. All right, and anybody they're playing on the other side has been good. But I think that I don't think there's any cause for concern. You could all those catches to Nakua, 15 receptions, whatever it was, they're all underneath and they're all getting tackled immediately. Not like they're missing tackles. They're not. I mean, Greenlaw and Fred don't miss. So I mean, they get their, they hit their bullseyes, man.
No doubt.
Every chance they get.
Fred Warner with a big second half, finished with 11 tackles, a big sack. He's playing at a DPOY level. TJ Watt has something to say about that. We saw it last night on Monday Night Football. He is so good. But looking at the New York Giants, though, Baldy, blown out 40-0 week 1 against the Cowboys. Down 20-0. At one point in the season, they're outscored 60-0. But they rally to beat the Arizona Cardinals. And we know the Cardinals are not going to be very good this year, but the Giants outscored 31-8 in the second half here. They're probably going to be without Saquon Barkley, with the ankle injury. What type of team is this right now? What type of defense are we seeing? You mentioned their offensive line having some holes there, which benefits the Niners' defensive line. What type of team are we going to see Thursday night at Levi Stadium from the East Coast?
Well, they played a rookie guard who never played before. They had a backup left tackle for a Pro Bowl left tackle. And they said at halftime, enough. Wink Martindale cussed out his defense and said, we're so much better than this, and I'm challenging you to shut this team down. I mean, just put it on them. And then the first play of the third quarter, Brian Dable said, enough of this. And they went straight down the field to Jalen Hyatt, who can fly. And so don't misjudge this kid's speed. He's so smooth, he glides, but he runs right by you. And ran right by the Arizona Cardinals for, 70 yards. And so they got right back in the game. And, and then Daniel Jones, you have to account for him. He's a very good runner, whether he's scrambling or running. Ran for a 14-yard touchdown on the board. Mm-hmm. But he's a very good runner. As much as talented as Saquon is, this kid, Eric Gray out of Oklahoma, he's a good back.
Okay.
He's a really good back. I saw him in preseason. He'll be up this week. Brett Breida. What kind of speed Breida has. I mean, that's what you're going to see. You can't sleep on what the Giants did in the second half against Arizona. They put up 31 points in the second half. Like, anybody that does that should get your attention.
Daniel Jones reminds me a lot of Alex Smith. I think his arm might be a little better than Alex Smith's, but just like the play type and body type, I don't know. Maybe I'm reaching too much there. Thursday football. Well, did you play any Thanksgiving games back in the day?
He's a Cowboy.
Yeah, I know. So,
like, Thanksgiving.
What's your thoughts on Thursday football? Because, I mean, with Ayuk's shoulder or collarbone or whatever that injury is, with Saquon, I mean, he was probably going to miss this weekend anyway. It feels like a quick turnaround.
It is, but I mean, like Bonte said, I played in Dallas, so we always played on Thanksgiving. And Landry, who was our coach back then, had a great system. You prepared yourself to play 2 games in 4 days. And it's about treatment. It's about healing up. It's about mental reps. It's about a lot of different things. I mean, at least they don't have to travel. They get their home opener. The Giants got a short week, after being on the road. So this is a tough turnaround for the Giants, a lot tougher than the 49ers. And so, but that's just what you get, a mini bye. You come off that with 10 days of rest. And so you prepare yourself to win 2 games in 4 days. And the guys who are banged up, you make those evaluations for the long term, since this is so early in the season. You probably, if they're nicked pretty good, you probably sit them and you go to the next guy up and get ready for the long haul.
You brought up, before we let you go, Baldy, I want to know where you're going to be at this weekend. I love that stuff, wherever you're going to be, whether it's college or pro. But Kayvon Thibodeau, first-round pick out of Oregon. Dexter Lawrence, on paper, Dexter Lawrence, one of the best D tackles in football. And they traded for Isaiah Simmons, which I thought was a sneaky deal for the New York Giants, taking him from Arizona, paired with Wink Martindale, who you mentioned, who's a very good defensive coordinator, long-time Ravens defensive coordinator. Is this defense going to be the Niners' stiffest challenge to start this season? We thought Pittsburgh would be, and they ran right through Pittsburgh. Where's this Giants defense at right now? You talked about them limiting Arizona to eight points, but the fact that they were down 20-0, what's going on with that Giants defense? What should we look for?
Well, the strength of the defense is really their front, with Big Cat Williams and Dexter Lawrence and the Bobby Okereke, who came in via free agency as a middle linebacker. They're starting 2 rookie corners. Trey Hawkins is a free agent. He's a starting corner.
Right.
You put 2 rookie corners out there, you're going to get tested out there. And so, but they held up pretty good in the second half. But I have not seen very much from Kayvon in the first 2 games, to be honest with you. He's been disappointing to me. I'm sure he's been disappointing to Giant fans. It doesn't mean that he's going to sleepwalk, through the season. He's got to get better. He's got to recognize things quicker. His eyes aren't right yet, but he's got great suddenness and great quickness. I like to see him play with more power than he has. But they've got a lot of different ways they can get to the quarterback. Wink Martindale is the king of creating free hitters to the quarterback. He's excellent at doing it, at breaking down your protections. That's what he spends most of his week doing, breaking down Kyle Shanahan's protections. So I would be, I'd be looking out for that this week.
It sounds like it's going to be a fist fight at Levi's Thursday night. All rivalry. New York Giants and the Niners have some classic playoff games in the past, classic regular season games as well. Baldy, where are you going to be at this weekend? We always love to know. You've had 2 great games to start, Pittsburgh and the Niners, and, of course, Kansas City, Jacksonville. Where's week 3 leading Baldy to?
Probably have the Disappointment Bowl going on this week up in the Great White North, where the 0-2 Chargers and 0-2 Vikings are getting it on. The loser of that game is so deep in the crypt, I don't know that anybody at 0-3 in this league can come out of it. But one of those teams is going to be in the crypt. So that alone should make it exciting, because I don't think anybody expected the Chargers and Vikings to be 0-2 at this point.
It's going to be a lot of fireworks in that game. I think offense is going to be – that
in the
scoreboard's going to get lit
presser
up.
for Brandon Staley?
Oh, boy, yeah. Not good.
Joe, it's mounting because they do things defensively that just –
He can't get a stop, Baldy. He's a defensive guy who has good personnel, and he can't get a stop.
Great personnel. They got some studs out there.
No, they got beat by Tyreek in the first week, and last week they got beat on some 2 deep shots. And they got 7 guys guarding grass and 2 receivers running right behind them. It's just, it's a head scratcher right now.
It is a head scratcher indeed for the L.A. Chargers. Brandon Staley on the hot seat, but a lot of good stuff there from Baldy. Hopefully everybody enjoyed the replay. Go download the Odyssey app if you want more of Baldy. Joins us every single Tuesday at 7:30. He is definitely the best in the business, but the Chargers and Vikings 0-2 versus 0-2. One of those teams are going to be 0-3 unless it ends in a tie. Maybe it ends in a tie, but the Niners right now feeling good. You heard him talk about the New York Giants defense. Their front is their strength. And Wink Martindale, their defensive coordinator, will be blitzing his butt off Thursday night against the Niners. He's going to test that right side out. Spencer Burford, Colt McKivitz, this may be their toughest challenge to start the season.
These Thursday games are so clunky.
Yep.
They don't play like a normal game. You've got shorter time to prepare. You've got shorter time to recover. It feels like there always are some ugly randomness to the Thursday game. I think this is going to be a tough one. On paper, it looks like it could be easier for the Niners than maybe we thought a couple of weeks ago. I think this is going to be a close game.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I think this could be a fist fight, especially if Brandon Ayuk doesn't play. Now, you had an update on Ayuk here. We had some news on Ayuk.
He had a CT scan. This is per Jack Hammer, who covers the 49ers. He had a CT scan yesterday. The results came back negative. He does not have a broken clavicle. It's all about pain tolerance. So we don't know if he's going to play. He doesn't have a broken clavicle. I'm assuming that's up here in the collarbone, shoulder area. So I don't think he should play. I would probably give him the full 2 weeks off. I think if it's a Sunday game, I view it different.
Right.
Gosh, you just don't want to re-injure it. Or, again, I don't know. I'm a doctor. I'm totally speculating here.
Right. That's a painful injury. It's unfortunate for him. I want him right by the Cowboy game. Can you get past the Cardinals and the Giants without Brandon Ayuk? We shall see. You got the personnel to do it, I believe. Ayuk's a stud, though, man. That's
He's a baller.
Replacement. All right, real quick before we end the show,
Yes.
Damian Lillard was on the It Is What It Is podcast.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Oh, one of the worst cliches of all time.
Hey, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. But they're doing numbers. I got Dave Dollar to come in studio. Damian Lillard of the Portland Trail Blazers. We'll see how long he's a Blazer. I know he's trying to get down to Miami, but he had this to say about the Golden State Warriors. Check this out.
As far as like Golden State, like I respect what they've been doing over the last 8-9 years or whatever. And I'm from there. Obviously that's home, but I can't go be a part of that.
I agree.
Like they done won 4 championships. Like what I look like going to try to do that and say, oh, I'm joining my home team. Like, no, it's somebody that played my position that's, behind LeBron, the best player of this era. You know what I'm saying? So to me, that don't even make sense. I'd never do nothing like that. I'll lose every year before I go.
I'll lose every year before I join with the Golden State Warriors.
Well, I find that contradictory. I mean, you have lost a lot, and now you're dying to get out and go play for the Miami Heat.
Right.
Now, I get it. There's some nuance, come to the Warriors, whatever.
But the Miami Heat have been to the NBA Finals twice in the last, 3-4 years?
This is unpopular around
Eastern
here.
Conference Finals.
You know what I think about Dame Lillard.
Yeah, don't say it.
Well, I just think he's properly rated. He thinks he's underrated. It's like, dog, you were the 6th pick in the draft. Right? Like, let's call it what it is. You're the 6th pick in the draft. You play zero defense. You've never been held accountable for winning on the highest level. I get it. The circumstances is part of that. You've lived a very good NBA career. You've had a great career. You're not one of the all-time greats, though. When we really measure these guys up, your most famous moment is you were in a tie game, and you took a shot that had zero repercussions. You hit it, and you stared into the camera, and I believe it was the first round.
Bye. It was the first round.
That's your high water mark.
Wow.
And again, I respect him. He's been awesome, but he has this huge chip on the shoulder when it comes to Steph. And I feel like it kind of comes out of nowhere. I get it. You are from Oakland, and maybe in that sense you feel like, oh, Steph's the king of the Bay, and that's my home, and I've been going up against him, and a lot of Steph's playoff moments are up against me. I don't know. At this point, he's exhausted me.
I don't know why he did you say that. I mean, just
it's out of left field.
I mean, it is out of left field. It was almost like a shot at Kevin Durant. I'm not going to do what Kevin Durant did.
Yeah, well, Kevin Durant's
I'm not going to do
a better basketball player than him.
There's no doubt about that.
And that's not a knock on Dame. Dame's awesome.
He's going to the Hall of Fame.
Yes.
Dame Lillard's had a great career, a very good career. But you'd rather lose? Now, I'd rather lose than have James Harden on my team. Because James Harden's a selfish player, and he lacks professionalism. He's all about James Harden and the beard and doesn't want to show up to Philadelphia. They've catered to everything he's wanted. Houston catered to everything that he wanted. I'm out on him. Dame Lillard, look, I wish he would have cheated the grind a little bit earlier. by going to a contender. You should have got it in Portland 3 years ago.
Maybe. I'm sick of the woe is me thing from Dame. That's my point. He's a great player.
Right.
No one's hating on
No
Dame
doubt.
Lillard. But when you critique him even a little, no, you're a Dame hater. No, I'm not a Dame hater.
No, he's a really good. He's a really good player.
Do I think he should be top 75? I'm sure we can have an argument about that.
Yeah, I don't think so. And the difference between Steph and Dame, it's light years. It is light years. If you can't see it, I don't know if I can help you.
I would much rather have Dame as a teammate than Kyrie and some of these
No
other
doubt.
guys. You know what I mean? So, like, again, when we're dissecting who's the greatest point guard of all time, second greatest, third greatest, your playoff accolades are what's baked into it.
Right. And he doesn't have a lot of those,
No.
right? He's been swept in a lot of series. All right, real quick before you end the show, let's get to Fast Five, our final thoughts of the day.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
My final thought, are the Warriors really going to sign Dwight Howard?
Well, I have a final thought.
I mean,
on that point,
we've been talking about Dwight Howard for 9 to 10 years now. Are the Warriors actually going to sign Dwight Howard?
Don't talk about it, be about it. That's my final thought. Sign him. Bring me Dwight Howard. Shut up the text line. For 5 years, I have seen 888-957-9570 texts about Dwight Howard to the Warriors. Whether he's got 1 foot in another country playing basketball there or in America unemployed,
right.
People have wanted Dwight Howard. For the regular season, sign me up. Let's go.
Sterling, loved it. What you guys got?
It.
Final thoughts.
HBO Max, what are you doing? Canceling winning time after 2 seasons? I'm not about that. Now I'm not going to know how that Lakers dynasty ends. That really disappoints me.
Sterling, I just noticed he's wearing a Diamondbacks hat.
I am. Boston Red Sox last week, D-backs today. Who knows, man? Who knows?
Pick a team.
I'm a Giants fan. Also, I do like the Braves as well. But see, you always give me that face when I say that, but
I thought I was the Braves fan.
You cannot grow up a Giants fan and like the Braves.
See, I grew up in the 2000s, though, where the Braves weren't
played
good.
them in the first round of the 2010 playoffs.
And we killed them. Who cares?
We didn't kill them. That was a grinded-out series.
5-game series.
Yeah.
But still, we won 3 championships.
Brooks
the Braves weren't
Conrad.
good. Anyways, my Fast Five, Brandon Ayuk does not play on Thursday and rests. Takes a week off.
What about the Cardinals game? You don't need him for that, right?
Honestly, no.
Get ready for the Dallas
Ronnie
Cowboys.
Bell, 10 catches.
There you go.
Play Sam
There you
Darnold
go.
while we're at it.
Play
I'm
Sam
teasing.
Darnold.
I'm
Final
teasing.
thoughts.
Do not clip that.
Oh,
Social media at
yes,
95.7
don't clip
again.
that. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny and Guru. Have a good day, everybody. They won 4.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow.
Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
What's going on, everybody? Matt Stein, Matt Starrell, the Guru Johnson with you on a Tuesday. And how can you be a fan of a team and not watch last night's game and just be like, oh, God, I hope that doesn't happen to us?
Oh, man.
2 weeks into the NFL season, the Jets season's messed up, and now the Browns season gets derailed a little bit, probably. They lose Nick Chubb. And, I mean, we were talking about this before the show, Goo. It's like, I feel like we watch games now, at least I do, like watching the Indy 500, just kind of hoping there's not a crash.
How can you not? Now, I jumped up off the boss's couch when you said it. Good morning, Steiny. I was like, I wanted to hug you because I feel like I'm SOFT, but how can you not think that? And that's why you had Niner fans week 1 in Pittsburgh. Take them out. I'm going Shasky. Take them out. You know, the starters. But I know you can't live your life scared. But boy, oh boy, you see Nick Chubb go down. You think about Bosa. Niners have experienced that. Bosa got the turf monster in New York a couple years ago. You know, Brock Purdy last year in the NFC Championship game. Now that's at the end. But Steiny, I'm with you. It's affected my pleasure of watching a game in the time like Kyle. Take them out. Now, I know this past Sunday was different because it was a closer game, but I believe you're on to something, and I want to get you, Evan, and our guy Sterling, who's riding shotgun with us today, Steiny, your thoughts on, we saw 2 running backs go down, Barkley and Chubb, and then the guy after Chubb come in for Cleveland last night and just looked like O.J. Simpson. Is that why running backs aren't getting paid like they should? Because if you go down, I got Steiner coming in right behind you, Goo, and we don't miss a beat.
You think the 49ers don't miss a beat without McCaffrey?
That's an exception to the rule.
Well, then
okay, I'll tell
that
you
answers
what.
your question.
Elijah Mitchell.
What about him?
Let's put some respect on his name. When it was his show, pre-C-Mac, when he wasn't hurt, your boy was toting the rock. Good enough?
Good enough for what?
For them to have success and be a player?
Right, but this is about a Super Bowl. This is about a flat-out Super Bowl. And if the 49ers, if they were to lose McCaffrey like Chubb, oh, God. I mean...
Well, especially now. Go ahead.
What do you mean now?
Because he's here. We know and recognize his brilliance. It runs through him. Right. But the Niners got to a Super Bowl with Mostert in their backfield, who is not as good as McCaffrey. But it still worked.
Well, if you're going to call McCaffrey one of the best backs in football, then if you lose him, it's going to hurt, I would think. I mean, to me, it's funny. I was thinking about this. I said, if you take the best if you take the best player off every team, and I don't know who the 49ers' best player is. Give me a name.
Bosa.
Okay. If you took Mahomes off the Chiefs, they're done.
Saran.
If you took Micah Parsons off the Cowboys,
wow. Okay.
My point is I think if you could take the 49ers' best player off their team and they'd still have a shot at it, probably a better shot than any other team because they're so deep. But McCaffrey,
that's interesting.
Boy, I gotta.
So you don't care about anything that when I say about pre-McCaffrey. The Niners were NFC Championship game without him, Steiny, and a Super Bowl.
You can't have it both ways. I'm not going to let you.
Cake and eat it too?
Yes, you can't. Because you're the guy who says, ever since they got McCaffrey, they're scoring 30-plus points a game. So they're a different team with McCaffrey.
Facts. Yeah, and Purdy.
Then Purdy.
Well, let's be honest, and this no shade at Brock. If Brock were to go down, I think we'd see the best version of Mr. USC.
I mean, I could be wrong, but I think if the 49ers lose McCaffrey, they ain't winning it. If they lose Purdy, they ain't winning it. If they lose Bosa, they ain't winning it. And maybe Debo. Maybe.
Debo.
But I just
we're being negative though, huh? But it's a real thought.
No, we're not
because
being
we
negative.
Saw Chubb. His
Every
season's over.
49er fan worth their salt is watching games this year and saying, "Please stay healthy. Please stay healthy. Please stay healthy. Please stay healthy." You can't get, and it's the NFL. You can't get around it. You just can't get around it. You there's things that could happen to derail your season. And they just happened to the Jets and probably the Cleveland Browns. By the way, congrats to the NFL. They found the 4 worst teams in football and put them on TV last night. Those teams stink.
So does
and let me
Derek
tell you
Carr.
something.
Yeah.
Here's what.
Yeah.
Here's what.
You
need to eliminate this from your repertoire.
Oh,
don't ever say again. Oh, Kyle Shanahan passed on Deshaun Watson. He stinks.
What's that?
He stinks. Good.
But he fell off, and
I don't
maybe
care.
the football
He
guys
stinks.
didn't like how him still back.
Terrible.
He
and
made
Wilson
some good
Pickett.
throws. Yeah.
Wilson Pickett is not very good
That's
either.
not, but dude, man.
What's
and
his name? Pickens? Slim Pickens, quarterback for the.
Well, they're Canada. It might be out of a job. Their offensive coordinator here in the next few days or hours. But yeah, that was bad football last night. And I'll say this just about Bosa, because I know he's, from a stat perspective, he's gotten off to a slow start. Don't forget about Watt for Defensive Player of the Year. It's been Micah Parsons and Bosa. Don't forget about old Watt. 3 sacks against the Niners, and he got a scoop and score yesterday. Off to a good start. It's just 2 weeks, though.
TJ Watt plays for the.
And this is the Niners, fam. This is Friday for the Niners. He's got a game in 2 days.
Yeah.
48 hours. I feel different.
But it's kind of like our Thursday.
No, we got Friday to react, which will be our
it's
Monday.
2 days before the game.
48 hours.
2 shows before the game. So it's like Thursday.
Okay, gotcha.
But
still.
925 says Steiny cracking me up. Why? Other than my magnetic
Wilson
personality?
Pickett, yeah.
Oh.
Well, that was material.
He's a musician. Was a musician.
I know Steiny.
He's Bobby Blue Bland, guys like that.
One of my dad's favorites.
Come
on, blues. Lucille? What about Lucille? That's what he called his guitar.
I didn't know that.
Okay.
I did not know that.
Oh, boy.
Let me ask you a question, 49er fans.
I think that's what he called his guitar. We'll find out. Go ahead.
Has Kyle Shanahan changed as a head coach?
What do you mean?
Has he changed? Has he gotten more aggressive?
Oh.
Now, I know they've only played 2 games, but I was thinking about a couple plays, Goo, or a couple. First of all, first drive of the season, they have a 4th and 2 midfield. They go for it. First drive of the season against the Steelers, they get it. On Sunday against the Rams, to me, let's look at some of the things they've done.
All right.
Obviously the quarterback sneak with 1 second to go is what everybody remembers. But what about the fact that as the Rams, why did he do this? As the Rams are driving down the field at 10-10 late in the second quarter.
Okay.
Why was Kyle Shanahan calling timeout? Why was he calling timeouts when they had a chance to get the ball back? Why was he calling timeouts? Can somebody 888-957-9570?
It was rather peculiar.
Evan,
I don't have the answer.
Evan, why do you think? Well, you know what? I'll put it on. Why did Kyle Shanahan? Why was he calling timeouts when the Rams were driving the field late in the second half? And the only thing I can come up with, Evan, is Jimmy Garoppolo ain't the quarterback anymore. That's why I think he was calling timeouts to say, if they score, even though I'm going to use my timeouts, we're going to have time left on the clock. And we now have Brock Purdy, not Jimmy Garoppolo. So you know what? I'm gonna play it like this. I can't understand any other reason why. What do you think, E?
I agree. I think it has to do with the quarterback, but then it does present a question of why you were so lackadaisical during that final 90-second drive when you have no timeouts. That could be on Purdy. That could be on Shanahan.
Everybody.
But I think with a young quarterback, you would like to at least give him one timeout to work with in case you got to take a sack, in case something happens, in case there's an unforeseen event. And then we're looking at it as a positive because Brock Purdy capitalized with 1 second left. But if anything else wrong goes on that drive, you don't have a timeout to bail yourself out.
Yeah. How about this theory? Let's just say they have Garoppolo. At that point, maybe Shanahan doesn't call timeouts.
So you're going the Super Bowl where he didn't do that because he didn't trust Jimmy and his GM was in the Hall of Famer GM was in the suite calling for timeout, but I thought that was a lack of trust in Jimmy.
Well, I think they had the ball at that point, the 49ers.
Yeah, but they weren't aggressive.
Right, but
if that were Brock Purdy now, there's no way he's not trying to savor every second.
Yeah, I'm talking about the drive before the drive because if he doesn't call timeouts when the Rams have the ball, then if and when they score, he's going to have Jimmy Garoppolo is going to have the ball with 3 timeouts left. And if they only have 10 seconds, then he doesn't have to risk. Like I almost think he would rather have Jimmy Garoppolo. He would rather have Brock Purdy quarterbacking a 2-minute drive with no timeouts than Garoppolo quarterbacking a 2-minute drive with 2 or 3 timeouts.
Well, what that tells me is I agree with you. He's in love and infatuated, rightfully so, with Brock Purdy. And Brock Purdy's, exhibition of his ability to run this offense, Donnie, it's a 180 compared to Jimmy.
888-957-9570 is the number. I got some sound from yesterday or 2 days ago. Shanahan was asked something about his coaching. It's pretty interesting, but I'm wondering if we're watching Kyle Shanahan just change his philosophy a little bit in terms of coaching. Let me ask you this. We've watched Kyle Shanahan for 6 years. How would you describe him as a coach if you had to use a word or two? Is he conservative? Is he assertive? Is he aggressive? How does he attack the game? What does he hang his hat on? What's his signature?
Physicality.
Okay.
All right. But as far as moments, it fluctuates. And I've seen him, like, you won't give this to me. Let's see if you give this to me because I said it to you in front of the boss. Kyle Shanahan this year would throw that flag in the NFC Championship game. I know it's not a play call, but it's a decision. He's got his foot on the pedal. We've seen it. It's only 2 weeks, but Steiny, we've seen it. I believe he learned from that moment. Right or wrong, he's letting them hang. So to me, when you ask me what's he hang his hat on, the brilliance, because that's what he shows every week when he calls plays. But now if you're talking about moments, and this is something that I had on my list that, I want to see how he responds to high leverage situations. Is so much going through his genius brain to where he outsmarts himself. That'll rear its head as we get further down the road. But my answer is physicality.
I mean, I could make the case that if they had Garoppolo at quarterback and Robbie Gould at kicker, he wouldn't have done anything close to what he ended up doing. He wouldn't have let Garoppolo work a 2-minute routine without a timeout. And then, think about this one. It's 4th and 7 at the Rams 39. You got a great defense. And he went for a 57-yard field goal. Like that's
I kind of get that though.
57 yards, yeah. He misses it, they get the ball to 40.
No doubt.
He probably doesn't let Gold kick that.
But how many? Okay, well that's the difference.
Well, that's
exactly.
what I'm saying.
Yeah,
he might have gone for it last year, or he might have tried to punt him.
And if you look at where he drafted Moody, Stoney, that wasn't just a giveaway. Some eyebrows were raised. He believes in what he's bringing to the table. And you're right. If you miss it, but he didn't, and he's showing confidence in his kicker that has just been perfect on the year through 2 games. So I get it, but. Man, how many decisions in your life, Steiny, if it didn't work out for you, would we be having the post-game presser like, boy, what were you thinking? Well, we can't have it because it worked.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's easy to say, we love aggressive. We love aggressive. But if Purdy can't get in on that last play.
Do you really think that, and I'm asking all you, I kind of like my coach. I love my coach being ultra-aggressive. Okay, let's say they don't get in there. You think it would have been holy hell for him to pay?
I think it would have.
I think I love my team. I just tried to get. I went for the jugular. Like that would have been okay in that moment to me.
They would have taken short points off the board.
But they got 4 more.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
But you can't expect to win win all those to get all those. Here's the other thing. Rat on the table.
Brought to you by Echo.
49ers under Kyle Shanahan have stunk on 4th down. They've stunk on 4th down. They were 29th last year in 4th down efficiency.
Kyle Shanahan's offense.
The year before that, 24th. The year before that, 28th. They don't make it on 4th downs the last 3 years. And they're 1 for 1 right now. They're 1 for 1 because Kittle got them the first down on the first drive of the season. And here's the other thing. If the 49ers are great, if they are a great team, let's say they're head and shoulders top 2 or 3 teams, would that make you more aggressive or more conservative as a head coach?
Oh, for me, aggressive.
Okay.
Because I feel like I got enough, even if it doesn't work out, to come back and fix it and rectify it. You know what I mean?
I hear
it's why I can't believe Sean McVay didn't go for the 4th and 2. Like, what are you doing, bud? You're trying to pull off the upset. You might not get another chance.
I wonder if they looked at it like an upset.
Oh, man.
415, Kyle hangs his hat on being resolute. He sticks to his guns and doesn't bend, at times to his detriment.
Yeah, well said.
Interestingly, Trucker 23, our main man.
Dude, boy.
He uses the exact opposite word. He says adaptive. Is he resolute or is he adaptive? Mm-hmm. Let's go to Raz in Livermore. What's up, Raz? How you doing, man?
Pretty good, guys. Pretty good. First of all, I want to tell you guys, I've been listening to you guys for about 20 years.
Oh.
And first time I called.
Oh, thanks, man.
Thank you for everything.
Thank you, man.
Thanks,
Appreciate it.
What you were saying concerning is he more aggressive. And I tell you what is aggressive is he trusts his offense more than any other offense he ever had.
Yeah. I agree.
How can you not?
Thanks, Raz, and thanks for listening.
How can you not trust it, right, Steiny?
So
Especially
far,
now that your quarterback looks like the man.
I wonder if Kyle ever had trust in Garoppolo and then started losing trust in Garoppolo, or if he never really had trust in Garoppolo in the first place. And by the way, I haven't been around for 30 years.
He said 20.
Oh, well, then I have. But he hasn't been listening to me. Well, maybe, yeah.
You went O'Connell. He had a nice run.
Yeah, was that 20 years? Actually, we didn't have. See, this is why
I listened at my job desk every day. I listened to you, man.
But
yeah,
and I appreciate that you were the guy who was listening. But here's where
it was a good show, man.
Here's where Evan. I hate to have to correct
Evan.
Guru,
probably was in a crib,
but he just said you guys had a good run. It was 11 months. We might have been the fastest fired duo.
It don't mean you were deserving
of the
for that. That things happen. It might not. It was bigger than you.
That's fair, but then don't call it a good run.
I take it back. Right. It was a short run. How about that?
It was a short run. It's like it's like Haley's Comet. 408. I think Kyle has been both. He now seems more flexible due to either the quarterback or the kicker or whatever. But in the past, he was not. Well, at least through 2 games. I think there's something there.
I got another rat on the table about Kyle and his thought process. Okay. We all, especially me, have agreed this is a smart man. This is not a perfect man because no guy or gal is perfect. But where do you put in all this Kyle after the game, the brilliant mind, saying he forgot about Elijah Mitchell? And it wasn't more, to me, about Mitchell. It was about spelling McCaffrey. Like, how does that happen, Kyle? How do you, let's say you're telling the truth. How do you not have a Sterling or an Evan or a Steiny in your ear for that specific, hey, boss, we need you to get your boys some time. Like, how does that not manifest? Like, do you really believe Kyle forgot about Mitchell?
I think he probably just got in the flow of the game, and he.
All right.
I mean,
again, not a mistake. Just odd to hear Kyle. I was caught up in the moment because that's what you're saying.
I mean, the only thing I got a problem with Kyle in the fourth quarter was with 7 minutes left, they were up 27-20, and they went 3 and out, and McCaffrey didn't touch the ball.
Well, let me tell you who touched the ball, and Evan brought Debo got it.
Well, it was a 3 and out. That's all I know.
Well, so now I get it.
So it's a 3
now
and
it's
out.
3 and out because McCaffrey didn't touch it.
I'm just saying.
Or he's your best player. You got to give him.
I'm just saying. And then what happened? Well, then they get the pick.
Man, a good
from
pick.
Lenore.
Yeah.
And then they run McCaffrey a few times and kind of put the game away with a field goal. To me, it's that old thing. I mean, in the fourth quarter of it, it's like the soccer thing. In the fourth quarter of a game, do you want to bring in somebody who hasn't played because they're fresher, but then again, they haven't played? I think that's what Kyle wants to do, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Joe's in Concord. Hey, Joe, what's going on, man?
Yeah, these are always great subjects. Shanahan, I think, looks good when the quarterback looks good. And when the quarterback's not looking so good, he's not looking so good. And it's the past has shown that. The question I had was when they were sold on Garoppolo not that long ago, they gave him a 5-year, $137 million contract. And that's a lot of money to be giving someone you don't have a whole lot of faith in at times. It's noticeable. That bothers me. And on that contract, $74 million was guaranteed.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate the call.
I have.
So, no, I got you. And Joe's saying he still has a problem with Shanahan paying Garoppolo, and then Garoppolo turns out not to be the man.
Yeah.
And now Brock Purdy's the man, and what if Kyle Shanahan starts losing faith in Brock Purdy? Just like he did Kyle Shanahan. That's why I asked if he ever had respect or if he had trust in Garoppolo, or whether he had it and lost it, or whether he never had it.
At that moment, Steiny, that contract was a wedding ring. And as you know, and maybe you don't, the divorce rate in the United States is over 50%. So at that moment that they made Garoppolo the highest paid player, he was in love. And then he fell out of love. And if he walked in here and we say, hey, Kyle, when'd you fall out of love with Jimmy? No shade at Jimmy, who was throwing medicine balls all day long in Buffalo, Steiny, last Sunday. He probably had 50 examples of when he fell out of love. But those 5 games, he thought, okay, and he still got to a Super Bowl and almost got to another one with Jimmy.
Question for 49er fans is, through the first 2 games, do you think Kyle Shanahan's coached a little differently, at least in terms of his decision-making on when to go for it, when to take a long field goal, when to pin the opposition deep? Is he more aggressive now? And do you think that's something that will last? I actually want to see a lot more of it before I think he's officially changed. Let's say that.
I think he's a renegade right now,
we'll see. I mean, we'll see. The question is, Kyle Shanahan, do you think he's changed a little bit in terms of his coaching? 888-957-9570. And Shanahan actually answered a question about that on Sunday. I'm going to play you that response. But 888-957-9570. Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. And it's all sponsored by Lucky California.
With Lucky, this week earn bonus game.
to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Coming up in a half hour, Brad Graham. You can check out his YouTube channel, the SF Niners. You can also follow him on Twitter at Graham_SFN. He is very, very good when it comes to 49ers information. And then one of my favorites, Steve Weish, NFL Network, chief national reporter.
Friend of the program.
Yeah, and you can see Steve on NFL Network's NFL Game Day kickoff Thursday at 3 p.m. leading up to the Giants and 49ers.
People calling us to
disagree.
The Blues Brothers. You got blue, I got blue, baby. Yeah.
I got strongly disagree.
Yeah.
Was that Evan said?
Okay.
They call it X now.
That was Steve Weish.
Yeah.
They call what?
When you said Twitter, it's X.
Disagree.
All righty. I think Kyle's coaching more aggressively, partly because he has better weapons and a better quarterback, but mainly because he knows it's Super Bowl or bust this year.
I'm not mad at that.
You know what I think? I look at it from a different point of view. I was thinking about this. So he's been here 6 years.
Damn.
3 of the last 4, he's gotten to the NFC Championship. He's gotten to 1 Super Bowl. They're going to be good again this year. I think we know that.
Hello.
They're going to be real good. And that's why the more I think about it, it's not Super Bowl or bust this year. And maybe what's happening with Kyle Shanahan, let's just say, you know what? He's getting more aggressive. He's just feeling a little more confident. Maybe it's because he knows he ain't going anywhere for a long time. Long time. He doesn't get it done this year, he'll be back. He doesn't get it done in 2 years, he'll be back.
Right.
For the most part. So, I think you could make a case that he's not like, I have to win a Super Bowl this year. I think he's like, you know what? I'm going to be here for a while. I got good talent. I'm going to be knocking on the door every year so I can finally coach like I want to coach because I don't have to worry about my job security.
Well, he's earned that.
Yes,
and you
sir.
might be right, but some of the great ones, Steiny, live in the now. And I'm not mad at that assessment, but I think he stays up. He's getting more gray by the day, naturally.
All those things
because
are true.
he wants to win a Super Bowl.
Sure, and he knows he's going to be here for a while.
He's going to be here, but as things change and the cap issues rear its head, maybe some of the players that are a part of this team won't be. They'll be, they'll be gone. They'll be in other places. We don't know. So I think he's trying to deliver the fan base their 6-chip this year. And damn, he was trying to do it last year and lost his quarterback in the game before the bowl.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's mad at you.
Yeah,
He's got the job security.
I'm sure he is trying. He's trying. Yeah, he tries hard, Kyle Shanahan. He's also a made man. Made. And you know what? I think what we know about Kyle Shanahan, I think we can all agree he probably thinks he can win with a team other than the team he's got now. I mean, he thinks he's a great coach, which he is.
What did you call Pat Riley, the Don?
Yeah.
He's a Don here. He's still got to get some hardware, though, but still.
Austin, what's going on, buddy? How you doing?
Ain't nothing much. No time, no talk.
Yeah.
I think Kyle Shanahan is being aggressive only with Debo this year. Debo got a chip on his shoulder this year and out to prove that he's not only a wide back, he's a wide receiver, and he's running routes. I like how he's coming back to the ball when Brock Purdy's throwing the short to him. He's overthrowing them. And not only he's overthrowing Debo is outrunning him, running a defender. I like what I'm seeing out of that. And only way Kyle Shanahan is connecting on all cylinders if we getting everybody involved. We getting Juszczyk, we getting Kittle, Jennings, and back up behind Jennings. Everybody getting involved when he's on all cylinders. That's all I got. I like. And then one more thing.
Yep.
This is the defense this week for the defense for the 49ers. I think they should come out very aggressive, just to show their dominance against the Giants. If they don't come out very aggressive and let Donald throw that ball all over the place, we're losing this game.
Oh.
I don't like how we last week.
I appreciate the call, Austin. Appreciate the call. What's spread's like what, 10?
Oh, God, it's a
10
lot.
and a half?
And you know what? I texted Vine this when the Rams, it was 17-17. I'm done saying the Niners are going to win every game by 50. Is it what? Here, look at you smiling. It's an NFL team. They get paid, Goo. But, man, Danny Dimes without Barkley, okay.
This is Kyle Shanahan after Sunday's game. He was asked how he gets better at coaching in the offseason.
See what to add, see what fits in. Spend a lot of the offseason trying to study personnel to add in the draft or personnel to add in free agency. Those are the biggest parts, as a coach that you try to do to make your team better, is to try to help out and see who you can add to it to make it better. Sometimes those are real tough decisions that we all spend a lot of time working on. And my biggest thing is trying to relax a little bit more in the off season, because I've learned how long of a grind the season is and how long it goes and how much you got to get up for each week. And I really try to get mentally stronger with books and some self-help type things. So when you go into the season, you're ready to go.
What do you think he's reading? What self-help do you think he's reading?
Any type of motivational books. I don't know. Donald Goines.
Do you read any self-help?
Yep.
Books?
No, I do the audio.
Oh, books on tape.
Look at you.
I should probably read some self-help books, but
you've been doing good though lately.
What does that mean?
You haven't had any blow-ups. You've been fired up like you are today. People have been talking. Just keep it up.
This is how you're gonna ruin everything.
Wow,
it's gonna be like Draymond. Bob
Draymond
and Joe.
And Chris Paul working out together. I thought of you, boy. You gotta love it. Shirts off. Let's go.
Just put me to sleep right now.
What do you like? Like, dudes just working out
what
together.
Do I like?
I mean, why do you not like it? I haven't appreciated.
I like the Giants' chances still.
And you're doing that to troll. Well, the math is there.
650. I love Purdy, but we will lose games this year. He's going to struggle. The Rams game wasn't the floor, but it's important for Purdy to have those games to see how he comes out of them the following week.
Well, you did score 30. Whoever wrote that. He did score 30.
The 650.
Okay.
The 650.
He missed some throws. You could have scored maybe, what did Debo say, 4 touchdowns? But you could have scored 50. But come on. Let's not nitpick the kid. Undefeated.
As it relates to... No, he's not. Stop doing that. Be accurate. Use the statistic accurately.
So you want me to
Please.
do that?
Yes.
In any game that he's started and finished, he's undefeated.
Okay, fine. Or you can say he's undefeated in the regular season. That would work.
All right.
But you can't say he's undefeated.
No, because I like getting those 2 playoff wins.
Because they got spanked in the game he lost.
He wasn't there. Might have had something to do with it.
He's brittle. A little bit brittle. Lift those weights, Brock. He's a little diminutive.
No, that elbow might be too strong now. Bionic arm.
Yeah.
I know what happened.
What happened?
He didn't got so strong. He'll be right. He'll hit those throws.
So now his arm's too strong. After 6 months, you worried about he'd never get the arm strength back. And now it's too strong. But no, the fourth down efficiency is something that the last 3 years has killed the 49ers. They just haven't been able to make it on fourth down for the most part. And I just thought it was interesting. Drive number 1 in week number 1, they ended up going for a 4th and I think it was 2 with Kittle, right? Kittle caught that ball in the first drive. And so do you think Kyle Shanahan is coaching more aggressively with this team? And if he is, why do you think that is? And the other thing is, there's always, to me, always 2 ways to look at it. If you think you have a great defense and you want to be conservative, well, then you know what? They shouldn't have let Moody kick that field goal from 57 yards. But I get the feeling that I think Shanahan's coaching as if every facet of their game, offense, defense, and special teams, is like better than the opposition. I think he just thinks that I can kick as long a field goal as I want. I believe our defense can hold any team in the league if they have to, and I believe we can score on any team if we have to. And if you're playing with that kind of confidence, maybe they're going to go for a lot of 4th and 3s. Maybe they're going to throw a lot more downfield. Because here's the other thing, I was thinking about the last play of the first half. And if Purdy doesn't get in,
they're down 7.
Right. And you know what I really think in my heart of hearts? That doesn't scare Kyle Shanahan.
Hello?
It doesn't scare him. So everybody's saying, well, man, if he doesn't get in, now all of a sudden the Chargers are up 7. They get the ball. The 49ers are demoralized. I don't think he thinks of it like that.
They get the ball, and we see your boy run for 51 yards. McCaffrey almost take it to the house. And I'll tell you this. I believe I know this. When you're playing a top-tier team when it comes to just natural talent like the Niners are, and you do push the envelope and you go for it 4th and 2, I think other defenses are like, damn, can you play conservative? Can you punt the ball? Because now the odds of us stopping you and all that you have at your disposal are slim.
Good teams don't say that.
Yep. Well,
good teams don't say that.
But how many great defenses are out there,
Good teams say, go for it.
Yeah.
Go for it. We dare you.
I know the Rams are like, yeah, we got a chance, but you saw what happened.
No,
and it's working out for them right now.
And that's the other thing. I mean, will the opponent change the way Kyle Shanahan coaches? In other words,
if that were Dallas defense, do you think he goes for it? I think that would.
I don't know.
Yeah, we're going to find out.
I mean, honestly, I think if Dallas, well, why wouldn't he try the 57-yard field goal if they were playing Dallas? Like, to me, that's
okay. Totally.
Wouldn't he? I think he'd do that. He'd do that regardless. The question is, what about the last drive?
Mm-hmm.
What about the last drive, Goo? If you're going up against the Dallas, or I'm not
now
saying
we down,
I'm not
we
saying
up. Yeah,
I'm not saying the
you.
Eagles' defense is great. No. It's you're down 17-10 against, like, let's say the Cowboys scored
top-tier
with
defense.
top-tier defense, and now the 49ers get it. Brock Purdy got it with 1:45 and no timeouts. Do you think the 49ers attack the Cowboys like they attacked the Rams? 888-957-9570. I don't know the answer.
I'm going
what do
to
you
say
think?
I'm going to say yes. Now, last year you asked me at this time, I would say no. I'm going to say yes. This dude's in love. It's working. He's got everything around him, and I think he's doing his part. We know he doesn't play. He calls the plays. And Steiny, I think that's an element added to this team to where opposing defensive coordinators are like, damn, now we got the coach acting like, oh, not a renegade, but he's just showing bravado at every turn. It's hard to stop talent, Steiny.
Well, and listen, bravado at every turn doesn't mean it works all the time.
No doubt about it.
650, Kyle would not be a good coach if he didn't adjust his game plan for each opponent. Absolutely right. My question is, I actually think that if the opponent were the Cowboys 2 days ago and the 49ers found themselves with the ball with 1:45 left at their own 25,
yeah.
I think they're doing the same thing.
Yeah.
I think they're going to try to do the same thing. I don't know if they'd have as much success, but I don't think they would run the ball up the middle twice with no timeouts. They might have done that with Garoppolo.
Yeah.
I mean, can we acknowledge that? They may have
you
done
wouldn't
that
get any
with
pushback
Garoppolo.
on that because Garoppolo all of a sudden turned into what I believe in Kyle's eyes, Steiny, the weak link.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers play the New York Giants. It's their home opener on Thursday at Levi Stadium. And Kyle Shanahan, I'm asking 49er fans whether they think he's coaching a little bit differently this year, whether he has coached more aggressively. Is that here to stay if you believe it's true? Or is that just the way it worked out for the first two games? His decisions, though, in the first two games, he hasn't made a bad one, has he?
Well, not taking McCaffrey and some other players out week one against Pittsburgh. That's not... No. Now, if he gets hurt, Steiny, and he goes Nick Chubb, what are we talking about?
It wasn't a bad decision.
The
they didn't get hurt.
Lit.
He didn't get hurt. It wasn't a bad decision.
For this time.
Yeah, well, maybe he takes him out next time.
No doubt.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't, then there's
He's
injury.
Perfect. He's throwing a perfect game. Just admit it.
Well, they're 2-0. I ain't mad at that.
Shanahan can't think like that, for they did not stop the Rams in 3 possessions in the first half. That's what Atlanta did. Okay, yeah, I hear you. By the way, I hate to do this, rain on your parade a little bit.
But when you say you hate it, you like it. Go ahead.
By the way, B.B. King's guitar was Lucille, so good try there. It's my friend Derek. It wasn't,
I was shocked that it got that. We went about half hour.
However, I hadn't checked my messages.
Shout out Derek.
In a half hour. So I was thinking, I'm watching Nick Chubb, and I'm like, oh, God, now Cleveland's in trouble. Aaron Rodgers is in trouble. The Jets are in trouble. So I'm thinking, boy, you can't keep 49ers. And then I was thinking, well, What if they had to play without McCaffrey? And my first thought was, oh boy, I don't know. I don't know how much they can win with that. And then I thought, what about Purdy? And I thought, oh boy, I don't know if they can win without Purdy. I don't know what Sam Darnold is. And then I thought, Ayuk. And I thought, well, they can win without Ayuk.
Yeah. And they can win without Debo.
No.
And I'm going to go here. This is how much credit I'm giving
Debo.
Kyle Steiny. I believe they could win with Sam Darnold. Like, they might not win it all, but it's going to be a dog fight.
Hold on.
Okay.
If it's Super Bowl or bust, then it doesn't matter if he can win some games.
Well, what if they lose in the Super Bowl?
Well, that's not good enough.
Well, my point is the injury didn't prevent them from getting there. That's what we're talking about.
Well,
like the Jets may be.
No, but hold on.
Well, you can't be proven right until that were to surface and we find out how far they get. My thing to you is, it sounds like you're not giving credit for the Niners pre-McCaffrey.
I'm not.
Because,
totally
it would be a
team.
hit and they would miss him. But that man, talking about Kyle.
They didn't have enough firepower to win without McCaffrey.
Oh, I don't buy that
They
at all.
don't have a bell cow without McCaffrey.
They didn't need a bell cow, and Mitchell was good enough.
No, he wasn't.
And you're forgetting the combo of Debo.
No, he wasn't.
Debo was getting the rock a lot more. Steiny, they got to the NFC Championship game.
That's right.
Without
but they
McCaffrey.
Can't throw to Mitchell. They can't throw to Mitchell. They can throw to McCaffrey. And that gives them a whole new dimension. And here's the other thing. The more you run Debo Samuel, the less effective he's going to get. So, I get it. If McCaffrey, but McCaffrey's, the foundation is McCaffrey getting 20 to 25 touches.
Gotcha.
And one of the reasons they need him to get 20 to 25 touches is because I'm not sure they have anybody good enough to make up for the touches that he doesn't get if he doesn't get them.
Well, you don't remember the shows we did pre-McCaffrey to where you said Kyle likes his back to get about the ball 20 to 22 times. Even when we're going back to the Mostert days, no more than that.
Okay.
So you don't think he could go in the lab and recreate? Yeah, it's not going to be as powerful as it was with McCaffrey, but Steiny, for anybody to say they couldn't still be a juggernaut,
well, what is it? What is it? Did
disagree.
the offense change when McCaffrey came last year, or is it the same offense?
No, they're using his greatness and his skill set more.
Okay.
But if you take that away, the ship does not sink.
I didn't say sink, but they're not going to win a Super Bowl probably without McCaffrey. I don't think.
Well, if you're telling me do the odds go down?
Of course
with McCaffrey.
I'm not saying
I'm
that.
telling you 2019 on line one.
That's
another
4 years ago, dude.
The Rams.
Come on.
What about the NFC Championship against the Rams where they had a 10-point lead? McCaffrey was nowhere in town. Like, don't forget about that stuff.
They didn't win it, though.
Well, they were in the game before the Super Bowl.
Well, they were never going to win it.
10-point
They were
lead.
never going to win it with that quarterback and no Christian McCaffrey. Like, what Christian McCaffrey did was moved everybody down one in the pecking order to where, like,
I got something for you.
He just makes everybody better because
I'm not fighting you on
has
that.
the ball so much. And
you're going to love this. Sterling gave
let me
this
ask
to
you
me.
a question.
Yeah.
In a perfect world, how many catches and runs would Debo Samuel have in a game? A nice, solid win.
For me,
like 3 and 6?
No,
3
I was gonna
carries,
go
6 receptions?
7 and 5.
Yeah, I don't.
He's been, yeah. Hey,
But
I'm
not
talking
enough-
about Mitchell.
There are not enough plays for everybody to get their yardage if McCaffrey's got it 25 times.
We're going back to that championship game, the one that I cite with the Rams and Mitchell. Ask me how many yards Mitchell averaged in that game.
How many?
1. So Sterling helped you out, but that was one game, guys. But still, the whole collective was when you played the Niners pre-McCaffrey, it still was hard.
Right, but what have we been saying for the since McCaffrey came here? That everything changed. Like,
well, if I want to get smart with McCaffrey, not blaming him, the season still ended where it ended before he was in town. And I'll just set that there.
Well, do you really? You don't believe that, though?
Well, yeah, obviously, because the quarterback got knocked out.
Right. So, I mean, to me, they were good without McCaffrey.
Let's just hope we don't find out, Steiny, but I'm with you.
With McCaffrey,
every team's
they're great.
one injury away. I feel like the Niners might be 2 injuries away because I feel like Sam Darnold would maximize or come close to doing what Brock Purdy is doing, and that's protecting the ball and getting rid of it.
You know what? I can't do this anymore.
The show?
No. You know what?
That's not what happened.
Like, what is that? okay. Do you realize that you'd get laughed out of every other market in the United States by saying, "Oh, Steiny, I think if they had to go to Sam Darnold, they wouldn't skip a beat and they'd be fine. I think they could." Come on, Goo.
So you believe that?
I don't believe you believe that.
I'm just
Sam
listen.
Darnold.
Am I telling you there wouldn't be a drop off? No, I'm not. But for you to sit there and act like they would lose 30-3. No. That's what it would still be a bear to beat Kyle and what he would prepare with what he was without.
Well, then
that's
the season's not Super Bowl
because if you
bust.
don't feel that way, I think Steiny, those are two different things. If you don't feel that way, then you don't think Kyle's a great coach. You think, because McCaffrey's here, it's McCaffrey or bust. When in reality, I can tell you they would miss him. Things would be different.
Of course they would.
But Kyle's already proven to me he could do it pre-McCaffrey with what he had.
Can Kyle Shanahan win a Super Bowl or not?
We're watching the movie now.
Do you have
we're 6 years in.
Know, do you have
I would bet he's going to win one.
Okay.
Yeah. No doubt about it. I would bet that all day, every day.
I agree. I've been telling my buddies the last few weeks, Shanny doesn't have trust in his backup running backs. We need a legit number 2. That's BG from Rohnert Park.
Well, Mitchell can't stay healthy, but he was your number 1.
Right. They went out and got somebody better.
No, I got that. I got that. Yeah.
Ayuk blamed his low stats in previous seasons on Jimmy and Kyle, but real fans know it's because the offense was loaded. If they don't make it to at least the NFC Championship game this year, how can you not look at the last 4 years and wonder how they got there? All I'm saying is I don't believe for a minute that Sam Darnold can lead the 49ers to a Super Bowl. And I don't believe
you know what?
Newt Rockney
but you
could
back
coach
me into
that
it.
team.
I'll tell you what. I would have my bag of shout out soda, weight loss. I would have my popcorn watching because it wouldn't be easy. For whoever came and knocked him out, Steiny, it's still going to be a bear. And
like last year's Eagles game?
And that's there was no
seriously. Seriously.
There was no Darnold. And Jay Johnson, I love you to death. But come on, Steiny. That's different.
No, it's not.
Yeah. And now what you've done so creatively is you back me into a corner like I've gotten out of bed, brushed my pearly white, a little yellow, brushed my teeth and said, Sam Darnold can take the Niners to the Super Bowl. I'm saying we would watch it.
I'm not putting words in your mouth.
Yeah, because let me tell you something about the basketball team. Curry goes down, Warriors ain't winning it. You know what I mean?
Well, who's Curry?
Steph Curry.
I know, but who's Curry on the Niners? Do they have a player as important as Steph is to the Warriors?
I think they got 3.
Well, that's impossible.
Well, it's not.
Because then they would. Well, then you tell you what, if they don't win it, Kyle should be fired.
They got the happy hour offense, right?
Steph Curry's one of the top 5 players of all time.
But they got the happy hour roster.
What does that mean?
Loaded. Yeah. Look at my boy. Bosa, McCaffrey, Debo, Ayuk, whichever one you want to put in. They got a lot at their disposal, Steiny. I think they're the one team that could, survive an injury to a stud.
Survive. Yeah. Survive.
Right.
Sure.
And that's what they were trying to do against the Eagles.
But surviving is not part of this year. This year's not about surviving. This year is you can't say Super Bowl or bust and then say, well, I think Darnold could take him. I think Darnold's got to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't, Kyle will be back here next year with Purdy trying to do it again. I'll tell you what, I think Kyle Shanahan's going to be the coach of the 49ers for a long
And it's already off to that start, Steiny. The Dr. J, 6 years in.
Who's been the... we got to go. All right, 888-957... we got to check that. Brad Graham on the other side. Brad Graham, check out his YouTube channel, the SF Niners. It's all sponsored by Ashley Furniture Home Stores.
Fall is almost here, and at Ashley, seasonal decorating is a breeze. Snuggle up on a sectional or ultra-modern sofa. Gather outside with a new fire pit or conversation set. Ashley has everything you'll need. Shop in-store or visit ashley.com today.
What's up? It's your boy Guru here to tell you about sodaweightloss.com and the 26-pack.
one of the things that really annoys me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, what's going on? Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. And let's welcome in Brad Graham.
Brad.
I want you to check out his YouTube channel, the SF Niners. You can also follow him on X at Graham_SFN. Brad, thank you so much for joining us, man. Appreciate it.
Donnie and Goo, thank you so much for having me.
All right, I'm gonna start with this question. Why do you think Kyle Shanahan was calling timeouts during that Rams drive late in the second half as they were moving down the field, getting closer to score? And would he have done something like that a year ago?
I think Kyle Shanahan, as he's continued to evolve as a head coach, is just really trying to put himself in a better position to score more points. Obviously, it sounds cliche, but as he's driving down the field and they're trying to get into scoring position, trying to conserve clock and manage the clock in more favorable situations, I think it's really all that comes down to. He's just trying to put his team in the best position to be successful.
I feel like what he was basically saying to the Rams is, I will not let you score with 3 seconds on the clock. And
that's
maybe
what it feels like.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, you think he'd do that with Garoppolo or with any other quarterback?
I really do believe right now with what we're seeing out of Kyle Shanahan is this trust that we haven't seen with the San Francisco 49ers, whether it was Jimmy Garoppolo or dating back to C.J. Beathard or Nick Mullins or the long list of quarterbacks that have played for the 49ers, even Trey Lance. The amount of trust that Kyle has in Brock Purdy to drive down the field with 6 seconds, hike the ball, and get the ball out of bounds to make sure there's enough time on the clock to even still sneak it in for a touchdown, I would say that's ultimate trust that Kyle has in Brock Purdy.
Brad, I'm going to be honest with you. Saturday, all week prior to the game in L.A., I didn't give the Rams a chance. I just didn't. Can I ask you what was going through your mind as that game was tied 17-17? Like, what did you attribute the Rams being able to do that you didn't think they could for that game to be tied?
Honestly, I attributed it a lot to the Rams' offense. You got to give Stafford and Sean McVay a ton of credit for the game plan that they had against Steve Wilkes and that defense. They were taking advantage of the soft zones. They were taking what was given. Puka Nacua went crazy with 15 receptions. He went absolutely insane. And so I got to give a ton of credit to the Rams and their game plan. And being at the stadium, I was sweating a little bit, and I was like, because I did expect it to be a larger margin of a victory, or at least a more handled game plan and situation that we were getting at that time. So I have to give a ton of credit to their offense and the way that they were game planning against the 49ers defense, but also credit to the 49ers defense for making halftime adjustments and getting things in line in order to put themselves in position to win that football game.
Brad Graham joining us on 95.7 The Game. You can check out his YouTube channel, the SF Niners. You can also follow him on X at Graham_SFN. What do you anticipate, or I should say, what's the latest on Brandon Ayuk and his status for Thursday against the Giants?
So we are hearing that he has gotten a CT scan. There wasn't a bone break, or it doesn't sound like there was any ligament damage. And this was from Jack Hammer, who reported that earlier from the Santa Rosa Press-Democrat. And it does sound like he will have an opportunity to play if he can play through the pain. But it does sound like it is trending in a good direction in regards to no structural damage, which is the main thing that we're looking for. Because if Brandon Ayuk misses Thursday, I don't think it's the end of the world. If he were to miss multiple games for the 49ers, I think that's where we would definitely be concerned. But it is sounding like it's trending in the right direction, and we're just waiting to hear if he will be available this Thursday against the Giants. And obviously these next two practices and his participation in those will tell us a lot about his availability.
Brad, I came in this morning and my partner was just talking about the Chubb injury and injuries just all around, Aaron Rodgers and how when you watch football now, every team's one injury away, and it's been that way, but it seems different now. We heard Kyle talk yesterday about how he just forgot, and I think the world of Kyle and his brilliance, but he forgot about Elijah Mitchell. What did you make of that confession?
Well, I think from Kyle's perspective, when you have Christian McCaffrey at running back, it might be easy to forget the guys behind him, Jordan Mason as well, because Christian McCaffrey is just a elite running back in the NFL. He's leading the league in rushing yards, and you see how dominant he is, whether it's the stiff arm to Ahkello Witherspoon down the right sideline, weaving through the tackles to score a touchdown. Christian McCaffrey is absolutely phenomenal. So I'm going to give Kyle Shanahan a little bit of a break, forgetting about Elijah Mitchell. But, I interact with a ton of fans daily, and one of the things that I hear all the time is, when are we going to give Christian McCaffrey a rest and allow some of these guys like Elijah Mitchell or Jordan Mason to get some touches, just to give Christian McCaffrey a break? But also on the flip side, he's an elite running back, arguably the best running back in the NFL. So I'll give him a little bit of slack for
there you go.
Using Christian McCaffrey all the time.
Brad, I know that the fans have been talking about it. Did you make anything of Brock Purdy's overthrows on Sunday?
I've definitely gone back. I've watched the all 22, broken it down, and honestly, I think I understand why people may be concerned about the misses on the deep ball. But you also have to talk about the beautiful ball that he threw 35 yards downfield to Juwan Jennings on the back shoulder. Absolutely beautiful pass. He had the one to Deebo Samuel in the back of the end zone that if it isn't a pass interference, there's a good chance Deebo Samuel comes down with that football. He put it on the upfield outside shoulder towards the back pylon. And when you look at the misses to Ayuk, Deebo, and then you had another one to Juwan on a deep in-breaking route, they're really close. Like, it's not egregious overthrows. Like, when I think of egregious overthrows, I think of last night, Deshaun Watson sailing balls out of bounds.
Oh.
That, to me, is an egregious overthrow. When I look at what Brock is doing, it comes down to timing. And these guys with more reps together with Ayuk, with Deebo, I really think they're going to figure this out. And what I do like and appreciate and respect out of Brock Purdy is his willingness to take the shots. We've seen more deep ball throws from Brock Purdy than any other 49ers quarterback under Kyle Shanahan. So his ability to keep dealing and keep taking those shots, and again, the Juwan Jennings deep ball completion came after he missed all those other ones. So he just keeps going. And I think that's one of the most commendable traits that he has, is he's not deterred by missing these. He's going to keep going, and eventually he's going to start hitting them. And I think it's going to be more, this discussion is going to be more of the past when it comes to, should we be concerned about Brock Purdy missing these deep throws?
Good stuff, Brad. Good stuff. So I just told you and my partner, I learned my lesson from underestimating the Rams, but the Niners got a game in 2 days, and it's against the New York Football Giants, who came back after being down 100 points, didn't score against Dallas. Brad, where are you at with what the Giants are bringing to the Bay? Do they have a chance?
I mean, Goo, any given Sunday, right? Any team that
Al Pacino.
shows up, it's the NFL, right? So it's like any team that steps on that field has a shot, technically. But when we look at the Giants, it does sound like they're going to be out with Saquon Barkley, their star running back and a huge focal point of that offense. And without him, obviously, they turned to Matt Breida, former 49er. Again, he was an undrafted free agent with the 49ers. They ultimately traded him for a 5th-round pick. But that is a huge, huge missing link for that Giants offense. And honestly, I really do think that the 49ers are in good shape, of course, to win this game. They match up well. And, they have a lot of young wide receivers on the outside for the Giants. And I just feel like the 49ers right now are the better team. And so, of course, Goo, any team has a shot to win, especially on a short week. But the Giants are having to fly across across country. It's prime time, home opener. Levi's is going to be rocking. It's going to be a really, really tough task for those Giants to come in to the 49ers home and beat them on their turf.
Hey, Brad, thank you so much for joining us, man. Really appreciate it. Good stuff.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
All right, that's Brad Graham. Check him out on the YouTube channel, the SF Niners, and on Twitter at Graham_SFN.
Yeah. Steiny, does it seem that way to you for Brock? This is the first quarterback under Kyle that seems to be, okay, I missed one. Let me get back on my horse, and I'm going to look downfield, because that has been the one thing. His eyes are downfield more than Jimmy Garoppolo's ever were.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure last year I brought up that I believed Kyle Shanahan, and it's obvious, has more trust in Brock Purdy than any quarterback who's been here in San Francisco in his tenure. So, yeah, I
remember that.
I believe that's true, and I have believed that's true for a while. It's the eye test. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt about it. It was easy to notice that a while ago.
Again, Brad was our guest. I was going off of what Brad. He was good.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah. Have you met him?
No.
So we wearing our jerseys Thursday to the good name.
Well, I'm not going to the game. I have,
got some stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Let me know if you need anything.
No, I'm fine.
Anything but chicken.
No, I
I can't. If you need chicken, I can't be the guy.
Yeah, it's been a great run. I had a lot of family in town the last month or so, and my middle one's going back to college.
Oh, boy.
Tomorrow, and it means kids are clearing out the house. It's just an emotional time.
Oh, boy. I'm laughing with you, not at you. You give the Giants a chance?
Of course.
Barkley's not playing.
Okay, but they have Breida the Cheetah.
Oh, boy, good night.
Oh, everybody liked Breida when he was busting stuff for 77 yards with the Niners.
I did use Breida the Cheetah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll see. But you said that spread is heavy, man, and I get it, and get used to it. Outside of Philly and Dallas, Rams again, just take it 1 week at a time, right? I just wouldn't play Ayuk.
I know, because you're scared.
You know what? I think I'm okay and comfortable with myself. That
it's just
like what do you? It's
like
it's
if the
week
Niners
3.
If the Niners go up 7-0 on Thursday, would you pull McCaffrey? I don't.
Now that's being extreme.
But I don't get
the
this.
guy was laying. It's like when your shoulder pops out of place. I had a friend, and it would just happen, and you didn't know when it was gonna. Sit your ass down or go get surgery. I'm just saying to the Niners
that
staff.
has nothing to do with.
I know Ayuk is gonna want to be John Wayne, but if we can rest you, it's the Giants. Ayuk, we got this, bud.
What if you lose?
Then we can. That's not going to happen.
Of course not. Like this is. Have you ever watched football?
Yeah.
Have you ever watched the NFL?
I watched 2 games last night.
Why do you continue to think there are sure things in the NFL? I don't get it.
I'm mad at you, but you're right because the Niners didn't cover. That was the surest thing that I've ever seen.
Yeah, Giants stayed in Arizona. I gotta believe.
Yeah. You would think.
Nevertheless.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I know what you mean, but is this going to be reoccurring? We don't know.
Well, of course we don't know.
He missed one quick game. Give him some rest. Not take a hit or fall on it. Come right back to next week.
He can't injure it worse. It's a matter of pain tolerance. That's what.
He demonstrated that.
Brad Graham.
Yeah.
We don't know how much it really hurt.
You see him on the ground every time.
But we don't know if he's faking. We don't know if he's faking or not.
Dude, when did that word become a part of your work? You said I was faking Friday.
Yeah, you were.
Then we go have lunch yesterday. This man, a great lunch. And then I'm leaving. All right, Steiny, I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, well, hey, you're walking pretty limp. Like,
you have
I would
no
never
limp on
say
Monday.
that to you.
No, you look healthy now again.
It's been 4 days. I ain't ready to ball.
Why not?
Because when you jump high, it takes a lot. When you play above the rim, you wouldn't know. That felt good. You wouldn't know.
D3.
Stick it to him.
But you don't know either. Goo. Yeah, Goo. Let me.
I had hops.
Okay.
Have
Goo.
you dunked a basketball? I have.
Volleyball. Goo.
Wow.
Goo.
In a game? No, because I did it in a game.
He wants to know if I. You see what he did? He wants to know if I dunked a volleyball in a game.
No, come on now.
See?
I didn't. Yeah. But go ahead.
Well, I was going to. Oh, I know what I was going to say. Give it up. Just give it up. Wow. Let it go.
You're that friend.
Let it go. Let the pickup
just keep
games
doing the
go.
dope. Don't try to get help. Just ride till the wheels fall off. How could you say that?
Because I don't want. Dude, we're getting older. It's the kind of thing.
Those are facts.
It's the kind of thing where if you get hurt, you're going to be in a cast.
You've been
for
saying
6
this
months.
for 3 years. We've been together 5.
That's right, and the odds go up, and up. If plus. You're making the young kids uncomfortable.
Oh, but see now if you go there.
Hey, there's your guy. Deion Sanders.
Dude, Hunter has a lacerated liver.
Hunter who?
The receiver that took that cheap shot
college
from
personnel. Get the hell out of here with Colorado. Let me tell you something.
It's out of control.
Oregon's going to roll.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Evan with the F for Sterling. But it is out of control. We get people. Shannon Sharp, we get Michael Irvin, we get Dion, we get Lil Wayne, we get it, baby. I don't know what it is, but
by the way, Oregon's a 21-point favorite at home against Colorado.
Well, last time that happened, Evan, you saw what the Buffaloes did.
That team stunk. They opened with TCU.
Yes.
Was it TCU?
Yeah, the Horned Frogs.
One of those. Yeah, they stink.
Yeah, boy.
They were supposed to be good.
Well, Vegas didn't think so. It was minus 21. I can't wait for Thursday, man.
Oh, don't.
Just first 3-0 team in the league.
See, now when the Eagles were the first 2-0 team in the league, it's crickets. It's crickets.
Just like you said, man. Yesterday did, good God, you guys. The Chubb injury does have me watching football different, Donnie. You just hit me, man, with that. Like, it's real. It is real, but I think the Niners, the most complete roster in the game, would be the one team that could afford that injury. And I'm going to just go across the board. Everybody has the guy. Yours is McCaffrey. I get it. But, Steiny, they could afford to, like if Bosa went down, you got Javon Hargrave. Okay, Armstead's got to step up. I just don't, Niners going to lose by 20. That will never happen, regardless of the name, if that nightmare scenario would ever present itself. And that's what Kyle has built.
So then stop saying Super Bowl or bust.
Just
stop it. Stop it. Because if you think one injury can derail the Super Bowl season, then it's not Super Bowl or bust.
But what I just said is telling you that one injury can't derail it because of what they got.
No, but it'll be a built-in excuse.
I'm done excuses.
Well, no. Listen, here's what's going to happen, unfortunately. Luckily, it won't be season-ending. Purdy is going to miss a few games. And when Darnold plays, you're going to realize they can't win it with Darnold.
But playing in that, I hear you.
That's my
and
call.
I'm not telling you he's going to be the greatest, but Steiny, let's just put the rat on the table, brought to you by ATCO. Knowing that you're going to, like Zach Wilson, knowing that you're the guy and you're going to get opportunity after opportunity until, further notification is different than the fill-in. Like I could see a scenario, Darnold, hey, you're playing this game, Purdy's out a couple. I don't think we'd get that. He still could ball out, but there's something about it's mine because there is no going back to Brock because he's out mentality that I think, we would see the best from Darnold knowing if Sam knew it was his or bust. As opposed to, hey, you got it this time, then you get him back to the bench. And he still
Which
could ball
one would
out.
be better?
If Darnold knew he's the guy and Purdy's gone for the year. No looking over the shoulder. And you can say, how did that work out for Zach Wilson? It didn't because he looked bad against Dallas.
We got Stevie Weish coming up
at
11:30, chief national reporter for NFL Network. You can see Steve on NFL Network's NFL Game Day kickoff. That's on Thursday at 3 p.m., leading up to the Giants and the 49ers.
If you remember our last interview with Steve is when I said, why didn't Kyle throw the flag? He goes, I strongly disagree.
I got strongly disagree.
That's where that was born at. Yeah.
That is the one thing. Like, we're never going to – it's going to be like – it's just
overthrowing the Super Bowl.
Oh, my God.
Well, you're saying he's being ultra-aggressive. Well, you're asking, do you feel he's being ultra-aggressive? I feel like Kyle would say, you know what? If I had that to do again, I might have thrown it.
Thrown what?
That challenge flag.
Right, and they would have lost 31-7.
Because people don't talk about that fake touchdown Philly got. That was he didn't catch it.
Stop pandering.
Take 7 off of the score.
Stop pandering to 49er fans.
I'm not pandering.
Stop.
Right is right, wrong is wrong.
31-7.
It's 24.
31. Steiny looks at things negatively and gets mad when Guru looks at things positively.
Is that my dad? Who said that?
It's not. No, it's the difference is I look at things realistically.
We both do.
You look at things positively. Thank you. Thank you. Look, Guru confuses fantasy football with. I can't say it. People think, oh, he's like they think I'm serious.
But I'm not going to cry.
Well, but you get sensitive every once in a while.
Now, take that back. I don't. I might talk to Evan.
Infrequently.
Yeah, right.
You don't get sensitive a lot.
Yeah.
You get sensitive less than me.
Because he's your soundboard for me. You don't know it. You talk crap about, not crap, you just, that Guru, and Evan just sits there because he's a great listener. But I don't do that as much as you do because I know you use his ear all day long about me.
I know, and you should feel good.
I don't do that with you.
You should feel good
I
because
say it to you.
He never sticks it to you, even when you deserve it. 408, wasn't that play on 4th down? If Kyle throws the challenge flag, everything is different since we get the ball. Oh, my God. Come on, Niner fans. Give it a rest.
Well, you got good field position.
Give it a rest, though, Goo. See, this is where you make yourself
susceptible. But just
susceptible.
say that he didn't catch it. Smith didn't catch it.
This is where you make yourself susceptible to ridicule. When a team beats another team by 26 points, but you think something that happened in the first 3 minutes would have been the difference. I'm just asking you. You're inviting criticism there, and I don't like to see you get criticized.
It's all about prevention. It's all about prevention.
Of?
I can go to a whiteboard, and the way I live my life,
okay,
I can make a case that if he throws that flag and it rightfully gets overturned and the Niners have the ball, I can tell you Brock doesn't get hurt. Everything from that point changes. Yeah. But you don't live like that.
No, I don't.
I don't. Like, that's how I try to do good, because karma, Steiny, when you have kids, karma can come back on your kids.
I don't believe in karma.
Are you being real?
Yes. Yes, I'm being real.
Oh, my gosh.
Why wouldn't I be real?
Karma's real.
So, you know what was funny? When Purdy got hurt, it's unbelievable.
Oh, my gosh.
When Purdy got hurt, all of a sudden, it affected the 49ers' offensive and defensive lines. I mean, they just got worse.
Morale was in the toilet.
So then they're not tough. Then they lacked toughness.
It was 7-7, though.
They
came back and Johnson got him in the end zone on that great run by C-Mac.
And I know you got a twinkle in your eyes, Gary Radnich used to say.
Oh, boy.
But the reality of the situation is, you know, I know why you're doing it. I know why. You don't believe it, but it was 31-7. All right, Stevie Weish. And I call him Stevie because I go way back with him. NFL Network, he's the man. And that segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
I've got to strongly disagree.
Hi, this is Carson Daly, inviting you to be a part of...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. And let's go to Stevie Weish, Chief National Reporter for the NFL Network. You can see Steve on NFL Network's NFL Game Day kickoff Thursday at 3 p.m., and that leads right up to the Giants-Niners game. What's up, Steve? How you doing, my man?
What's going on? Can I call you Matty?
Yeah,
Stevie.
Yeah, hey, Stevie. There's a familiarity there. We go back, 25 years? Something like that?
Yeah, I mean, the old Eric Dampier Warriors and the old, Alonzo Mourning Heat days.
Yes, exactly. Let me start with a team out here, the San Francisco 49ers. Can I ask you, what is Brock Purdy in the Bay Area seem to win over most of the fans? Where is kind of the rest of the league with Brock Purdy? Do they view the 49ers quarterback situation as a negative or a positive, do you think?
That's a great question because, he's perfectly fine. What about everything he's done makes you think he's not legit? I mean, he got injured, but everything about it, he can deliver the ball. He runs the offense well. I mean, I think he's a real guy. I mean, I don't think he's just a system guy. I think if he went to another team and played a different scheme, he'd be fine. I still think the national feeling is that the Niners are so stacked that they just need a game manager at quarterback. But I think Brock's the type of guy that if you needed him to win a game, if he had to throw it 40 times in a game, he can win it. Now, does he have great talent around him? 1,000%. But I think he's legit. I mean, there's nothing about me that I've seen that makes him think he's going to lose his cool, that he's going to go on some type of four interception game type spree. He just seems like a very legitimate NFL quarterback.
Yeah, I agree, Steve. And it's kind of funny, this next question I'm going to ask you, because I'm going to be prisoner of the moment. This offseason was all about the running back, and I took it as disrespect. Why can't they get paid? And I forgot just how dynamic McCaffrey was. But, Steve, now that he's in this offense, I get Marshall Faulk vibes. That's just me. But outside of Justin Jefferson in Minneapolis, I mean, is there any offensive player, Steve, right now to where not just more impactful, but dynamic than C-Mac?
Wow. I mean, there aren't that many. I mean, before last night, you probably would throw Nick Chubb in that argument. There's a couple just incredibly special players. I mean, you can throw Travis Kelce in there. I would. But, I mean, just in terms of just outright, what I've seen about Christian McCaffrey, when he was in Carolina, we knew he was athletic. We knew he was a dynamic dual threat. But the physicality he plays with, which Kyle demands out of his players, that's an element I didn't see until he got to San Francisco. And a lot of times, that's just players feeding off of everybody else. Because there's nobody on the Niners that lightens up on any play. And I guess he felt, you see it with the Steelers too, if you come to this environment, you better be able to bang. And the fact that he's got that part of his game too is so impressive. And you saw last week against the Rams, he carried the ball 20 times, and I think he had 3 or 4 other touches, and that was a physical game. I mean, he was a legit bell cow. It wasn't an interchangeable situation. I think that's going to change Thursday, but McCaffrey is extra special.
Steve Weish joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's the chief national reporter for NFL Network. It feels like the 3 best teams in the NFC are the Cowboys, the 49ers, and the Eagles. Do you agree with that? And if so, is there any 4th team that could emerge in the NFC?
I would agree with those 3. Even though Seattle beat the Lions, I think the Lions are going to end up being really good, even though some of their defensive flaws have shown up early. I think Seattle's going to end up being really good. And, there's one of these teams in the NFC South is going to end up impressing. And I tell you this, I think it could very well be Atlanta. If Desmond Ridder, the jump he made from week 1 to week 2, just an absolute gumption. Just there's an old saying, you got your quarterback when you got to do is he'll jump into a pile to recover a fumble. He showed that in week 2. If he continues to progress like that, I think Atlanta is a team that could step up into the pile as well.
Steve, we started the show today. My partner brought up, do you think Kyle Shanahan's coaching more aggressive this year? And that play or drive you saw right before half, he went for it. A couple fourth downs before that in Pittsburgh, they went for it. If I were to pose that to you, do you think Kyle's coaching more aggressively? How would you answer that?
I would say no. I think he's always an aggressive play caller. I think he was coaching to the moment because I actually asked why he went for the touchdown instead of the field goal in that situation against the Rams. And he was like, they were scoring touchdowns, and I thought we needed to get a touchdown to keep up right there. So, I don't think he's necessarily coaching more or less aggressive. I just think he was coaching for the moment.
Steve Weiss joining us on 95.7 The Game. A lot of people were wondering why McVay took the field goal the last play of the game. Is it – I mean, the only thing I could think of is the point differential, which is about the 9th tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Yes, no? Do you believe that?
Well, I mean, that's what I think. Now, he explained it. I haven't had a chance to look at it. I guess he explained it at a news conference this morning or something why he did it. So, but I mean, that is my assumption right there.
Yeah.
Hey, Steve, let me ask you this. There were 2 games last night, Monday Night Football. I love, just more football. I love it. But who would you be, and I don't want to be disrespectful to the Deshaun Watson before his troubles, but who would you be more concerned with, Pickett or Deshaun Watson and what we saw on film yesterday?
Well, I would say Deshaun Watson just because of the money. I mean, you still have Kenny Pickett on a rookie contract. If he doesn't progress, you can move off of him. They cannot move off of Deshaun Watson. He is guaranteed through and through, and they've reset his contract twice now. So he's going to get more money on the back end. You're stuck with it. It's guaranteed. So it's much harder. It's much harder to get off that contract. So, but in terms of the actual play, I mean that's a tough one because their styles are different. I mean, Cleveland, especially now that Nick Chubb is done for the season, they're going to be far more reliant on Deshaun Watson than they would have been had Chubb been in there. Whereas with Kenny Pickett, they can be more reliant on a ball control type of offense, whereas Cleveland's going to expect Deshaun Watson to be dynamic, and he is. I mean, look, he was under it last night. The Steelers were giving him the business, but man, he just does not get the ball out on time, and I know that's confounding to Kevin Stefanski and what the Browns want to do, at least schematically, at least ideologically, and that's going to have to change because those teams are going to keep on coming after them the way the Steelers did.
Steve, real quick on Nick Bosa. People think he's off to a little bit of a slow start. Any concern there from a guy who got into camp late?
Nope. I mean, he got into camp late. You got to remember that. I think people will see sacks come in bunches, and he'll have one of those stretches where he gets 2 and 3 sacks over 3 or 4 games.
Steve, we saw the Niners kind of play with the cap. They restructured some deals, and they got $41 million of cap space. I'm asking you, when you heard that news, what do you think they do with that money?
Well, I mean, they're going to sit on it for now in case they've got to do some other restructures, got to do some other contracts. Brandon Ayuk, that's the big question. Can they afford him and Debo? They've created some money to do something like that. If they feel the need mid-season to go out and make a trade and get some money, like they absorb a big contract like Christian McCaffrey, they've given themselves room to do that. I mean, they understand now is kind of their time to really continue to push for the Super Bowl, and they've given themselves incredible flexibility.
Steve, about Ayuk, how good is he to you? Because when they, Goodell went to the podium, I was like, who? I mean, this dude looks great. What are your thoughts of Brandon Ayuk?
Stud. And he fits what the Niners do. And this goes back to Brock Purdy. How much did we start seeing Brandon Ayuk showcased more when Purdy became the quarterback?
Yeah.
I mean, you started seeing Kittle and Purdy get the ball an awful lot more because he runs this offense the way it's supposed to be run. There's no gray area. And the relationship he has with Ayuk, I mean, that's a really special development.
Steve, you give the Giants a chance on Thursday, you're going to be out here.
I will. There's always a chance.
Any given Sunday.
Look, everyone thought that the Niners were going to smoke the Rams, and that was a hell of a game.
Yeah, it was.
That was a tough game. I was there. So you never know, but on paper it looks like this should be one that the Niners win handily.
Steve, thanks for your time as always, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, Matty.
All right. That's Steve Weiss, Chief National Reporter for the NFL Network. You can see him Thursday at 3 o'clock He's part of the NFL Network's game day coverage, and that'll be leading up to the Giants-49ers game. Steve Weiss.
Man, he said stud, Steiny. Anytime you hear that about any athlete, they're bringing it.
Yeah, and usually studs play through injury.
Which he may do.
Usually studs, you don't protect studs. We got to protect our stud. Studs protect themselves. Is he a stud or not?
He's a dog.
Well, then get out there on Thursday and catch some balls.
Yeah. Which will probably happen.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. We'll see. I like Steve Weiss. Good guess.
You guys go back damn pier.
Yeah, we go way back. We go way back. Did you see? Hey, we didn't bring this up yesterday. Did you see that Aaron Rodgers might be able to return if they get to the playoffs? What?
I want to take whatever piece of equipment I can and just throw it at that window and hope it would go through the window, because we can't just get off of this guy. Until that happens, I hope it happens, but he's out. He can't. He did a different surgery. They put something special in there.
Yeah.
Miss me with that. You know what we can't talk about is Aaron Rodgers. He's out.
No.
He's done. Don't give me that. Let's talk about the possibility. They can't even win a game. Let them stack some wins, and then we bring that up. We are so, as a society, fixated on Aaron Rodgers that the guy has told you, I'm done, night. But no, he might be Frankenstein. You want me to answer a question about if they get to here, he might come back? F that. He's done for the year. Give me something else, Steiny.
No. But for the year,
we just run topics in the ground. He's out.
Is he out for the year?
Yes,
does that include
we find? Yes, he is, Steiny.
So that includes the playoffs,
and they might not even qualify. So much has to happen. But come on, people.
No, I hear you.
Producers, give us more. He's done.
Well, let me just ask you this.
Oh, boy.
Because I hear you, and you've made yourself clear, and I appreciate that.
I didn't know that was coming.
If let's just say the Jets make the playoffs and they win a couple games, would you bring Aaron Rodgers back for the AFC Championship game?
I would
if
do.
Zach Wilson played pretty well?
Oh, I didn't see that one coming. But boy, I've been holding on to it. Oh, my God.
Do you know that, Evan, I'm going to ask you to relay the information that you relayed to me about Aaron Rodgers and what may aid his rehabilitation.
Well, of course, because it's been making the rounds, as I'm sure both of you have seen. It was on College Game Day, Aaron Rodgers on with his buddy Pat McAfee, essentially saying that the healing properties of listening to dolphins make love, in fact, is healing and could increase the rapidness of his recovery by listening to two fish have sex.
Floor is yours.
Why not turtles? Why dolphins?
Because that's the noise. Wow. That's the noise.
We think.
Wow. You okay? My bad. I'm like, God, can we get off of this dude? Now just got a new cornerback, Steiny.
Hi, Raffaello says the dolphins aren't fish. What are they?
Yeah.
Oh, mammals? Uh-oh.
What we got?
That's the great line by Eminem. Mammals, the Geographic Channel, whatever.
Yeah, they're an aquatic mammal. I apologize to all fish.
Yeah, Eminem.
Mammals.
What verse and line is that?
Oh, mammals. It's one of his original great songs.
Evan, want to help me
Mammals
out?
and the Animal Network. You know what I'm talking about.
Don't.
I'm always okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to test me?
No, seriously.
Okay.
I'm looking at you. Give it to me.
Whenever I do this, I'm always right. I am on to something.
That's everything.
Eminem has a lyric about we're all just mammals, animals, and it has something to do with and there's a line in it about
from the real Slim Shady. We ain't nothing but mammals. Well, some of us cannibals.
Thank you.
Wow, you remembered.
Who cut other people open like cantaloupes.
Yeah, but there's also something about the Animal Channel. Isn't there something about that? National Geographic Channel?
But if we can hump dead animals and antelopes.
Exactly. So
I want to know about the lovemaking from who said that noise can help you come back? Like,
Aaron Rodgers.
The ideology. No, he didn't say it. Somebody told him that.
It's a Discovery Channel is what he wrote.
Ah, yes, sir.
Whoa. Yeah.
Come on, Goo.
All right, Dolphins making love. Wow.
No. I'm talking about my M&M knowledge.
No, that was special.
See, just when you think you have me figured out.
No, that was a curveball.
By the way, real quick on the YouTube chat.
First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat.
The guy he's off. He's off. There's some, YouTube. The YouTube listeners are regulars. They're just so wonderful. It's just great. But they could do a better job of monitoring their own chat and making sure that there are no haters in there ripping on your show. This is your show, YouTube chat, and we're all teammates here. So I don't like some of the negativity.
Never go full. Jeff says, Steiny, he thinks he didn't put you. He thinks you're mixing Eminem and the Bloodhound Gang.
No, I'm not. I am not.
High Roller said the same thing.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, that's Eminem / Bloodhound Gang fusion song. You count it. Count the shot.
You know what? You know what? You know what that is? That's a Steph Curry 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what that one was. My Eminem. And you know what? It was like Curry because nobody thought I was right. Like nobody thought I was going to make that tough 3. Then I made the tough 3 just like Curry. And now I go 1, 2, 3, 4.
I made it up.
Speaking of which, I didn't make this up, Steve. Did you and Evan? We talked about Curry and the greatness of him.
Sure.
So the Oakland Tech girls basketball team, they've been playing their ass off. I guess they were at a shoe store, getting shoes for the upcoming season. Who comes in and gives them their shoes? Steph! It was on Channel 2 this morning. That's the stuff I'm talking about, man.
You know what? And I'm sorry. And that's
you know what?
And this is where we're going to say, this isn't negativity. This is just being real.
Oh, my gosh, Donnie, be careful.
When Shaq does that, he doesn't call up the TV networks.
No, there's just a video of everything.
Shaq doesn't need the attention. Shaq's like DeMarcus Cousins.
No,
he just does video and keeps his mouth shut.
They got Shaq giving a guy his watch. I believe it was in one of the final games.
Dude, he's unreal.
I'm like, who filmed it? But everybody films it.
Hey, by the way, did you see Shaq on with that woman who deadpans? What's her name?
Oh, God.
Come on. And she said, did you ever ice skate? And he's like, no. It's pretty clear.
Yeah. They didn't have shoes that big, ice skates that big.
Dude, two guys who are skyrocketing up my power rankings, Shaq and Marshawn Lynch.
Well, did you hear Shaq threaten Scottie Pippen? Told him quit talking about Jordan like that.
What happened?
Scottie just been dogging Mike since.
Rightfully so.
And
bad guy.
Yeah, Shaq was on a little interview yesterday. He told Scottie, leave Mike alone. They're saying fraternity Omega Phi Psi.
Who?
Shaq and Jordan. I don't know if you know that. Q dog. My brother's a Q. Remember the one with the brand on the arm? You never met Rodney, my brother Rodney. Yeah,
wait a minute,
look at that. Shaq and Jordan are
Jordan's
frat brothers.
Jordan's got the O?
No, Omega? It's the Q. It's the Indianapolis Colts son, the Q.
He does? When did he get it? He doesn't have it on his arm.
I'm talking about my brother Rodney.
I thought you said Michael Jordan.
No, Michael's too big of a brand to have that.
Oh, you meant Shaq's in the same fraternity as your brother.
No, as Jordan. Jordan's a Q too. He just can't get have it all.
Well, then he's not a Q.
Well, he's not.
You can't
Auto got the damn brand. You don't have to get it. Jordan can
then
do
you're
it
half
with
a brother.
Well, now you're going Russell Wilson on.
Wait a minute. So what?
All three of them are Omega Phi Psi frat brothers.
But why doesn't Jordan have to get the char?
Think about it, because it would mix up. He's Nike. He didn't want to do it, and he's probably got it on somewhere we can't see. But he does this stuff. When you see dudes get sacked and they do that, that means they're Q dog.
That's what that means. I didn't know that.
Yeah, like the dunk celebration.
Like
Vince
Richardson?
Carter. Yeah.
Did they get my voice, Darty?
Quentin Richardson.
Now I don't know about Q with that.
I think that was more because he's a knucklehead, right?
Yeah, I never got on there.
Wow.
Steiny right. About what?
Most things.
Oh, please. Yeah, Curry gave the man.
What?
It's just amazing. You got all the stuff to do, your father, husband, getting ready for the season. You show up to the gals and hook them up with your shoes. Yeah. You know what that does for the young ladies?
Not sure.
I mean, that's a lifetime memory. Like, you'll never forget that. That's what it's about, man. I wish I could affect kids. Well, I got my
He
own.
makes $750,000 a game.
I know
I mean, yeah, Steph, I love you
I'm going to
too.
give you love if we see you, Chef. Man.
Oh, he knows that.
That's a
He knows that. He was worried you were going to. Like, did you see him like, well, it was a while ago. Nobody remembers that interview.
So now that the Niners play Thursday, we got to do the picks tomorrow then, huh?
Or Thursday during the day.
Yeah, or do the results of them. I'm
Yeah.
sure I'm not undefeated. Thank you, McVay.
Oh, by the way, I officially won my week 2 fantasy. I'm now
You're
2-0.
number one.
I am number one. And it's not because of alphabetical order. It's because I score more points. I average more points than anybody else.
All right, Stein.
I'll tell you what, my team is explosive.
Yeah, out of 2 weeks, bruh. Talk to me week 6. Where
Why?
you're like, I don't like this. The computer locked up. I had to. Come on, that Steiny will come back.
That Steiny's not here.
Dibs 0-2. Now, why'd you laugh? Oh, boy.
Because he's going to be upset.
Yeah,
about
he
that.
is. I'm going to bring it up to him.
I mean, listen.
I scored almost 200.
Nice. But I'm the leading scorer in the league.
It wasn't about you.
Once again, the bottom line is, and it's official, you can chalk it up, you can put it in the official ledger, and I think most people will agree with it, if not everybody. I'm having a hell of a year. There's just absolutely no doubt about it.
You had one hit, Chris Paul. After that, what's
Warriors.
really in there? Warriors what?
That they were going to stink and that they were
They
going
went to
nowhere.
the conference semis.
The conference semis, that's a good way to say lost in the second round. See, that's what you do.
Listen, come on, you know that second round.
They had
ain't
no
stink.
chance. I was right on the money with the Warriors. I also had Bob Myers leaving. Just like I had Durant leaving. Durant's going to stay. Durant,
Well, that was
he's
years
in
ago.
basketball. He's in basketball.
You know what? I'm
Nirvana.
going to give you the Myers,
He
though.
could
I'm going to count
never-
you the Myers.
he
That's
could
two
never-
things.
He could never.
Yeah, Dibs
Kevin
asked you.
Durant could
Remember, I was
never
out.
leave
Dibs
this.
asked you that, and you were like,
He could absolutely never leave here. Kevin Durant.
Okay,
It's basketball
kid,
Nirvana.
it was 9 years
Hit
ago.
the pike.
It was 9 years ago.
Hit the pike. We don't play off Joy. That's a myth. Joy's a myth.
Niners
according
got
to
a new
Durant.
cornerback. We'll get to him when we get back.
Good tease. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to get back to Kyle Shanahan. And the question is, do you think he's being more conservative in these first 2 games this year than he has been in his 6-year tenure? And will it continue? We're going to go over some of those decisions on the other side on 95.7 The Game. And it's all brought to you by Ashley Furniture Home Stores.
The train is off the track, Jack.
Fall is almost here.
the app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
In common with running backs. We're both devalued.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Matt Steinmetz and Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. Good afternoon, everybody. And Goo, just to show you and prove to you that I'm consistent, okay, with my takes. So yesterday they said, "Oh, Brock Purdy set a record 2 weeks."
Oh boy,
yeah,
I remember.
I have not set a record for most fantasy points by a rookie in the first 2 weeks. That's just a stat. There is no record. It's just a stat.
Okay.
So that involves me.
Gotcha.
Because what I'm doing already in this early season fantasy league is unprecedented.
But you're not a rookie.
There you go.
You've played fantasy before.
Not in this league. Not in this league.
Oh, boy. Okay.
Yeah.
Call you the rook.
You don't have to call. Well, I'm going to be Dave Cowens then.
Oh, you're like Dennis Quaid.
No, I'm like Dave. I'm like
a 45-year-old rookie.
Pretty sure Dave Cowens was the only.
Quaid I love.
Or was it Wes Unseld? There was only one guy in history that won the Rookie of the Year and MVP in the NBA. That's who I am. I don't know who. It's either Wes Unseld or Cowens, I believe.
Dib said he texted me direct line. Dolphins are mammals.
So what, is he repeating what I say on the air now, or did he say that before I said it on the air? But you're just having conversations with him.
No, I just looked because I was talking to you and listening.
Forgot something I was going to. Oh, I know what. So. Listen, we're going to get back to the Niners.
Yeah.
But I guess Damian Lillard said something on the what's it called?
It Is What It Is podcast.
Back on Fig YouTube podcast. Yeah. Did I get it right?
Well, it's Cameron and he was on two outlets.
Okay.
But yeah, you can play it for the people.
Okay, so this is Damian. By the way, you know what they're saying on the YouTube chat? You know how Jay Billis, they have the drinking game when he says something like length?
I didn't know that. I'm laughing.
They're playing a game on the YouTube chat that whenever I say I'm just saying.
Oh wow!
You got to take a shot, and everybody will be drunk.
I hadn't picked that up.
All right, I'm going to try to. I'm going to work on that. See, I can take constructive criticism.
We both can.
Absolutely. Can I just want to hear this Damian Lillard sound. Apparently, he said he has no interest in playing for the Warriors.
As far as like Golden State, like I respect what they've been doing over the last 8-9 years or whatever. And I'm from there. Obviously that's home, but I can't go be a part of that.
I agree.
Like they done won 4 championships. Like what I look like going to try to do that and say, "Oh, I'm joining my home team." Like, no, it's somebody that played my position that's, behind LeBron, the best player of this era. You know what I'm saying? So it don't even, to me, that don't even make sense. I never do nothing like that. I lose every year before I go.
So
I love this guy. I love this guy. You hate him. You should hate him.
This is a possum on the table.
Oh.
He's basically telling you, I wouldn't have done what Chris Paul did.
Well, Chris Paul got traded there. I think he's saying I wouldn't have done what Durant did. Or David West.
Wow, man.
Done.
Or McGee, JaVale McGee,
Grow
or
up.
Nick Young.
Steiny, he's rotting away in Portland.
He's not rotting. He looks good.
No, we understand that, but it's like Mike Trout and...
What do you have against integrity?
No,
what do you have against somebody who's committed to something?
I would tell
see it
Dame,
through?
if you were around in the 80s or 90s, we would love you. But look around, Dame. There's no loyalty. Guys are leaving in a millisecond. Harden's done it for 500 times. We want to see you on the biggest stage because you are blockbuster. I told Bonte this morning, I will not forget the wave that you did when you sent Westbrook and PG-13 home, when you sent OKC home. We want to see you in the playoffs. But damn, Steiny, what is he doing? Get to a winner, man. Get to South Beach.
Why?
You control it. Just say, okay, I'll go.
Well, he already said he doesn't control it. He said, I want to go to South Beach. Is he there yet?
Okay, give us another
Why
one
does
if
he
you
get
can't
to do
get to
that?
Miami.
This is.
Does he want to win? That's what it doesn't sound like. His rap album is great. His new one, Steiny, it's incredible. But why are you so content with your season being over at the All-Star break, Dame? Because that's what it's I get what you're saying. You're pure. But, Dame, you're rotting away. Because come June or April, the playoffs, you're going home. And maybe you like that. But come on, Dame, say it's time. Get me to a winner or at least a playoff team.
You ought to be ashamed.
I'm not by myself.
You ought to be ashamed.
For what? What's the infraction that I should be ashamed of?
Go ahead and ring chase. You know, if it's a guy you don't like, then ring chasing, you'll rip him. But if it's a guy you like, then he can ring chase. Who can ring chase? Who can and who can't?
Anybody.
Okay.
This is the era.
No.
I've never ripped anybody for doing that. The
There's
Chris Paul thing, I just thought
you can't criticize a guy who is saying to the entire world, I don't want to take the easy way out. I want to stick it out here and see if I can see something through that I began 12 years ago.
Okay.
I want to do it here. I don't want to do it with 5 guys who have already done it. To me, there's nobility in that. And I could never criticize that, ever.
Okay. And you said it well, but what about the circus that has been Portland this offseason and even before, Steiny? Is Dame going to get traded? Okay, forget the Warriors. That's a circus. That's not bad for business. And from a personal standpoint, I'm being selfish. I want to see Dame play playoff basketball because it's incredible. He's incredible. So forget the Warriors for one instance. You can admit, Steiny, this has been a circus.
No, it hasn't.
And he's staying put, it looks like. That's what I don't like. Like, Dame,
so you like these guys who just say, get me out of here, trade me, trade me?
Steiny, I do.
Okay. Well, that's what's wrong with the NBA. That's why Harden's messing the NBA up.
But don't you think the NBA as a whole is losing when Dame Dollar is not playing playoff basketball?
He's not the only superstar.
I understand that, but he's still in his prime, Steiny.
And quits he's been in the playoffs 8 years. So it's not
give me the last one.
2021.
Oh my God, that might have been the bubble.
Well, the point is he makes the playoffs far more than he doesn't.
Well, I just tell you this, time's running out on his career.
So you want him to give up?
I get the Warrior thing. I get that one. But dang, give me the Clippers.
Why?
They ain't won diddly squat. Give me, and Miami ain't. They haven't won. They've been close. I just want you to want out of there, Dame.
I think he does though.
He wants what?
He wants to go to Miami. Yeah. But Miami's probably asking for too much.
What if
he's not asking to go anywhere?
I got you, Evan. What if I asked you real quick? Let me just respond to Evan.
Who do you want to leave Boston? Tatum or Brown?
I don't.
Why? They haven't gotten it done in 6 years.
I don't know why any one of them would want to leave. They got action.
They do?
Yeah, I believe Boston still has action.
Well, okay. What about Embiid? Should he leave? Should he ask to be traded?
There's a circus going on right now. So if he wanted to get out of town, I get it.
What about Trae Young? Trae Young?
I told you I'm a Trae Young fan.
So he could.
I don't think he's blaming his organization though. Like Evan, to your point with Miami, I would just say if it's so bad, Dame, and the desire is there to get out, Evan, couldn't you add maybe a couple more teams to that list outside of Miami?
Well, and I think there was a Mark Spears report about other teams inquiring. But if you're Damian Lillard and you want to go to a certain place, like I don't think he wants to give in to this whatever the new GM wants to do with him, and so he wants to go to a certain place.
Listen,
and I'm team. Yeah, go ahead. Because KD's been to 5 teams. It feels like.
Listen, if Damian Lillard wants the ring chase, go ahead and ring chase, and criticize it or not criticize it. I don't care. But how can you criticize someone who doesn't want to skip town?
Well, yeah.
Come on.
I hope you know. I know he's being. I just like, damn, I'm being selfish. I want to see him on the big stage. And Steiny, when did we start throwing that term around? I know we'll get off this and back to the Niners ring chase. Because Barkley did it. He just won't admit that he did it. Is it the worst thing in the world? Now, I do get the Dame Warrior comp. They've been to the mountaintop 4 times. What I look like coming. But let me tell you, Dame, if you went to the Clippers and they got their first one, you'd be a god.
He's smart enough to know that if he comes to the Warriors and wins a title, it will be meaningless.
I get that. So take Warriors off the table.
Just like Durant's championships to him are virtually meaningless. We can't get in these guys' heads, but I mean, Kevin Durant is still unfulfilled, even though he's won a title, because he wasn't an original.
But there's a lot of smoke he cleared out that people came his way before the chips, Donnie. Now he's got those 2 chips. People can't say nothing. Well, they do say you took the easy way out.
Of course they can. Why do you think he's unfulfilled? He's unfulfilled because he knows everybody knows. He joined the Warriors.
Wow, man.
I mean,
but he shouldn't give in to that.
Yes, he should in a way. Because he did join the Warriors.
And he still balled out.
That's great. He joined the Warriors. He ain't going to beat Curry because he joined the Warriors.
No, that I get.
And, these guys are so... Damian Lillard knows. That title will be meaningless.
In Golden
join
State.
the Warriors.
But in Miami, it wouldn't.
Have some self-respect.
But I thought they were done.
Who?
The Warriors.
They are.
So if he won a ring, why would it be ring chasing if they're done?
No, that's man.
I didn't say it was ring chasing.
Well, you just did.
But yeah, you did. You said
no,
I
said Barkley.
Oh no, we're talking about Dame with this edition of the Warriors.
I don't believe Dame's ring chasing. I believe he basically said, I want to be here for my whole career, but now it's gotten to the point after 12 years where it's not going to happen here, so now move me.
And he's earned that.
But to me, he wouldn't, he has no interest joining the Warriors.
And I get that. I'm telling you, I understand that.
But would Paul George wouldn't have any interest. Kawhi Leonard wouldn't have any interest. I can't speak for them, but Siakam.
Okay.
Why would Siakam want to come here?
And that's why the Warriors weren't on his list. It was Miami. But I'm just saying, Dame, outside of Golden State and your home team and the Curry thing, I get you. But, Dan, can we get a couple other teams maybe on that list to facilitate something to get you to maybe Clipper land?
I guess
anywhere but where you're at.
I guess here's what makes me fume. It's okay for Damian Lillard to, want to go, or not, no, to be loyal and then say, I want to go somewhere else. And you're like, that's cool. That's cool. Let me know how it goes if Curry does that. Let me know how it goes if Draymond Green gets hurt, the Warriors stink faster than we think, and all of a sudden Steph Curry's like, I got no action here.
He's got 4 titles to rest on, Stanley, so I think that would never happen.
Oh, so he'd be. So you're saying right now Steph would be willing to look toward the end of his career and basically say, I'm okay with not winning anymore. I'll bet you he's not.
And you might be right. I can't read his mind, but that will not. As long as he's playing and lacing them up in a Warrior uniform, they'll always have remotely some form of action. They'll never just be, we got no chance.
Well, they have had no chance when he's been on the roster before.
Yeah. And what year was that? Memphis beat him in the play-in.
And then the 15-win year.
Yeah.
He was on the roster.
And then 2022, one of the most shocking titles we've seen.
Whose?
The Warriors.
2022
I'm just saying.
Okay, that's 1.
Well, no, but it equals 5 because we thought
it doesn't equal 5. What does that mean?
I thought they were done winning chips, especially after losing to Memphis the year before.
You didn't. That's not true. Goo. I was the guy who said the Warriors couldn't win it 2 years ago. You weren't saying they couldn't win it 2 years ago. It was a possibility.
I'm the cheerleader. I'm always say we're watching and hope. But that title, come on, nobody expected that.
You're right. Nobody did expect it.
And what if they get another one?
They won't.
Are we betting?
I'd love to bet.
But then that puts you in a bad.
I'm done being in a bad spot.
Oh, okay.
I'm sick of
bet $100.
You know what? I'm not going to be. I'm not going to be.
100.
Matt Steinmetz will not be to Warrior fans as Daryl the Guru is to 49er fans.
Now break that down.
I'm not pandering. I got to tell it like it is.
And that's what I do.
I'm not just going to say the 49ers are the greatest team of the decade because you don't want Cowboy fans. So you look me in
the face and say I didn't come in here and say Kyle should be fired. I'll wait.
But you.
No, I asked you a question. Yes or no? Did those words come out my mouth?
But what does that mean?
Can I hear my partner say yes or no?
Put your glasses down.
No, put them on.
Oh, put them on?
Yeah. Stoney, I said that. You know,
What'd you say?
I wanted him to be fired.
But you back off that
we didn't ask about my reverse. Did those words come out of my mouth?
What?
They did.
The next time you bring up Jimmy's overthrow or anything.
I retired that.
No.
I focused on his play calling now.
Right.
In that with the honey badger.
You've moved to the Kyle Shanahan non-challenge.
Because it happened.
Okay. So every time you bring that up, I'm going to say, well, you wanted him fired.
I'm okay with that.
No, you're
not. Yeah, I am. No, Chris M. Ain't no here we go again. This is my guy.
What does that mean, here we go again?
Like
gang.
Some people get scared like we're their parents. Remember I told you I used to cry when my parents would argue over nothing, and you just hear them?
We, by the way, if you're worried about that, just go to the YouTube chat.
Yeah, boss told us that.
Laugh.
It's different. Niners got a new player.
Who?
Anthony Brown, cornerback.
I like him.
From what team, Stoney?
I think it was Cowboy.
Oh, you must have, Evan. There's no doubt he was ear hustling.
I want to say didn't he tear his Achilles last year?
You must have.
What?
Yeah, that's him. That Anthony Brown.
Well,
he was their number 2 corner for a few.
The only thing left is was he signed to the 53 man? Oh, he was. Okay.
Sweet. Yeah, they got Womack out 6 to 8 weeks.
Former quarterback Anthony Brown.
And Luter is he can't come back to after week 4. But I do wonder about that Niners secondary. I don't expect Daniel Jones to give the Niners the business. But what if we come in here and the Niners win by 17, but still we're doing what you set the tone with the season is, they're a top 3 team in the NFC. I believe that. But Stoney, there is a part of me. I'm being so honest and pure with you and Evan. I don't know if Stafford getting rid of the ball is good enough for the front not to get home the way that it did. You had to blitz. No shame in that. But to just come in here on Mondays and say, well, the quarterback was getting rid of it. We're going to watch this as we go down, get down the road. And I'm kind of lightweight fascinated to see what the Giants, their plan of attack.
I finally figured it out. I figured it out.
Evan.
You like people over teams. You hate teams. Remember when we had
teams over players.
Remember when we had Coach McKillop on?
Yeah.
The former coach of Davidson.
Yes.
And he told us a story about how
you told me
one of Steph's games, the opposing team guarded Steph with 4 or 5 guys. The whole game. And Davidson won about 130 to 60.
Okay.
And you're the guy who would come in the next day and say, Steiny, I just don't like that they can shut Curry down.
Oh my God. Now that's
and
funny.
I would say, there were 4 guys on him. Yeah, I just don't like that you can do that.
I don't believe that about your partner. You're telling me they won by 70.
I believe you can take Nick, I believe you can, this is going to be strong, but I'm just using it for the argument. I believe you can take Nick Bosa out of a game if you want. It's going to cost you in other areas, but
do you win the game is all that matters to me.
No.
Like, if I asked what we talked about it, and I know, like, the Niners secondary, Stoney, they're creating their new identity. And I know they had 2 interceptions. One was a gift. Lenore made a great play on the ball. Receiver ran a bad route for Stafford, in my estimation, but it is what it is. But I am watching this Niners secondary because they got to bring it. And I don't believe giving 300 yards in the air to a Ram team, even though Stafford was getting rid of it quick, that's something to watch this Thursday. And I don't think the Giants have anything, they don't have the weaponry I could be wrong, but what if we come in here Friday, Stoney, and the 2017 Niners win, but Daniel Dimes throws for 290 and a couple tugs?
Then the Niners will be the first team to 3-0 in the NFL.
No, that's a fact. But the eye test. We'll have people on YouTube calling in saying, you know what? Not I'm concerned, but where's this Niners secondary?
You know what? I don't even look at the way they win games. Teams win games in the NFL until halfway through the season because it doesn't matter. I'm worried about the secondary. Talk to me in 2 months. When we're 9-3 and
it might be better than that.
Maybe. CJ wants to talk about Nick Bosa. Stinks.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, I'm sorry.
What's up?
Hey, CJ, what's up, man?
So, guys, good to hear you guys talking ball.
Yeah.
Man, so as it pertains to Nick Bosa, I feel like he had a tremendous game. Like, sure, he didn't record a sack. It didn't show up on the stat sheet, but if you go down the stats of the game between the Niners and the Rams, it was practically the same exact stat left and right down the list up until you get to the turnovers. The Rams had 2 turnovers, Niners had none.
That's right.
So Bosa pressuring the quarterback, making Stafford feel uncomfortable, making Stafford make throws that he wouldn't make if he wasn't getting that kind of pressure, that makes a tremendous difference. And on top of that, the Rams were missing Cooper Kupp, and they were giving us problems with a rookie receiver and some other dude. But yeah, to get to my point, Rams are definitely a problem. If it wasn't for those turnovers, I don't know if it would have been that kind of a win. It would definitely, Brock would have to pull something out of the hat. That would have been the kind of game that Steiny would come on Monday morning.
Don't do this.
Hey, well, that was the game that Brock needed to have, but fortunately it didn't go that way because of the turnovers, and that's all I got. Thank you.
You know what? Did you have to stick it in at the end?
Hey,
CJ, did you have to stick it in at the end?
See, I was just smiling like a proud papa.
Okay, CJ. I'll be on. You know what? You're in the file. You're in the file like Brock Purdy is for Guru right now.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean by that
we
is
all have files.
What I mean by that is CJ better be careful.
Yeah.
And you know what? And that's the kind of thing that really is. I'm the guy who said, I get that it's. See, this is where I'm a man of nuance. Guru. I'm the guy who says, listen, I get 10 games. It's a small sample size. So, yes, that's why we want to see more.
Yeah.
However, 10 games is a good enough sample size to allow you to play a bad game and not say, well, he's a bad quarterback.
No doubt.
Nah, you had a bad game.
That wasn't a bad game. I got you.
Well, I'm not saying that one was.
And,
I'm saying
about the file, nothing went in it, but, the overthrows.
Of course not.
It would.
You're like the substitute teacher.
Speaking of which, Dibs did that the other day. That dude does it all. Refs, I can't get him off my mind. Dude, I mean, seriously, Sonny, imagine you being around. You could, please. I ain't trying to knock you down. Like, you don't have the patience to be a substitute teacher.
The hell with not the kids. Not a substitute teacher,
yeah,
no.
They wouldn't even let you get the job with that soundbite. Hey, I'm Matt Steinmetz.
Depends if you
that.
The hell with the kids. I'd be a great teacher.
Get your ass
be a great
in the
teacher.
parking lot.
I'd be a great teacher.
You don't have patience.
You don't know that.
I work with you. So you're going to tell me you have patience?
Yes.
As long as a firecracker fuse, Steiny, you don't.
Guru, you want to fire a guy after every week. I'm the guy who says, let's chill out. Seriously. You're the guy who wants to make a grand statement after every game, and I'm like, let's just da-da-da. You know, we got to talk about this.
I'm going to call the dogs off. All right, you're that guy.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the San Francisco 49ers. Kyle Shanahan. Is he being more aggressive to start this season than he's been in his 6-year tenure with the San Francisco 49ers? You want to jump into the conversation? 888-957-9570. Also going to hear a little bit from Deebo Samuel. Mm-hmm. You know you lie.
Settle down, class. Colin, you're up.
My fellow students, for today's show and tell, I present to you my phone. It's made with...
auto loan rates, and super simple online application process.
Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you.
Jeez.
12:33. Who used to do that? I'm going to test your 95.7 The Game knowledge. Who used to do that?
I'm
It's
flabbergasted.
12:33.
I have no idea.
You've been on his show.
Radnich.
Nope.
Pete Franklin.
More, what's the word?
Been on his show.
Contemporary. Portland.
Oh, Chad Dewey.
Chad Dewey.
I didn't have Chad for that.
Yeah, Chad used to say 12:33.
Hey, check this out real quick before we get back into
All
it.
right.
So I'm at Norm's. He's in the garage, makes his way into the living room. I'm watching the game. He goes, "Hey, what happened to Radnich? He retired, huh?" I said, "That's where I get it from." I said, "Pops, he'd been retired for 10 years." But anyway, I hope he ain't listening.
Who, Radnich or Pops?
Norm, yeah. Like, damn, Dad. Come on now.
Let me say hello to Enrique Rivera, who's just joined the YouTube chat. Matt Steinmetz and Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. And we just talked a little bit about Damian Lillard. But we're going back to the Niners. Kyle Shanahan making all the right moves this year. You know what I have one like this is kind of what I mean about Shanny. There's only one thing left for him to do. That's win the Super Bowl. And that's
a compliment.
Right. And that's why he's going to be here for a long time.
But what if we go flies 4 more years without getting that?
Then it'll be
from the fan base, Steiny,
okay.
you lose.
Then it's decision time.
Well,
decision time.
Sure. York is not. He's leaving on his terms.
Who?
What I think and I like about you most this football season, even going back to the Warriors season, you give the fans a voice. You give the fan like there is a court the court of public opinion from a fan base. I'm not saying any player or organization make a decision on it, but a fan base can sour on guys that still have their job. Yeah. So for you to say that as smooth as you just said it, you want it. The fan base wants it to happen sooner than later because they see it.
That's great.
Like he's got everything.
That's great.
What he brings to the table and what they have, and that's why you and Evan brought up today. I believe he's being more aggressive because he can be because he's got on most Sundays the better team, the better roster.
Yeah, and
now he's got a hot shot rookie kicker, Legatron, that he drafted. And now the dude's a weapon so far.
Like, I actually think that, of course, there's always going to be pressure for him to win the Super Bowl. But I think that if you're going to say, Kyle Shanahan's kind of changing a little bit, he's getting more confident, he's getting more aggressive, more assertive, I would say that's because he finally knows he's not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere.
So you think that if we want to say he was conservative, that was on his mind,
I don't care. When you go to the NFC Championship 3 times in 4 years,
no doubt,
and you're going to be good again this year, he's got at least 5 more years left.
But you won't say that's why when he was, like, if we just bring up any time he was conservative, you think that was blinding him, like his status, and that's why he was concerned? Like the 4th and 1s. Well, no. That's incredible. The 4th downs that you talked about, they were 26, 29.
You just said he's gotten aggressive because he knows he's got to win a Super Bowl. We don't know that.
Well, no,
just like
I think
we don't
his
know.
roster has gotten so powerful now with the inception of McCaffrey that he's like, why would I? You know what I mean? Like I'm letting him hang naturally. Not because there's a cloak or I'm asking you, do you think the conservative or bad 4th down plays the last couple of years stem from him thinking about his status?
Not necessarily his status. It's just my thought. My thought is he's been here 6 years. He's in his 7th year.
He's going to be here yeah.
It's like, you know what? I'm Andy Reid, and if I don't win it by year 10, go ahead and fire me. I'll go win it somewhere else. But like he's going to be, I don't think he's going anywhere anytime soon.
That I agree with.
And that's why I just keep coming back to Super Bowl or bust. What is bust? What does that mean?
I can break it down.
Brock Purdy will be here next year. Kyle Shanahan will be here next year. They'll be missing a guy or two. They'll have to mess around with a salary cap.
The bust is
Kyle
just
Shanahan,
when is the parade going to happen? That's the bust part of it, because you're right. The natural use of that word is, oh, you're done. That's not going to happen. But that's why I brought up the fan base and the fan base and the voice from it. They're waiting for that 6. Oh. Now, if you don't make the playoffs,
Eagles fans waiting for their second.
I get that jump. But when you're getting to that game right before the game and you've been in the game with the same coach, I think it's fair just to say, hey, I recognize your brilliance, bud, but when you going to bring something home?
Yeah. Chiefs want another one. Chiefs fans just as hungry.
Well, they got 2.
What? Right, so they want it even more than Niner fans who have 5. In other words, the fan base.
See, there we go.
Fan base is a fan base. Oh, but the fans, Steiny, they want what? They want their team to win. They don't want their team to win any more than the Seahawks fans want their team to win.
Right, but it's psychology. The fact that the Niners have been not the Buffalo Bills, but close, that hurts more than just, we were 6-11. We'll get back. But when you're there, and last year, come on, I can't put that at Kyle's doorstep because he lost his quarterback. Forget me throwing shade about throwing the flag. You got there, and it's almost like it didn't happen.
Shanahan's being more aggressive because the Niners are making an effort to start faster this year. That's not a bad point. They want to have NFC Championship at home this year.
They scored against Pittsburgh, and they scored against the Rams first possession.
Yeah, always. They always score on those scripted ones. It's
First
once Kyle
15.
gets off script, that's when trouble starts brewing. I'm kidding. Super Bowl or bust means you're really disappointed and you need to make some big changes. Then it's not Super Bowl or bust.
And that ain't
because they're not making big changes.
What did you call Pat Riley? I keep going to a Don. That's what Kyle is in the eyes of York.
I mean, Steiny, in addition, NFC's full of bad teams, horrible quarterback play, not very good coaching. So Kyle is the sure coach for the Niners. No doubt.
You know what the Niners are? Evan, you tell me if this is not, because I remember Evan on the pregame, I think it was him and Allen, you did a show for Steiny and I, you and Styles, and you were saying the difference between Debo and Ayuk, and you brought up young ladies. It was one of the greatest analogies ever, and I think you can put this one next to it. Kyle is with this tenure in the Niners, is the good-looking guy that can't go get a phone number at the club. So he keeps coming back, and you're like, Jimmy Garoppolo, you look great. When are you going to bring a number? Like you're doing something fundamentally wrong because you're good-looking. You know, and if I was ugly, dude, you'd be like, yeah, I kind of understand you strike it out. But when you're that good-looking and you're coming back and you can't get a number, we got to talk because that's telling us you're doing or saying something wrong. That's Kyle with the Niners. He's got everything at his disposal. Now all we're asking, bud, is to get that trophy. Tell me that's
Number
not
4.
brilliant, dude. Oh, my gosh.
I don't know why it infuriates me as much as it does that you think 4 years has been an eternity. It is like you just had the nerve to call me impatient. And you're saying, when is Kyle Shanahan going to win it all? Now, you've made a reference to him going into the club, and he can't get a number.
Yeah.
Maybe he's only 24 years old. He just started going into the club.
Okay, that's 2019. You had a 10-point lead in the biggest game
of
the season.
See, you can't do this. You can't say he's a genius on one hand and then say he's got to win the big one before we crown him.
No, I can ask. That's the progression. Natural.
Goo.
Okay.
We are not getting at the point with Kyle Shanahan that his back's up against it.
No, but in my world, if you're going to tell me he's got... Okay, this is just me now. What's about to come out of my mouth are facts. In your world, you can say it means diddly squat, and that's fine, because I think you have. he's had in the postseason, I won't even say the games, 3 10-point leads in the final quarter.
The Atlanta thing doesn't matter.
Damn it. Atlanta ain't got nothing to do with it. I'm talking about the Super Bowl, the Rams NFC Championship game, and the that's 2.
I'm not helping you.
Yeah, well, that's 2.
He's going to say the Seahawks.
No, there's NFC time. No, they lost that one.
Go ahead.
That was a blowout.
You won it both ways.
No,
but
I'm
go
just
ahead.
saying it's okay to have expectations, Steiny.
I understand that. I understand
That's
expectations. But, like, 4 years or even, let's use 6 years, he's just starting. He's not up against it.
But you're being
Sorry.
that's dangerous thinking
No, it
because
isn't.
you're
No,
assuming that
dangerous
like
thinking,
this year's going to be, and it may be an NFC Championship. Be careful with that, the mindset. That's all, Steiny.
As opposed to what?
The fact that he's been close. He's been to a Super Bowl. He's been to 3 NFC Championship games. That's all I'm pointing out.
He could do it for another 6 years.
Why are you giving the participation trophy, it sounds like?
Because he just started his coaching career, for the most part.
Started his coaching career.
This is his 7th year. The first 2 years, they were nothing.
And I'm not holding them accountable for any of that.
No, but you think 4 years is a long time, and it's enough time that you think it's deadline time for him. And I'm saying I got another 6 years with Kyle Shanahan. Now, I'm not saying I don't care if he wins a Super Bowl or not. That's not what I'm saying. Of course, he wants a Super Bowl. But
they all do.
Exactly.
But if you have a 10-point lead, your team, in your first crack at it, why does it sound like you're calling the dogs off on how that game ended and what he did? Now, if you want to tell me, Goo, that was his first crack at it, I'm still telling you he's brilliant, but he's still got some growing to do. We all do. What's so wrong with that? Then you follow that. And I'm giving you that.
This 10-point thing you're on,
I didn't create it.
It's unbelievable that, again, Kyle's had 3 good years out of the last 4, and he has to win one now. He's got to win one right now. Otherwise what? He's 45 years old, and he's going to be coaching for another 20 years.
I don't know.
He'll hopefully have another chance.
All right, what if Bosa turns into Chubb? What if Purdy turns
Kyle Shanahan thinks he can put together a good team.
And I'm not selling you on him his days being numbered here. But from a fan base, Donnie, and from what I hear from him and what I'm watching and how dominant this team is put together and how stacked they are, I don't think it's far-fetched to say, okay, win. Yeah. But if you want to follow me up with the bullhorn and say this guy's got 900 cracks at it, then I would say, where's the competition aspect of it, though? Where's the competition, the gladiator component of, my God, we were there and we let it go? Yeah, or I didn't have my best day.
Nobody's forsaking the future here. Nobody. We're not looking at this as though they never win a title. I'm looking at it as though Kyle Shanahan's going to be the coach of the Niners for a while, and this window is going to last a little bit. And then when these guys turn over, I'm sure he thinks he can put together another run with. And what I'm saying is, he keeps doing what he's doing. He's going to be the coach here for 30 years, whether he wins it or not, because he will have gotten there every single year. When did Andy Reid get let go? How many years?
It was a lot.
Well, guess what? I'll bet you Kyle has more than that.
Okay.
You know why? Because now we found out Andy Reid was a genius.
No problem with what you just said. I actually agree. I'm looking at Chris M on YouTube. Goo, who's your replacement? There is no replacement. What I'm telling you is, in my world, we can talk about Kyle Shanahan and let's just say his shortcomings. I'm using the 19 Super Bowl. We could do an hour podcast. We could do a 4-hour show. And I could bash some of his plays or mismanagement. That doesn't mean my thought of him as a whole changes. Steiny, we can focus on that. Then, okay, you say, Goo, we can't talk about that. We could talk about the 10-point lead in the NFC Championship game to go back to another Super Bowl where you were up 10 points. Am I blaming Kyle? No, but it comes with the territory when you're the coach of a team that's up 10, okay? You're telling me, Goo, let that one go. There'll be other opportunities. But just to talk about what the now and what happened, there's no harm in that. You're right. He's going to be here probably for 30.
That's right. So it ain't Super Bowl or bust, and it ain't now or never. And I'm not, I can't, it's really hard to explain, but, I'm not letting people try to tell me, I don't want to say it like that, but it's like,
what about people that got 6 months to live? I'm being real, or they're dealing with some health issue. I'm going fan, and they're not going to be around for as long as we think Kyle's going to be around here. And I'm talking about somebody 60, 70 years old, 55 is true. And they want nothing more, than your Niners to win their sixth Super Bowl.
And every 70-year-old fan of any team wants their team to win the Super Bowl. Before they die. Gotcha. And guess what? He might not do it.
And they could be Kyle fans, Donnie. They want to see him win his first Super Bowl. But you're good at it. But the bust part, you're right. There is really a natural use of the word bust is you're out of here. We're going with the new regime. That's not staring Kyle in the face at all. I understand that.
I don't know.
Like McCarthy, other coaches, there's a bust somewhere. Well, Kyle ain't facing bust.
First of all, McCarthy won a Super Bowl. How can you say that?
But not for Dallas.
Really?
And
come on, that's kind of what I mean.
Moved off of him,
what's the sense of Kyle Shanahan winning a Super Bowl if in 10 years he's going to coach somebody else and you'll be like, he's a fraud?
I got another great analogy. If I get divorced and I'm on my fourth marriage and my fourth wife loves me, and I was a jerk to my first wife, that's not going to do anything for the first wife that I divorced, Steiny. So Mike McCarthy...
Right, so don't fire him. Don't fire him then.
Boy.
I mean, honestly.
I'm not advocating for Kyle to be fired. I'm just talking about for the people that tomorrow, we don't know what can pop off, Steiny. They want to see the Niners, who are stacked, get it done early.
I guess what it is I really do take an exception to this synthetic... This non-realistic timetable of when you better win it all. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm not playing into it. You have formulated in your mind, I don't know. Can Kyle win it all? I don't know. There might be something innate. He probably can, but maybe he can't. And I'm like, it is so premature for that I don't even want to have the discussion for another 5 years. Honest, he's 45.
Yeah, right. But, and we did do it. When we came here the day after the Super Bowl against the Chiefs in 19, our job was to break down what we saw. And if criticism came his way, that's valid. But I feel like you're acting like, they lost. Nothing to look at.
There's not.
That Super Bowl still being brought up by guys like me.
Right. Because you're using the smallest of sample sizes. He didn't, he had some misfortune or whatever. And all of a sudden, I don't think he can win the big one. We'll see if he can win the big one. He seems to pucker up. He seems this. He seems that. I don't know. And it's like, he's been a coach for 6 years in the NFL. It's like, stop thinking 6 years. 6 years is 6 days is 6 years.
Well, you're saying thinking, and I'm using the word asking. Is it too much to recognize this dude's brilliance to get you to that game, and he's gotten his team to that game or games a few times?
Right.
Is it too much to ask because he got you there to win that said game? I don't think it's too much to ask.
Okay. Do we know definitively they've had the best team? Did they have the best team in the Super Bowl?
I'll leave that for you. But if you're up 10 points against your division foe in a championship game to go cash a ticket to go to the game, you're good enough.
Right. So there
you're good enough.
Okay. So just say that because he lost a 10-point lead once or twice, now I'm going to question whether he's clutch. Whether he's clutch or not. He missed one buzzer beater. Nick I don't know. Nixon Martinez. What's up, Nick?
What's going on, gentlemen?
Hey.
Great conversation. Great conversation. Love listening to you guys. So really quick, I just wanted to point out two things, really ask you guys on what your thoughts were on it. Rewinding tape before the Rams game, you guys took on an interview. You guys were interviewing, I guess, the next Ram or something like that. And he was talking about Kyle Shanahan, and he said that he's doing the same thing that his father's doing, running the same offense, almost making him sound like he was a copycat of his dad. And my question to you guys is that, to you guys about that is, you can't be an offensive genius and a copycat. They are not the same thing. So what are your thoughts on that? Is he a copycat of his father, or is he an offensive genius? The other one would be more of a comment. It was so concerning to hear Kyle Shanahan say that he forgot about that he forgot about every other running back that he had. That he forgot about Elijah Mitchell. That he forgot. Like, are you kidding me right now? Like, isn't there people to remind you, hey, workload. Hey, man, it's about time. Hey, he's warming up. Get out there. Get him ready. It just, I don't know if I believe it. I want to hear your guys' comments on that.
Wow. Go ahead, Snyder. We talked about it.
Well, as far as the dad thing, I think they're both running coaches. They both want to establish the run, but I just get the sense Kyle's more creative about it.
And I believe that was passed down to his son, and they run with physicality just like those old Denver teams did under his daddy. So I guess, Steiny, to hear the caller say copycat like it's a bad thing, I wouldn't be ashamed of it. Why would it be a bad thing? And the bottom line is, if he got his principles from his daddy, he's doing an A+ with it, with what he's implemented being here since the Niners and his play calling.
And what was the other thing he brought up?
What we talked about. Like, sometimes you could tell, like, what do we know? Kyle Shanahan is a smart dude. But sometimes, and hey, I've done it, you could tell on yourself. So when Kyle told the media he kind of forgot about Mitchell, the caller was asking what I asked you and Evan is, don't you have some guys, if we'd have taken him at his word, hey, big guy, we got Mitchell over here to spare to give, or he was just so McCaffrey left, right, because he's so great. But how could a guy so smart like Kyle, if we take him at his word, Steiny, forget about Mitchell?
Because he needed to win the game. And it was a one-score game midway through the fourth quarter. And I don't know that he forgot about him, even though he said he forgot about him. But I'll bet he was like, it's like, why would you take the starters out when you're in a close game? Like, you know what?
And McCaffrey didn't have it 35 touches, too. It wasn't like he had 35 touches.
He had his normal 20 to 25.
If this were Pittsburgh and we were like, man, they could have pulled the starters, I could understand that had he said it after that. But that's why I kind of give him the pass of, well, if he would have said that after week one, then we would have been like, oh, boy. But he kind of said it in a one-score game. So, nothing to see here for me. But I did have the thought. Because you can't tell on yourself.
So is there nothing to see here? Or
it's in the file.
Are you going to have
it's in
Are you going to have the thought?
No, that quote was in the file. Yeah, it's in the file.
That's like if Steve Kerr No, Elijah Mitchell's not Steph Curry.
Right, and the game was in balance.
And by the way, I know a Hall of Fame coach who forgot about Jonathan Kuminga multiple times.
Well,
you know what? Elijah Mitchell should not have played in that game except for right after Lenore's interception.
Well, the only reason
and even then,
we're talking
you were still only up one score.
Is dispel McCaffrey. That's what this is about, load management.
But you know what? What? So you're going to think about this for a minute. You're in a one-score game.
Yeah.
You got Christian McCaffrey, best back in football,
no doubt.
And now you're going to give it to somebody who's hasn't even been in for a play. I don't know. I don't necessarily think it was a bad thing. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's all sponsored by Ashley Furniture Home Stores.
Fall is almost here, and at Ashley, seasonal decorating is a breeze. Snuggle up on a sectional or ultra-modern sofa. Gather out.
by First NorCal Credit Union.
Hafanga, things are percolating.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, just letting it play.
I know who this is.
Who?
Santana.
Adam. Attaboy. Go ahead, bring up what you were talking about during the break, because it is pretty troubling.
So I've been talking about fights at stadiums and sporting events. How could you be in that mood? But Steiny, if you're on social media, X, whatever, there are fights, men and women, every other day. So apparently a Patriot fan got into a scuffle, hit his head, and has succumbed and passed away from his injuries. So now we're talking about death. Come on, man. We got to be better.
Yeah, so apparently there was a fight, the Patriots game, and a guy got punched and passed away.
Come on.
I don't. You know what? I was actually thinking about asking Steve Weish that. Is it my imagination, or have there been more NFL fights at NFL stadiums the last couple years?
What if I said since the pandemic?
Okay. Can the NFL do anything about it?
Nope. Can you do anything about it on the street? Yeah, you got, if we get there and we catch the culprits, but by the time you get there, it's already done.
Well, they could ban tailgating.
Because it's got something to do with the juice.
Probably. They could ban alcohol sales in the stadium. They could rely on common sense, but people get into football too much, apparently. So, yeah, that's
And you know what? Never go full Jeff. Said what I said to you last week about that. The worst part, Steiny, is people are pulling out their phones instead of trying to break it up.
I'm not breaking it up.
Well,
but I'm not pulling
you
out
sound
my
like
phone.
my boy Steiny. When you try to break it up nowadays, that could cost you. How about that?
I'm not breaking it up.
You put a rat on the table.
Sorry. But I'm not going to tape it either. You know what?
How could you tape somebody getting just pummeled?
You know what I do? You know what I usually do in that situation? I get the hell out of there.
Well, you're saying that, and I'm looking at you because I know you're a good dude.
Dead
You got a good
serious.
heart. But I'm going to try to break it up.
I'm not breaking it up if I don't know the people. Because let me tell you what happens in those fights, man.
And they've happened,
the ones that
man.
get taped, you see people flying in out of nowhere. You can have the best intentions and get absolutely, positively drilled. I hate to say
It's
it.
happened. It's happened.
I don't think I'm getting involved.
You telling us where the old ship and something pops off and it's not you, I, or Evan, we're not going to break it up? Well, you look at who you're dealing with or who you think you're dealing with, but, man.
You know what?
I think I'm going to try to break it up.
You know what? It's interesting. And now
that's
that
who I think I am.
I think that's fair. And now that you brought it up, let's take it to. I'm envisioning a fight happening in a bar, like you just described, with maybe 15 people total in the bar.
All right.
I'd probably be more inclined to get involved in that one as opposed to one of these stadium ones.
No doubt. And then it could just pop off.
Exactly. Especially, but.
Ernie Chavez, Goo, you'd get sued. No, I wouldn't. For trying to be a good Samaritan?
Yeah, I just
it's sad though, man.
The minute I hear the sirens, I'm out. Like, I'll run away. Nothing good could possibly happen.
But you asked me when you think it started, and I'm going pandemic. After pandemic.
So Anyway, I was just thinking, are there more fights at NFL games or
what did I ask our boy Sal, your boy Sal, on the news? Does it feel like there's more crime, or does it just feel like it's being videotaped? He said a combo of both.
I'm sure it is. Yeah. I'm sure it is. What'd you learn from week 2, Goo? What'd you learn from week?
That's great. That's our boy. Evan is on fire. He's been on fire. He's like Dr. Dre or Kanye West pre-Kim K. Just a great producer, man. Daz Dillinger.
Who's that?
I should.
Oh, Steiner.
Yeah,
what?
I know. But it's too. I'll tell you at the shit. You got time? today?
Yeah. We'll see.
Well, I'm on the no. Yeah.
We'll see. No, you're going to answer me now, or I'm not going to talk. Who's Daz Dillinger? I'm not waiting.
He's a great producer, West Coast producer / rapper.
Oh, so he's like, he knows Suge?
Yeah, he put together All Eyes on Me, the great
that's
platinum-selling disc.
Tupac.
Yes, sir. He
And
produced that.
And you know what? How about this?
And he raps in a group called Dog Pound, him and Corrupt.
Dude.
The boss is loving this, right?
All Eyes on Me.
Yeah, great movie.
Hey. They spell eyes. E-Y-E. Get this. Z. They spell eyes ending in a Z instead of an S.
Oh, boy.
But have you read The Rose That Grew from the Concrete? Because in his actual prison journal, he would draw a literal eye instead of writing it out.
Get it?
I just know you either ride with us or collide with us. That's all I know.
Boy.
It's as simple as that for me and my friends.
Town is in effect today. Look at you.
Hey, man, we got a 2-0 football team.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Well, just ask me, what did I learn from week 2?
Yeah, what'd you learn from week 2?
I'm going to give you one Niner-related and then one grand big picture.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go big picture first. Deshaun Watson, we may have seen
No, I'm sorry. Don't. That was going to be mine.
Oh. All right, I'll give you that because I got more.
Mine was just going to be Deshaun Watson stinks.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm worried about this draft class in regard to quarterbacks. Last year was about all the other guys, and now we're looking at Bryce Young standing. I think he's too tiny. I could be wrong right now. I'm like, man, I'm looking at my boy Stroud. I'm not ready to make judgments, but I'm concerned about what I'm seeing, and I know you are a product of your environment. So the quarterbacks, they got all the hoopla coming out this year, rightfully so. I'm concerned 2 games in, okay? Give me one for you. Big, but not Niners.
Not Niners?
Yeah.
Okay. The quarterback for the Steelers, he ain't it.
Pickett.
He ain't it.
You tell him to go kick it?
He ain't it. Let's put it that way.
What do you think's wrong?
He's just not good. I mean, look.
He had some turf monsters.
The odds
and he hit some to Pickens. But
the odds of a quarterback being bad are better than the odds of a quarterback being good.
Yeah, I get that you're concerned.
You just can't. You just never know with a quarterback. Brock Purdy's killing it. Trey Lance traded. Zach Wilson can't play. Maybe.
Now, he went up against the Dallas Cowboys, but a great defense like the Niners. But what did we say? Pickett, you could kind of change our mind. Steiny and Goo and Evan will give you a little pass. It was the Niners you played week 1. Well, you know what? The Browns got a pretty damn good defense, too. But still, that ain't good enough.
But here's the
ball out.
Here's what's going to happen, I guarantee you, and it's another thing I kind of despise, is Pittsburgh may win next week, and he may actually throw 2 touchdown passes for 248 yards, and people will be, hey, Steiny, you a hater. Look at Pickens.
Yeah.
Well, there's a Pickens and there's a Pickett.
Yeah, and that Pickens is bad, the receiver.
Pickens is a receiver.
I wonder who has him on our
Wilson
in our
Pickett's the musician.
Yeah, we got that yesterday.
My point is, you know what? Well, Pickens is fast. He's very fast.
Look at you.
He went in untouched last night.
Well, there's a reason.
Over the middle.
He brought that, and it was a dime. He caught a dime.
That was a good throw, but it was also...
It was one of those where you like the lights on. Here we go. Howard Johnson's, I'll leave the lights on for you.
He couldn't have been more open.
But Stein, there's a skill in getting...
No.
See, that's what took you so long to get to the Ayuk table. You kind of just...
No. It's about the throw.
Yeah, but it's about the art of
the window was like a
too.
bay window.
Well, it was, but he hit him.
It's like the window on a mezzanine suite.
But we saw Brock Purdy miss 3 guys open. Like, it can't happen.
That's a much different throw. Come on.
It's downfield. It was a rope. And Mystery Relevant, we got some trolls out. Goo down on the brother quarterbacks. Please. Warren Moon is my favorite quarterback of all time. Do your research. And also, too, I'm down on your boy Wilson, who I thought coming
Russell
out
Wilson?
of Zach. And I'm down on Russ. Russ threw a Hail Mary. Why are you taking me there? And then they didn't get the 2-point conversion. He's taking a lot of heat because of who his wife is. He's got good hair, good looking, and I think now people are using that on him. because he's a future Hall of Famer in my book if he don't play another down, Steiny.
The 49ers.
Oh, this is it.
We learn about the Niners. Go ahead.
Now, tell me if this counts.
Try to come up with a new one.
Okay, but I'm telling you this. I'm done saying they're going to kick a team's ass by 40. You know what I do now? I put them in the category with the 31 other teams, Donnie, and what I learned this Sunday, and I mean it, they're one injury away of hell breaking loose. That's all. The San Francisco 49ers, like every other team in the league, are one injury away for stuff, I want to use a different S word, becoming way more difficult.
Well,
that I learned it. I still tell, they got opportunity and chances, and they'll have the games. But Steiny, they are no different than any other team, and it's scary watching Chubb and Rodgers go down.
All right.
And Dobbs.
I'm going to take the other side of the argument, just to take the other side. I would say they're one, and I think this is a good discussion. I think they're one injury away from being one injury away. So
I get that.
I like Rodgers not being on the Jets, they're done, right? They're done. They're not winning. Super Bowl or bust. Every team's Super Bowl or bust.
Well, how about we do the Jets thing? Wasn't that it was get to the playoffs and then try to get to the?
But they had Rodgers.
Yeah, no doubt. So should now it be? It ain't over, Steiny?
Well, it is over.
Okay. Well, what about the Dolphins making love? If they get to the playoffs, boy, I don't know what happened to me there. But yeah, okay, I get you. You're writing the Jets off. You ain't the only one. Okay.
And I know Evan thinks this backup to Nick Chubb is better than Nick Chubb, but I'll bet you they're going to feel the absence of Nick Chubb.
Well, he was telling you a bigger message than that.
In a way, the 49ers would miss in McCaffrey, right?
I think he was telling you, I'll let Evan speak for himself, but he was giving you a bigger message than just that.
Oh.
The Cleveland comp. Evan, I'll let you tell him.
No, I was just saying that the backup running back had more yards per carry than Nick Chubb did when he was playing.
Right. And that could happen when Elijah Mitchell gets 8 carries after McCaffrey load manages.
DC down.
Well, but that would require Kyle Shanahan to remember he's on the roster.
That was it. That was.
You know what's
fun.
weird?
Yeah.
You know what's weird?
He might have forgot.
No.
But you got to have men in your corner.
Why do I want to get hit like?
You didn't like it.
No, I didn't care.
But what?
Like I'm sticking up for him. Like big deal. Like in a way. How do you forget about somebody? What happens?
Here I go.
You know?
Tell me if it's valid. Shout out to valet parking. Hey, what if that's what prevented him from throwing that flag? Is he's giving us an insight to where when he gets into the game, Steiny, maybe there's a little stuff that short circuits.
And and there it is.
No,
there it is.
I'm opening the file.
Taking one or two instances of something and then applying the blanket statement.
Some people only have a couple things in their files, Steiny. But it was interesting. He might have truly forgot.
All I know is neither Cleveland nor the Jets is going to win the Super Bowl. I'm saying
you got Amari Cooper. You still got some weaponry. And Deshaun
Watson. They got
Watson,
the worst quarterback in the AFC next to Pickens.
That was a bad game. They won week 1. They beat.
God, I get them mixed up.
They beat Joe Burrow week 1.
Thank you. He's a shell of himself.
Dude, and why wouldn't you shut him down until he's ready?
Because some teams like to compete, Goo. Some teams actually like to play their stars, and they don't worry. What if he gets hurt? What if he gets hurt? What's the use of protecting him if they're 0-5?
That got in the car and said, "I don't care what the gas meter reads. I'm just riding until I run out." No, I'm telling you, your season. You got 15 more weeks left. He's obviously injured, especially when he threw the touchdown and he hopped off. You know what? Let's sacrifice some early and health to be on our side at the quarterback position, or we try this rotten way of trying to manipulate Joe Burrow to where he's not up to his standards. We're still losing. What do we really accomplish?
Yeah. I'm going to trust Zach Taylor on that one.
Good. Okay.
Who's
you
there?
Keep doing that.
Who's there as opposed to us who's
takeaway.
2,500 miles away.
Is Cincinnati a playoff team?
Hey, let me tell you something.
That's my other takeaway.
Every great coach will answer that question the same way. Talk to the doctors. Hey, Steiny, Joe Burrow going to play this weekend? That's up to the doctors. Leave me alone.
Wow.
Hey, Kyle, is Purdy going to play a little shot? You, can Brandon play? Kyle, Brandon, wait. It's up to the doctors. Leave me alone.
All right.
Not a doctor.
I'll just tell you, when Durant tore his Achilles, I'm not a doctor. It was the calf first, and then it ended up being the Achilles. I would tell everybody in Cincinnati, be careful. Look at those.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You playing around now. Because when that dude hopped off a Burrow on the touchdown pass, I said, oh, boy. I went, oh, boy. All right, 0-2. So what if they lose 0-3? 0-4, 0-5, and your quarterback's not healthy, and you just paid him.
You shut him down. That's the answer to everything. Now, shut him down.
Oh, God.
You shut him down. My original point was that I believe you could take, even though I think they have important players, and some might be more important than the others, I don't believe there's a player outside quarterback you could take off the Niners where we would say they have no chance. That's all I'm saying.
And you know what you're saying without saying that. When you here's Kyle's a badass.
No, John Lynch is a badass for the personnel that he's put together.
That was nice.
So if you allowed me to take the best player off every team in the NFL, the 49ers would be the only team, perhaps, that you could take a guy off of and they could still win it all.
And all that you're saying is what I've told you from the beginning. That means the roster that gets that award is the deepest roster.
It's also a roster that doesn't boast a big boy quarterback. That's just a fact. Because if I take Mahomes off the Chiefs, they're done. Although I do think, let me be clear, I do think if Purdy got hurt tomorrow, they're done. They're done. But
so you wouldn't give your boy Darnold a chance with Kyle?
Nope.
Now,
not to run
what if I told you real quick?
Does he have to win 3 or 4 games, or does he have to run the table after week 4?
Do what Purdy did last year.
No, he can't do that. That's too many games.
Okay, so I guess in essence, you're second guessing Kyle because there was a reason he brought Darnold off of the Fred Sanford front lawn with the garbage. There's a reason he thought he could fix him. And I guess you're saying, without seeing it, Stoney, that you think Kyle can't fix Darnold or make him serviceable to where this show would still continue down the road.
He can make him serviceable, but I'm talking about winning a Super Bowl. Winning a Super Bowl.
Well, when you say it like that,
well, that's all that matters.
As juiced as I am for Purdy, I still understand we got to see more, Stoney, but you could almost put Brock in that camp.
What camp?
Until we see him win a Super Bowl.
No.
Oh, you think you've seen enough?
Purdy's better than Darnold. We don't have to look very far to say that.
Oh, I got you, but forget Darnold. It's about what you said. Is Purdy good enough to win a Super Bowl?
Has Purdy shown you anything that would make you say he can't win a Super Bowl?
Not at all.
Okay, what about Sam Darnold?
But hold on.
What about Sam Darnold?
I'm going to get there.
Okay.
But I'm doing Stoney on Stoney. You said you're not ready to sign off on you've seen enough from Brock yet.
I'm not. But he's got higher potential than Darnold. There's an unknown about Brock Purdy that is a positive. Darnold doesn't have an unknown, as far as I'm concerned.
He's got a bad history. But it ain't been with this guy.
Steiny, someday 49ers will win it all. 49ers have plenty of time. They have plenty of time.
They got a game in 48 hours.
No, I'm talking about to win a Super Bowl.
I know, but they got a game. It changes everything about our week. I love football. 2 games. We got a doubleheader next Monday night.
How many games Thursday?
Just one.
Just one?
Yeah.
Okay, who's the doubleheader Monday? Hopefully, do we know who
I'm learning. Usually I jump and take a stab at it.
Well, I was actually very surprised earlier today. I asked you a TV-related question, and I thought that was your
Where was
bailiwick.
What? I got it right. What are you talking about? I don't even remember.
It had something to do with an announcing crew. And you can go, remember when I say, hey, Goo, what's CBS's order? And you'd be like, da-da-da.
See, we both need those pills. It was in the boss's office, and you said, who did the Giants lost 40-0. And I go, no, not them. It wasn't. And you were right. and I tried to correct it. You don't even remember that.
No, because I'm not a vindictive guy. I didn't keep score like that.
I messed up nothing on the TV crew today. It didn't even. You're thinking of another day.
No, I think I was asking, well, who's doing the game on Thursday?
And Evan answered you without me even chiming in.
Well, I asked you first, and that's when Evan jumped in.
No, he jumped in to answer your question.
Right, when you were...
You didn't pose it to me.
No, I thought I did, and then you really didn't have the answer, and then Evan helped.
There's a disagreement over who Al Michaels works with now this season.
That was 2 weeks ago, Evan. My God, you poisoned my boy.
True. That might have been July.
No, that was.
By the way, the Monday Night Football matchups next week are the Eagles and the Buccaneers and the Rams and the Bengals.
Oh, wow. Rams and Bengals.
I wasn't listening.
Stafford and Burrow. Rams and Bengals.
Oh, they got to rest Burrow.
I'm just to keep playing around, Cincy.
They got to. They're not playing around. Their quarterback's hurt. Nobody's playing around in Cincinnati. Their quarterback is bad.
This, and I know Dibbs and Willard got the Dr. Pongia coming on today, but I'm no doctor. But you will admit, in some cases, Donnie, the calf and Achilles are they're cousins.
You're not a doctor.
No, but I'm telling you, Cincinnati, keep playing with this kid and running him out there if he ain't right. And when that thing goes,
something about you giving medical advice to people in Cincinnati. That makes me chuckle. That's all.
I'm not laughing.
I am.
I don't like to chat today. The YouTube. We got some trolls.
I don't either.
We got some trolls.
The YouTube chat? I know. We got some newcomers in there.
Yeah,
we're gonna
call this old.
We're going to have to do some house
then you
cleaning.
Bust off all eyes on me. You didn't even know. I'm like, yeah. Hip-hop heads.
That's a double album.
Boy, I'm really going to have one today. Salad.
Oh, man.
2 minutes.
I've enjoyed this show today, tell you the truth.
Well,
let me see. Oh, I know one thing. Perfect. You got about 2-3 minutes. 49ers are now the favorites, along with the Chiefs, to win the 2024 Super Bowl. They now are the same odds as the Kansas City Chiefs.
I'm not mad at that.
No excuses. It's Super Bowl or bust.
There is no
If they don't do it
bust.
this year, I mean, let's just start.
Your mind, you are really Russell Crowe. Beautiful mind.
Yeah, I'm not.
It's like fans just, like I said, Stotty, everybody's dealing with something in their life. We're older. Some are older. Some want to see their team get the 6 because they don't got 5 years to. Okay, Kyle get it. They want it now.
Yeah,
Nothing
sorry.
wrong with that.
Sorry.
You might get it now.
I mean,
you don't know.
The people who want it now, are those 3-year-old kids?
No.
Because any adult knows that just because you want something doesn't mean you get it.
Right.
Anybody who's got any maturity, or since we're talking about Gary Radnich, anybody who's lived a little
there you go.
realizes that you don't just say, I want a Super Bowl and get one.
But when you're
Those
watching
fans are
your
immature.
team lose the last couple of NFC championships, you know your team's good.
Oh, it's good.
How about that?
It's good.
So to say, can they get to the dance and win it all? The whole enchilada?
Of course they can get to the dance.
It's not ridiculous.
Oh, they can get to the dance. I think the dance is the playoffs.
Please,
sure.
That ship has sailed.
Here you go, 925 from somebody else who doesn't know anything about doctoring. Guru's right. The calf and Achilles are related.
Boy, I should have went that way.
Oh, man. Hey, we got to get out.
Got the boys coming up in 20 minutes.
We do, but there's a couple loose ends I want to take care of on the other side.
Do it for Evan.
Do
like all the stuff for the show, the ins and outs.
Okay. That segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Hi, this is Carson Daly, inviting you to be a part of Odyssey's mental health initiative, I'm Listening. As a dedicated mental health advocate, it is my great honor to again be hosting this awesome 2-hour special. We'll be joined.
no loan rates, and super simple online application process.
I sound like a know-it-all sometimes.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, I just want to thank everybody out there for their support, listening to this show day in and day out. I want to shout out Dylan of the 209. He said, thank you guys for helping me get through the day. Hope you guys have a great night. That's Dylan. No, Dylan, you have a great rest of the day. We don't do it without you all.
I second that. And you know what I'm thinking? I'm getting frisky.
Thank you, Dylan.
We
Okay.
should do a rendezvous here soon, maybe before Thanksgiving. Old Chip and the listeners, you know how we get out? Only
Right.
show to do that. Yeah.
I mean, that does say something about us.
Dude, and people came out. Robin came out. We didn't met them
We had a
all
big
now.
crowd. We had a big crowd.
We did.
I think
Boss left his credit card. Remember the one time they called and left the credit card with the place and we had a tab that was already paid for? Not that I was tripping because you know I had the money, but I was like, boy.
And remember our good buddy Orlando?
Yeah, how can we forget?
Stuck me with a $300 bar bill.
No, I wasn't thinking of that. Yeah.
No. Then sent $300 in a FedEx package. A couple things. I wouldn't say that yet about Dwight Howard. They don't have to sign him right now if they're going to sign him.
So you're saying when I went to bed last night, woke up this morning, no news, that's not a bad omen. I thought that would be
really.
Warriors could get. I'm rooting for them, Stoney. They need him, man.
Work this stiff out, then talk about him for a couple days, and by Friday they'll realize they don't want him.
So I'm working with a guy for 5 years that said, boy, when I get loud, for 5 years that hated the word scrub that I use towards athletes, and I was using it, having fun. You really will call that man who's going to the Hall of Fame when it's all said a stiff?
Stiff, yeah. A stiff's okay.
Dude.
Scrub is much worse than stiff.
J.B. Carroll was a stiff.
Joe Barry Carroll averaged 20 a game.
Well, not when I was
Look
at
at the
game.
numbers.
Look
at the numbers.
He was the poster child for what was wrong with the Warriors. Dwight Howard did more than Joe B. Carroll. Joe Barry Carroll.
I can't argue.
Don't call anybody a stiff.
No,
Take
I will.
it back.
No, I
you
won't.
played D3.
That's right. And I was a stiff.
D3 white guy calling somebody a stiff.
That's right. You know why?
Take that back,
No,
Scotty,
no.
You know what? That's not who you are.
There's a difference. I reached my potential as a player.
Do we know that?
Yes.
I wonder.
Let me tell you something. I've never, one day in my life, looked in the mirror and said, Steiny, you should have gone D1.
Well, how was your left?
It was like my right. I'm ambidextrous.
Right.
My point is I did as well as I can do.
Well, don't call D. Howard
5'11", suburban white guy.
Boy. Yeah, don't put some respect on his name.
I'll bet you I would have been a better player if I were 7'1".
Well, you think? That's all I needed.
Joe Barry Carroll, first 4 years in the league. 19 a game, 17 a game, 24 a game, 20.5 a game, 21, 21.
All right, well, give me
Take it back.
Give me his career stat.
Hey,
how
you know
did
what?
it end up?
Listen to these numbers.
Well, yeah, how did it end up? What was the career average?
17 and 8. Guru, I'm surprised you wouldn't love Joe Barry Carroll. Look at these numbers. Who cares if he never won?
I'm all ears. It wasn't all his fault. But the highlights.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I was waiting on some numbers.
510, guys, we have to do the Christmas celebration again at the bar across the street from the station.
Well, it
won't be the bar across the street around Christmas, I don't think.
What you mean?
We're moving.
Oh, my God, I forgot.
Yep.
We got to do it before we leave. Going away party.
Seriously, no, I do think it's possible that the
Warriors still got Dwight Howard's got action.
I mean, I don't know if he's like.
Let me tell you, I won't blow it out.
Let's be serious. I don't think necessarily if he doesn't get offered a contract today, he won't be a Warrior.
I won't say any names on Twitter because I was like, man, let me go down this rabbit hole, see what's going up. From my understanding, I think we know it anyway. The Warriors are trying out a lot of athletes, so it wasn't like. And the message I was getting, and I won't say whose town it was, it's not a big deal they're working out or meeting with D. Howard. So I'm hoping he fits the bill, Steiny. He can still bother Jokic.
No, he can't.
Oh, my. So you give him no credit for helping the Lakers beat Denver in the bubble?
Evan,
yes or no?
Bubble?
Yeah. When they won their chip. AD couldn't do it. Dwight Howard's strong in the ass, man. I'm telling you, Steiny, he still can go get boards and change his shot.
Why wasn't he on a roster last year?
That's alarming.
He chose to play in Vietnam.
Taiwan, I believe.
Evan never makes mistake. Did you get Evan? But anyway, come on, Steiny.
No, come on,
Eddie
Steiny.
Johnson told, I don't know if you read the article, Eddie Johnson talked to Dwight Howard, told him he should be in the league.
Okay.
And Dwight Howard's feeling some type of way that he wasn't, so I don't believe he was in Taiwan by choice.
Right. Okay.
But if he could get with the Warriors, it would be seamless.
There we go.
I'm not telling you he would be Lou Alcindor.
Could they make him all-pro again? NBA All-Star?
We're talking about a 10th or 11th guy, a big.
Thank you. You'll at least
he's
acknowledge
good for that. He's perfect.
I actually don't think so. I don't want that distraction.
See,
I don't want that head case.
And this is why DeMarcus Cousins has no job. Guys like you in the league, running the league, sending memos. We're out on Cousins.
I don't mind
Not basketball.
I don't mind
reasons,
Boogie Cousins.
Well, he's been more of a problem child than D. Howard.
No, he hasn't.
Well, he's good for the community. Cousins is.
DeMarcus Cousins is. When's he been a problem?
Why is he not in the league? And when we saw him last, he was doing help in Denver, trying to beat Golden State. He was still good.
They played him off the floor. The Warriors played him off the floor, ladies and gentlemen.
Boy, if we had AI for me right now and somebody could come in and look like me, I would walk out.
Like you did that one time?
It still bothers me. I couldn't, boy.
There was something I was going to say about
Anthony Brown to the Niners, former Cowboy, used to be their second cornerback, tore his Achilles, career over with Dallas. But Steiny, maybe he needs a new change of scenery, but let me give you the skinny on him. Sneaky athletic, but big downs, quarterbacks tend to target him, and then the hanky would come out. So maybe that hanky doesn't come out now that he'll be in the red and gold. But I'm just telling you, they got some stuff in flux in regard to what's going on. I still believe the secondary misses Ward. Jimmy Ward, my favorite secondary guy for the Niners since the Shanahan era. So we'll see if he can where he's at.
650, when has Cousins been a distraction? Asked George Karl. George Karl was the distraction.
Well, he don't like anybody. Who's he hate? Who's he still talk mess about? I don't like it.
I think Kenyon Martin.
No, there's one. He's on the list, but there's one guy that's just venom.
Oh, yeah.
Who is it? It's just like, it's nasty.
And like Iguodala.
And that's who it is.
Well, that's the mole.
Yeah, that's the mole. There you go. That's who it is, Dre.
By the way, we're still waiting to hear if he's coming back.
That guy.
You know what?
We'll be out there in a couple weeks, the station.
I'll be there when I be there.
God. Your boy.
All right. And then the last thing I want to get to, the Giants play the Diamondbacks.
Oh, you said something?
They're in the.
I'll be watching because I love ball. They're two back
of the last wild card with three teams.
Did you see
teams
Tom Verducci's article today?
No,
we get no Ohtani.
No, it was if this is the brand of baseball where it's headed, what the Giants are currently doing.
Yeah,
I don't want to. I want any part of it.
No way.
Now that's wow for TV to say that. Snotty heads may roll.
No, they won't. He said they won't. Greg Johnson?
Well, he said. How many times as a parent have you told your kids something and then you don't do it? Or you do something different?
I'm a man of my word. I don't know about you.
I paid you the $100.
What's crossover next? Sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body.
I love my body because it didn't give up on me.
What do you mean by that?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru with you. Welcome in Dan Dibley and Mark Willard. It is the crossover. Hi, guys. How are you?
My favorite part of the day.
There we go. Like, why would you do that? Why would you start a segment
Line them up. There they
like
are.
that?
There they are.
Like what?
Now, how can I take that in any other way?
What do you say?
Than because now I get a break from Steiny.
I didn't even hear.
No. Oh, I thought I
So
went
your
out.
favorite part of the day isn't 10:05
No,
when we start a show.
149.
I'm a party guy. If you knew your partner, and the more the merrier. So when these two dudes show up, just like Bonte and Shasky when we do the exchange when they leave.
You used to hate that.
No, but I love it. I love my guys.
It changes the
What's up,
calculus.
brother?
It changes the calculus of the room.
Yeah,
I
Diaz
gotta
got
do this.
fresh shave.
I got to do this with the
Man.
dogs at the dog park because Christy's dog takes Penny's ball.
Okay.
And Penny is kind of a beta dog, and she doesn't like it. She won't. She's bigger, stronger, faster, but she won't take it back. Okay, she just sits there and barks.
Scared, right.
She just sit there and bark.
She got mossed.
Right, and the little dog who mossed
you
her
one.
is just sitting there, like looking at her, like, "What are you gonna do?
Oh, boy.
I got the ball. What are you gonna do?" But she doesn't really care about the dog, so I'll go over, clap it up, and I'll make them move because it changes the calculus of the room. And then they move around and everybody calms down a little bit. So that's what we do.
So
we get
tomorrow-
would you change the calculus of the room?
For my partner's sake, when you guys come in, I'm like, what's up, Dan? You know, I'll be looking
do
like
that.
it's a drag. What's up?
No, you can be happy.
You're my guy. We had a great. This dude's been on one today.
I know. I actually was going to come in here and make you very happy.
But
Simon.
now he's going the other
just
way.
slow play that.
Why?
Okay.
You want me to slow play it?
It's slow play it
All
because
right.
I already came in earlier before you even got here, and I was already.
You've already done radio with these gentlemen today?
No, but I come in during the break
Yeah,
because I get here
okay.
I get here maybe about half an hour before you or so, and I always try to come in during the break, and I try to give them some feedback of, and I was texting them earlier because Evan was, so wildly wrong about a dolphin being a fish.
A fish, right. I heard that part.
That offended me, and then
Yeah.
so he and I had a back and forth.
Now,
and
why does that offend you?
Because he's better than that, Mark.
Oh.
Radio offend.
And dolphins are
Guys,
mammals, Mark.
Apologies,
Yeah,
man.
dolphins are
Yes.
mammals.
And dolphins are people, too.
There you go.
And so, and then I came in here and I praised Steiny for his 2-0 start, and I'm really proud of him for his 2-0 fantasy start.
The
But
only
he's
per-
acting cocky.
Well, what's
he
fantasy
should.
for?
Yeah.
There's
If
nobody
he goes
wants a
2-5,
demure
let's
fantasy
get the Steiny
partner.
cam on this guy.
Nobody wants
the
a
league is just wait.
Nobody wants class in fantasy football.
Guru,
Don't
it's
be
like-
classy.
I want you to
there's
leave so
18,
bad.
there's
Friends.
18 weeks
That's
in
the
golf.
point.
It's very similar to 18 holes in golf. We don't get too high or too low. Couple pars I started the season.
Cheech and Chong high. You've been talking because you
think
guys
I-
don't
no,
hear it and see it.
I think I
mixed up
play
with
you
you.
this week. I think I play you this week.
Well, you're in trouble. I put up 191.
I'm in trouble. Have you looked at the standings? Do you know who's right below Steiny?
I'm 500.
And I'm
Okay.
not. I'm
All
2-0.
But I almost scored 200.
But see, I'm not going to be like.
Okay, I got you.
Let's make
All
an
right.
agreement right now.
Let's have a good competition.
Whoever wins gets to not be classy. I don't know if you and I can do it.
Right.
We don't
Well,
really
no.
have that dynamic, but we can
You ain't
try.
see me on the hoop court. I can get the yeah.
All right.
Dipper Claus has a press conference scheduled today for 2:30 to address.
Wow.
There's been a lot of unrest in our fan base, and we're 13th out of 14. So I will
What's-
officially,
What?
I will
On the
officially
hot
address
seat?
the media. I am on the hot seat.
Are you going to take accountability? Because I'm sick of giving you a pass.
2:30, Mark. 2:30.
Wow,
You can tune
early.
in. I mean, I'm trying to
right.
schedule some content for our show.
Yeah.
Because other than that, it's is Brock Purdy good or just really good?
We're going to get to the grits
Go
of
ahead,
what's going on
Steiny.
in the sports
Steiny's got
world.
something.
Oh,
Jim Moley. I think we all need a beer at the old ship I'm buying, and he paid $5 for it.
well, you know what?
Maybe later
One
this
day,
week.
All
Jim.
right, Moley.
We'll wait
How
for
about
Willard
Friday?
and Dibbs to get off at 6, honestly. And you guys come down if
When?
you can, whenever.
Friday.
We'll pick a
It's
day.
not a payday
Oh.
Friday. And let's do it Friday.
I was day
Friday.
drinking. If you can,
I'll
Will.
check my calendar.
Yeah, exactly.
Will
There's a-
got 10
there's a-
jobs.
there's a good reason
Yeah,
it's Friday.
Willer got 10
He's
jobs.
got 3
yeah.
kids and a bunch of problems.
Well, and I'm going to not come home after the show on Thursday.
Oh,
'cause
yeah,
we're gonna
you
be
got
at the
the
49er
game.
game. So, yeah, I'll check. I'll check and see what's cooking.
Okay.
It's fair.
All right.
What else are we going to
Too
talk
early
about?
for the
Well, I
legal.
had something before I was
Two-
interrupted.
Like,
Oh.
you got interrupted? This is crazy.
The crossover?
Thank you.
He kind of stole.
I don't know when to jump in with the super
myself
text.
a 4.
Oh, the super. He called you the super text.
No, he's talking about the YouTube.
We were just throwing this back and forth. I don't know if you heard, but Willard, it bothers me because I'm a happy-go-lucky dude. I understand rivalries. I've been to the dark side. And a Patriot fan succumbed to his injuries and passed away. And I asked Steiny, we talked about it briefly. Since the pandemic, I feel like we're seeing more fights at sporting events. Do you two say yay or nay? Because what the hell is happening? And how dare the people film it, though, Dibs, and not try to break it up?
I heard you guys talk about this, and the one thought that went through my mind, because obviously none of us have the data on this, I wonder if we just see it more. I wonder if we see it more because of the second part of your comment, which is that everybody rips their phone out and films it. I imagine, like, come on, a lot of us listening here, we all grew up going to Candlestick, and you saw fights. I don't know if they ever necessarily got this brutal, but
yes,
what happened?
Did.
Yeah, like
they did.
I think they did, and we didn't see it. It just wasn't on the internet. It didn't get filmed. So I think that's now why it feels like almost every weekend, every other weekend.
But there's multiple men and women.
And this is like, I don't know what to say about this. Somebody lost their life. Like it's too predictable what to say. You know what I mean? Like, don't get in fights in sporting events. It's not worth it. But like, I don't know.
So you think my pandemic assessment is a reach?
Maybe. I don't know if it's angry? A reach. I don't know. I don't know the answer. But what went through my head is I wonder if it's always been this way and we just see it.
It's always been this way, and now we just see it.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking about the Giant Dodger doubleheader that I was at. 1988.
Where they put we made the gates.
Correct.
Kirk Gibson on the Dodgers.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I was remembering that.
Oh, boy.
You used to be able to, Steiny, and I think you were out here in 88.
Got here in 90.
Okay, so 88. And before that, you used to be able to jump out of the left field bleachers and pursue a home run ball.
Pursue a ball.
Because there was room between the home run fence and it was basically the end zone or a little bit more than the end zone to where the bleachers were. You could jump out and you could go get the home run ball. I was there that game. I can't believe you were there.
And it got so rowdy that the ball would be hit to the first baseman and people would rush out there and jump on the fence like it was a homer.
Exactly.
It was incredible.
Pop flight is short and like 70 people are out of the seats and like jump like Spider-Man on the fence. And on that day, 100 people were ejected because of fighting Giants-Dodgers doubleheader. So it's always been going on. And this is now, that's 35 years ago. And so it's always been happening, but now you're right, Goo. People like immediately whip out your phone.
That's just
and now, because I want to get my own cred for being somebody who can put this on my IG. I'm going to get some clout.
I mean, in fairness,
yeah, go ahead, Steiny.
I mean, then you get the video of somebody you might need to prosecute or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I was with you too, Steiny.
Right.
I understood what you were saying there, which is that I'm not going to wag my finger at anybody on this, because what is it that somebody who is 20 yards away supposed to do? I'm not going to go get in that.
And there's a danger in that now, Willard, trying to break it up.
This may not sound like a nice thing to say, okay? But if you are 20 feet away from me, 20 yards away from me, and you have decided that you would like alcohol to run your show, man, I'm not getting in on that. Let alcohol run your show. Yeah. And if you get hurt or you end up in jail, I'm not getting in this. Like you said, yeah, you could get clocked. You could get arrested. You have no idea I'm not getting in there. If you all if you all want to act like idiots, do it on your own time and space. I got no time, no desire, and no obligation to get into that. At all. That's how I feel.
You could text 41784 if
well, they got that now.
Listen, there was Niners Raiders last year at Allegiant in Vegas. About, 10 rows in front of me. And it was just jabbing, just jibber jabber. But you don't know how it's going to go. That's how it starts. And it was a couple people, largely the Niner Raider thing that day was beautiful. Because the Raider fans were kind of like, we're not very good. Yeah. And there's a lot of you. So, we're just going to, right? And it was playful. But it got a little out of hand.
Yeah.
People got a little going, about 10 rows in front of me. And all I did is turn around. I put a hand up to the usher. and I said attention, and I pointed. That's it.
Oh, you snitch.
That's it. No phone, no nothing. I'm not going down there.
Yeah.
You work here. I want to point that out to
So
you.
you don't want to see anybody get hurt.
Now it's 2nd down and 4, and I'm going back to the game.
He doesn't care if anybody gets hurt. He just doesn't want it to interfere with him watching the game. Which
No. It wasn't. No, they weren't my way. They weren't my way.
You didn't have to. What you saw?
They're not blocking my view.
Yeah, you saw it
They're
percolating.
just like, hey, it'd be good if two people didn't start clocking each other, and it looks like it's heading that way. So maybe you, Usher, go get in there. I'm not getting in there.
Right.
I got no interest.
And so we're asking an usher to come down, and you see these all the time where, something actually does pop off, and now the usher comes down, and it's like you're asking an usher to get in between 5 people who are, it's
I'm not
Haymaker
asking
Central.
anything.
I'm saying this is the construct that we have.
There's security that's a level above Usher, and I would imagine Usher has the availability, the access to that security.
Sure.
For me, I'm just send your attention here. That's happening.
Right.
And now I'm out.
And we're about 3 plays away from haymakers, potentially.
I mean, what do you want another fan to do? You want another fan to go get involved?
No.
Yeah, I feel no obligation. I didn't film it, but I got no obligation to go.
You have no obligation, but where we are now as a society is where you get to a point where you go to a game and the culture is pregame, get absolutely blackout drunk, and then go in there with your jersey on and talk your mess. And then if somebody dares to talk back to you, now we're fighting. And if you're an innocent Mark Willard or the lovely Christie or, God forbid, a family of 4 nearby, and you're caught up in collateral damage, that's just the way it goes now as a football fan.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
You know what crossed my mind also was the experience Bonta and Joe had in Philly last year.
Wow.
And you sit there and you go, okay, largely what has taken place since then is playful. They are building a rivalry with Philly radio stations, Philly fans, what have you. And, nobody's gotten hurt. But it doesn't always go that way. You know what I mean? And so, this is no fault of theirs, right? And I know that the things that they heard and
there's other parts to that story.
Of course.
We don't know what they went through that was just like, oh my gosh, they could have got ugly.
I've not walked in those shoes. I wasn't there. I didn't see it. I've seen the video. I've been to games in Philly when the Cowboys are in town. I know what it sounds like. I know what that feels like. I know what that fan base does. And but it's like, I don't know. We sort of, as fans, we get caught up, right? And it's like Niner fan versus Philly fan, and right, like be a man and rep your squad and your colors and all this. It's like, no, there's other people playing football. Get home safe.
That's the goal.
Just go. Just get home.
Yeah. And Dibs, I grew up at going to the Stick, the Coliseum, so I've seen a lot. But this was a Redskin game 2 weeks ago, and I kept watching the video, the stuff that I say I hate. It's like, it's one thing to drink and get liquored up, but these tussles are TKOs. And I want to just talk to the dude. What would make you think you had hands? It ain't even close. You're getting pummeled. This guy was just in the chair. Like, the guy is like 6 straight shots. And I want to talk to him like, what made you think you, watch the game, bud? But Willard, I mean, like a punching bag. I'm like, you of all people should be here to watch the game, not fight, because you can't fight.
Right, especially when you're like .22 on the 122 on the BAC. I mean, even if you are a great fighter, if you are more than half in the bag, I don't like your chances, especially when it comes to, somebody who's 2 rows up and you're 2 rows down. Now we're dealing with gravity and you're hammered. You're going to catch about 4 or 5 to the face.
But let's also keep this in mind now, okay? Whoever this was that threw the punch last night, this starts as, you root for the Dolphins and I root for the Patriots. We're going to rep our squad. We've both had too much to drink. And right, it starts as trash talk. This man is now on film and is going to spend the rest of his life in jail.
And now,
he killed somebody.
Incredible.
He killed somebody. You think you just, I took a shot, right? I stood up for me, and it took you down. Well, the person's head hit the ground the wrong way, and now that's it. Your life's over.
That's right.
So, that's why I go back to what I said. I know it doesn't sound like the nicest thing to say, but if y'all want to go be idiots at a game, just
never been my thing, man.
Go do it somewhere else, man. Be morons on your time. It's crazy to get involved in that
Claymon
stuff.
on the YouTube chat, Liquid Courage, Dibs. That's what they call it.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, and especially when you get into a situation where you're going to a game, like Mark said, it's like you're a fan of a team and you get tickets and you go to the game and your goal should be like have fun, get drunk if you want, but root your team on to victory. And if things go bad and you lose, okay, then go home, sleep it off, and go back to work the next day. But to go to a game and to not make it out because you get hit and your head goes down, and even to be a fan around that, can you imagine seeing that? I mean, it's just...
God.
And these videos have the kids running like there's no...
I think the guy that got killed, I think his kid was sitting with him.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
man.
I mean...
I think that's, yeah. So, anyway, I don't know how to transition out of that, but I will say this.
Well, the Giants play tonight.
Yeah, they do.
Well, you're a pro. Let's see it. Let's hear it.
Okay. Did you see the Verducci article?
Evan just told us on air about it. Oh,
so, okay.
man.
Now, listeners aren't going to know what this is, but Tom Verducci, who is a very, very well-known baseball writer for years.
National.
Feels like he's been writing since I was 5 years old. And I love that you said that he's national, because that's actually what caught my attention first. The basic idea of the article, there's a quote in it from Verducci that says, if this is the future of baseball, I want no part of it. And he is talking specifically about the San Francisco Giants and says that of all the playoff contenders, they are by far and away the most boring of them all, non-compelling. We all know this. We've been sitting here talking about this all summer. What is fascinating to me above all else is that a national writer tapped in on such a level to what's happening here that they accessed that dynamic and spoke so directly to this fan base. So this is, because we do know analytics are being used everywhere. Not like this.
Platoon.
And this is maybe the biggest and most damning thing that's been written about this regime so far to date, because the tone is, it doesn't matter if they make the playoffs. We still don't want this. Even if you could go win the World Series and we're still out. And I think that captures the way a lot of fans feel right now, don't you?
But it doesn't affect the vote of confidence from the Giants brass that they got verbally.
But that's
just
one more
last
year.
week.
That's one more year. Like he basically said they're under contract next year.
Will it, real quick, it could be one more long year.
It could be. It also could be full of crap. Because remember, Mike Dunleavy Jr. is like, well, Jordan Poole's under contract.
I'll never forget.
He's going to be here next year.
He was under
3
contract.
days later, he was Wizards.
Kyle Shanahan like Trey Lance.
Yeah, like there you go.
From Verducci, he says, truncated starts by pitchers, an ever-changing lineup with role players and no stars, a 16-person coaching staff, the worst team speed of any contender. The Giants are a well-managed success more than they are an aesthetic one.
Yeah.
And
he used your favorite word.
Truncated.
Well,
it's truncated.
His point
Thank
is,
you,
with all of that, they've won more games than they've lost. And it's almost a danger to the game, I think is his point.
Right.
I haven't read the whole thing. But
he said 2 games over flat mediocrity.
Yeah, if this works, that's terrible for the sport. Right? It's terrible for the sport because it's not entertaining. And it needs to be that too. Like we need to feel connected to the team.
Man.
And we don't.
Giant starters have thrown 72 pitches per start, by far the shortest leash in MLB. 43 times they've thrown less than 3 innings.
Yeah,
43 times.
This just popped to me. The best Giant player not named Logan Webb. I'll wait for your answers.
It's Wilmer Flores, but you could, and this is what Mark always says about like players. You could have Wilmer Flores in the room with us right now, and you'd be like,
is that your answer?
I would have said Doval. It's been a little rough the last month. I would have said Doval.
Steiny?
Who cares?
And maybe that's the best answer.
That is the best answer.
But that's an indictment.
I know exactly what you're saying, and I agree. They're still, I get it. They're still right there, though.
Yeah.
And I do think this is one of the first times where I don't think people don't want them to make the playoffs, but I do think most people don't care. Which I can't.
They're not coming to the game.
I can't believe that, really.
I agree, but I also, let's roll back for a second. I'd like to reject that they're right there. They're not right there.
Man.
They're not right there.
We found that out over the weekend.
Correct. But we could play that game forever.
Well, I mean, look, they got 2 games in 24 hours.
Yep.
And they better win them both. And even if they do, they're still less than 50-50.
No doubt.
I would say.
No, I agree.
And so what's the percentage?
Well, how do you get not even popular? How do you get some pizzazz to your team, Farhan?
Playoff odds right now 13.7%.
Right.
So that's not right there. They're not right there.
It's 1 and 8.
Not exciting.
Basically.
I mean, it's
1 and 7, 1 and 8.
Yeah, it's like Johnny Cueto at the plate.
But how do you fix this, Willard? Forget the playoffs. How do you get exciting? How do you get from not stale?
Like, there's no blueprint. You have to get good players.
Well,
you have to get good players, and then you have to you have to.
There's one person responsible for that.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. He has not succeeded, and you can go right situation by situation and come up with the reason. You know what I mean? Aaron Judge is not a Giant. I don't blame Farhan for that. Aaron didn't want to come, but somewhere along the road of the story comes, here's your job, and it has not been successful. And I think that's where the ownership is. So I do not think it's 100% sure that they're back next year. I think it's likely. But if they are, it is on a put up or shut up year.
I think it's 100% that they're back next year.
I do too.
I would say 50% that they're back the year after.
Well, I think the year after is solely based on what they do next year.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which is where I would put it at 50-50.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, who knows how they flip it.
If you don't become more exciting and you finish next year at 84 and 78, then enough.
Here's what I wonder about Farhan. If you go into a year like that, like Farhan is so good, supposedly, at the long play, right? All the visuals are on the long play. We don't want Gosman because long play, maybe that was wrong. We don't want Rodon. Long play, that was right. If you're good at the long play, how do you play it when someone says this year or you're out?
It's the short play.
There's no more long play.
Right.
So you can't have patience for the farm anymore.
So if we say 3 and 10 or 3 and 12 and it got ugly, just whatever they got left, you guys don't think that could sway? It's 100%. Would you be down to 85? Like if they just bottom out here the next 2-3 weeks.
I don't think it matters.
Yeah, I don't think it matters.
I think this year's kind of happened too quick for them in a way. I'm talking about ownership. Like they're not prepared to fire them right now because they didn't think they'd be here. That's why I think they're given a vote of confidence because next year then they can spend time thinking about. Do you think do you think they have any clue what they would do if they'd fire them right now? I don't.
No, and that's why I think you guys are you're probably right. And no matter what happens here with the rest of the schedule, and no matter who thinks this is believable, what is it? It's September 19th. Yep. Well, you are less than 2 months away from Shohei and Cody Bellinger and hitting the free agent market, and you've got to be ready. So is the message to them, oh, by the way, just stand by. We're in the process of hiring someone who wants to come talk to you.
Oh, boy.
I don't think they're going to do that.
Man.
Well, they got to figure something out on 95.7, the game.
Now that was professional.
You really are.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You had me slow play it to the point where we never even got to it. I was going to give Steiny a compliment because
I don't want you to.
I know because
I don't want you to.
Were you worried that I was going to compliment him for thinking like I do? Were you worried about that?
I wasn't worried. I saw it coming because he stole from you, and you were going to compliment him for what he said, which is what you said.
Not
and so
really.
It was going to be a big old, and I won't even say it because I'm in a good mood today, Mark. But it would have made me reach for the trash can And vomitosis
Wow.
because, Steiny, you made a good point earlier, which is a point I made 4 months ago. Just stop. You two get a room.
I wasn't going to say it that way.
But that's the way that I knew that it was going to come
that's
out.
the way that's how you were going to receive it or translate it, and it would have been a translation sensation.
That's a buck.
It's actually not how I was feeling.
Steiny, we made such a great point earlier.
No.
It was my point.
Actually, it does. For me, it was more in the form of a question, like I'm playing Jeopardy or something over here.
Nice.
I was going to
Shout out Jeopardy. R.I.P.
It's not dead. It usually
It's dead.
No, it shows up when I get sick, usually. And
but the host is now doing other things in another market for another company, so it's dead.
Okay, fine. Rest in peace.
Thank you. Shame.
No.
I never got to play Bonte.
I was going to ask it in the form of a question because Steiny and Goo were having a conversation, and we got some Brock Purdy stuff that we're going to get to, and welcome in. Let's start with that. Okay, Twitch, YouTube, how you doing today? Glad you're with us. 888-957-9570 phone lines, Xfinity Mobile text line. You're always welcome to contribute and interact. We love it. It's Willard and Dibbs. Thank you for being with us every day here, 95.7 The Game. Peter King's going to join us today. Doc Pandia, Nick Chubb last night. Holy crap. I walked through the door right as that happened last night.
Man.
And the looks on the faces of my sons, they're like, did you just see that? I go, no, I was walking up the stairs. And they're like, good Lord. So we'll get to that with Doc Pandia. But no, truly, Dibbs, it was more of a question because Steiny and Goo were having a conversation about Kyle Shanahan. And there's this dynamic that's developed and been accepted. And to hear two other people have the conversation was helpful to me because I genuinely don't understand it. Steiny said a couple things in ways that I haven't. When he talked about how Kyle Shanahan is in his 6th year as a head coach. He is 45 years old. The first 2 years, you could argue, are just, hey, we're moving deck chairs around. So whether you want to count those or not, fine. But in those 4 years that he's actually really been like, okay, you're ready to rock, well, he's been in the NFC title game 3 of those 4 years, and everyone wants to hang around his neck that you haven't won the big one, and therefore that has created in the minds of many a clock that I don't think exists. Clock, 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 clock. Well, you better win it this year. And no, he doesn't have to win it this year. The truth of the matter is, I think Kyle Shanahan's going to be the head coach of the 49ers for a really, really long time. And he said that, and I've said that, and you're right, but I guess it then turns into a question. Why has that developed in the minds of some that there's a clock on the Kyle Shanahan era so quickly? 45 years old, year 6
right,
as a head coach. Is it because we knew him earlier when he was a coordinator, famous last name? Feel like it's been a longer head coach in this league than he has?
No.
I ask it as a question.
Yeah.
Well, then you tell me.
The answer is that's what we're used to. We are used to, not only in this market, but in this league, coach gets the job, coach does well, coach doesn't do as well as we think he should do, coach goes on the hot seat, coach gets fired. That's the way it works in virtually 80% of the teams and the markets in this league. And you could go all the way across and, all the coaches who have more tenure than Kyle Shanahan, I do believe all of them have at least one Super Bowl now on their resume, including Andy Reid, who had to go to another place in order to get that very Super Bowl. So Andy Reid is a good example of a guy who had a good long run in Philly, and he was more successful than Kyle's been, and he never won the big one. And then he got to the point where he had to go, and now he went, and he's gotten 2, and now he is a made man. So I think that's kind of what we're used to in the NFL. And if you go through all the tenure of all the coaches, and we've been through this, I think there are 6 guys who have longer tenure than Kyle Shanahan, and I believe all of them have a Super Bowl. And then the guys who were hired the same year as him, it's him, McVay, and McDermott. McVay has one, McDermott doesn't. And, I mean, you look at his year, this year, he's not on the hot seat, but I think he's under the same sort of scrutiny that Kyle is.
I wonder. I don't feel that. But then again, he's in Buffalo, New York, so I have no idea if there's something locally, but I doubt it. especially the way that market is. A Buffalo Bills game is like the biggest gathering of people that area knows.
Sure.
Week to week, they love their team like no other. Josh Allen's the most popular athlete probably since Jim Kelly. I mean, I don't know. I don't get that there's any sort of a bad vibe going on with the Buffalo Bills.
Not yet.
Week
Not
one
yet.
loss set aside.
There are 5 coaches with a longer tenure than Kyle Shanahan. And between those 5, they have 11 Super Bowls.
Okay.
So Bill's got the 6, and then it's Tomlin 1, Harbaugh 1, Pete 1, Andy 2, and then you get to Sean, Kyle, and then Sean and Kyle.
Right, but wouldn't you guess, and I don't know this, you maybe have it in front of me, I
do.
don't, like the coaches that run that process that you just threw out there, like, yeah, because they came in and went 4-12. Like, that's how you get fired. You don't get fired.
Right.
You don't get fired or have a clock get put on you when you just keep, like, winning the division every year and going to the playoffs.
I think Tomlin's a good example.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since they won it, but they win every year. They have actually never been under 500 under Mike Tomlin. So
I'm in 9-8 last year, but yes, correct.
Fine. There's no
accurate.
There's no 3-13 or 3-14 stink bomb in his resume. They win.
Yeah.
And, John Harbaugh, the same. I don't know if he's ever had a sub 500 year, but it hasn't been that many. They've always been pretty competitive. And I'll punch it up because I was just thinking about that in terms of Harbaugh and what he's done. And the worst year, he had a 5-11 in 2015, and he had 8-9 in 2021. Other than that, he had a 10-6.
Yep.
He's got a 14-2. He's got an 11-5. They've been very, very good.
Good coach. Yeah, they're good
coaches. Good
coaches.
coach, good program, good GM, good team.
Absolutely.
And that's what Kyle has. So I'm with you in terms of, like, he's not on any seat. He's in a hammock right now with lemonade.
It's just like my question is, how did we get here so fast? How did we get here so fast? And again, I'm not trying to. Kyle's not on the hot seat,
right?
And I know that like the stark majority of the people who are listening to us right now are big fans of Kyle Shanahan. I don't mean that he's on the hot seat. He's not getting fired. But this idea of like, well, okay, you better win the Super Bowl this year. No, he does not have to win the Super Bowl this year. It just doesn't.
No.
I'd love it if he did. That would be great.
And
that would be a lot of fun.
I'm giving him 2 years, actually probably 3, because Brock Purdy won't, even if you sign Brock Purdy after the next 2 years, and let's assume they do, that contract doesn't kick in until after that 4th year. So you've got 3 years of Brock Purdy on the cheap. That, to me, is the Kyle Shanahan window.
The extension can come after next season.
But it wouldn't start until year 5.
Correct. But he would have to sign it. Yes, he would have to sign it.
So my point is, you've got year 2 of Brock this year, year 3, and year 4. You've got 3 years of cheap Brock to win a Super Bowl. At that point, if he hasn't won it, I'm not saying Kyle's got to go.
Yeah,
but that's his window. That's his best window, in my opinion.
Maybe his best window. I do think there's
after that window, Trent Williams will likely be gone.
Yeah, but
George Kittle will be gone.
But if you got a good program, you're planning ahead and you reboot and retool and you're just talking about the Ravens and the Steelers. Like they've had to reboot, they've had to retool, they've had to switch their quarterback. Like there's all of that. But I do wonder about this, and this is more Brock Purdy related. I wonder if there isn't going to be a growing idea that you got to go find a QB on a rookie deal. Now, there are some set-asides. If you are fantabulous, okay, we'll pay you. Mahomes, 10 years, please don't ever leave. We love you. We're going to be a contender if you're on the team.
And you saw what happened with Mahomes, right? He reworked his deal.
Reworked the deal and got an unprecedented payout.
And you saw who his agent wasn't, right?
No, I didn't. Is it not Lee?
No.
Oh.
Bye-bye, Steinberg.
Yeah. That originally, if you look at the deal, and there are a lot of business of sports type people who looked at the deal that Mahomes signed when he did, and they're like, why would you do that? It was, yes, the highest paid player in the game at the time, but this is rather, I think, simplistic for everyone to understand. When you sign a 10-year deal, you're going to get lapped 15 times. You're going to go 6 years into that, and you're going to be the 12th highest paid
Sure.
QB in the game.
Even though it was backloaded.
Right.
He was making $45 million, I think, in the last year, which would have been like top 12 maybe.
Right, and
Or
Herbert,
top 20.
Herbert's like,
Yeah,
bye-bye.
all of them.
I've never even won a playoff game. See you later. I'm
Totally.
making more than you now.
Oh, my God.
So, yeah, it was not a great deal. It was not a great deal when you look at the life of it, in my opinion. But I do wonder, if you're not Mahomes, and I'll give that to a few others. I think Josh Allen is one of them. That's a little bit of a weird time to talk about Burrow because he's hurt and he's at these weird starts. I'm not even sure if Jalen Hurts fits this category yet. If you're not uber elite, is it smarter for a team to just go, you know what? We're going to try to regenerate every 5 or 6 years. Like the Minnesota Vikings are about to do this. He's good. They make the playoffs. They're moving on because they're like, we're not going to pay him and Justin Jefferson $32 million a year for Justin and 55 for Kirk, and we've got no good players on defense. So we would rather reboot. And you know what? It's crazy to say after week 2, but I said it yesterday, and I think we could quickly get to a spot where this makes all kinds of sense. Dude, Vikings, Jets, get together. Get Kirk to New York. And the Vikings would be helped right now to only win 4 games this year. Dude, end up in the top 5. Look at the Pac-12. He had like 6 players to go to the league just in that conference.
Quarterbacks,
Go get one of those guys. Get him for cheap and let them throw to Justin Jefferson next year. Unless you're really good, then does it make more sense to do essentially what the 49ers are doing? Now, they're a steroided version of it because their QB is not even making $1 million.
Right.
But is it better to just do that? Like, find yourself a good young QB and surround him with amazingness.
And we saw the movement this year in that the last draft, the first quarterback went number 20. So I think you're starting to see NFL teams wake up to that reality. Now, when you get Caleb on the board, and he might be Mahomes, he might be one of these generational guys.
He might be a bust.
Right, but
no clue. But I hear you.
The thought that he might be the dude, like Trevor Lawrence, he was a legitimate quarterback at Clemson. You were going to take him number 1. I get that. But these other guys, like last year, Kenny Pickett at number 20, fine. That's not a reach. I mean, it's a quarterback in the first round, so you get that 5th-year option, but it's not like you really used first-round top-end capital on him.
I also don't think we can give the 49ers credit for being just like so ahead of the curve on this because this was their game plan. Hey, Jimmy is not uber elite, so let's go get a young guy and we'll go from there. And they totally whiffed. And then it got saved because they did get a really good guy on an even cheaper contract the following year with the last pick in the draft. You can't replicate that. That's not the formula, I'm pretty sure.
Right.
It worked out, but nobody's going to try to replicate that.
But they tried to do it with Jeff Driscoll and C.J. Beathard. They traded up to get Beathard, and Nick Mullins was undrafted, but they tried to do that with these guys. So it's not an exact science, but what they did with Brock Purdy, I would expect other teams to try to emulate in terms of what Brock can do outside of 40 time and pro day and combine and hand size and all the rest of that nonsense.
Sponsored by Astley Furniture, and there is, I think, a really interesting Brock Purdy conversation to have because he was on our minds a lot as we watched those 2 other games last night. Derek Carr, Bryce Young, Deshaun Watson, Kenny Pickett. 4 QBs in 4 very different situations, yet the result looked similar. And then Steve Weish came on with Steiny and Goo. And if you missed what he said about Brock Purdy, you have absolutely got to hear it. If you're a 49er fan, you have got to hear what was said earlier on this station. We'll play it for you next on Willard and Dibs.
Fall is...
Twitch and YouTube right now. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Yep, I'm down with that. Willie, Dibby, Dillard, Wibbs, whatever. Long as you call us, don't care what you call us.
Yeah, sure.
That's it. Pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler at SAP Center every day this week, okay? We did it yesterday, got one lucky winner in, and we're doing it every single day this week, courtesy of Live Nation. Listen in the 4 o'clock hour for your chance to win. It's Willard and Dibbs. Doc Pandy at top of the hour, right? Doc Pandy's coming up at 3.
Yeah.
Peter King 3:45. I'm almost like it's a hesitation sensation with the good Doc today at 3. Yeah, man. That was unpleasant. That's one of those. And you know what? Good job by ESPN and Joe Buck and Troy Aikman to just be like, look, we're not going to show this over and over again. This Nick Chubb injury, it's super gruesome, hard to watch. Some people's stomachs turns and don't like to see that stuff. Some people are like, show me the replay. You can go find it online if you want. This is not a season ender. This is a career threatener. This is the second time that his leg has had a major injury on that side. And so I think that's probably question number 1 for Doc today. So that's coming up at 3. Dibbs, check this out. Steve Weish, who I really like, was on with Steiny and Goo. And I think this is one of the questions or statements you hear people make a lot about Brock Purdy. And it's whether or not he is the product of his environment to a degree. The Draymond comment. Well, Draymond Green, if you put him on the Pistons, then what is he really in the NBA? He's great because he's a Warrior.
Right.
Brock Purdy is great because he's a 49er. I don't think we're there anymore. I'm not there anymore. Here's what Steve Weish had to say about it.
What about everything he's done makes you think he's not legit? I mean, he got injured, but everything about it, he can deliver the ball. He runs the offense well. I mean, I think he's a real guy. I mean, I don't think he's just a system guy. I think if he went to another team and played a different scheme, he'd be fine. I still think the national feeling is that the Niners are so stacked that they just need a game manager at quarterback. But I think Brock's the type of guy that if you needed him to win a game, if he had to throw it 40 times in a game, he can win it. Now, does he have great talent around him? 1,000%. But I think he's legit. I mean, there's nothing about me that I've seen that makes him think he's going to lose his cool, that he's going to go on some type of four interception game type spree. He just seems like a very legitimate NFL quarterback.
I keep feeling like I have to mention this over and over, and maybe because it wasn't a great opponent, wasn't the most memorable game ever. Well, if you're ever behind and you had to throw it 40 times, I think he could do it. He did it. He threw 35 times against the Raiders.
Well, it's not 40, but
okay, but he threw 35.
To the point, yeah.
He threw 35 times and was down by 10 and won the football game with 37 points on the board. Last year, he did it. I don't know. I'm struggling with what it is we're sort of waiting for this guy to do. But to me, that's a fascinating point, and it's one that was not lost on a few of us as we watched football last night. Look at these 4 quarterbacks, okay? Kenny Pickett is, as you pointed out, young guy, wasn't drafted in the top 5, but was the top QB in Brock Purdy's draft. So he was last night. Deshaun Watson has the largest guarantee of any player in the entire NFL. He was last night. Bryce Young's the number 1 overall pick in the draft. He was last night. Derek Carr is their classic Jimmy G type, who a team thought was good, but not good enough. We're moving on. And the Saints gave Derek a big, healthy, what's he making, 40?
A lot, yeah.
Making 40 mil, Derek? Okay. You watch those 4 play last night? You watch these guys?
Yeah.
Not one of them could absolutely carry Brock's jock.
No.
Not even close.
And I wonder if the person we referenced last week with their quarterback rankings, if he's come out with a new updated quarterback ranking, because
I don't think that he has.
Brock Purdy started at 32, and he moved up to like 24 or 25 last week, and I wonder where he is now if he is not soaring up the chart on everybody's QB rankings, especially after last night where those 4 QBs were all struggling big time.
Yeah, we're seeing it all over the place. Here's Derek Carr, by the way. Derek Carr, 4 years, $150 million. What does that work out to?
It's 42 and a half, I think, right?
4 years, $150 million.
No,
it's a little less.
Sorry.
A little less. What is it, 35? I don't know.
37.5. 37 and a hook.
37.5. I don't know, man. I don't know. Have we reached that point that Brock Purdy would be good if he was on another team?
Probably. I mean, even like we talk about the system, and I do think that he's doing this well because of the system, and I also think that if Sam Darnold came in, that he could do maybe not as well, but he could do well enough to where they would win games. I think if Sam Darnold comes in on Thursday night, if Brock Purdy gets, an illness, non-fatal COVID or whatever, and he's out, Sam could come in and quarterback this team to a win over the Giants. He could beat Arizona. Now, could he beat Dallas? I wonder. I wouldn't have a lack of confidence, but if Sam Darnold quarterbacked on Thursday night, would they still be favored? Yes.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely.
They'd be favored by more than a touchdown.
I don't know if that's what I'm getting at, though. Like, could they still win football games in the NFL with Sam Darnold? I don't think there's any doubt about that. But you and I have had this conversation before. I firmly believe there's a massive drop-off. Massive. Like a massive drop-off from Brock Purdy to Sam Darnold. Brock Purdy has only shown one thing in this league. Wins. Sam Darnold has never shown that in this league. Sure, there are points there. There's surroundings. There's all of that. Would Sam Darnold with the 49ers be better than he's ever been before? That's quite possible. That's quite possible. But, I look at this now. Here's the conversation we were having last week. So, Brock Purdy, whatever it was, 23rd, 24th on the list, and Micah Parsons comes out and goes, man, we got to stop this. This is a top 15 QB. And my first reaction was, yeah, tell him, Micah. The top 15. And then you and I sat and dove in and went, actually, you're a banana brain if you don't think he's top 15. You cannot come up with 15 QBs who are outplaying Brock Purdy the last 2 seasons in this league. You can't. Do you want to put him somewhere between? We kind of came up with what, 8th to 13th?
Something like that. I had him at 12th.
Yeah, I thought anything in there is kind of rational. You look at last night. You look at what the Browns are paying Deshaun. You look at what the Broncos are paying Russell Wilson. Man, I don't know. Make the case that Brock Purdy's not a top 10 quarterback in this league. I think you're running out of time if you don't think he is.
Right?
You're running out of time fast.
Yeah, and every week it gets a little bit more difficult to find those guys. And last night makes it a little bit easier to vault him up any ranking that you want to have because Kenny Pickett was shaky. He got the win, but he was probably the best of the 4. Deshaun Watson was not great. And Derek Carr gave it away a ton. And, Carolina's offense is not very good. So you look at that game last night, and it was easy to put him ahead of those 4. And, Joe Burrow off to a slow start. You wouldn't put him ahead of Burrow, but it does make you think a certain way about Brock Purdy and even Dak Prescott, who's off to a good start. And I know it's a small sample, not for Brock, but for everybody, 2 games in. But you look at the 2-0 teams, and he's among the best quarterbacks on those 2-0 teams.
You know what? Who really, I think, Kenny Pickett, I think we had already, I don't know, that was a wild conversation leading into that game that
right.
Kenny Pickett and Brock Purdy would in some way be on the same planet because they're not. The one that really jumps off to me, if you want to talk about last night, the one that jumps out to me is Deshaun Watson. The highest guarantee of anybody in the NFL. And I'd like to know, how long are we going to go with he's still getting the rust off.
Right.
He's still getting the rust off. Do you know how many starts Deshaun Watson has had as a member of the Cleveland Browns?
Probably about 9.
Okay, you are. Thank you for some game show music.
Sorry, I would have milked it.
You're right in a good neighborhood. You know where you are? you're right in the same neighborhood of regular season starts as
Brock Purdy.
Yeah. Brock Purdy.
He's actually at 8, yeah.
8 games, 6 last year, 2 this year. Sound familiar? And yesterday, I kissed off the sample size. We're done here. We're done with, but I haven't seen blank. But I haven't seen blank. Haven't seen it for long enough. Yeah, you have. That's enough. And this contract from the Cleveland Browns to Deshaun Watson is going to be a disaster. It is going to be a disaster. Completion percentage this year, 55.1. Last year, 58.2. One of the biggest plays of the game, 2 minutes or less to go last night. Browns fall down because of the TJ Watt interception. Deshaun is in a situation where, okay, I think it was like 4th and 10 or something like 3rd and 10. You got to get at least some chunk yardage here to make it 4th and manageable. He throws a deep out down the right sideline, and he threw it 12 yards out of bounds.
Wow.
Uncatchable by the sideline judges. This guy's playing terrible football, and he's making $250 million.
Guaranteed.
Incredible.
And they're on the hook, and there are no outs for Cleveland, and so you're pot committed, and you were the only team willing to go out there and extend that kind of an offer, let alone that much of a guaranteed number. And this is a guy who, to say he had off-field trouble is to minimize what happened off the field. And I know there were never criminal charges brought to Deshaun Watson, and I don't want to get into that and, re-adjudicate what happened. But bottom line, this is a quarterback who missed almost a full year based on the fact that he had off-field issues. And when he came back, he's not nearly the same player he was, and that was in Houston.
Yep.
Coach, Houston's terrible, and he was a much better quarterback with the Texans.
Do you remember what his 2020 season, Deshaun Watson? Can I throw some numbers at you?
I'm looking at him right now.
This guy completed 70% of his passes and threw for 4,800 yards, 33 touchdowns, 7 interceptions only, and that's not even bringing up his rushing numbers. He also rushed for 444 yards and 3 scores on the year. This is elite MVP level play from your quarterback.
Yeah.
He takes a year and a half off. Obviously, the whole world views him in a very different way because of off-the-field stuff. He comes and joins the Cleveland Browns for the biggest contract in the history of ever, and it looks like a mess. A complete mess. This is what's out there right now for quarterbacking in the NFL. But for some reason, you still hear a lot of 49er fans who are translating what Brock Purdy is doing into a product of surroundings. I reject it completely because I've never known that to even be a thing in the NFL. It doesn't mean that you can't be better with good coaching and good teammates. I do think your surroundings matter, but they can't produce you. They can't be the reason. They can be helpful.
Right.
But you don't play well at that position in the NFL unless you're a really good player. That's how I see it.
Well, and you don't play poorly unless your team is terrible and or you're not very good. And you look at Zach Wilson, and his team is really good, and he was terrible. So you could look at that after 1 week and say, well, that might be a you problem. And Cleveland, they're not a bad team. This is a good team. This is a team that
they got a great defense,
but offensively, they should be good enough to stay in games and win games. And 55.1% over 2 games, and coming off a year where he was at 58% completion percentage, that's terrible.
You know how you not love, but quarterback rating versus QBR.
Right.
QBR is the one that takes more things into account. It's kind of the analytics version of quarterback rating, if you will. His QBR this year is 29. It's 29.
Wow.
His rating is 69. It's awful. And Pittsburgh gets 2 defensive touchdowns. They end up winning the game. It sort of looks like you could sweep it under the rug because the Browns were damn close to being 2-0. But their quarterback play is terrible. It's terrible. And they do have, I think, good coaching, good defense. Amari Cooper, Nick Chubb, gosh, prayers up. But they had good skill position players, and this guy's not getting it done. Joe in San Jose with Willard and Dibbs. Doc Pandia in 12 minutes. Hey, Joe, what's up? Thanks for calling.
Hey, how you doing? I called yesterday. I was the one who made the comment about Lenore and being in the right place at the right time.
Yeah.
And after you responded to that, I went back and watched it because, I value your opinion. And you were right. I was wrong. I just wanted to call in and say it wasn't the right place at the right time kind of thing. It was a really good play.
Oh, Joe, that's very big of you
Real
to do.
solid, Joe.
But yeah, all good. We're just all chatting it out here,
Yeah, no, I still don't think it excuses his play for the rest of the game because he got burned all day.
And that's totally fair. Like the defensive backfield for the 49ers has question marks for sure. What's on your mind today?
Well, I agree with you about Purdy. I think we're good with him, and I think people need to kind of just accept it. I mean, he's our guy. He's good. He doesn't panic. He's showing maturity that's beyond his years. I feel very safe with him on the field, running things. I like how he runs with the football. He's not afraid to slide when he's supposed to. He does everything that we're asking of him, and people need to back up off him, I think. I do feel, however, that if we didn't have him, I don't think we're going to the bowl, and I don't think we're getting past first round of playoffs if the backup's in charge. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, Joe, thanks. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it, man. Always. Thank you for listening every day. I think fantasy football's got a lot to do with it. I really do.
You think?
Yeah. I just think he's, you can go back through the history of the league, and often the best quarterback, the Super Bowl team, is not who you want on your fantasy roster. Tom Brady, for years, was like, he was a fantasy starter. He was somebody who would get drafted to be a fantasy starter, but he was like 5th or 7th or whatever, and he was Tom Brady. I just think we're so into that now, and I get it. We all are. We're so into it at such a level that if you're not someone's fantasy football starter, if you're not going to uncork 300-yard passing games, then we look at you as something that's lesser than. And I don't know. I don't think football works that way.
Not real football. And this is where Kyle Shanahan, I don't think he would ever want to have a fantasy football quarterback as his quarterback. And I'm looking at the CBS rankings right now, CBSSports.com, and they've got Brock Purdy for week 3 ranked number 22. And Danny Dimes is ranked number 11. So are you saying that Daniel Jones is going to lead his team to a win over Brock Purdy on Thursday Night Football? No. Will he have a better fantasy game than Brock Purdy?
He might.
Maybe, but
because they're going to be down by 20 about 7 minutes into the game, and he's going to have to throw all over, and he runs more.
And so that's the point, I think, about what you're talking about in terms of fantasy football. Brock Purdy's never going to be a great fantasy quarterback. He's going to throw for between 200 and 250 most of the time. He'll throw between 0 and 2 touchdowns most of the time, and between 0 and 1 pick most of the time. He might run for 20 to 30 yards, but he probably won't score unless it's a QB sneak. So Brock Purdy's as a guy who plays winning football, not winning fantasy football, but winning real football.
I tell you what, to me, good quarterback play, there's one stat that I put above all the others, and it is touchdown to interception ratio. That to me, that's the stat to look at. You look at that, you're going to see good quarterback play, and you're going to see teams that make the playoffs. When you have an excessively high touchdown to interception ratio, and Brock Purdy just does not throw very many interceptions. What do we got? 4, right? 4 interceptions?
In his career,
In his career. Yeah. I mean, and how many touchdown passes are we at now? We're closing in on 20?
That's about right, I think.
I don't have the stats.
He's got 2 this year, so I think it would be 20. I think he had 18 coming in.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's the deal. You do that, you are winning so many football games.
There are 9 QBs who are primary guys who have not thrown a pick, and he's one of them. Dobbs is one.
That one's crazy.
And Herbert.
Herbert
has no pick.
Playing well.
Jordan Love, a 6-0 ratio.
Okay.
Your guy, Baker Mayfield. And I wonder when you start to get into your Diamador Lenore and start to backpedal on Baker Mayfield? How many more wins will it take before you?
Well, what did I say?
You've been burying Baker for years.
For years?
Well, I mean that might be an overstatement. I didn't follow you before,
talking about
but
Baker Mayfield
for months.
Yeah,
you've been burying him.
I'm not. I don't think the Bucks are in a placeholder spot. They don't have a quarterback.
Right. So far, so good. He's 2-0, and he's got 3 tuds and no picks.
Yeah.
So
how many points have they scored?
Put some respect on his name. They're undefeated.
Yes.
Dak, no pick, and Brock Purdy, no pick. Gardner Minshew also no pick, but
he's a backup.
Yeah.
He's gotten thrown into both of his games for a minute.
Exactly.
But,
he might start in week 3 based on the condition of
Sounds
Anthony
like
Richardson.
It. Sounds like it.
But anyway, I mean, to your point about Brock, no picks and TD and INT ratio, he is among the league leaders because he doesn't have a pick yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, to me, that's the big one. Gosh, you got Pickett, Tannehill. These guys already have
Geno and CJ Stroud also no picks. Both of them, yeah.
Do you know off the top of your? Are you looking at it? You know who leads the NFL in interceptions so far this year?
I do.
You do?
Yeah, and he's played almost 2 full games.
Say it out loud. Say it out loud.
Oh, it's a young player who I feel like that you've tried to bury before his time.
I ain't trying. He's doing it for me.
Zach Wilson.
4.
But he's played 2 games.
Where's Gene Hackman? How many picks does he have? 4. We're presented by Fremont Bank.
Number 4.
Thank you. Full service banking, no compromises. JJ, anyone else who wants to call in, stay right where you are. We will continue with calls throughout the show, 888-957-9570, but also Doc Pandia jumps in next, and Ayuk, Nick Chubb, much more. Let's get down to the nitty-gritty on that, on Willard and Dibs.
Hi, this is Carson Daly, inviting you to be part of Odyssey's mental health initiative, I'm Listening. As a dedicated mental health advocate, it is my great honor to again be hosting this awesome 2-hour special. We'll be joined.
Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my goodness. We thought of this gentleman right away last night. We really did. Willard and Dibs, glad you're with us. But this was another one of those moments. This is right, you're going to remember. Were you watching live, by the way, when the Nick Chubb thing happened?
Yes.
I was just getting home, and I walked in, and I'll never forget the looks on Abe and Jude's faces. I'm like, hey, guys, how's the day? They're like, did you see that? I'm like, did I see what? They're like, what just happened to Chubb? And, it's a football game. She's like, oh, darn, did he get hurt?
Sure.
Because someone, I think, got him.
Stinger.
Well, someone's got him on their fantasy team.
Rolled ankle.
Oh, bummer. Yeah, well, and they're like, no, Dad.
Yeah.
No. This is one of those. And I'm like, oh, God. And then you see the highlight. And, so let's bring in Doc Pandia and get the latest. Time for Cleared to Play. Take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Doc, always great to have you. Thank you so much. Is that a career threatener, what's going on with Nick Chubb?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think people also forget, he had a similar injury to that same knee back when he was at Georgia, I think 2015, 2016. So the fact he made it back once is pretty remarkable, but for that kind of injury to come back and play at the running back position, obviously I'm not going to put, anything out of possibility, but that type of injury where you're thinking of multiple ligaments damage, a lot of cartilage damage, it's going to be a hard road back, particularly since it's a second injury to that knee where he had something similar happen back in college.
And it's multiple ligaments, and I know that there are 5 ligaments in the knee. In terms of the worst ones to injure, Doc, which ones would it be? Because we talk a lot about ACL and MCL. Those seem to be pretty, garden variety would cheapen the severity of it, and I've had a couple of those myself. But which injury do you not want to have in terms of those ligaments?
Yeah, I think when you throw in the PCL, then the knee really becomes unstable. I mean, people will typically, as you mentioned, ACL, MCL, very common. LCL is not as common, but usually do pretty well. It's that PCL. When you get that involved, that really means the knee is completely unstable. It's a much harder surgery to do as well, too. It's not kind of a much more standard kind of ACL, MCL surgery. So that PCL is involved. That adds just a degree of difficulty to any kind of surgery that he gets done, as well as prognosis long-term in terms of, is that knee going to be ready to go to, we're talking about even working out, not to mention playing football.
Doc, let's talk about Brandon Ayuk. I don't know if this has been confirmed, but it's been bouncing around on the internet that there was an MRI and things look pretty clean. It's just a matter of pain tolerance with his shoulder. What do you see in that injury, and would it be smart for the 49ers to play him in 48 hours?
Yeah, typically when you have these injuries where, someone has shoulder pain after kind of being driven into the ground like he was, you worry, is this kind of a mild, kind of shoulder separation, just very, very minor, or is it more of a muscle contusion? I think in general, with this short turnaround of the week with just 48 hours to go, probably would make sense just to rest him. I mean, the body is more sensitive if it were to get another impact, 48 to 72 hours again, as opposed to having a whole week to recover. So even if it is minor, everything's quote unquote clean, just the risk of this lingering or being more of an issue, particularly it's early on in the season, would probably make sense for him to sit this one out. But if there is no structural things and they can control his pain, I wouldn't be surprised if you see him out here, but it's a long season, so it might make sense just to sit him.
What sort of an injury would be more susceptible to a re-injury in the shoulder?
Probably a shoulder separation, like an AC joint injury. Technically what happens when your shoulder, quote-unquote, separates is those ligaments that kind of connect the two bones in your shoulder are partially torn. And with the real mild one, is just kind of a little bit more painful, but those ligaments are injured. So if you were to get a second blow in that area, then you worry about taking kind of a minor ligament injury to something a little bit more major, and then you're thinking about 4 to 6 weeks in terms of recovery.
Doc Pandia with us cleared to play. Also in this game on Thursday night, a lot of eyes on Saquon Barkley. The word was out over the weekend that whether it's a mild high ankle sprain or just a really bad regular ankle sprain, it was probably going to be 2 to 3 weeks. Suddenly, the Giants this morning are saying they will not rule him out of this game. What do you think about Saquon's injury and what that prognosis is?
Yeah, I think it was Adam Schefter kind of tweeted out and said this is a quote-unquote ordinary ankle sprain, which for me means probably it was a low ankle sprain if we're kind of interpreting his tweet a little bit more. And the fact that the Giants are saying, there's a possibility he may potentially play. I think in general, if it is kind of your garden variety low ankle sprain where it involves kind of the ligaments on the outside, if he's not super swollen, he's not super painful, then there is a possibility he could play. But the question is, can he really be impactful? I mean, if he still has some swelling down there and that ankle's not fully stable, will he be able to play? So, once again, I wouldn't be surprised if he's out there if it's quote-unquote an ordinary ankle sprain. But my concern was it did look like a high ankle sprain over the weekend, and suddenly he's out there potentially going to play. It may just be some gamemanship, because even with the low ankle sprain, 3-4 days to turn that around is a little bit tight in terms of getting a running back out there on the field.
And especially based on his position, right, Doc? I mean, Joe Burrow's got the calf, and it feels like they've been a little bit more liberal with letting him play based on the mobility of a quarterback versus an ankle on a running back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if for him to be effective at the NFL with all these linemen, yeah, he could go out there and play, but is he just going to average 2 yards a carry and be completely ineffective? So absolutely, even though he may be quote-unquote cleared, whether he'll be effective is the bigger question, and it sounds like it'd be tough for him to do that.
Doc, what do you think the next month of play looks like for Joe Burrow? Right? He doesn't look right, and then he aggravated it, and so this is a calf injury, which I keep hearing that lingers. What's the right thing to do Monday, and what does this look like into October?
Yeah, I think the key thing for him, I mean, these calf injuries can be, very chronic, can lead to an Achilles injury, as we saw with Kevin Durant in the past. So I think if he's having a re-aggravation there, it might actually make more sense just to put him on the IR, and have him, kind of get this completely healed in 4 to 6 weeks. The last thing you want is a devastating kind of Achilles-type injury to your franchise quarterback, particularly since there is an association with, if you have prior calf injuries, a la Aaron Rodgers, you can actually then subsequently have an Achilles injury. So the fact that he tweaked it again, it's probably going to take a couple weeks to feel right. Yes, you can do treatment, you can do things to make it feel better, but especially with calf injuries for an athlete, if he's planting, he's running, is he going to hesitate? Is he not going to throw the same way because he's worried about this happening again? Might make sense to shut him down for a period of time to get this fully healed up, particularly since it's early in the season.
Are all calf injuries treated differently? In other words, Doc, are there such things as a high calf injury that's not then indicative of an Achilles injury, or are all of them tending toward, if it's a calf, then your Achilles is in jeopardy?
No, you're absolutely right. If it is higher up, so the farther away you get from the Achilles tendon, so if it's more in the muscle belly, you get a little bit less worried about that. So a higher calf injury, less worried, less risk of having that Achilles issue. But as you get lower down where those muscles kind of transition into tendon, it's an area that doesn't have good blood flow, much more susceptible to a severe injury, and also more susceptible to have an injury that lasts longer. You definitely worry about that. So if that is where it is, and I'm sure they're probably getting MRIs and other things on Joe Burrow, then you may be like, look, let's rest this. This is more serious as opposed to a higher up injury where you're like, look, it's more muscle based. We can kind of push through this and not worry about this lingering and causing a larger injury.
Doc Pandia with us, 95.7 The Game. Doc, I'm going to throw you a curveball right now. You ready for this?
I'm ready.
Okay, this is not something that we've forewarned one another about because it just broke. Shohei Ohtani has had the surgery on his arm. There was the talk that he probably would get it. We didn't know for sure, but it just broke that he has had the surgery on his elbow. This is the second time. So what does that mean for his pitching future?
Right. So the good news, even when you look at UCLs or Tommy Johns that are done a second time, 70 to 80% of pitchers still will come back. There's still pretty good data for kind of quote unquote a revision surgery. What you do see change in pitchers after that is how much they can pitch and what role they're pitching. So whereas Ohtani was potentially, throwing 4, 5, 6 innings, is this going to mean that you're going to see him more in a 1 or 2 inning stint? And then you throw in this curveball of him also being a batter. So do you really want him to stress his elbow and then go out and bat as well too? So I do think that there is a high likelihood that he can come back and pitch. The question is it going to be in a different role? Are you going to see him more in a closing type role? But the data is pretty good, particularly for a high level athlete, for him to come back. How much he pitches and how good he may be is a little bit unpredictable.
Doc, great stuff. Great to have you. Big week for it. Thank you so much as always.
No problem. Take care, guys.
All right, there goes Doc Pandia. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. I'll never forget the conversation we had with him at the Red and Gold Summit where we said, hey, if Shohei was going to make $600 million, what does he make now? And he goes, $300 million. Because he's half.
That's correct.
He's half the player that he was.
And Ohtani's agent has already been quoted as saying he won't pitch until 2025.
Right.
So, and that's kind of a known thing, but forget next year. And Doc makes a good point about him as a hitter. I mean, is a check swing something that you want to see him do? And is a check swing going to be something that would affect the elbow? We can all keep an eye on this as his free agency will get underway. It's going to be a fascinating winter around Shohei.
I do not want to lack sensitivity, but I would love to see him check his swing in a Giants uniform. I would love that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
82 and 80. Let's go, Shohei. Who says no, hey?
Nice.
Thank you.
Sponsored by Ashley Furniture. We got the Adam Sandler tickets to give away next hour. We got Peter King in a half hour. We got your calls next. 888-957-9570. And we'll reset it for you. If you missed what Steve Weiss said earlier today on 95.7 The Game with Steiny and Goo, we'll play it for you again and let you react. Would Brock Purdy's skills travel is essentially the question. That's next on Willard and Dibs.
Fall is almost here, and at Ashley, seasonal decorating.
low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Brock Purdy, have arm, will travel. Would it? Steve Weiss made some comments earlier on Steiny and Goo that we've been batting around. But it is interesting, and I know that we always overreact to every week in the NFL. Mondays and Tuesdays are the same every single fall. I get that. This year is no different. That said, doesn't it feel like Brock Purdy is firing up everybody's board really quickly this year? Really quickly. Even, by the way, after a game that we've all admitted was not his best.
Sure, not on the resume reel.
It was good. It was fine. It was all of those things. It was not his number one game, but man, he's flying up the board, partially because of what he's doing, partially because have you looked around the league?
Yikes.
I mean, even if you're in a fantasy league, who's like pumped about their quarterback right now? Who's loving it?
You got Tua.
Sure.
You got Tua, you're loving it.
His second game was nothing to write home about. Raheem Mostert did all the work.
Right.
You know? I mean, I drafted Joe Burrow in the 4th round of our league. Thank God for Jared Goff in the 13th or whatever the hell I did to get him.
Yeah.
But, who's crushing it right now at the quarterback position around the NFL? How many are there? I mean, Mahomes' team is averaging under 20 points a game.
Right.
Who's been
Kirk Cousins has been great.
Cousins has been statistically fantastic.
He's second in yardage, and he is first in touchdowns.
Jordan Love has been really good, though, has thrown for less than 400 yards in 2 games, but he has a lot of touchdowns. He's got 6 touchdowns and no picks.
He leads the NFL in quarterback rating, which is hilarious to me. He's thrown 52 passes in 2 games.
Well, but, I mean, this is actually a wonderful example of a point you've made repeatedly. You hate quarterback rating.
Yes.
Want to know who the 4th rated quarterback is in the league right now?
I'm looking right at him.
Yeah. It's Russell Wilson. His team stinks. He's been horrid as a Bronco.
Right.
I mean, nothing less than horrid as a Bronco. Lost to the Raiders at home week 1 with 16 points on the board, yet somehow this is the 4th rated quarterback in the league. I'm not quite sure how we got there.
He's been sacked 9 times. So I guess being sacked is better than throwing a pick in terms of quarterback rating.
Quarterback rating's hysterical.
Yeah.
All outside the top 10 in quarterback rating so far through weeks 1 and 2. The names like Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Dak Prescott, Jalen Hurts, Trevor Lawrence, Matthew Stafford. These players
Lamar Jackson.
Lamar
he's
is
11th, I think.
I think he's 10. I think Dak's 11.
Well, it depends if you count Gardner Minshew.
Oh, and I don't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the shoe is...
Yeah, that's right. I mean, he hasn't started a game yet.
Right. And I guess I wonder what qualifies in the NFL in terms of, is it attempts? Is it...
I don't know.
Games played?
I don't know.
Anyway.
Yeah. I mean, it's only 2 games. But it's also 2 games. And you can start to see largely, and again, I don't go by QB rating either, but you can see what does work, what does not work. Here are the comments from Steve Weiss, NFL Network, with Steiny and Goo earlier today with regard to Brock Purdy and whether or not he's a product of his surroundings.
What about everything he's done makes you think he's not legit? I mean, he got injured, but everything about it, he can deliver the ball. He runs the offense well. I mean, I think he's a real guy. I mean, I don't think he's just a system guy. I think if he went to another team and played a different scheme, he'd be fine. I still think the national feeling is that the Niners are so stacked that they just need a game manager at quarterback. But I think Brock's the type of guy that if you needed him to win a game, if he had to throw it 40 times in a game, he can win it. Now, does he have great talent around him? 1,000%. But I think he's legit. I mean, there's nothing about me that I've seen that makes him think he's going to lose his cool, that he's going to go on some type of 4 interception game type spree. He just seems like a very legitimate NFL quarterback.
As you've said, I know you like QBR better. That's the adjusted quarterback rating. Brock Purdy is number 1 in the league.
Yeah,
Number
QBR.
one. Number 1.
He and Dak Prescott, right?
Yeah, I've seen that they're tied. ESPN right now is actually listing Brock Purdy as 3 points ahead of Dak.
Okay.
But whatever. He's either first or tied for first.
Yeah, it's funny that ESPN's stat would be different on another website.
I don't know.
You know, a lot of these things are, especially when it comes to these ratings, when you have to do the math, and it depends on who does the math and where you do the math. Sometimes you get different results, and I get that. But Brock Purdy's been spectacular. You can't be better than 2-0, and he hasn't thrown a pick. So I don't know what more you would want from Brock Purdy. We already threw out sample size as a critical argument in this conversation. And honestly, Mark, sample size doesn't matter for any of these guys. If your team is 2-0, then as a quarterback, you've probably done pretty well. I don't know if there's a team that's 2-0 where you look at the quarterback and think, oh, you stink, and you're going to get taken out. You're going to get pulled. Is Derek Carr getting pulled because his team's 2-0? No, he hasn't been great. He's made mistakes, but they're 2-0.
Right.
And ultimately, you got to win football games.
I mean, they've scored 36 total points.
Right.
2-0. They got a good defense, and they've played 2 awful offenses.
Sure.
But, you play who's on your schedule, and you win the games,
Right.
and I don't think the Saints are wanting to give him back. Not yet. We'll see if they feel differently in a couple of months.
Right.
But no, there's no buyer's remorse on him right now. I think the buyer's remorse teams are Cleveland and Denver. Those are your buyer's remorse teams right now with regard to massive free agent dollars and what you're getting in terms of production and in the standings.
Yeah, and it's, the Russell Wilson one you kind of laugh at because you could see it coming, and the Deshaun Watson one, I think that if you asked all 31 other Generals manager about him, they probably would have thought, you know what, if it wasn't for the unbelievable stain of his off-field trouble, yeah, we'd love to have him. And I think the Niners were a team that kicked the tires. Many teams kicked their tires.
Well, they certainly kicked the tires prior to the legal stuff all coming out.
Right.
I don't think they did afterward.
Well, I don't think because of, what the Niners have done, and the Niners have had a bad track record of off-field controversy, whether it was, Aldon Smith and what he went through, and Bruce Miller punching a 72-year-old man down here in Fisherman's Wharf.
That's interesting that you
Ray McDonald had his off-field incident.
Sure.
I do think that this franchise, and a lot of it was before Lynch and Shanahan, I think that this franchise and this organization has had enough of off-field controversy, and I didn't even mention Reuben Foster.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's why I was sort of like, that's interesting that you'd say they have a bad track record. I would argue that this regime's track record is we're not tolerating any junk.
This regime.
Yeah.
And I was talking about this franchise,
I think all
which goes before the regime.
Okay, yeah. Like all the franchises have. Unfortunately, this is football.
Right, but some franchises are much more amenable to bad character guys.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Tyreek Hill, come to Miami.
No, that's why.
Come to Kansas
I think
City.
the Niners have a good track record now of how they handle these situations. Yes.
And I think they have a good track record now, which has led them to not be in on guys like Deshaun Watson.
Yep, agreed.
And, whether or not you think Deshaun Watson did anything wrong or, the legal system he was never accused, he was never convicted of blah, blah, blah. Fine. There are 28 women who accused him of basically the same sort of an act, and that is unsavory at the very least. And so I do think that the Niners have been pretty clear about steering away from these individuals, and that's why, they probably weren't in on him. But to Deshaun Watson, how many teams were actually interested in doing maybe not what Cleveland did, but bringing him in?
I don't know about the contract, but as far as
the contract was crazy,
the contract was nuts. But who was interested? Multiple,
sure,
multiple, absolutely. JJ in San Jose here with Willard and Dibbs. Hi, JJ. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Just taking my call. I'm somewhere home from work, listening to the two boys on the radio.
Yeah.
You guys are killing it, and it's interesting because I think there's a lot of people who can't just face the fact that Purdy is probably the best quarterback that Shanahan's had in his tenure, and he's a 7th-round pick. But even more so, I think a lot of fans, they have this, I don't even want to call it irrational confidence. I'm calling it rational confidence because it's the first time where everybody's 100% bought in and the team is actually that good to the point to where, we're number one in this, number one in that. You got all pros all over the field. They're at a point now where it's like excellent. It's 100%. It's like they're 90% excellent. All they got to do is get that chip, and once they get there, it's like almost guaranteed.
Whoop! Did we lose him? I think we got most of what JJ was saying.
Yeah, we did,
and then we lost him.
Yeah, we lost him.
Okay.
Once the Niners get that chip, is what he was saying. Yeah.
I mean, sure. I don't know what anybody would say after that, but that's kind of what everyone's rallying cry is now. It's like, okay, everything's in place. Now you have to go win it. And my argument would be, well, but no, not really. It depends on how you're. I'm not saying I don't want that. I'm not saying that that's not going to be a standard of measurement. Of course it will be. I just don't think that there is the. I don't think there's the clock on this that some fans would like to be on it.
No, and fans want the chip.
Go win it, or else I don't want to hear from you. Well, no, you're going to hear from him.
You are.
Whether they win this year or not, you're going to hear.
And he's signed for 3 more years.
He's going to be signed
which
for
means
a lot more years.
Well, right now it's 3 years. And the 3 years really means 2 years because you don't let him go into the lame duck year and coach. So Kyle's got 2 years. And the only thing, and you and I have talked about this, it would have to go bad, really bad, terribly bad, lose the locker room bad. Your quarterback is not the answer bad.
I mean, do you see any of these things as even possible right now?
Anything's possible, Mark. And Kyle would tell you that we don't even know if we're going to be here on Thursday for the Thursday night game.
Correct, but I'm going to be over here in the camp of if something happens really bad in terms of health, that's I'm not saying it's no conversation. I'm saying it's a different conversation.
Sure.
I think what the scenarios you're throwing out is like
it's multiple.
Yeah, if everybody just plays poorly, and I'm like,
Brock is healthy, and turns out he's a fraud.
Right.
And Kyle suddenly does not have command of the locker room, which he has a great command of this locker room. They love Kyle. They love the young quarterback. They love each other. This team is absolutely locked in together. So it would take the quarterback being exposed as not very good, the head coach losing the locker room, and you missing the playoffs not once but twice. I would put the 3 of those things all happening at less than 5%.
Oh, gosh.
Probably closer to 2%.
Less than 1.
Right?
I think.
No, and I think you're right. So even if Brock Purdy needed the services of Dr. Neil Elatrache, who he worked on Aaron Rodgers and he worked on Shohei Ohtani today, I want to go hang out in this guy's waiting room and just see who comes
famous
in.
People.
It's like the best athletes in the world.
Yep.
It's like you got an issue, you go see Dr. Neil.
Yeah.
And so even if Brock needed to go see the good doctor down in L.A. and it cost him a year, that still wouldn't cost Kyle his job.
Yeah, let's not. I don't even
No,
want to
I'm
put
just
that
saying,
out there.
Mark.
But yeah,
Well,
I hear you.
I mean, if I
hear
say
you.
that and it happens, is it now my fault?
Yes.
Okay, that's a bunch of crap.
I mean, you've been blaming
You
other
know
people
that.
for injuries for the last 2 years. Why can't I blame you?
Just Kyle.
Yeah.
Because he's the one who's actually calling the plays that get guys hurt. I'm just a sports talk radio host on an ergonomic stool drinking his water. I'm not calling, quarterback right on one.
No, you're not.
Quarterback blast.
No.
Get in there, Trey, because I don't trust you to do anything else.
Nothing wrong with just wild statements into a microphone that are unfair. Why not?
Why not? Pays the bills. Put 2 kids through college.
Good.
Hot taking it.
Good. By the way, I forgot. There was one other team in the what was it I called? Like when you regret the payment. What did I just say? I said that the 2 teams that wanted to go back on their contract, Cleveland and Denver.
Yeah.
There's one more, and that would be the team that's coming here Thursday night.
You think?
Yes.
I don't think so.
I don't. If they're not there yet, they're going to be soon.
It's only a 2-year deal, so they have an out after 2 years.
Yes.
And that's like saying that Seattle's regretting Geno Smith.
No, it's not.
And Geno Smith has a 1-year out.
No, he's producing. Why would they regret that?
Well, I mean, they
Took him
might.
to the playoffs last year.
Daniel Jones made the playoffs last year.
Right. But it wasn't because of Daniel Jones. Look at the numbers between the two.
Daniel Jones is a rushing machine. Daniel Jones is going to run all over you on Thursday night.
I think, I tell you what.
Over under 40 yards for Danny Dimes on Thursday night.
What do you want? What do you want? Call this a bet if you want, but you can make it a one-way bet. No risk for you, okay? You tell me what you want from me if the Giants make the playoffs this year, because they won't.
I'm not saying the Giants are going to make the playoffs this year.
So then they're going to regret giving $40 million a year to Daniel Jones. You don't give $40 million a year to a quarterback and then feel good about it if you can't even make the playoffs.
Is it his fault that Saquon Barkley got hurt?
No. It's not.
Is it his fault that they have minimal weapons in New York?
Saquon Barkley has played 7.5 quarters this year, and they've looked bad in almost all of them. So them missing the playoffs later this year, which is going to happen, has nothing to do, in my opinion, with Saquon Barkley.
What would you have had New York do instead of Daniel Jones? Knowing that you're picking like 22nd in the NFL draft, and you've got really no other option outside of the building that would be a real tenable option. I mean, Aaron Rodgers was the free agent quarterback in the offseason. Actually, he wasn't even a free agent. They had to trade for him. The Jets did.
Yeah.
Who was out there that New York could have gotten that would be better than Daniel Jones?
Oh, that's a good question. It's a good question.
Count that.
Jimmy Garoppolo was out there.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not even sitting here saying that there was a perfect other option.
And I'm not saying that I love Daniel Jones, but I'm saying they were in a spot where they were kind of stuck. Daniel Jones played great last year, and he led you to the playoffs.
That's a big word.
He didn't pass it well, but he's a running threat.
Yeah, he played okay.
He led you to the playoffs in New York.
Right. He played okay. They won every close game. They're very Vikings-esque.
And that's a strike against him for winning close games?
Not a strike against him, but it wasn't necessarily because of him. They had an unbelievable defense. Brian Daboll went in there and changed the culture of the whole thing. This is not me saying that Daniel Jones is a scrub. This is me saying he's not worth $40 million.
Well, so that's the going rate for a starting quarterback.
It's really not. They're like the majority of the NFL is not paying $40 million for their quarterback. The majority of the NFL is playing less than that.
And if you want to use the majority and you want to include Brock Purdy
that's a going rate.
And C.J. Stroud and Anthony Richardson and Kenny Pickett.
It's a going rate for a really good one.
And Desmond Ridder.
He's not that.
But if you want to look at quarterbacks who've gotten second contracts, $40 million is the going rate. That's what Deshaun gets.
And look at the numbers. Look at the numbers for the quarterbacks who get the second deal. They're all better than Daniel Jones. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Was there a great other option? Maybe not. But if I'm running a team and I've got that option's not great and that option's not great, I'd probably use the one that's going to cost me $15 million over 40. Honestly,
as opposed to a guy who won you a road playoff game and got you to the playoffs.
I mean, you can play funky facts all you want.
They're not funky facts. It's reality. We just talked earlier about winning games. Derek Carr.
Yes.
Is Derek Carr better than Daniel Jones?
Yes.
I don't think so.
And by the way,
they might be the same guy.
And by the way, but why do I have to hitch my wagon to Derek Carr in this conversation?
But my point was earlier about Derek Carr. Derek Carr is 2-0, and Derek Carr's not very good, but he's 2-0, so he's not getting pulled. And if you're in New Orleans, you're looking at Derek Carr and you're thinking, you're not the greatest QB, but damn, we're 2-0. We're pretty happy with that.
We're not talking about getting pulled. We're talking about signing up long term, and I think the Saints and Giants are both going to get a big old nothing burger out of these contracts. And they're big contracts.
It's a 2-year deal for Daniel Jones.
Well, then
it's a 2-year out.
Then maybe they'll want to move on in 2 years. This guy, he led him to the playoffs. He had 15 touchdown passes. Brock Purdy had that in 6 games.
How many rushing touchdowns for Daniel Jones? 6 or 7?
Last year.
So I think he rushed for 600 yards.
7.
Yeah.
He accounted for 22 scores in a full season?
Right.
That's junk.
For a playoff team that won a playoff road game. I just don't think that should be discounted.
It's funny to me that we'll sit here and do that for Daniel Jones, but you never do that for Jimmy or Brock. We sat here for
Jimmy and Brock.
You sat here last year and said Brock Purdy was the 6th most important player on the offense. What about?
And he still probably is.
Come on, man.
You want to put
man.
Brock Purdy in the New York system and you put Daniel Jones in this system? Who does better?
Brock.
Daniel Jones.
Are you kidding?
Daniel Jones with Kyle or Brock with Dable?
Give me Brock 100 million times in a row.
Dimes in Santa Clara.
Okay.
12 times and a 13th time on Sunday.
So Daniel Jones gets credit because they won and they went and won a playoff game. But after Brock did that twice.
Oh, he gets major credit.
Still sat here and said he's not even one of the most top 5 important players on the O.
I still don't think that.
Then why does Daniel get credit?
Because he's more important on their offense than Brock is on this offense.
I mean, based on
Daniel
what?
Jones doesn't have the same amount of talent that Brock has.
Statistically does nothing. He hands the ball to Saquon and the defense, and they try to beat you 17-14.
And he drops back, and he pulls it, and he runs, and he makes plays with the legs.
Yeah, not so much.
Danny Dimes dancing out of the pocket.
He's not terrible. He's not Brock Purdy. Not even close. You would not trade Brock Purdy for Daniel Jones ever.
All I'm saying is Daniel Jones in this system would be better than Brock Purdy would be in that system.
Anyway,
because this team's better.
I don't want to die on this vine. I mean, we're off on a Daniel Jones tangent, but I definitely think that is one of the top 5 most overpaid quarterbacks in the NFL right now.
Wow.
There's 4 or 5 guys. It's Russell Wilson, it's Deshaun Watson, it's Derek Carr, it's Daniel Jones, it's probably Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray for sure.
These are guys that their team that they're not going to win jack diddly squat with those quarterbacks right now.
Yeah,
they're just not. They're not. I mean, the Giants. We can be all excited that they came back against the Arizona Cardinals. They're the only team in their division that's not 2-0. They ain't going to the playoffs.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm not. Even though it's a one-way bet, I'm not going to take that bet.
Oh, you can if you want.
It's whatever. It's a big nothing.
Yeah,
it's a big nothing.
You can make me do a show on my back. You can make me make me wear something funny if you want. You can write something on my forehead in the middle of the show. I don't care. They ain't going. He's okay. I'm not going $40 million for okay.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, you get into a spot where he's probably better than what you could have come up with either in the draft or on the open market. And so he's your guy, and he goes 9-6-1, and he wins a playoff game, so he gets paid. That's the way the system works.
Cut Dibs' toenails? Come on, Chris. That's gross.
Yeah.
I'm not cutting your toenails.
I had to rub Low Neal's feet. That was a whole...
I know.
That bet. I can get into that if you want on the other side. That bet came down to the last week of the NFL season.
I'd rather not.
Telling.
I'd rather not ask Peter King about you rubbing Low Neal's feet.
Peter King would be fascinated by the backstory that led to that. And it came down to the last week of the year. It was a bad beat. Freaking Kirk Cousins.
Presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Peter King is next. 4 o'clock hour Adam Sandler tickets. There's a lot of good stuff to get into with Peter. We'll certainly let him weigh in on this with regard to Brock Purdy's standing within the NFL. Also, Kyle Shanahan was asked something so interesting in his availability yesterday about what he did to work on to be a better coach in the offseason, and the answer sort of ended up in the meditation world. And Peter knows him well, so we'll ask him about that. We can talk about it on the other side as well. Your phone calls are always welcome. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Watch parties aren't what they used to be.
and the teams you love. That's Cash the Ticket. Listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You people are full of crap.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
And that's how we begin.
Felt a little personal there, Mr.
Well,
King.
you know what? If you walk into any situation in life and just say that, you're probably going to be right.
Yeah.
Like, not 100% of the time.
Well,
but
with a full
most
room
of the
for
time.
sure. I like your chances. Or a full radio studio.
Go to the Niner game Thursday and just do that to your section. Just, it could be first quarter.
Well, I'm sitting in the press box, so that actually might fit even better.
Exactly. There it is. Peter King, everybody, joining us here on Willard and Dibbs every week. We love these conversations. Peter, how are you? Thanks for doing it.
I'm doing great, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, great to have you as always. I wonder if you'd weigh in on this. We're all sitting around before the show today having a conversation after the great game by Deebo Samuel in L.A., and we were trying to come up with a comp, someone who sort of fits the unique vibe that Deebo Samuel offers in the history or certain recent history of the game. We've seen a lot of running backs who can sort of moonlight as a receiver, but not many receivers who can moonlight as a running back. Where do you sort of classify Deebo with that the uniqueness that he offers?
I don't think there's anybody in the game right now who's really similar to him. You know, it's funny, Bijan Robinson, and I'm not in any way comparing him to Deebo Samuel, but last year, I remember right before the draft, I remember having a conversation with Steve Sarkisian, the coach at Texas, and he said to me, you know, Bijan was a great running back, but he was also perhaps would have been our best wide receiver. But we had the need at running back, and so that's where he played. I have a feeling that the exact same thing would be true with Deebo. If you get 3 injuries in the backfield, I wouldn't be surprised if Kyle Shanahan gave him 10 or 11 carries one game, maybe as sort of an offset back. But obviously you don't want to take away what he does best, which is to scare every cornerback in the NFL.
Are we moving to a time where more of these players will emerge? I'm thinking about Austin Eckler with the Chargers, who is a great receiving running back. He can also run it. Christian McCaffrey, Cordero Patterson when healthy. Are more teams going to look to emulate this style of flexibility offensively?
I think a lot of teams already are. You know, as John Lynch told me in training camp, you know, when they first got there, they wanted separators in the passing game, you know, as wide receivers. But he came to believe, I think wisely, that it is better to have a physical wide receiver than a burner wide receiver. And obviously, you don't want a receiver that runs 4.68, but you also want a receiver who's going to be extremely physical. And, you know, this comparison is obviously not exact, but in terms of the physical wide receiver, I think Keyshawn Johnson was one of those real physical wide receivers. I think T.O. was. There wasn't a more physical receiver than Hines Ward. But the difference is, you know, Deebo is able to double dip in the backfield and, if need be, could give a team some real snaps in the backfield. And that's what makes him special.
Peter King with us on Willard and Dibbs. The wide receiver room has been much discussed, Peter, because there's almost angst there. You see a game like that where you feel like you need Deebo. The prior week, it was like, man, Brandon Ayuk is going to be a star. And the question has come up, can they afford both? What do you see? The Niners have been so good with the cap, but what do you see going forward as far as Ayuk and Deebo and the ability to have them both?
Well, I think there's going to come a time when you're not going to be able to sign everybody you truly want. I mean, let's look at the Philadelphia Eagles, okay? They let Miles Sanders walk this year, even though Miles Sanders was an extremely good, complete package at running back. And I think they were smart to do so for a very simple reason, that you've got to pay 2 wide receivers, on that team, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. You got to pay the tight end, Dallas Goedert. You got to pay 3 offensive linemen, Kelsey and the 2 tackles. And you also, obviously, got to pay the quarterback. Now, if you look at the Niners, they have a great benefit because they got at least 2 more years now where you don't have to pay the quarterback. So that's a luxury. But the difference with the Niners versus a team like the Eagles is that they're paying a running back at the top of the running back market, and Christian McCaffrey clearly is worth the money. So I think I look at the situation and basically say that I think the 49ers each year are going to have a decision to make. And I think that's why a lot of people, not only around the team but around the league, were surprised that they invested that money in Javon Hargrave. Because if you look at it, honestly, if you look at it, it's a surprise that they spent money on him. But I think Kyle Shanahan looked at his team in 2019 and thought there were just too many formidable guys on the defensive front to block. So that's a long way of saying that I would be surprised if they were able to pay both guys at or near the top of the receiver market when the bill comes due for them. But surprised but not shocked, because I think John Lynch, Adam Peters, Parag Marate, they do a good job understanding where everybody fits in the cap world. It's just, I'm not positive if they're going to be able to sign both of those guys.
With reworked contracts, the word is they've got $41 million now under the cap this year, and if they don't use it at the trade deadline, they carry that into next year. Does it feel like they may not have to, quote, pay the piper until 2025 when Brock Purdy eventually would come due?
Well, I think that's true, but that's different. That's a different question than saying, well, what happens whenever it is, probably next year, when they would have to pay, they would have to pony up for Ayuk and look, I don't have their contract sheet in front of me, but it's clear that it's a different thing to say that, well, they don't really have to worry about this till 2025. Technically, maybe they don't, because they have a bunch of money right now. But, it's all cap gymnastics after a while. And I think that when they signed Hargrave, they basically signed a player, an unexpected signing. And that is definitely, no matter what the numbers say right now, that's going to impact who they're able to sign long term.
Peter King is with us on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Peter, especially because you've had so many conversations with Kyle Shanahan through the years and after games, we wondered what you thought about this comment that he made yesterday at the conference call. He was sort of asked how he tried to get better as a coach in the offseason. Take a listen to his answer, and then I want to follow up with a question for you.
See what to add, see what fits in. Spend a lot of the offseason trying to study personnel to add in the draft or personnel to add in free agency. Those are the biggest parts, as a coach, that you try to do to make your team better, is to try to help out and see who you can add to it to make it better. Sometimes those are real tough decisions that we all spend a lot of time working on. And then my biggest thing is trying to relax a little bit more in the offseason, because I've learned how long of a grind the season is and how long it goes and how much you got to get up for each week. And I really try to get mentally stronger with books and some self-help type things. So when you go into the season, you're ready to go.
I was fascinated by him saying that, he tried to calm himself down, read some self-help books. He's so formulaic with the way he goes about building a team and calling plays. What do you see? What is still out there with regard to how Kyle Shanahan can improve?
Well, I think the one thing that he has done over this is 7th year as a head coach, I think the one thing he has done is he's been able to sort of diagnose himself. And by that I mean, it's clear that Kyle is an anal guy in terms of, he can't let a lot of things go. There's a lot of little things that he wants to make sure he has control of. And I think anytime I hear a guy like Kyle Shanahan say, I tried to relax a little bit more in the off season, I stand up and clap, because this business, in my opinion, is unduly, ridiculously, 80 hours a week, even sometimes in the off season. And in my opinion, I think that a lot of these guys who do this job and who are great at it don't realize sometimes the damage they're doing to themselves physically and mentally, because they essentially are possessed by this job. And it goes back to Joe Gibbs sleeping in the office 4 days a week and all that other stuff. It's just not the right way to live. And again, look, far be it from me. I don't do that job, so I don't understand everything that it takes. But I think at some point, if you burn the candle too strongly at one end, it's really going to affect your life, your personal life, and your health at the other end. So good for Kyle Shanahan in saying that I got away from it a little bit this offseason. Applause to him.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, and we're talking with Peter King.
Yeah, Peter, you mentioned the word health, and you had everyone thinking about Chubb last night and all the other injuries we always see in football, and Kyle Shanahan mentioning post-game that he should have found a way to get Eli Mitchell in the game with Christian McCaffrey taking every snap at running back. How surprised were you to, one, hear him give that admission, and also to have a running back play every snap this early in the year?
I didn't even know that until you told me. I'm surprised at that because, look, Christian McCaffrey, before he got to San Francisco, had a recent history of missing a lot of games due to injury. So, in my opinion, I think Kyle Shanahan, and I think these are things that his coaches and John Lynch have to remind him of. That, listen, when you can get 12 fewer snaps in a game, if this game is over, if you can get 12 fewer snaps in a game for Christian McCaffrey, you've got to take that. And so I think it's good that he realizes that. I mean, I when I watch football now, a lot of times, like when the Giants were losing to the Cowboys 40-0 or whatever the score was late in that Week 1 game, and Daniel Jones is in there, and the Cowboys are teeing off on him. I said, why in the world is this happening? It's not smart. And so I'm glad to hear Shanahan say that. He should say that. And in my opinion, it's better if you can figure out a way during the course of the year to have Christian McCaffrey play the equivalent of 14 or 15 games, with taking a bunch of snaps off when you can get him those breathers.
Peter, we have already taken a look at your way too early power rankings and see that the Dallas Cowboys occupy the number 1 spot. You have the 49ers too, but also say quite close between them and the Philadelphia Eagles. What is it you see in Dallas right now that has them, in your mind, ahead of the 49ers?
I think the biggest thing with Dallas is that Mike McCarthy imprint on that offense has really shown up. You know, it was a little bit controversial early in the off season when Kellen Moore essentially got dismissed, and McCarthy said he was taking over the offense and the play calling. And I've talked to Mike about this. He basically has been in every quarterback meeting so far since the start of training camp. And last year he might have been in 2/3 of them. And I think one of his big things, one of McCarthy's big deals, is that there were some mechanical things he wanted to work on with Dak Prescott, particularly in footwork mechanics, pass drop, things like that he felt was missing last year, particularly with Prescott. So I think that has been a real big advantage. Prescott even talked about it after the game when, you know, they won the first two games 70-10, and he said, I think one of the ways I've improved is my footwork. And, you know, who talks about footwork? But anyway, so I think there's that. Prescott is just better mechanically. He's not making the mistakes that he made a year ago. Look, it's been 8 quarters. You don't know what's going to happen. And I think the other thing is that Dan Quinn now knows everything about this defense, what they can do, what they can't do. And I think he's become really smart in utilizing Micah Parsons inside, outside, all over the defense, so that offensive teams cannot have a good handle on how they use, to me, what is the most disruptive defensive player in football right now, Micah Parsons.
And we are just a couple weeks away from the Micah Parsons, Nick Bosa. Well, I guess showdown's not appropriate because they won't actually face each other unless one of them turns into an offensive tackle, which would be kind of weird if it went that way. But Nick Bosa through 2 games, Peter, where do you rate his progress in terms of him missing camp and really not showing up on the stat sheet yet?
Well, I don't think it's surprising because I think even though the one thing you always know about Nick Bosa is that he's an insane worker and that it isn't like he's going to show up and not be ready to play. He's going to be ready to play, but if you haven't actually played, it's different to say, well, I'm ready to play, than, you know, if you haven't gone at it with, with tackles, and if you haven't done those drills at all, and you haven't really been physically imposed upon for 8 months, it's going to take a little while to get back, I think, into being the kind of player that you want to be. Now, having said all that, I think that Nick Bosa has been impactful, but I think that there will be another level of impact that he can make, particularly when you're facing teams that understand it, because right now, clearly, first 2 weeks, people have been very conscious of Nick Bosa, and he's left opportunities for other guys on that defense to make plays. And so I don't think that's going to continue unabated, and I think Bosa is definitely going to have his chance to, to make plays more and more as the weeks come on. But I also think that he makes other guys on his defense better just by his mere presence. So I don't look at this team and say, man, they really need to get better stats out of Nick Bosa. He'll be great and impactful in his own way, even if it doesn't show up on the stat sheet.
Peter King with us, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Peter, maybe this is a stupid sports radio thing with, quarterback power rankings and whatnot, but we're watching football last night, and I got to think the Browns are bummed out with what they're getting from Deshaun Watson. The Broncos bummed out with what they're getting from Russell Wilson, and then even beyond, some of the younger guys, maybe it's too early, but Kenny Pickett has not maybe taken the step that people thought he would. When you look at Brock Purdy, I think it's time to remove sample size. I see this guy as a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. Are you comfortable putting him there yet? What do you think?
I don't look. Here's the way I look at Brock Purdy, and it's why I totally agree with Deshaun Watson. I think Deshaun Watson has been a crushing disappointment. And everybody who thought, well, last year, basically, Deshaun Watson had 6 games of reacclimating himself to football. Well, he has not improved one iota in the first 2 games of this season over last year. I don't even know if he's been as good this offseason early this season as he was last year. So, I mean, I think you're absolutely right. I think the Browns have to be questioning themselves right now with Deshaun Watson. And as far as Brock Purdy goes, look, however many starts he's had, I don't know. I mean, I think sometimes, we want to say that a guy is X, Y, and Z, and we've made this judgment, and he is this. I just don't think he's played enough yet. I don't think he's played enough yet for me to say that he's a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. All I know is that if I have to win a game right now, today, this week, he would be among the top 10 quarterbacks I would pick to win a game.
That's a great way to break it down. I mean,
like that.
Sample size aside, this week, he's got a pretty good chance against the Giants team who has their quarterback, I said with a question mark. What do you think the Giants feel? How should they feel about Daniel Jones being their guy who, hasn't been terrific, but they've inked him to a pretty significant deal?
What can you do? They had to invest in him in the off season, and when they invested in him, I think he, in essence, has been about what they would have expected. And, he was great in the second half the other day. He won that game pretty much all by himself. But again, Daniel Jones is a good football player. And I think one of the things that is difficult to do in the way we grade and look at football players is we want to take every week and say, okay, where is this guy right now? You got to let him play. It's like, just let Brock Purdy play another month and then let's have this discussion. You got to do it over and over and over again if you're going to be really great in football. And right now, 2 weeks is just not, in my opinion, a big enough sample size. Like, I would want to say right now, I'd be petrified if I were the Cleveland Browns right now about Deshaun Watson. But again, I still think you got to let him play another 6 or 8 weeks to try to get out of this funk that he's in right now. And we'll see if he can. But just the same way as I am very bullish right now on Brock Purdy, I would be very worried right now about Deshaun Watson. But they both have time to, both if you're Purdy, to burnish his reputation, and if you're Deshaun Watson, to change the reputation.
Fair way to say it, for sure. Absolutely. Peter, great stuff as always. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you next week.
All the best, guys. Thank you.
All right, that's
Thanks,
Peter King, Football Morning in America, NBC, one of the best out there. Peter King every week on Willard and Dibs. We're giving away a pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler at SAP Center every day this week, courtesy of Live Nation. Make sure you're tuned in. Next segment to win, okay? Next segment. And we're sponsored by Ashley Furniture. Your call's next, 888-957-9570. Love to further the conversation that he brought up there with regard to Kyle Shanahan and sort of changes that Kyle is making. What would you like to see Kyle Shanahan do differently, do better? We have a couple observations to share as well. That's next on Willard and Dibs.
Fall is almost here.
Now, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Excuse me, was I dreaming or did Peter King call Kyle Shanahan anal in that conversation?
He did.
I believe he did.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He did. But, and he also said that he was happy that Kyle had that self-reflection to be able to get away and, not burn the candle too much at one end because that'll lead to family problems and health problems.
I mean, that's true for
divorce and death. Thanks, Peter. Back to you, Pete.
Also known as your 40s and 50s. That's kind of what happens. No, I mean that's true for anybody, right? It's good that the coaches are getting away and having some time to themselves and not losing their minds over their job. ... That's true for you too, Peter, and you and me and everybody. Everybody.
Peter's in his final year, if I'm not mistaken. I thought I had seen that somewhere that this is going to be maybe his last year of doing it.
Peter King?
Like he does it. I would have to check an earlier Monday.
I don't know. Maybe.
Football Morning in America.
Okay.
Because Peter's darn near 70, I think. So
is he really?
I mean, shoot, he's been doing it for 40 years.
Correct.
At this level. So,
Peter King. I have Peter King at 66.
Oh, he got many more years.
He's fine.
He's a spring chicken. Let's go, Peter.
Yeah, he's 6 years old. He's good.
Yeah.
He's good. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, though. I don't know what his future plans are. If he wants to go to Zihuatanejo. I don't know. Maybe he wants to go to Zihuatanejo and take his shoes off for a little while. It's totally possible. But it is interesting to think about Kyle Shanahan and self-reflection, if you will. What he did at the end of the half on Sunday, you could call obvious, right? You're at the 1 yard line, you're at the half yard line. Are you honestly going to kick a field goal from a half yard away when the Philadelphia Eagles, once they get to the 1 yard line, the drive is over? I think we should save time and actually stop doing this. Just touchdown. You get to the 1 yard line, touchdown. Eagles are in. You can't stop that thing. Why can't everybody do that?
Change the rule.
Well, you could do that too. But the point is wouldn't you? This is maybe be the only thing I would say in talking about Kyle Shanahan and sort of what you'd like to see him do maybe differently as a coach. You all know I'm a very, very big fan of this coach. I am thankful that he is the coach of the San Francisco 49ers. But maybe get a little Bochy in him. And I know that Bochy doesn't love this characterization, but if Peter King's going to say you're anal or a control freak or formulaic, could we say I'd love to see a guy who's lived a football life like Kyle Shanahan, dude, just go with your gut.
And stuff.
You want to go for it on fourth down.
And stuff.
Go for it. It's okay.
Right.
You're not on the hot seat. If it doesn't go well once or twice, it's okay. You're not getting fired.
Well, I liked the reason why he made that call, which was it was kind of a little bit of a backhanded slap at his own defense because he said they'd been scoring touchdowns.
Yep.
And I felt like we needed a touchdown to keep pace. So if that same situation pops up and the Niners are ahead, I don't know, 21 to 10, maybe he kicks the field goal.
I don't know. I mean, yeah.
Or 23 to 10 or whatever makes it a 3-score game, whatever the situation
time and place for everything.
Yes.
Sure.
Down 7 in that spot, knowing that the Rams get the ball to start the second half, I think that led those two factors. You're trailing by 7 and your defense hasn't really stopped them much. And you're at the 1 yard line, the half yard line, whatever. Now, if it was at the 3 or the 4 yard line, does he make the same call? It becomes more interesting.
Maybe not, and I don't know that I would support going for it from the 3 or 4 yard line. I guess maybe I've reached a point, and I'm not going to say there are no exceptions because if you're up by 10 with 2 minutes to go and you've got 4th and inches, I'm not saying you should go for it no matter what. But I am sort of at this point. You need a half yard dude, it's 2023. Go for it. You have the best everything at every position. And maybe that's what I'm talking about. We're also talking about this particular Niners team.
Sure.
I'm not saying, Kyle, you got to just let it rip and go for it all the time, no matter what your team is. But look at who you've got. You now got your quarterback to go with your running back and your tight end and your left tackle and your receiving core and your dude. Go for it. You've got the best players almost every time. There are games, and yes, the other team's an NFL team, and Aaron Donald is lined up over there. I understand all that. But from a mano-a-mano standpoint, like the Niner player and his counterpart on the other side, there's a degree of this. I'm not going to say it's Alabama versus Abilene Christian, but it is USC versus Arizona. Like, you have the better player at every position almost.
Right.
So take advantage of that. Loosen it up a little bit. Let it rip, man, because, dude, your team is awesome. Like, the Chiefs don't hesitate because they're like, we got Mahomes. And to their detriment sometimes.
Right.
I know you argued AFC title game 2 years ago, they lost because they got arrogant at the goal line right before half. I agree with you. It can bite you, but it usually won't. And I'd love to see them exercise that muscle a little bit more.
Yeah, and I think this is a spot where it lined up to where if he didn't go for it, if they settled for a Jake Moody 3, he would be open to a lot more criticism than if they went for it and they didn't get it and they got no points. I think that, to me anyway, with the next-gen stats and the new analytics, it was pointing you in the direction of go for it from the 1 or the half-yard line.
That's true.
Much more. Now, like we said, if it gets back to the 3, if it's 4th and goal from the 3, well, now the sneak is not really in play. Now you're looking at, you're going to hand it off and try to get 3 yards, or you're going to throw it, or it becomes much more of a 50-50 prop, I think, from the 3-yard line in a one-play scenario with 1 second left.
Early drive in Pittsburgh, 4th and 2, field goal, long, extended, Jake Moody's first game, go for it. Boom, touchdown. You know what I mean? Not on that play, but
right.
Extended the drive, touchdown. That's along the lines of what I'm talking about. Also, you're definitely right about this one. It wasn't that gutsy. You only needed a few inches.
Right. One of 9 teams to be perfect on 4th down this year.
So far this year.
The Niners, 100%.
Pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler, SAP Center, every day this week, courtesy of Live Nation, and your chance today is coming up in less than 10 minutes. Less than 10 minutes. Stay right where you are if you want to go to the Adam Sandler Show, SAP Center, courtesy Live Nation. Your chance to win today is coming up in less than 10 minutes. This is the comment that we're talking about. Yesterday's conference call, and Kyle was asked how in the offseason he tries to get better.
See what to add, see what fits in. Spend a lot of the offseason trying to study personnel to add in the draft or personnel to add in free agency. Those are the biggest parts, as a coach that you try to do to make your team better, is to try to help out and see who you can add to it to make it better. Sometimes those are real tough decisions that we all spend a lot of time working on. And then my biggest thing is trying to relax a little bit more in the off season, because I've learned how long of a grind the season is and how long it goes and how much you got to get up for each week. And I really try to get mentally stronger with books and some self-help type things. So when you go into the season, you're ready to go.
Better man than I am. I'm not reading any books in the off season.
Yeah.
I don't even have an off season.
I was going to say, you're not even reading any books,
got time
right?
for books, man. I'm reading all the internet stuff.
Yeah, even on vacation. I think I read this year. I might have read 2 or 3 books, which is a big year for me.
Good for you.
Yeah, it's a good year for books.
You're up by you said about 2.5 books.
Yeah, somewhere in there.
That's 2.5 more than I read this year.
Well, I mean, there have been years like stacking zeros on top of each other.
I wish this one of those things. I wish that was more me. I'm jealous, not jealous, but you get a little feeling some kind of way when people are like, yeah, we're on vacation. I'm going to take my book out to the pool. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'd rather slap myself in the face.
Really?
Oh.
Because that's one thing that I do love to do.
No.
Like, give me a 5-day tropical and, 1 round of golf, sure.
Yes.
Maybe play 36 and spend the day.
Or 5. But anyway, go ahead. Yeah.
But A lot of time I will go lounge chair and a book. I'm into it. Grab a nap.
I want to go
read
in the
a couple
pool.
chapters.
I don't want to be by the pool. I'm in the pool.
It's a rotation sensation.
Okay.
It's cocktails, it's book, it's nap, it's swim, and then repeat.
I agree with all those
on
things
a rotation
without the book.
Without the book.
Zach,
Yeah,
I don't know
I get
book.
it. Yeah. You get into a good one, a nice little historical fiction. It's a page turner.
Let's go to A-Bomb in Petaluma.
It's an A-bomb for A-Rod.
Petaluma. What's up, A-Bomb? Don't do the dance.
I have
the
to.
dance is amazing.
Caller wins.
Only YouTube gets the dance. That one's just for you, YouTube. For anybody out there who thinks we don't pay enough attention to you. What's up, A-Bomb? What are you doing?
I'm driving home from work right now.
Okay.
But I just wanted to say that it kind of drives me a little crazy when Shanahan runs McCaffrey when it seems like it's not an important part of the game, like when they're just kind of winding the clock down and they're just peppering them with too many carries. I mean, I think they just need to conserve them a little more and also give the other guys work behind them.
Yeah, so this is an interesting one, A-Bomb.
Yeah, thank you, Bomb.
I'm glad you brought it up because let's talk this out for a second.
Oh, I can give you the Shanahan answer when you need it.
Well, he already gave it to you.
Yeah.
But what's your answer?
Well, I was going to do my Shanahan.
Go ahead and do it.
Well, I really don't think that there's any carry that's less important than the other ones. I mean, you can talk about carries that aren't as important and stuff, but you get into games and you never know when a game's going to be that important, and a game can be in the balance at any time, and you have a carry, and you've got a guy who's good at carrying it, and so we let him carry it and stuff, and it's basically how we approach it.
We definitely got to get Elijah in there more and do better with our rotation than we did yesterday. That wasn't the plan going in. It just ended up that way, and I got to make sure that doesn't happen.
It's pretty good, dude. It's pretty good.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Tiger.
Pretty good impression. Yeah.
He's not wrong. He does have to get Elijah in there, but to A-Rod, the caller from Petaluma's point.
A-Bomb, not A-Rod. That's not A-Rod. Ow.
It
really hit me.
It's hard to say when a carry is really important and when it's not. And Kyle will refer you to last year's Detroit game where he pulled the starters and Detroit went bloop, bloop, bloop.
Yeah.
And they had the ball with a chance to tie it or take the lead.
That's what I mean. This is you're not wrong, A-Bomb.
Thank you, Bomb.
However, this is a fine line, and I do point out, I know a lot of people don't like when I point this out, but the hypocrisy of a collective fan base is overwhelming sometimes. Because if you put Eli Mitchell in and he fumbles,
oh God,
what the hell are all of you going to say?
Why aren't you giving it to McCaffrey?
Why the hell you got McCaffrey? He's the highest paid running back in the sport. Why are you messing around? So this is a very fine line for a coach. Now, to have Eli Mitchell have no carries, that seems a little odd, and Kyle admitted that. And McCaffrey and rest, that's a real topic to be discussed for sure. So nobody's wrong here, but I do think that this is not as easy as we make it out to be. They don't fill the box score out before the game. They can't be like, so Christian's going to get 18 carries, and then Eli's going to get 5. We'd like to get Jordan Mason 1, and then go the whole thing's got to live and breathe. And if they did cough up a lead late, we would crush him for that. And in fact, Kyle Shanahan has been crushed plenty of times for not being able to hold on to leads. So this is such a fine line. Now, I do want to point this out. There's a conversation brewing that Kyle, I listened to this today on Steiny and Goo. I know you texted them. I almost texted them, and then I erased it because sometimes I'm like, just let them do their show. But there's a caller who goes, hey, I can't believe that Kyle admitted that he forgot to put in Eli Mitchell. How the hell do you forget? And I went, when did he say that he forgot? Listen again, because then Guru
to me or to actual Kyle, real Kyle or fake Kyle.
Well, you could do it if you could, but you got to get all the words right. Do you remember what he said?
No, I didn't have it memorized.
You didn't have it memorized.
Thank you.
I'm mesmerized whenever you imitate Kyle. Take a listen. He didn't say that he forgot.
We definitely got to get Elijah in there more and do better with our rotation than we did yesterday. That wasn't the plan going in. It just ended up that way, and I got to make sure that doesn't happen.
First of all,
I thought he might have in a previous iteration said that he forgot. But
I certainly did not hear that.
Honestly, it doesn't matter either way.
The accountability.
He forgot.
Yeah, no, he didn't forget. It just, quote, went that way. And he said, and I did a poor job. Like, there's accountability there. I love it when people, he needs to be accountable. And then he is. And it's like, nah, you're still mad. Like, he's admitting that he went about it the wrong way.
Yeah.
I don't think he's sitting there and just all of a sudden in the fourth quarter went, oh my God, I left my toiletries at the hotel. Oh, and Eli Mitchell. I forgot that he was on the team. No, I don't think that's the way it goes. I will say, I don't know what leads to that. We had this talk yesterday. I would have loved to ask a follow-up. Kyle, how does that happen? Like, what is the process of how guys get subbed in and subbed out? But I smell something that is going to become a thing this year, and I do wonder what is the right way to go about it. If Christian McCaffrey has 18 touches instead of 23, it's not like he's protected. That doesn't mean he's not going to get hurt because he only touched it 18 times instead of 23. Ask Nick Chubb, okay?
Right.
He's one carry.
Kyle, McCaffrey's averaging 24 touches a game.
Yes.
Which puts him on pace for 408, which would be more than his career high, which in a season was 403 back in 2019. He had 18 carries a game. He caught 116 passes, and the next 2 years were injury plagued. Now, you can't say it's because he had that many touches and carries, but we do know this. Every time you're on the field, you're more likely to get hurt than when you're on the sideline. So if he's getting all these additional plays and all these additional touches, the likelihood of him getting hurt goes up.
Ask Nick Bosa if you can get hurt on the sideline.
I mean, that was a weird one.
That was a weird one.
He got leg whipped.
I want to be clear. I'm in agreement. Like, Christian McCaffrey, whether it's load management, just keeping Eli fresh. Eli's a good player. Like, yeah, you want to get everybody involved here. I just know that this feels like such a slippery slope. We're setting it up. You got to rest Christian more. Rest. And then he's out at the wrong time. People are like, why isn't Christian in there? Very fine line. Very, very fine line. No doubt they need to do it differently than they did Sunday, and he was obviously the first one to say that.
Eli's got 5 carries on the year, and Debo's got 7.
Okay.
And that's it. Brock's got 6, and Darnold has 2, and I believe those were both kneel downs. So
yeah, there's nothing from Mason. There's nothing from TDP.
Nothing.
So far.
I mean, you've had a little bit of Debo.
Yeah.
And 5 carries for Eli through 2. That's not that many.
All right, now's your chance to win the tickets to see Adam Sandler at SAP Center on October 28th. Again, contest line. Do not call the regular line. If you call the regular line, we will send a shock through the phone that makes your ear hurt. So do not call that unless you want to just talk about the 49ers or the Giants or the Warriors or whatever we're talking about. You can call the regular line. But the contest line is 415-951-2386. I said 415-951-2386. Did you hear me? I said 415-951-2386. Caller 3 right now is our winner. And remember, if you don't win today, don't fret. There's 3 more shows this week. And we'll do it in the 4 o'clock hour every single day this week. So another chance to win tomorrow. We're doing it every day this week thanks to Live Nation.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing who wins and hearing about the show from our local callers.
Yep, absolutely. SAP Center, great venue. Been there a couple of times the last few months. Joe Coy, most recently, with the lovely Christy. We had a brilliant time. Absolutely brilliant time. So hopefully you will too. Adam Sandler, SAP Center, October 28th. 888-957-9570 is the number. We will continue to take your phone calls. Brock Purdy, Kyle Shanahan, anything else going on?
Brandon Ayuk. Well, Mark, I'm a little bit concerned, and I put this in my daily delivery today that you can catch on Twitter at the 957 The Game account, and I said it there. I'll say it here. I don't think that he should play. I know Doc Pandia earlier today said it's pain tolerance if it's not structural and the rest of it. It looked to me like he was in a lot of pain.
He was.
Until he came out of the locker room at halftime, miraculously enough. He did look better, but even then, he still looked like he was favoring it a little bit. I think on a short week, I would like to see him get the game. I think you can beat the Giants without him. Get him ready to go. that way you have 2 weeks basically between games to get ready.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like I feel like I agree with you, but I have no idea what's going on in the shoulder.
Right.
And by the way, on a Thursday night game, is today the official practice day, or is tomorrow the official practice day? I know they did the replicate thing yesterday and said that if they had practiced, he wouldn't have practiced. What is the schedule for the rest of the week?
They did practice today, and they're off tomorrow.
And did Ayuk practice?
I'll have to check on
Yeah,
that.
I would love that information to know if he even got in a limited session. I know it's so funky with the Thursday game, so I don't even know how much it matters whether he practiced or not. But I would love that info before I sort of respond with an opinion to what you're saying. I'd love for Brandon to be safe, but if I think they'll make a good decision on it. What'd you find, Grandy?
Kyle Shanahan said earlier today that Brandon is limited in practice today.
Okay. Dibs? I bet he's going to play.
Okay.
I bet he's going to play.
Well, when the official report comes out, and that'll be tomorrow, he'll be listed as questionable. If he was limited today and they're not on the field tomorrow, questionable, I believe, would be the designation. I think he's also going to play because Brandon Ayuk will want to play.
Totally.
And if it's pain tolerance, there are things that you can get to help you tolerate the pain.
Yes, there are.
Dr. Needle, please report to the locker room.
Yeah.
And if that's all it is, if it's not structural and that's what the reports are, and you can't really do any more damage to it per se, then go ahead and play.
Well, there's a couple ways to do it. Obviously, you can either just go be Brandon Ayuk and have your offensive game plan. You can limit his snaps. You can use him out there where it's just like the threat of Brandon Ayuk, but don't really get him involved too much. I think that's a dangerous game to play. I just know there's a couple things here that I find clues. Number one, Kyle Shanahan after the game on Sunday said, I don't know exactly what's going on there, but he made his way through the game. He made it through the game, so I'm not expecting it to be serious. That's one clue. Clue number two is he did put in a limited session today. So, and then, clue number three is the word that it's only pain tolerance, which football players, Brandon Ayuk's tough. He's a tough guy. So, as you said, I'm sure he's going to want to be out there. And I know we look at it and go, dude, it's the New York Giants. Come on. NFL teams don't look at it that way.
Of course.
They don't look at it that way. So, I don't know. I'd love to see him just be healthy. If you're asking me, would I give up this week in favor of a much higher percentage of health the rest of the year? Yeah, I would.
And I think they would too, but it doesn't always work that way. And like you said, they're looking at this from a week-to-week standpoint, and they're not looking at the Giants like, you made the Alabama Abilene Christian analogy earlier where, maybe it doesn't work this year because Alabama's not what they normally are, but to that point of a college game where you're 43-point favorites, you can approach things a little bit differently than in the NFL.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Your phone call's coming up next, plus you'll hear from Peter King, as he joins us every single week right here on Willard and Dibs.
Hi, this is Carson Daly.
but caught. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Doesn't matter what day it is or what we're talking about, there's always room for John Sterling smiles. I'm not going to say laughing at John Sterling.
Ow!
And you kill me every time with the shimmy. The Sterling shimmy is better than Steph's. I'm sorry. It is. It just is.
Well, he's a lot older, so he's got to actually shimmy to get his voice to be able to do that. And, man, we're getting close to a point where the shimmy officially won't be a part of the postseason. They are officially eliminated from the AL East. They're 6 back in the card with 12 to go. We're getting close to the point where they are gone.
I mean, look, no matter how mad everybody is about the Giants this year, and totally fair, they've got the exact same record as the Yankees, but them's the Yankees, okay? Baseball in New York this year was an absolute disaster. Like a total and complete upheaval disaster. The Mets are 70-80 and have traded their 2 best pitchers. And the Yankees are in 4th place, 18 games behind the front-running Baltimore Orioles.
Yeah.
That's bad.
Yankees will be hard-pressed to stay ahead of Boston, but even at that, it will be a small consolation even if they do that. I mean, the only consolation for the Yankees is that they're better than Boston.
I mean,
but barely.
What a world. The AL East is the Yankees and Sox battling it out for last place.
Right.
What a world. We'll probably get to some stuff on the Giants tomorrow. Tom Verducci's article is worth your time. In fact, can we give homework on this show? It's Tuesday night. We can give some homework, right?
Sure.
All right, all you listeners, go home and read Tom Verducci's article on Sports Illustrated.
Try to stay awake.
The article is literally about how boring the Giants are.
The article is good, Tom. I'm not saying that.
No. But I mean, the fact that a national writer is pointing out the boredom of the Giants and has the quote, "If this is the future of baseball, I want no part of it," I think is incredibly fascinating. So we'll have some more on that for you tomorrow for sure. Some Deebo Samuel things to get to. First off, if you missed any portion of our Peter King conversation, we've got it for you coming up here in a little bit. In it, he stated that, and here's the direct quote, "I'd be surprised if they're able to pay both Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk at or near top of the receiver market when the bill comes due for them. Surprised but not shocked. I'm not positive they'll be able to sign both of those guys." It's an interesting time to talk about both guys because the Niners are 2-0, and one game was an Ayuk game, and one game was a Deebo game. And the Deebo games, they hit a little different, right? Because I don't know, and we asked Peter this, we've been racking our brains. Is there anybody, at least in the recent history of the league, that plays the way he does? I'd argue no. A receiver who doubles as a running back is also probably the most physical finisher at the position, seems to be able to convert the chains in so many different ways. And then lastly, and this is the part that I think is maybe most intriguing of all, you want to talk about the lack of connectivity of the San Francisco Giants with their fan base? Deebo's the opposite. Like, there is a different sound. There's a different reaction from the fan base when it's Deebo. And I think it's because largely of his style of play.
It's a lot there. I think it's partly the style. I think it's partly his name. I mean, the name Deebo,
that's fun,
carries with it a certain cachet, especially if you're a fan of the movie Friday, which is more than a cult classic. It's an absolute classic. So if he went by just Tyshawn, his God-given name, would we still love him? Yes. But the fact that he's Deebo, I do think adds a little extra to it.
For sure.
And the fact that he plays a little bit like the movie character, but he plays like a bully.
Yeah.
He's out to try to hurt you with the football.
I think it's just different. And we, it's kind of like when a Steph Curry three-pointer goes in versus anybody else's three. It's just different. It's just a different sound.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit extra. It's him and Trent Williams that come out with the boombox. He's a team leader. I saw last summer, it challenged the core of each 49er fan, this idea that he's scrubbing his social and asking for a trade. It's like, Debo? That's our guy.
It's just business.
I know it is.
I know, but I had the same feeling
but
as you.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's our guy. That's Debo. That's like, remember Debo was a 49er before he was even a 49er. It's the worst kept secret in the draft. Was like Kyle Shanahan loves Debo Samuel. Senior Bowl, Debo. We were hearing about him in January before he got drafted in the second round.
Yeah.
So there's just something about it. There's something about it. And
I'm trying to think about your opening statement, your question of what player can you even think about in recent past or in modern football who's like him? And we asked Peter King, and you can hear the full interview coming up here in about 15 minutes. And he had an interesting answer about, who might be that way. And I actually asked him about other teams emulating what the Niners have, because the Niners have two of them. McCaffrey is a running back who also, you could have him be your receiver. He could be a Wes Welker. He could be, any of these other guys in the slot as an exclusive receiver and rack up 100 catches. And you could put Debo in the backfield and give him 15 totes a game, and he could be a legitimate running back. So the Niners have two of these guys.
Yeah.
Will other teams look for the next kind of Debo player? And I know Atlanta thinks they have one in Bijan Robinson. And I mentioned Austin Eckler, who's more of a Christian McCaffrey, obviously, than he is a Debo Samuel. But teams, I think, are going to go looking for these two-way threats.
Have you watched Bijan yet?
He's a lot of fun to watch.
Holy hell.
He's the whole package. Speed, footwork, jukage,
2 NFL
power.
games. Yeah. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Go, if you get a chance to watch Bijan Robinson play for the Falcons, get your Red Zone channel or whatever it is. Oh, my goodness.
It's partly why I've been so high on Atlanta this year. He's
good.
And then they've got Algier, who's another good running back, so they can kind of fire and ice you a little bit. And my guy Cordero Patterson, if he ever gets healthy, I'm probably going to have to drop him.
I'm not too big
he hasn't
on
played.
Yeah, their defense, and I just think, Ritter has, and I don't want to get into Falcons talk, but Ritter's kept things together for sure. But like their pass catchers are just never, and I don't mean this from a fantasy standpoint, I just think their offense is limited because they can't utilize people downfield. Like how the hell do you draft Kyle Pitts where you did? And now this is Kyle Pitts' NFL career. You got to be kidding me. The guy's getting like 2 catches a game.
I know.
It's like that guy is an absolute animal. He's an animal, and they can't do it. They just can't get their ball to their pass catchers. But Bijan Robinson is absolutely crazy. And yeah, maybe someone who deserves to be already in the conversation when we talk about Debo. By the way, speaking of Debo, here he is. With Kay Adams on Up and Adams, they asked him why his team loves Brock Purdy so much.
That's why, we love Brock in this building. He don't make excuses. He take full responsibility for his mistakes, even though, we was talking about it on the sideline and, we'll want to have those, but there's nothing we can do about it. So I think that's why we love Brock in this offense as a leader of this team. That's why he kind of got the captain on his shirt, because it's little things like that, that people try to blame somebody else or try to blame something else on it. But he took full responsibility, and that's what practice for. We practice that all the time. Everything is not going to be perfect, but at the end of the day, we got to win and we'll be able to move on.
Yeah, I noticed that, when that guy's on the field and he makes a play, and for some reason it seems even more so against the Rams, I was immediately reminded last week of last year when he did that Instagram post after going right by Jalen Ramsey, broke that tackle in the open field, and went for a long touchdown. It was, uh-oh. And I mean, he's just right. He's got the vibe. He's got the trash talk. He's got the boom box. He is the most physical receiver. The one thing I've said about Debo throughout my life covering him as a broadcaster is he terrifies me, because he left for a second in that game on Sunday as well. You saw him go to the sideline and he was hanging on for something. Something didn't feel right. He's almost too physical. And so I wonder sometimes about his longevity.
Yeah, and he's had a few instances of injury, but that's partly why I think fans love him, and that's why it's so fun to watch him, is because he gets the football either as a running back or as a wide receiver, and it feels like there's going to be contact and he's going to win. You don't often see guys hit him and him going backward. You don't often see him run toward the sideline or run out of bounds. He's looking for contact. He's looking to move the defender further down the field, move the pile, yak boys, and all the rest of it. And something about the way he runs, too. It seems like he takes a lot of short steps. He's not a big, long strider. He holds the ball kind of high. He's got a high center of gravity. He's tough to tackle, and his legs are powerful. Just the way he runs, it seems like he's got a lot of leg movement for every step that he goes.
You know what else I noticed? And you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And maybe this should go beyond Debo, but do you want to know why? Like, beyond the obvious, Steph Curry is like, for a lot of us, like the craziest thing we've ever seen in sports. Right? This tiny little guy who can shoot the ball from 3/4 of the court, best shooters ever lived. Just all of the things that he brings to the court and off the court, for that matter. But I think one of the reasons Steph connects with an audience the way he does is because he very much appears to be having a great time playing the sport. And there is that whole, do you play with love or do you play with an angry streak? And I think fans connect so much more with players who play with that almost that grin on their face, like they're enjoying the hell out of doing it. Brock Purdy's run against the Steelers for the first down, the scramble, and that highlight clip of him getting up with a big grin on his face.
Yeah.
Pow, first down. I think a lot of people were like, oh, Brock's got that in him. We didn't know that. Deebo Samuel plays like that. There are smiles. There's chatter. There is a love of being out there on that field that really kind of connects with an audience. Although I would also say, like, that might be one of the reasons this team has connected with an audience to the level it is, because they got a bunch of those guys.
Right.
Kittle is one of those guys.
Without a doubt. Kittle gets up with his little point, same thing. And you don't have a lot of, like, mean-tempered guys. Nick Bosa gets a sack, and instead of a big celebratory dance or a taunt, it's just a shrug. It's just the Nick Bosa, a little bit of a humble brag, so to speak, but I don't think that this team exudes that sort of in-your-face, over-the-top, braggadocious trash talk. It doesn't mean that they're soft. Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw isn't afraid to maybe give you a little bit of extra along the apron or the sideline, and you mentioned Talanoa Hufanga yesterday,
there's another one,
and his propensity to lay some lumber, so these guys aren't soft and mamby-pamby and good guys finish last-in, but I don't get that sense that they're playing with that anger and that edge of, like, this is my job and I got to game face it all the way through. They do seem to enjoy it.
Do you buy what Peter King said, though, when we brought this up? Quote, I'd be surprised if they're able to pay both Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk at or near the top of the receiver market. Surprised but not shocked. So he's certainly not writing it off. He's not saying that it's not possible, but he'd be surprised if they'd be able to do it. I have no doubt in my mind that Ayuk is going to command, 24, 25?
Yeah.
Tyreek's at 30. Justin is going to bust the heck out of that. Let me pull up right now. Top paid wide receivers 2023. Where are we at right now? Devontae Adams, Tyreek Hill, and the like. Okay. That's interesting. 2023 salary alone. Tyreek is getting 30 per year over the life of the deal, but this year just 26.
Okay.
26.1. Devontae Adams, 26.6. Stephon Diggs, 24.4. DJ Moore, 20.16. You got Amari Cooper on here. I'm not sure what A.J. Brown got that new deal with the Eagles. I'm not sure why he's not on here, but anyway.
Christian Kirk is up there, I know.
He's at 16.5.
I heard a report over the weekend. It might have been from Ross Tucker, who I think was doing his game, talking about great character, great locker room guy. Christian Kirk, they were raving about him, and I was thinking about you because you always cite that deal as one of the gigantic overpays.
Well, he's a very good player.
Yeah, and he's good player, but they were just raving about what a good guy he was, and it made me smile thinking about this conversation that we've all had.
Did someone respond to Ross and go, by the way, a guy who hasn't even played for the last 2 years is already leaped him to be wide receiver 1 on that squad?
Yeah.
Like, That's just me. Like, I'm surprised you're going to put that amount of money into that particular player. I think you can get more for that. Doesn't mean he's not a good player. He's a very good player.
Yeah.
He's a very good player.
To your point about Peter King saying he's not sure if they'll be able to pay both, remember that doesn't have to happen until 2025. Now, Ayuk will get the extension before that, but his fifth-year option's already been picked at 14.1 next year, so the big money drops in 2025, not next year.
Correct, but if you're going to sign up for the deal, you got to sign up for the deal. I know there's outs with Debo. Like right now, I now have the actual, and this is for AAV, so forget what they're making this year. AAV, Tyreek's number 1 at 30, Devontae Adams is 2 at 28, Cooper Kupp is number 3, 26-7, A.J. Brown is 4 at 25, Diggs and Metcalf are both tied for 5th at 24, and Debo is 7th at 23.85. Then it goes Terry McLaurin, DJ Moore, Keenan Allen to round out the top 10. When Brandon Ayuk's deal comes up, Justin Jefferson will have already leaped in front of that entire crowd.
Sure.
I mean, are you putting him in that crew? Keenan Allen and add in Mike Williams. Those are the right now. Oh, and Amari Cooper and Chris Godwin. Those are the 13 wide receivers right now that make $20 million or more. I think Brandon's going to that group.
He's in the group.
I think he's going to that group, and I wonder. I wonder if the 49ers, with already having the 7th highest paid guy, will be willing to have another top 10 guy.
And I also wonder, and we'll never be able to find this out, but I wonder if that isn't part of the motivation for Brandon Ayuk to go out and play on Thursday, even though he's a little bit banged up, because he knows he's in a spot where his contract at the end of this year has a chance to be extended, and he has a chance to get a monster deal. And if Brandon Ayuk has a year that he wants to have, which is, 100 catches-ish, because I know they like to spread it around, and Brock Purdy and company, they don't throw it a ton, but let's give him 90 catches, let's give him 1,100 yards, and 9 touchdowns. Well, then you're getting that $20 million. You're in that club. But if you only play 12 or 13 games because you have this injury or that nagging injury, and all of a sudden you wind up with 67 catches and 850 yards and 7 touchdowns, that'll cost you millions, Mark. Millions.
Well, yes.
Millions.
Yep, and it also factors right back to the question that you asked a little while ago. I mean, you don't think Brandon Ayuk has that on his mind when we're talking about, just miss a game, Brandon, it'll be fine. Miss a game? Miss a game? Like, with my season-ending stats going into an extension year, that could be a big freaking deal.
Yeah.
What's the difference between 1,300 yards and only 1,100 or 1,150 or what have you?
Sure.
I mean, that's a big, big deal.
Might be $5 to $7 million total. I mean, over the life of a deal, right?
I don't know if I'd put one game into that, but yes, like this is part of the. I'm sure he's pushing to play. I'm sure he's pushing to play.
Yeah, and if he was able to come back in the second half and play, and he was, then sure, he wants to get out there. But at the same time, if you go out and play, you want to be able to get the ball thrown to you. You don't want to be out there and be a show pony or be a decoy.
No, absolutely not. But I don't know, man. Again, I'm torn because the idea is, hey, because you're dinged up, you can't make it any worse, right? That's what everyone's saying. Just a pain tolerance thing. Well, if you can't make it any worse and it's just a pain tolerance thing, well, then what are we actually even talking about? Because that's what every football player is doing every week. Can't make it any worse? Pain tolerance. That's football. You don't think Christian McCaffrey's in pain right now? We haven't heard about it.
Yeah.
But he's a running back who's had 50 touches in 2 weeks.
You know who's not in pain?
Who?
Eli Mitchell.
It's a good response.
No special teams, no offensive snaps. His feet might hurt from standing around.
I mean, his feelings might be hurt.
Yeah.
His feelings might be
See
hurt.
if he shows up on the injury report tomorrow.
Yeah. Well,
day-to-day hurt feelings.
It was definitely part of the conversation with Peter King, who joins us every single week here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. We'll let you hear a lot of that right now. We began that conversation by asking Peter just how unique of a weapon Debo Samuel indeed is.
I don't think there's anybody in the game right now who's really similar to him. You know, it's funny, Bijan Robinson, and I'm not in any way comparing him to Deebo Samuel, but last year, I remember right before the draft, I remember having a conversation with Steve Sarkisian, the coach at Texas, and he said to me, you know, Bijan was a great running back, but he was also perhaps would have been our best wide receiver. But we had the need at running back, and so that's where he played. I have a feeling that the exact same thing would be true with Deebo. If you get 3 injuries in the backfield, I wouldn't be surprised if Kyle Shanahan gave him 10 or 11 carries one game, maybe as sort of an offset back. But obviously, you don't want to take away what he does best, which is to scare every cornerback in the NFL.
Are we moving to a time where more of these players will emerge? I'm thinking about Austin Eckler with the Chargers, who is a great receiving running back. He can also run it. Christian McCaffrey, Cordero Patterson when healthy. Are more teams going to look to emulate this style of flexibility offensively?
I think a lot of teams already are. You know, as John Lynch told me in training camp, you know, when they first got there, they wanted separators in the passing game, you know, as wide receivers. But he came to believe, I think wisely, that it is better to have a physical wide receiver than a burner wide receiver. And obviously, you don't want a receiver that runs 4.68, but you also want a receiver who's going to be extremely physical. And, you know, this comparison is obviously not exact, but in terms of the physical wide receiver, I think Keyshawn Johnson was one of those real physical wide receivers. I think T.O. was. There wasn't a more physical receiver than Hines Ward, but the difference is, you know, Deebo is able to double dip in the backfield and, if need be, could give a team some real snaps in the backfield, and that's what makes him special.
Peter King with us on Willard and Dibs. The wide receiver room has been much discussed, Peter, because there's almost angst there. You see a game like that where you feel like you need Deebo. The prior week, it was like, man, Brandon Ayuk is going to be a star, and the question has come up, can they afford both? What do you see? The Niners have been so good with the cap, but what do you see going forward as far as Ayuk and Deebo and the ability to have them both?
Well, I think there's going to come a time when you're not going to be able to sign everybody you truly want. I mean, let's look at the Philadelphia Eagles, okay? They let Miles Sanders walk this year, even though Miles Sanders was an extremely good, complete package at running back. And I think they were smart to do so for a very simple reason, that you've got to pay 2 wide receivers, you know, on that team, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. You got to pay the tight end, Dallas Goedert. You got to pay 3 offensive linemen, Kelsey and the 2 tackles. And you also, obviously, got to pay the quarterback. Now, if you look at the Niners, they have a great benefit because they got at least 2 more years now where you don't have to pay the quarterback. So that's a luxury. But the difference with the Niners versus a team like the Eagles is that they're paying a running back at the top of the running back market, and Christian McCaffrey clearly is worth the money. So I think I look at the situation and basically say that I think the 49ers each year are going to have a decision to make. And I think that's why a lot of people, not only around the team but around the league, were surprised that they invested that money in Javon Hargrave. Because if you look at it, you know, honestly, if you look at it, it's a surprise that they spent money on him. But I think Kyle Shanahan looked at his team in 2019 and thought there were just too many formidable guys on the defensive front to block. So that's a long way of saying that I would be surprised if they were able to pay both guys at or near the top of the receiver market when the bill comes due for them. But surprised but not shocked, because I think John Lynch, Adam Peters, Parag Marate, they do a good job understanding where everybody fits in the cap world. It's just, I'm not positive if they're going to be able to sign both of those guys.
Peter King is with us on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Peter, especially because you've had so many conversations with Kyle Shanahan through the years and after games, we wondered what you thought about this comment that he made yesterday at the conference call. He was sort of asked how he tried to get better as a coach in the offseason. Take a listen to his answer, and then I want to follow up with a question for you.
See what to add, see what fits in. Spend a lot of the offseason trying to study personnel to add in the draft or personnel to add in free agency. Those are the biggest parts, as a coach that you try to do to make your team better, is to try to help out and see who you can add to it to make it better. Sometimes those are real tough decisions that we all spend a lot of time working on. And then my biggest thing is trying to relax a little bit more in the offseason, because I've learned how long of a grind the season is and how long it goes and how much you got to get up for each week. And I really try to get mentally stronger with books and some self-help type things. So when you go into the season, you're ready to go.
I was fascinated by him saying that, he tried to calm himself down, read some self-help books. He's so formulaic with the way he goes about building a team and calling plays. What do you see? What is still out there with regard to how Kyle Shanahan can improve?
Well, I think the one thing that he has done over this is his 7th year as a head coach, I think the one thing he has done is he's been able to sort of diagnose himself. And by that I mean, it's clear that Kyle is an anal guy in terms of, he can't let a lot of things go. There's a lot of little things that he wants to make sure he has control of. And I think anytime I hear a guy like Kyle Shanahan say, I tried to relax a little bit more in the off season, I stand up and clap, because this business, in my opinion, is unduly, ridiculously, 80 hours a week, even sometimes in the off season. And in my opinion, I think that a lot of these guys who do this job and who are great at it don't realize sometimes the damage they're doing to themselves physically and mentally, because they essentially are possessed by this job. And it goes back to Joe Gibbs sleeping in the office 4 days a week and all that other stuff. It's just not the right way to live. And again, look, far be it from me. I don't do that job, so I don't understand everything that it takes. But I think at some point, if you burn the candle too strongly at one end, it's really going to affect your life, your personal life, and your health at the other end. So good for Kyle Shanahan in saying that I got away from it a little bit this offseason. Applause to him.
Peter, you mentioned the word health, and you had everyone thinking about Chubb last night and all the other injuries we always see in football. And Kyle Shanahan mentioning post-game that he should have found a way to get Eli Mitchell in the game with Christian McCaffrey taking every snap at running back. How surprised were you to, one, hear him give that admission, and also to have a running back play every snap this early in the year?
I didn't even know that until you told me. I'm surprised at that because, look, Christian McCaffrey, before he got to San Francisco, had a recent history of missing a lot of games due to injury. So, in my opinion, I think Kyle Shanahan, and I think these are things that his coaches and John Lynch have to remind him of. that, listen, when you can get 12 fewer snaps in a game, if this game is over, if you can get 12 fewer snaps in a game for Christian McCaffrey, you've got to take that. And so I think it's good that he realizes that. I mean, I when I watch football now, a lot of times, like when the Giants were losing to the Cowboys 40-0 or whatever the score was late in that Week 1 game, and Daniel Jones is in there, and the Cowboys are teeing off on him, I said, why in the world is this happening? It's not smart. And so I'm glad to hear Shanahan say that. He should say that. And in my opinion, it's better if you can figure out a way during the course of the year to have Christian McCaffrey play the equivalent of 14 or 15 games, with taking a bunch of snaps off when you can get him those breathers.
Nick Bosa through 2 games, Peter. Where do you rate his progress in terms of him missing camp and really not showing up on the stat sheet yet?
Well, I don't think it's surprising because I think even though the one thing you always know about Nick Bosa is that he's an insane worker and that it isn't like he's going to show up and not be ready to play. He's going to be ready to play, but if you haven't actually played, it's different to say, well, I'm ready to play, than, if you haven't gone at it with, with tackles, and if you haven't done those drills at all, and you haven't really been physically imposed upon for 8 months, it's going to take a little while to get back, I think, into being the kind of player that you want to be. Now, having said all that, I think that Nick Bosa has been impactful, but I think that there will be another level of impact that he can make, particularly when you're facing teams that understand it, because right now, clearly, first 2 weeks, people have been very conscious of Nick Bosa, and he's left opportunities for other guys on that defense to make plays. And so I don't think that's going to continue unabated. And I think Bosa is definitely going to have his chance to, to make plays more and more as the weeks come on. But I also think that he makes other guys on his defense better just by his mere presence. So I don't look at this team and say, man, they really need to get better stats out of Nick Bosa. He'll be great and impactful in his own way, even if it doesn't show up on the stat sheet.
Peter King with us, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Peter, maybe this is a stupid sports radio thing with, quarterback power rankings and whatnot, but we're watching football last night, and I got to think the Browns are bummed out with what they're getting from Deshaun Watson. The Broncos bummed out with what they're getting from Russell Wilson, and then even beyond, some of the younger guys, maybe it's too early, but Kenny Pickett has not maybe taken the step that people thought he would. When you look at Brock Purdy, I think it's time to remove sample size. I see this guy as a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. Are you comfortable putting him there yet? What do you think?
I don't look. Here's the way I look at Brock Purdy, and it's why I totally agree with Deshaun Watson. I think Deshaun Watson has been a crushing disappointment. And everybody who thought, well, last year, basically, Deshaun Watson had 6 games of reacclimating himself to football. Well, he has not improved one iota in the first 2 games of this season over last year. I don't even know if he's been as good this offseason early this season as he was last year. So, I mean, I think you're absolutely right. I think the Browns have to be questioning themselves right now with Deshaun Watson. And as far as Brock Purdy goes, look, however many starts he's had, I don't know. I mean, I think sometimes, we want to say that a guy is X, Y, and Z, and we've made this judgment, and he is this. I just don't think he's played enough yet. I don't think he's played enough yet for me to say that he's a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. All I know is that if I have to win a game right now, today, this week, he would be among the top 10 quarterbacks I would pick to win a game.
That's a great way to break it down. I mean,
like that.
Sample size aside, this week, he's got a pretty good chance against the Giants team who has their quarterback, I said with a question mark. What do you think the Giants feel? How should they feel about Daniel Jones being their guy who, hasn't been terrific, but they've inked him to a pretty significant deal?
What can you do? They had to invest in him in the off season, and when they invested in him, I think he, in essence, has been about what they would have expected. And he was great in the second half the other day. He won that game pretty much all by himself. But again, Daniel Jones is a good football player. And I think one of the things that is difficult to do in the way we grade and look at football players is we want to take every week and say, okay, where is this guy right now? You got to let him play. It's like, just let Brock Purdy play another month and then let's have this discussion. You got to do it over and over and over again if you're going to be really great in football. And right now, 2 weeks is just not, in my opinion, a big enough sample size. Like, I would want to say right now, I'd be petrified if I were the Cleveland Browns right now about Deshaun Watson. But again, I still think you got to let him play another 6 or 8 weeks to try to get out of this funk that he's in right now. And we'll see if he can. But just the same way as I am very bullish right now on Brock Purdy, I would be very worried right now about Deshaun Watson. But they both have time to, both if you're Purdy, to burnish his reputation, and if you're Deshaun Watson, to change the reputation.
Peter King right here on 95.7 The Game every single week on Willard and Dibs. We thank him for his chat, and I thought a lot of good stuff coming out of that. I will say this. I like the way he said that. Look, for me, Brock Purdy's a top 10 QB. You want to say I'm getting ahead of my skis? Great. Knock me out for getting ahead of my skis. All good. I do like the way Peter framed that. Instead of...
He split the baby, but...
A little bit, but instead of...
The baby survived.
Okay, I'm not ready to call him a top 10 QB.
Which is fair.
But if I had to pick a QB to win a game this weekend, he's definitely one of the 10 guys I'm picking.
Also fair. He split the baby, and the baby survived.
And I don't want to...
And I don't even want to imagine what that looks like. Half a baby, and both halves survive.
The baby wins the survivor pool. Fantastic. Win. No, I don't want to, and didn't come back at him on this, but is that splitting hairs? Is that semantics?
Yes.
I don't want to call him a top 10 QB, but if I need to win a game this weekend, that's one of the 10 guys I'm picking. Couldn't I go right back to Peter and be like, so he's a top 10 QB?
Well,
is the idea not to win the football game? And if Brock is one of the top 10 guys that you want this weekend to do it, has he not achieved top 10 QB? Unless you're like, I'm eliminating Burrow because he's hurt,
if I may,
or something like that.
If I can Peter King you and what his response would be,
King me.
And I won't spend 3.5 minutes doing it. I love the Peter King interview because he's well informed, he's thorough, he's excellent. It's always a great conversation. But to me, when you get into a conversation about top 10 quarterback, the implication, and it is an implication sensation, Mark.
It is.
The implication is that we're talking about legacies. We're not talking about just this week. So if I say, is so-and-so a top 10 quarterback, I think it's It's implied that we're talking about of his era right now, ranking quarterbacks, not, who are the 10 quarterbacks most likely to beat their opponent this week?
I guess, okay, and now I'm going to split it again because
So now I got a quarter of a baby?
Totally.
It's getting messy.
I know. It's like Hangman. We got a leg, we got an arm, right? Or draw a little nose on there. Honestly, if we do that, doesn't it get confusing? If you start to say things like, okay, of this era, well then, what am I to do with someone like Deshaun Watson? Deshaun Watson, I think, right now looks terrible. 2 years ago, he's an MVP candidate.
Yeah.
So what do I do with someone like that, ... of this era?
He's fallen out of the top 10.
Right, but a lot of these guys have had good years, good careers. They have, at times, been top 10 QBs. Derek Carr had a great year for the Raiders, and then it was broke, and it was broke. Like, things happen, and it changes. I'm not telling you that Brock Purdy's a top 10 quarterback of the era. He just showed up 11 months ago.
Right.
I'm telling you that we're sitting here. What's the date?
It's September
19th. And Brock Purdy's one of the 10 best quarterbacks on the planet right now.
Well, if you were going to, pick a quarterback to win a game this weekend, would he be one of the 10 you would choose? Absolutely. And that's what Peter was saying. But to the other question about, is he a top 10 quarterback? I think that conversation brings into it other things like Aaron Rodgers is a top 10 quarterback. Now, if you were going to pick a million quarterbacks to win a game this weekend, you would draft a million other human beings before you would take Aaron Rodgers because he's got one leg.
Right. Well, I'm not taking injury into account. I think there's a fair conversation right now this week. Who wins that battle between Brock Purdy and a healthy Aaron Rodgers? He didn't play good football last year. He's almost 40 years old.
Right.
So we think he was going to be amazing with the Jets. He got 4 snaps. I don't know what he was going to look like. He might have been awful. Who knows?
Yeah, and that happens. Father Time's undefeated. We know that.
I don't know when that was going to fall off. He wasn't very good last year.
Yeah, I mean, by his standards.
Yeah.
He was still better than more than half the league.
Sure.
And all you have to do is look at last night to realize that there's a lot of dreck as QB1 around the National Football League. So even if Aaron Rodgers is mediocre, he's still better than half the league.
Yeah, I mean, again, I guess I would ask you this question. If you're telling me he's definitely one of the 10 guys you'd pick to win a game this weekend, but that doesn't necessarily make him a view from 10,000 feet top 10 quarterback, who is in the top 10 that you wouldn't pick for the game this weekend then? Who in the NFL right now?
Wow, this is getting seriously nuanced.
No, but do you understand what I'm saying?
This is Stein Metzi interview now.
But how many times are we going to split the baby?
We're about to put this baby into eighths. I don't want an eighth of a baby. Okay, that's a lot of mess.
But you understand what I'm saying,
especially if you get the wrong part.
If you're going to tell me
stuck with the tushy,
if you're going to tell me he's not a top 10 QB, but he's one of the 10 guys I'd pick this weekend, well.
I'm not saying he's not a top 10 QB. I'm just saying that there are two different conversations.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying he's not a top 10 QB.
But he is one of the 10 you'd pick for a game this weekend.
Right, because some of those other guys I don't think are at, again, this is two different conversations.
But I don't see it that way. I guess that's why I want to ask
the question. Well, that's how Peter and I see it, and that's why Peter answered it the way he answered it.
Right, but that was all based on, I guess, longevity, achievement, resume.
All that. Yes, and he doesn't have achievement, longevity, or a long resume. He's got a nice starter of a resume. He's got a great start to his resume.
I think it's funny the way we do resume because I hear a lot of fans get into some really black and white thinking.
His LinkedIn right now, you don't even have to scroll.
That's fine. But it's also going to come up at the top of your feed a lot because of what that short scroll does say. In other words,
it says a lot.
I hear a lot.
QB1 for the Niners, undefeated.
Yeah.
End of resume.
I got a lot of fans who will do, hey, Kyle, that's great that you're a genius. Have you won the bowl? So if you're going to think black and white, then how come you don't do that in this conversation? I'll take Kirk Cousins over Brock. Brock's won more playoff games.
Right.
I'll take
and
Dak.
that's a byproduct only of quarterback, right?
No, it's not. My point is I feel like we have a very selective way that we go about deciding when the resume matters and when it doesn't. And resume matters in this conversation because it's being used to, in theory, move Brock Purdy down everybody's list. Like, yes, he's top 10, but not really because it hasn't been long enough. But if I come back and go, well, on the black and white thinking scale, Brock Purdy has already got more playoff wins than Kirk Cousins and Dak Prescott and all of these other QBs out there who we want Justin Herbert and Trevor Lawrence.
Right.
Oh, they're way better than Brock. But hold on. Black and white thinking says
that's only one piece of it. And this is where I have a hard time with this conversation because you're putting all of the QB wins in Brock's column and you're not giving anything. Kirk Cousins, his playoff wins are his fault, but Brock Purdy gets credit for his, even though his team is way better than Kirk Cousins' team.
Not at all. Not
and
at
way
all
better than Justin Herbert's team.
Not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is I feel like we are very selective when we use results and then when we use feel and process.
Well, it's all subjectivity. The whole thing is subjective. Is Patrick Mahomes the best quarterback because he's the best quarterback, or is he the best quarterback because he's won Super Bowls, or is it a combination of the two?
Both.
It's a combination. So Josh Allen versus Justin Herbert. Joe Burrow is in there. Joe Burrow's won more playoff games, I think, than Josh Allen, or it's probably close.
Yeah, I think he has.
Justin Herbert hasn't won any playoff games. Is he not as good as Kirk Cousins because Cousins has one and Dak has one? So I think that the whole thing comes down to a lot of different subjective factors. So in terms of who do you want to pick to win a game right now, well, I'm going with Brock Purdy over a lot of these guys because he's playing great. He's showing confidence. He's got moxie. And darn it, he's won every regular season game he's ever started. So that matters. Now, is he a top 10 quarterback in a vacuum, forgetting who you're going to pick to start this game? That to me is a different conversation.
I get all that. I'm just trying to understand criteria.
Yeah.
Because I feel like we grab it and we use it when it says something that we want over here, but then it doesn't apply over there. Let's take Justin Herbert, who in a relative sense has also had a small sample size. He's played a few seasons. Everybody likes how it looks on their fantasy teams. But what on earth has it really, what's been the net result? It blew the playoffs 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Then last year they go to the playoffs, cough up practically a 30-point lead, and he's never won a playoff game in his life. Yet if I tried to put Brock Purdy on the same plane as him, people would call me nuts, right? Again, so my question is, this is all based on what? What's the criteria?
Well, there's a lot of it, and it's
there?
all subjectivity when you have these conversations. Because Justin Herbert is playing for the coach who is the leader in the FC TBF odds. First coach to be fired.
Is he really?
Brandon Staley, plus 350. And this is according to bookies.com.
That's interesting.
Number 2 on the board is my guy, the Flus, Matt Eberflus.
Oh, he probably.
He's only been there for like an hour and a half.
I know, but
he's
Bears,
at 4-1.
Oh.
Todd Bowles and the Buccaneers is plus 850, even though they're undefeated. So I don't know why that fits. Mike Vrabel's next, then Mike Tomlin. Then you get into your Stefanski, McDaniels, McVay. Bill Belichick on the board at 14-1. Riverboat Ron also 14-1. This according to bookies.com senior handicapper Adam Thompson. So I think all of these things go into the conversation. Justin Herbert, to me, gets bonus points for playing for Brandon Staley and playing for the Chargers because they are terrible.
He's a very good player.
Right.
He's a very,
So when we look at things like win-loss record and playoff wins, that's great, and Brock has a lot of that because he's on a good team with a really good coach.
Okay. So
not that it takes away from him.
This is all I want to do.
But I do think that it kind of weights the conversation.
There are fans who look at life one way and fans who look at it the other way. I get a lot of flack for positivity and homerism, okay? So if you're on the other side of the ledger, then here's what I'm going to say. If we don't get to play results with Brock Purdy, I'm not letting you do it with Kyle either. Sorry. Them's the rules.
No, we're playing results.
No.
Results matter.
Well, then Brock Purdy's a top 10 QB.
Well, if results are the only thing that matter, he's the number one.
Exactly. He wins every time he plays.
So if you're best quarterback ever.
If you're going to tell me that we can't look at like the whole picture.
No, we can.
We can't look at different aspects of the conversation. If we can't do that, because you can't do that with Kyle Shanahan, then I don't want to hear it with Brock Purdy either. So I don't want to hear about teammates.
Right.
I don't want to hear about defense. I don't want to hear about dink and dunk. If you're going to do that, that's fine by me, but then you have to do it to Kyle as well, and you can't just be like, Super Bowl or fired.
They're two different conversations.
But
completely.
It's coming from the same people, and you know it.
Well,
you know it.
I can't speak to these people and what they think. All I'm saying is the way I look at it.
You either skew sort of like you look at things through a positive lens.
Well, I don't even know if it's that simple, positive, negative. I do
probably not. That's fair.
You know, and I do think that people look at Brock Purdy and they look at what he's done, and it's amazing. And if you think anything other than that, if you're trying to find fault in what Brock has accomplished, forget about what he does. Oh, he can't throw the deep ball or whatever you think he can and can't do. If you look at what he has done, which is win every single game that he started and finished, if you look at that and find fault in that, then I don't know what you're doing. Yeah. And I'm not doing that. That's not what
I know you're not doing that.
I'm just trying to be clear here.
No, I'm not directing it at you. You know me. I'll flat say it. I get triggered when people try to diminish accomplishment. It's one of the worst things in our society. Build them up, knock them down.
Sports Talk Radio, let's go.
Never lost a damn game. And we're all sitting here going, do it again.
But when he loses a game, you know what, Mark? You know what I'm going to do when that happens?
You know what I'm
going to do, right?
Crush his soul.
I'm going to keep it real. Brock, you got served, Brock.
Yeah. That 10-1 record is going to suck.
One in a row.
Sponsored by Ashley Furniture. We got some calls to get to. Mark, Grandpa, Daddy, stay right where you are. We're coming to you next on Willard and Dibs.
Fall is almost here, and at Ashley, seasonal decorating is a breeze. Snuggle up on a...
live on Twitch and YouTube right now. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
Kyle is an anal guy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Every time we hear this, people like, no, the whole YouTube chat stops. Everyone's like, ah! As if like you can't say that on the air. There's a second meaning here, people. Get your minds out of
is an anal guy.
A guy.
Man.
Anal guy.
I'll allow it.
He's high strung. He has rules.
There are different ways to construct that sentence where it becomes really, really inappropriate. But
stop it.
I'm just trying to. Kyle is a guy.
Just you know.
Kyle
go
is
back
an
to more
anal
appropriate
guy.
stuff when you were splitting babies.
Yeah,
can you please?
right.
Good Lord.
A lot of ew, that's gross from the YouTube feed.
When you get two or
Otis
three,
Bird the mayor with a whoa,
whoa,
Yeah,
hey,
whoa,
ow, ow. Just everybody, calm down. Whew. Yeah, I've never look at that. Look at the YouTube chat right now. There's like 12 people in a row who just wrote whoa, whoa,
Yeah,
whoa, 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 whoa. Okay,
that clip got Grandy all over it. You're right, Armin 117.
Yeah,
it's a Grandy special. If you're new to the show,
well, and he's feeling it
5:47 is usually when Grandy will unleash his favorite rejoin sound.
He's warming up, right?
True,
It's kind
true.
of like he's taking a run out to center field and back, and so yeah, he's loosening up. He's clearing the throat. Let me clear my throat.
Yeah,
yeah.
You know? It's good.
Yeah.
He's getting loose.
All right, let's do the same. Sometimes we do things at 5:49 that get us in all kinds of trouble with our listeners. We will try to be so much better today. Mark in Oakland. Mark, first and foremost, thank you for calling. Secondly, do you spell your name with a K or a C?
With a K.
Mark Grandy, take a lap. Take a lap. Go ahead, Mark. That's the correct way to spell it. Thank you.
The K? I think K just is much better.
Yeah, I can't help parents who misspell their kids' names.
It's really with the QUE for those of us who partake. But go ahead, Mark.
That's Marquet.
Oh, no, it's a German name. It's German, so it has to be a K.
That's right.
All right, Mark, what's up?
So here's the first off, I love listening to both of you. I think I'm detecting a little hypocrisy with you, Mark, because you hate when they, I know, just friendly, but just putting this out there.
Right.
Feels like when you're saying, and I get it, you owned it. You said you get triggered when people knock down, build up, knock down. But it feels like you're doing that to the callers, kind of knocking them down for having their opinion that, you got to win a Super Bowl to really prove it all and that kind of stuff. And I tend to agree with that ultimately. I memean, you could have, the Buffalo Bills. Whenever I think of those Bills teams, just because they got the Super Bowl, yes, they were great, but there's always this, but they didn't win. So it's heavily weighted towards that, obviously.
Okay,
so
Mark.
I think it's fair, but I have one more point.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, no, go ahead.
Okay, so I think that's fair, and I don't know because it felt like you were pretty upset with some callers. And,
no, I'm never upset, Mark.
He
I'm never
sees you
upset.
all as bowling pins, Mark.
That's
He's
right.
just trying to knock you down.
You don't, Mark.
It seemed like he was getting like a little
Mark,
personal there.
don't you know, to be a human being in America in 2023 is to think that everyone else is a moron. Don't you know that by now? I got people in this building right now spelling their Mark with a C. What am I supposed to do with that, Mark?
Oh, you're winning me over now.
Exactly. That's what I do. Now, go ahead. What's your other point?
I go through life thinking I sometimes go, wow, is the average person just a moron? What's going on? But I know sometimes I'm that person, too, especially when I'm driving.
Well, aren't we all? Aren't we all? Yeah. By the way, Mark.
Many levels that I won't get into about what I do for a living. But so the other point, though, I want to make, there's more back to Brock Purdy. First thing, and now I thought a great analogy, which I blew out of the water in my own head as I sat on hold, but it was a golfer. Sometimes someone will get hot and they'll win a tournament or two, but they're not top 10. But at that moment, they're playing the best golf.
you wouldn't call him top 10. But actually, the thing that blows it all out of the water is it's a team sport, and it does take layering and nuance to go, okay, I'm going to just watch the quarterback amongst this amazing team. And that's what I try to do. I know I'm not as good as Kyle Shanahan at it, but I try. And to me, Brock Purdy still looks like a guy that doesn't make mistakes. And I'm going to end this with a compliment. It's going to sound bad at first. He doesn't make a lot of mistakes, which I love. He can handle the short game. I've been worried about this all along, and nothing this last week helped to improve my view on this. The deep ball, I think, is going to be a problem, and I think defenses are starting to figure him out a little bit, and I'm concerned that by 3-4 more weeks we're going to be going, ooh, he's getting by. But here's what I'll say to finish that. Guys like Dilfer won a Super Bowl. If you have an awesome team and someone who doesn't make mistakes and can handle the short game and just not mess it up, even Peyton Manning did that at the end of his career when his arm was shot. That I will take over someone who blows it in big moments. So I still think we can win a Super Bowl with him, but just looking at him, the quarterback, I don't think he's top 10. I think he's solid and serviceable on a great team. So
Okay.
Thank you, Mark.
So, Mark, I think there's a lot of interesting stuff there. I would argue that the comparisons when we get to the Dilfers and the Johnsons of the world, you're looking at that point, you have to bring numbers into play and what an offense is producing. And those offenses did not produce what this offense is producing. Were they as good? Did they have as many good players? No. But the Ravens and Bucks those years were not beating people by scoring 30 points every single time they take the field pretty much. That has to be taken into account. Let me back up, though, on a couple things that he said. The first one, and he combined these two, saying that I get triggered when, this was my statement, I get triggered when I see people diminish accomplishment, okay? The build them up, knock them down thing. And then Mark said, that's kind of what I'm doing with callers and their opinions.
That burned.
No, it didn't.
You got served by the caller.
No, watch this. An opinion, Mark, is not an accomplishment. I love you, brother. I'm paid for my opinion, and I can just wake up in the morning and say it. It's not accomplishing anything. I'm not knocking you down. I'm disagreeing with you. And that is the nature of opinion. You have accomplished nothing by having your opinion. I've accomplished nothing by having mine. So I'm not building you up and knocking you down. I'm just knocking you down because you haven't been built up. You didn't do anything. Brock Purdy did something. I didn't do anything. Brock Purdy's 10-0 in the NFL, and they're scoring over 30 a game. Please, humans, stop making that nothing. It's not. It's not an accident. It's not a function of the coach. It's not a function of his teammates.
It's a something.
It's a function of him being a good player.
Sure.
It's a function of him being a good player.
Right, but it doesn't mean that he's the best player.
No, and I
just
didn't
because
say
he's
that.
never lost.
So
I didn't
anyway,
say that you did say that.
10-yard penalty on Mark because that is an unfair analogy.
I think it's fair.
How?
He feels like you knock him down.
No, that's not what he said. The analogy was that
he's a bowling pin. Oh, wait, that was me.
No, exactly. The analogy was, I said I don't like it when people build them up and knock them down, diminish accomplishment. And then he said I was doing the same thing to the callers. The callers haven't accomplished anything.
And you don't build up the callers usually.
Nor have you and I. We're just sitting here.
I've accomplished quite a lot. 25 years of accomplishing nothing.
Not that. Well, there.
I mean,
do you know? I mean, with our opinions.
No, for sure.
We're just sitting here talking, hanging out,
trying to entertain people with what we think.
I'm not going to agree with everybody every day. Nor are you, nor are all of you listening. That's not the way it's supposed to work.
No, it'd be a pretty dull show if we did. It's a lot more fun when you're like on the Pro Bowlers Tour knocking people down all the time.
Thank you. I don't do it to this guy, though. Do we have time? Mark, can we take
There's
Grandpa
always
Daddy?
time for Grandpa Daddy. You got 60 seconds, Daddy.
GPD, we are like, Grandy is over here, and he's got his own show from 6 to 7, and we don't want to take any of it, so you got to go fast. But what's up, brother?
Dude. That last piece right there, Mark, with you, the opinion thing, I'm going to plagiarize that, and I'm going to use that. But on the other thing, my fellow Grandpa Daddy, Dibs, you're right, but listen, Dibs, the glass is half full. It's not half empty. Stop being the pessimist. Mark, you're also right. I don't know how many times I got to tell you guys, I freaking love this show, and I love the way you guys go back and forth. Man, it's all about perspective. Brock Purdy, he still needs one more year. After this year, if he proves himself, then next year you guys can't talk no crap about him. He's going to be established. He's getting his sea legs right now, and all the criticism, all the critics, because they're being critics, they're going to be quieted, or they're going to start speaking out when he doesn't do well.
Thank you, Grandpa Daddy. Have a good one, brother. Drive safe, and let's talk again tomorrow. We have a little bit more time.
Call again tomorrow, and we're going to be right here. We're going to be right here.
One more day.
And we'll be 24 hours away from kickoff. The day after that, man, this week moves fast. Good stuff today. We'll do it again tomorrow.
A lot of fun. Yeah, okay. I can't wait.
Hey, YouTube chat.
Come on, I thought I was buzzer free today.
We love you so much.
Damn it.
We want to look right in the camera. God, could you please be back here tomorrow? We love you so much. You guys are the best. Do it every day. We love you, okay? Gosh, we love you. I'm going to think